Good news, Sheng Zhao has transmigrated and didn't die. Bad news, the beginning is disastrous. Wait for this little wretch to wake up, then force her to drink this medicine. We must kill her before the general returns to the capital. Rest assured, madam, she will not survive this night. The legitimate mother sent people to watch her until she opened her eyes, just waiting to poison her. She dared not wake up, absolutely dared not. Her brain throbbed with unbearable pain as memories surged in torrents. Before she could process them, an excited voice pierced her mind. Host, you're finally awake. I am your gossip assistant Gigi. Surprise. Unexpected. Sheng Zhao was startled by this energetic voice. She roared inwardly, don't you systems undergo training before going on duty? I just transmigrated, and now I'm about to be poisoned. System, relax, relax. I specifically chose this time to bind. How exciting. Look at those two matrons. The one with a mole at the corner of her mouth is Matron Kong. She secretly ate the roasted chicken from the kitchen last night. The other is Matron Sun. She and the groom every night. Stop. Can we first deal with the fact that I'm about to be poisoned? System, oh host, don't worry. According to your plot, you won't die today. Someone will come to save you soon. Sheng Zhao was puzzled. What plot? Only then did she come to her senses and carefully digest the memory she had just received. Damn. She remembered everything came back. She had transmigrated into the novel The Maiden's Phoenix Path. She was a cannon-fodder supporting character in the book, the youngest daughter of concubine Shui in the general's mansion, also named Sheng Zhao, ranked 5th in the family, 12 years old. The original owner was motherless from birth, and her father was always away on campaigns. As a concubine's daughter in this back courtyard, life was extremely difficult. The one who most enjoyed making trouble for her was her legitimate mother, Dai Yunshu, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel, a high-ranking official. Next was Dai Yunshu's daughter, the legitimate 4th miss of the Sheng family, Sheng Rui. Dai Yunshu knew that she could marry into the general's mansion solely because of her noble birth. The general's heart truly belonged to his beloved concubine Shui, and Sheng Zhao's appearance was a perfect copy of concubine Shui. As for Sheng Rui, she had set her heart on He Yunxiao, the eldest son of the Ministry of Revenue. But He Yunxiao was especially kind to this half-sister of hers. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. The mother and daughter joined forces with venom. Whenever the general was away on campaign, they would use every conspiracy and trick. Sometimes they would have someone set fire to her courtyard to make it look like an accident. Other times they would secretly poison her and pretend it was an illness. According to the letter that came back, the army had won a great victory in the front, and the general was on his way back to the capital, expected to arrive home tomorrow. So the two were in a hurry and planned to finish off this eyesore of a concubine's daughter today. This identity is too cannon fodder. Sheng Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. Was the female lead of this book the legitimate sister, Sheng Rui? No. Completely wrong. The original female lead was Guan Yue, a maidservant in Sheng Rui's courtyard. The main story of the book is that Guan Yue, as a lowly handmaid in the general's mansion, was ostracized due to her outstanding beauty, and the young lady treated her with beatings and scoldings. When the crown prince came to the mansion as a guest, he accidentally met her and was moved by her beauty and sincerity. Then came a series of chance encounters, ambiguous interactions. Guan Yue, with her female lead aura, had one adventure after another, joining hands with the prince through hardships, and feelings grew between them. Of course, the protagonist's success cannot be achieved without the sacrifice of supporting characters, and the general's mansion was the biggest cannon fodder. The crown prince belonged to a different faction from the general's mansion. To eliminate this powerful ally, he secretly cooperated with Guan Yu to forge secret letters between General Sheng and frontier commanders, and created many coincidences leading to the Sheng family being accused of rebellion with solid evidence, and ultimately the entire family was imprisoned. And Guan Yue, due to her meritorious reporting and assistance to the prince, was pardoned from slave status, and with the prince overriding all objections, became the crown princess. Killing two birds with one stone, the couple returned home together. Sheng Zhao Pa. Vicious. Hearing the sound from the room, Matron Kong and Matron Sun exchanged a glance. Awake. Then they carried the medicine and pushed open the door. Sheng Zhao. Is it too late to pretend to be asleep now? 5th miss is awake. The lady is considerate and specially ordered this medicine for you. You must drink it while it's hot. Sheng Zhao looked at the bowl closing in and forced a smile. Thank you for mother's concern, but I feel much better. I don't need to drink the medicine. Matron Kong sneered inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. 5th miss, are you going to let down the lady's good intentions? With that, she brought the bowl to Sheng Zhao's lips, waiting for her to open her mouth. System Gigi, according to the plot, wasn't my third brother supposed to come and save me? Why hasn't he come yet? System host, according to the original book, you are still supposed to be unconscious right now. You woke up too early. Sheng Zhao. Then what should I do? Quickly think of a way. If I die, you can't live either. System host. I thought of it. I have a shop function. I can buy an immunity to all poisons pill, then I won't be afraid. Buy it now. Stepmom. Purchase failed. It seems we have no points. What a useless system. Maybe you should stall for time first. Your third brother will be here soon. Matron, this medicine is very hot. Let it cool a while before drinking. It's not hot, miss. It's already cooled and warm. It's bitter. I've been afraid of bitterness since childhood. I can't drink it. Sheng Zhao looked resistant and had to find another excuse. The next moment, Matron Kong took out 2 candied plums. This old servant has prepared candied plums. After you drink, eat them to suppress the bitterness. She came prepared. Sheng Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears, fearing that after drinking she would directly spit blood and die. Oh, maybe I'll eat one first to moisten my throat. The nearby matron's son directly snatched the bowl, looking impatient. Why waste words with her? Hold her down, I'll force-feed her. Hey, a horse won't eat grass if forced, but here they were force-feeding medicine to someone who didn't want to die, not even pretending anymore. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. Forced down and unable to move, she could only cover her mouth and shake her head frantically. During the struggle, she accidentally knocked over the bowl, spilling the medicine all over the floor. Good, narrowly escaped with my life. You watch her, I'll go to the kitchen to get another bowl. Matron's son glared fiercely at Sheng Zhao, gave instructions, and left the room. All right. Pursuing to kill, huh? Zhao, I heard from the servants in your courtyard that you are sick. How are you? Sheng Yanshu walked in quickly. The first thing he saw was his own full-blooded little sister, her face pale, half leaning on the bed. The second thing he saw was the broken bowl on the floor and the spilled medicine. Finally he came. Why were Sheng Zhao's eyes filled with tears? Because waiting for her third brother had been so hard. Third brother. Sheng Zhao cried out, as if clutching a lifeline. Matron Kong's face revealed a trace of panic. Third young master, the young miss, was throwing a tantrum and refused to drink her medicine. She broke the bowl. Sheng Yanshu frowned as he looked at Sheng Zhao, but his eyes held a trace of tenderness. How can you not take medicine when you're sick? Zhao is being willful again. Brother, they want to poison your sister, and you actually persuade me to drink. Are you my real brother, or a cousin? Sheng Yanshu's movement froze. He immediately looked at his sister, then glanced around the room. Who spoke? My sister's mouth didn't move at all. Oh, seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Stewardess Kong watched the third young master as he looked around, fearing he might discover something amiss, and probed cautiously. Third young master, is something wrong? Sheng Yanshu was puzzled. Could she not hear? Third brother, I've been waiting for you for so long. Mother sent them to force poison down my throat, and if I refused they would pour it in by force. If you had come back any later you would have only found my corpse. Here she comes again, she's bringing the poison in again. Poison. Sheng Yanshu turned. The newcomer was Stewardess' son from his mother's courtyard. Wow, she's brought the entire pot this time, afraid the dose is too small to kill me, right? Fifth miss, your medicine is here. Stewardess' son set down the clay pot and ladled out a small bowl. Stewardess' son, what medicine is this? Having heard that strange inner voice concerning his sister's life, Sheng Yanshu remained cautious. Stewardess' son explained, Third young master, this is a prescription the madam specially had a physician prepare to regulate the fifth miss's health. She showed no fear. Even if exposed, she could simply drag out a useless maid to confess. After all, the madam would surely protect them. The fifth miss's medicine must not be taken lightly. I must trouble you, stewardess, to taste it first. Stewardess' son's hand trembled as she held the bowl, but she quickly regained her composure. Third young master, what are you implying? Do you suspect the madam of poisoning the medicine? How could that be? I know in my heart that mother cares for us. But one can never be too careful lest someone with ill intentions exploits an opportunity. Sheng Yanshu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Stewardess' son, not missing the flicker of panic that crossed her face. Could his little sister's inner voice be true? They dared to force poison down her throat. How outrageous. Did they think they could bully them just because their mother was gone? Sheng Yanshu snatched the bowl from Stewardess Kong's hands, clamped her jaw with one hand, and poured the medicine directly down her throat. If it's not poison, stewardess, why not try it yourself? If you want to force feed, then drink your fill. Oh. Gigi, did you see that? My third brother is so cool. No. I don't. Gulp gulp. Stewardess' son struggled violently, knocking over the bowl. Sheng Zhao, learning my trick, knocking over the bowl. She nimbly dodged Stewardess Kong's grab, jumped off the bed, and picked up the clay pot, handing it to Sheng Yanshu. Third brother, there's more. Pour it down her throat. Stewardess' son, you said it wasn't poisonous. Then drink up, you could use the nourishment too. Haha, poison me, will you? Sheng Zhao cheered her brother on from the side, shaking her fists. Third brother's strong, third brother's great. Third brother pours until she meets her fate. Before the pot was empty, Stewardess' son suddenly stopped struggling, her arms went limp, and she died with blood oozing from her 7 orifices. It was indeed poison. Sheng Yanshu's temples bulged with rage. He couldn't bear to think that if he had been a step too late it would have been his little sister lying dead. Die Yanshu. Screamed Stewardess Kong. Her legs trembling uncontrollably, she tried to flee, but was kicked to the ground by Sheng Yanshu. There's half a pot left for you. Will you drink it yourself, or shall I pour it down your throat? Third brother, you're mighty. Pour it down. Third young master, this servant knew nothing. Please spare me. Stewardess Kong scrambled to her knees, weeping and pleading for mercy, her head bowed low, afraid to look up and see the ghastly face of the corpse beside her. What is all this commotion? Dai Yanshu arrived with her attendants after receiving the news. Seeing the dead lying dead, the kneeling, and the broken, what was there not to understand? She felt a violent throbbing in her temples. It's this wicked woman. She's tried to kill me several times. I'm lucky to be alive, and this time I owe it all to my third brother. Host, this wicked woman deliberately arranged for your third brother to be invited to the poetry gathering to lure him away, so she could make her move on you, and then claim there was no proof. It's a good thing your third brother turned back halfway. Sheng Yanshu's heart sank. Today indeed Dai Hung, the young grandson of the Minister of Personnel, had invited him to a poetry gathering. Wasn't Dai Hung the nephew of Dai Yanshu's own family? So it was a diversion to lure him out of the house. No wonder the poetry gathering was held at a villa outside the city. They wanted to ensure he couldn't return in time. How insidious. You've arrived just in time, mother. These two wicked servants of yours tried to poison Zhao Zhao. Did you know of this? Sheng Yinshu addressed her as mother, with all due respect, but his tone was terrifyingly cold. What? Such a thing. Dai Yunshu's face was a mask of shock, her hand clutching her chest. Gigi, this is the classic skill: you don't ask, I don't tell, you ask, I act surprised. Take notes. You suspect your mother? I have always treated you siblings as my own. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face freely. A maid quickly handed her a handkerchief and patted her back to soothe her. Now she's switching to fragile mode. Then she'll turn the tables and shift the blame. Host, you're amazing. You can see right through her. Of course he. Sheng Yinshu. Could someone please tell him why his little sister hiding behind him had such a colorful inner world? Sheng Zhao crouched down to look at Stewardess Kong. Stewardess Kong, it seems mother knew nothing about it. So it was you who acted against your mistress. Stewardess Kong looked up at Dai Yunshu, her heart pounding, as she saw the woman's composed demeanor. Plotting to murder your young mistress, betraying your master, and administering poison. If you were turned over to the authorities, execution by 1,000 cuts would not be an unjust punishment. Sheng Yinshu's words were directed at Stewardess Kong, but his eyes were fixed on Dai Yunshu. Dai Yunshu took a deep breath. Guards, there is no need to trouble the authorities with such a disgraceful matter. We must not bring shame upon the general's mansion. She absolutely could not let this be taken to the authorities. Stewardess Kong's frail constitution would not withstand torture, and she might confess everything. Even if she forced Stewardess Kong to confess by threatening her family, she herself would still be blamed for lax household management. Several attendants rushed in at the doorway. Stewardess Kong's face was filled with terror, and she opened her mouth to speak to Dai Yunshu. But she was gagged and dragged out. Madam, you, MMM. Dai Yunshu bent down, affectionately stroked Sheng Zhao's head, took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, and smiled gently. Don't be afraid, Zhao Zhao. Mother has dealt with the wicked person for you. Incredible. Even now she still puts on an act of a loving mother. Admirable, admirable. System host, shall we guess how she will deal with Stewardess Kong? Will she be lenient to cover it up, or kill her to silence her? I say she'll kill her to silence her. Father is about to return. There's no way she'd leave such a big loose end. System, wow. Host, you are truly brilliant. Stewardess Kong had her throat slit the moment she left the room. They're dragging her out to find a place to bury her now. Sheng Yinshu pondered. So everything his little sister's inner voice said was true. He blamed himself for not being more careful to protect her. This stepmother was truly evil. Host wants some juicy gossip. Yes. I want to eat lots of gossip and earn lots of points to keep my little life safe. Your stepmother was humiliated by you and went back to throw a huge tantrum. Your fourth sister, to avenge her mother, deliberately told Stewardess Sun's lover, the groom Lu, that Stewardess Sun was killed by you, and she's setting Lu up to take revenge on you. Sheng Yinshu's mind rang with alarm bells. This fourth sister always used her status as the legitimate daughter to bully the younger sister, and her underhanded tricks were truly countless. You damn system, is this a piece of gossip? This is about my life. And you're asking if I want to hear it. Sheng Zhao grumbled, while rummaging through the room searching for a handy tool. Don't rush, host, there's more to come. Coachman Lu only coveted her body and didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Fearing the general would investigate the matter, he hurriedly took the hidden handkerchief and undergarments of old Madam Sun to the back gate corner and burned them. As he burned them, a gatekeeper's servant spotted him. Thinking quickly, he explained he was mourning his deceased mother. To dispel the servant's doubts, he had no choice but to kneel before the fire, crying out for his mother. Sheng Yinshu. Haha, old Madam Sun has committed countless evils for Dai Yunshu, but at least she gained a good son after death. System. Now the servant praises Coachman Lu's filial piety to everyone. Host, watch out. There's bad news. What bad news? Tell me. Your third brother was invited to a poetry gathering today, but turned back midway. Your cousin Dai Hung slandered him at the gathering, saying he went to meet a secret lover and kept a dancing girl in the north of the city, indulging himself day and night. This ultimately ruined your third brother's reputation, making it difficult for him to arrange a marriage, branding him morally deficient. It even reached the imperial examiner's ears, revoking his qualification for the imperial examinations. Sheng Yinshu abruptly raised his head to look at his younger sister, unable to believe it. Little sister, you mean? He wanted to ask if her thoughts were true, but the words stuck in his throat, feeling as if something was choking him. He had studied diligently and passed the county-level exam, awaiting the provincial exam the following year to become a provincial graduate. If someone maliciously slandered him, the education commissioner and Hanlin Academy officials might indeed revoke his scholarly title. Then he would be finished. Isn't this Dai Hung the nephew of my stepmother? My third brother always thought he was a good friend, but actually my stepmother was scheming against me in the courtyard while sending someone to destroy him from outside. Third brother is truly oblivious. Sheng Yinshu, I thank you. No, he must rush back to the poetry gathering to explain this. He couldn't let the rumors spread, otherwise everything would be too late. Gossip spread like wildfire in the capital. Little sister, seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Rest well in the manor. I have a poetry gathering with friends today, so I'll take my leave. Before Sheng Yinshu finished speaking, he was already walking out in a great hurry. Squeak, see. I told you my third brother is oblivious. Someone wants to harm him, and he's still rushing to the banquet. I agree, he's oblivious. You're smarter, host. Sheng Yinshu. I haven't gone far yet, I can hear you. Sheng Zhao lifted her skirt and quickly chased after him. Third brother. I'm bored in the manor. Take me with you. I hope my third brother agrees quickly. If he takes me, he can say he returned because something happened to his sister. The rumor will be dispelled. Sheng Yinshu initially wanted to refuse, but hearing his little sister's reasoning, it made some sense. He tucked Sheng Zhao under his arm and strode out, ordering the waiting servant to prepare the carriage quickly. Brother, put me down. I can walk. I'm in a hurry. Your legs are too short to walk fast. Outside the city at the pavilion of restful clouds. Cousin Dai, is this true? Did your cousin really skip Prince Ning's poetry gathering to meet his secret lover? Of course it's true. Why else would he turn back midway? He used the poetry gathering as a cover. A man in splendid robes sat in the main seat sipping tea without a word. Does this Sheng boy dare to slight his highness's invitation so casually? Dai Hung shook his head and sighed. He's a concubine's son after all, somewhat uncouth. My aunt cannot discipline him. Using his highness's poetry gathering as a cover for indecent acts. Is Prince Ning's gathering less important than his romantic affairs? This statement caused an uproar. Some noble ladies covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, whispering among themselves. The sons of upright officials were also indignant. Unmarried, yet keeping a secret lover, disrespecting his stepmother, and showing contempt for the imperial family. I will definitely have my father submit a memorial against him. Well, all gathered here to speak ill of my third brother. Dai Yinshu poisoned me, and my brother returned to save me, but Dai Hung slanders him for misconduct. What rotten things the Dai family breeds. Truly birds of a feather. System exactly. Dai Hung himself kept a secret lover, who became pregnant. Fearing his grandfather's punishment, he now shifts the blame to your third brother. Soon the whole capital will know. Even if your brother denies it, people will think he's shirking responsibility. The voice was heard before the person was seen. The crowd, hearing the sound, looked around in confusion. Who was speaking? Wasn't Dai Yinshu the wife of the pacifying northern general? Everyone praised her as virtuous and kind. She actually poisoned her stepdaughter. And Dai Hang's secret lover being pregnant was blamed on Sheng Yinshu. This was too explosive. The young nobles of the capital were usually bored at home. They couldn't miss a secret affair in any household. After all, eating gossip was human nature. A girl of about 12 jumped out of the carriage ahead, followed by none other than Sheng Yinshu, whom they had just been discussing. Hadn't he gone to meet his secret lover? Everyone looked at Dai Hung with strange expressions. Sheng Zhao jumped down and ran straight to Dai Hung, pointing at him angrily. You Dai Hung, what nonsense are you spouting here? My third brother rushed home to see me, and you're here spreading rumors. Saying my third brother keeps a secret lover. My third brother is still an unmarried gentleman who hasn't even held a girl's hand. Tell me, where did that pink handkerchief in your sleeve come from? Sheng Yinshu, thank you for standing up for me, little sister, but can you skip the unmarried gentleman part? Dai Hung was completely stunned, his eyes full of shock. How did she know it was hidden in his sleeve? This cousin was a concubine's daughter from his aunt's household. He rarely saw her, and she was so ill-mannered. Everyone who knew you were this kind of Dai Hung. But wasn't Dai Hung engaged to Su Yin'er, the legitimate daughter of the left vice-censor-in-chief? If the Su family found out, that would be absolutely thrilling. Wasn't Su Yin'er at the poetry gathering today? And nonsense. Do you have any proof? Dai Hang's eyes flickered with guilt as he quickly retorted. Post the poem he composed at today's gathering is the proof. Everyone was puzzled. Someone picked up the poem Dai Hung had written today from the table. Beyond the willows a green kite schemes the water's flight. Deep in the patchouli a pair of swallows return at night. The theme of today's poetry gathering, hosted by the second prince, was spring. Dai Hang's poem not only perfectly fit the scene, but also subtly mentioned Su Yin'er's name. Everyone teased him, saying he was using the opportunity to declare his feelings for his betrothed, wishing to be together with Su Yin'er forever, which made Su Yin'er's face flush red. The young ladies were filled with envy, praising Su Yin'er for finding such an excellent husband. Was there something wrong with the poem? Dai Hang couldn't hear their thoughts and didn't understand why everyone was suddenly fussing over his poem. His heart began to pound with unease. The proof is in the poem. You all think it was written for Miss Su. What if I told you his mistress is named Lu Qingyuan? A bombshell. A colossal bombshell. Beyond the willows a green kite schemes the water's flight. It referred to Lu Qingyuan. So that pair of swallows wasn't about being together with Miss Su. Could it be? A different kind of togetherness. The entire venue erupted into chaos. Exposed publicly, Dai Hang's expression shifted dramatically. He lunged forward to strike Sheng Zhao. You're nothing but a concubine's daughter, yet you dare spout nonsense here. I ought to teach you a lesson on behalf of my aunt. With a single look from the Prince of Ning, his hidden guards immediately stirred. How could Sheng Yinshu allow his little sister to be bullied by such a man? He immediately stepped in front of her, twisting Dai Hang's arm behind his back. It hurts. Sheng Yinshu, how dare you hit me? I'll tell my aunt. Seeing this, the Prince of Ning raised his hand, signaling the guards to hold their positions. This is pure fury born of shame. How despicable. Not only did he fool Miss Su, but he also framed my third brother, and now he wants to hit me. And he's going to tell his aunt. A grown man still running to his auntie. Did she crawl under your bed and push you when you were keeping a mistress? Sheng Yinshu. Everyone. Post while he can't move, take the handkerchief hidden in his sleeve. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to reach out, Sheng Yinshu snatched the handkerchief first. No way was he letting his little sister touch this strange man. Father would beat me to death if he found out. This handkerchief was a gift from Lu Qingyuan embroidered with willows and a green kite. Sheng Yinshu held the handkerchief up for a closer look. It was exactly as described. Not only did he see it, but everyone else did too. What a spectacle! Su Yiner's face was now bright red not from shyness, but from rage. At that moment, she felt that all the earlier envy of the others had turned into mockery. Crash! The teacup was thrown violently to the floor. Su Yiner's hands trembled with anger. Daiheng, I will tell my father of today's events. Our engagement is hereby annulled. She took a moment to compose herself, then turned to Sheng Zhao. I must thank you today, 5th Miss Sheng, for pointing out the green kite. I was nearly tricked into marrying a man of such poor character. I will surely visit your home to express my gratitude another day. It was nothing. Sheng Zhao waved her hand dismissively. After all, I was trying to save my third brother. Su Yiner heard this and almost couldn't stifle a laugh. Her expression softened slightly. This young girl was indeed quite straightforward and endearing. Host, the woman before you is Su Yiner, the legitimate daughter of the left vice-censor-in-chief. Ah, she's a pitiable soul too. Everyone pricked up their ears. A pitiable soul? Sheng Zhao was confused. As the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, one of the noble ladies of the capital, how pitiable could she be? System, after your cousin Daiheng successfully married her, he immediately brought his mistress's son into the mansion. Su Yiner couldn't bear to see her husband's flesh and blood cast out, so she had to swallow her pride and accept it. But then Daiheng grew even more disrespectful towards her and even went so far as to go on. Sheng Zhao was impatient for the rest of the gossip, her curiosity burning fiercely. Tell me. System, he secretly brought the mistress into the house, as well disguising her as a wet nurse to be by Su Yiner's side. Whenever Su Yiner was away, they would conduct their illicit affair. For the thrill of it, they would even do it on Su Yiner's bed, wearing her clothes. That's like a beast inviting another beast home. Pure evil. And then what? Sheng Zhao shot a look of disgust at Daiheng, pressing for more. System, Lu Qingyuan, seeing her own son calling another woman mother, harbored deep resentment. She constantly whispered poison into Daiheng's ear. Together, they plotted to give Su Yiner a sterility potion, rendering her unable to bear children. Daiheng often used this to humiliate her, calling her a barren hen. Su Yiner, believing it was her own fault, felt guilty and registered the mistress's son under her own name as the legitimate heir. But the potion had ruined her health, and within a few years she was dead. In the end, Daiheng used Lu Qingyuan's years of service in raising the legitimate heir as a pretext to marry her as his second wife. Su Yiner's chest heaved violently. She clutched the handkerchief in her hand, feeling the world spin around her. She nearly collapsed, but her maid was quick to support her. Everyone, how could a human do such a thing? They all cast strange looks at Daiheng, actively moving 3 yards away from him. Sheng Zhao, what a scumbag. He poisons the field himself, and then blames it for not growing crops. What a natural-born gaslighter. The Dai family's ancestral graves must be emitting black smoke to produce such a morally bankrupt wretch. If he truly loved his mistress, he shouldn't have ruined Miss Su's life. System, exactly. Right now Daiheng's elders are already at the Su residence. The betrothal gifts have been sent, and the two families are calculating an auspicious date to finalize the wedding. Oh, this is ruining her. How can I tell Su Yiner? Sheng Zhao, this is ruining her. How can I tell Su Yiner? Su Yiner's face was deathly pale. She could only stand by leaning on her maid's arm. She spoke to the gathering. I am feeling unwell today. I shall take my leave and not disturb your enjoyment any longer. She curtsied to the second prince and hurriedly boarded her carriage, leaving without even a glance at Daiheng. Sheng Zhao, Miss Su must be furious about Daiheng's poem. I hope she gets home in time to stop this marriage. Daiheng glared at Sheng Zhao, a flicker of malice in his eyes. She had dared to ruin his plans. He then mounted his horse and chased after Su Yiner. Yiner, let me explain. The poem was just a coincidence. The crowd jeered. Daiheng, with his gentlemanly facade, was truly a beast in human form. If not for Miss Sheng exposing him today, he would have destroyed both Sheng Yinshu and Su Yiner. Third brother, maybe we should go back too. Sheng Zhao's goal for the day was to clear her third brother's name. With that accomplished, she wanted to leave immediately, having no real interest in the poetry gathering. Zhao Zhao, His Highness the Prince of Ning, is present. We must pay our respects. Your Highness. Sheng Zhao began to curtsy. There is no need for formalities. Squeak squeak, so this is the Emperor's second son, the Prince of Ning, Xia Ronghan. He looks handsome and refined, but he's just a secondary male lead. In the end, he dies young, sacrificing himself for the heroine, a maid. We're both pitiful souls. This time it was Sheng Yinshu who could barely stand. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. He closed his eyes and secretly tugged at his little sister's sleeve. Sis, please don't get your brother killed. Everyone held their breath, secretly watching the Prince of Ning's expression. This little concubine's daughter of the Sheng family was far too bold. How dare she say the Prince of Ning would die young? Xia Ronghan harbored doubts within his heart. He was about to explode in anger, but found himself unable to speak, suddenly feeling suffocated. What second male led? What maid? He, the Ning prince, how could he sacrifice himself for a mere maid? But judging from just now seen, Sheng Wuxiaji's inner voice seemed genuine. To be safe, he sent away all the maids in his mansion upon returning. No. Send them all to the crown prince's mansion. Third brother, why are you pulling me? System, perhaps he wants to go back early. Sheng Yinshu. Not true. Host, there's gossip about the Ning prince. Want to eat it? Yes. Sheng Yinshu felt uneasy on his scalp, wishing he could return earlier instead. Everyone saw that today's main event had ended and couldn't wait to rush back to share this juicy gossip with friends who hadn't attended the poetry gathering. Now hearing there was news about the Ning Prince. Oh, what's happening? Why can't I walk my feet? The Ning Prince looked at everyone's pretense utterly speechless. However, he had always conducted himself uprightly throughout the years. What was there to fear? The Ning Prince loved hand-torn chicken immensely. The old kitchen cook responsible for cooking at his mansion thought tearing chicken took too long and found it troublesome. Instead, she would gnaw directly on the whole chicken, bite off a piece, spit it onto the plate, then repeat. Unaware of everything, the Ning Prince only found her shredded chicken especially fragrant each time, deliberately ordering her to shred it, until 2 of the old cook's teeth fell out. Ning Prince suddenly felt nauseous, would never want to hear about hand-torn chicken again in this lifetime. That's too disgusting, isn't it? Essentially, the Ning Prince ate the old cook's saliva for so long. How sad he must feel upon knowing the truth. The crowd eating melon turned away, suppressing their laughter, yet trembling shoulders betrayed them even to the informed Ning Prince. He could only gaze resentfully at Sheng Zhao. System, it wasn't over. The tooth the old cook knocked off fell right into the soup brewed specially for the Ning Prince. Afraid he'd blame her if he discovered it, she reached barehanded into the soup to retrieve it. Result, not noticing how scalding the soup was, she burned her hand. The Ning Prince assumed it was an accident from cooking and even rewarded her with silver as medical expenses. Sheng Zhao, so the old cook suffered occupational injury. Better not tell the Ning Prince. If he doesn't know, he won't be disgusted. The Ning Prince looked at everyone, glancing once more at Sheng Zhao. He already figured out what to do, didn't he? Replace all the kitchen cooks immediately from now on. No maids allowed inside the mansion anymore, no old women either. How dare someone feed him torn chicken and make him drink soup full of an old lady's tooth bubbles? Pa yue, the Ning Prince gagged thinking about it. What's wrong with the Ning Prince? Sheng Zhao noticed the sudden change in the Ning Prince's demeanor and asked curiously. System, perhaps he's unwell. It's windy here, haven't others been shivering from the cold? Everyone, they were clearly shaking from laughing. By the way, the Ning Prince has another big gossip. Hosts want to hear it. Sheng Zhao was about to respond when the Ning Prince feared she might say something embarrassing and quickly stopped him. I'm weary. Today's poetry gathering shall disband. Sheng Yinshu observed carefully and swiftly pulled his younger sister aside. Your Highness is right. We're both exhausted today, let's return. Sheng Zhao nodded. With third brother's matter resolved, she wished to stay no longer here. The Ning Prince breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing Sheng Wuxiaji leave, there was no more gossip to discuss, so people gradually departed. The next day, Palace Hall of Mental Cultivation. Minister Sheng, we haven't met in 2 years. Your chess skills have improved considerably. Emperor Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, then placed a chess piece down. All thanks to your Majesty's previous guidance. I merely imitated a bit. Ambade Jiangjin, Sheng Huaisu bowed respectfully and smiled with amusement. You have a way with words. This recent decisive victory in that border region, whatever reward you desire, speak freely. Your Majesty glanced up at the general before him. I merely followed your Majesty's orders. How dare I claim credit? I only wish to continue serving your Majesty. Oh, you. Emperor Jingyan chuckled, shaking his head. Yesterday the Ning Prince came to court and told me an amusing story, one concerning your Sheng family. Sheng Huaisu looked at Emperor Jingyan in confusion. Concerning our Sheng family. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Could those little rascals at home have caused trouble again? Even reached your Majesty's ears. You're fortunate, minister, raising such a good daughter. Even at such a young age, she stood up to defend her elder brother. Truly embodies the spirit of a warrior's daughter. Emperor Jingyan smiled faintly. Yesterday the Ning Prince recounted everything vividly. From the scene at the gathering, praising that minor concubine's daughter as interesting, adding, she was quite extraordinary. When pressed further on exactly what made her extraordinary, he hesitated and couldn't explain properly. Rarely did the Ning Prince show such interest in any woman, which piqued his curiosity somewhat. Sheng Huaisu pondered deeply. The family's 3 daughters, the second had entered the palace, the fourth seldom interacted with her half-brother. Only the 5th daughter could have defended her elder brother. Zhao Zhao, what mischief has that girl gotten into this time? My child is unruly, embarrassing your Majesty and the Ning Prince. I'll discipline her thoroughly upon returning home. Though Sheng Huaisu spoke thus, a gentle smile inevitably surfaced on his face whenever thinking of his youngest daughter, coming straight to pay respects upon returning to the capital without first visiting home. A good child indeed, minister. You needn't blame her too severely. Your concubine's health has deteriorated lately. Naturally, she misses her family. I recall your concubine shares the same mother as your youngest daughter. Why not invite her to visit the palace to accompany her sister for a few days? Emperor Jingyan proposed. Sheng Huaisu dared not refuse and readily agreed. After bestowing numerous rewards, including 10,000 taels of gold, thousands bolts of brocade, a mansion, and various treasures loaded onto carriages. Upon exiting the palace gates, Sheng Huaisu immediately whispered confidentially to his loyal guard Qingjue beside him, quickly inquire what truly happened yesterday. Yes, General. Qingjue received orders and instantly vanished into distance atop horseback. Once inside carriage, Sheng Huaisu felt somewhat worried. That girl Zhao Zhao, born without biological mother, perhaps doted too much. Always mischievous since childhood. Hopefully, she hasn't brought herself into trouble this time. Sheng Residence Ruishuan Pavilion. Mother, this Sheng Zhao truly brings disaster. We should have acted sooner. Now look, she didn't die, but ruined cousin's marriage plans. Sheng Rui faced full of anger, brows tightly furrowed, pacing angrily within room. Father will return from audience soon, making things harder afterward. Sheng Rui glanced toward Dai Yunshu, calmly sipping tea nearby, ran over and sat beside her. Mom, how can you still have composure to drink tea? Cousin promised me, after marrying Su Yen, or Su family would introduce me to eldest master. They're connected by marriage. Now the Su and Dai families are at odds. You have no idea how ugly it got at the Su residence yesterday. They outright expelled the Dai family along with the betrothal gifts. If the He family hears of this, won't they look down on the Dai family even more? What will become of me then? Sheng Rui inwardly blamed her mother. Why did she have to be born a Dai? All she wanted now was to sever ties with the Dai family, so that young master he would not despise her because of them. Mother, say something. Sheng Rui stamped her foot in frustration. Dai Yunshu stood up and patted her daughter's back soothingly. My dear, why do you think your mother wanted to kill those two little wretches? Your elder brother was frail and passed away. The only male heir in the Sheng family is Sheng Yunshu, and he is not close to us. If your father were to die on the battlefield, wouldn't the entire Sheng family fall under his control? Would he tolerate our presence? I had already planned to eliminate those two bastards. With no heir to the general's mansion, I would persuade your father to adopt your cousin Daihong. That way the entire mansion would remain in our hands. When that time comes, not just young master he, but even the princes would be within your reach. Dai Yunshu let out a cold sneer, a flicker of ruthlessness in her eyes. That vile concubine Shui and all her wretched offspring were just like her. Even in death, they managed to be a nuisance. She recalled how to prevent that woman's child from being born before hers, and inviting ridicule, she had secretly taken labor-inducing herbs to deliver her son prematurely. But the child had been born weak and frail, and had not survived infancy. This had always been a thorn in her heart. If that woman hadn't conceived around the same time as her, she would never have risked taking those herbs. It was all that woman's fault. She had killed her child. The hatred in Dai Yunshu's eyes at this moment seemed ready to materialize, startling even Sheng Rui. Mother, what a brilliant scheme. If she could marry a prince, even young master he would have to bow to her. He always ignored her, and even defended that little slut Sheng Zhao. When that day came, she would make him kneel. Madam, fourth Miss, the general has returned. He should be at the mansion gate soon. The maid stationed at the gate, seeing the general's carriage approaching in the distance, rushed in to report. Rui, come with your mother to welcome your father. Dai Yunshu said, then turned to instruct the maid. Where is the fifth miss? Madam, the fifth miss is still asleep. Then let her sleep. No one is to wake her. A cold glint flashed in Dai Yunshu's eyes, a sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. At the Sheng Mansion front hall. The general is back. Quickly, what are you all standing around for? Go and help unload the goods. Dai Yunshu directed the servants. I have kept you waiting, madam. Sheng Huaisu felt a warmth in his heart, seeing his family waiting for him at the gate as he arrived. He had been away on campaign for 2 years. Father, we have been waiting for you here for 2 hours. Our eyes are strained from watching. Sheng Rui quickly went forward, clinging to her father's arm, and acting coquettishly. Haha, I have troubled you, madam and Rui. The chests are filled with treasures bestowed by his majesty. Pick whatever you like. Overjoyed, Sheng Rui ran over to browse the treasures. Where are Zhao Zhao and Yanshu? Sheng Huaisu looked around, but didn't see the other two children. Oh, fifth sister is still sleeping. I told her father was coming back and asked her to come greet you, but she lost her temper at me, saying no one was worth her getting up for, and even kicked me out. Third brother is nowhere to be seen. He's probably out playing again. Sheng Rui said nonchalantly, her hands still busy picking out treasures. Father Zhao Zhao was ill yesterday and is still recovering. Didn't mother and fourth sister know that? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Sheng Yanshu's face was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on Sheng Rui. These two venomous women tried to kill Zhao Zhao, ruin my reputation, and now they want to sow discord in front of father. Ill. She went to the poetry gathering yesterday. Father, you don't know fifth sister had no shame, she even. Sheng Rui was about to tattle, but Sheng Huaisu interrupted. Zhao Zhao is ill. I'll go see her. Madam, please have some food prepared. We'll have a family meal together. With that he strode away, adding, I already know about yesterday's poetry gathering. Zhao Zhao did nothing wrong. Even his majesty praised her. Sheng Rui and Dai Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She went uninvited to the second prince's poetry gathering and talked about things like a kept mistress. It was a complete disgrace to the general's mansion. And on top of that, she ruined her cousin's marriage. And the emperor praised her. Was he senile? Dai Yunshu signaled her to shut up with a look, but Sheng Rui was even angrier. She had wanted to complain to her father, but ended up having to swallow her grievance. At the Sheng Mansion Zhanyu residence. Hey. Let me tell you, our mansion's firewood keeper Chunda has a childhood sweetheart who works as a maid in the capital. Chunda writes love letters to her every day and asks Dong who handles our shopping errands, to deliver them. Guess what happened? Fifth Miss, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. It turns out the sweetheart never received a single letter. Dong had been intercepting them all because she's had a secret crush on Chunda for 2 years. The sweetheart thought Chunda had forgotten her and said she was going back to her hometown to marry someone else. They're in a big fight now. Oh my. No wonder Chunda has been in a bad mood lately. He didn't even eat dinner yesterday. The maids and servants gasped, covering their mouths. You know Boss Qian of the Qinji restaurant. He owed gambling debts and pawned his wife off to a brothel, the Red Jade Pavilion. He said it was for 3 days, and he'd come to redeem her within that time. But his wife was beautiful, uninhibited, and played the pipa beautifully. She's now the top courtesan at the Red Jade Pavilion and refuses to go back. As Sheng Huaisu entered the courtyard, he saw a crowd chattering away, and in the very center was his sick little daughter. She certainly didn't look sick. And that widow who sells tofu on East Street, she deliberately walks past blacksmith Lu's shop 800 times a day. Yesterday the blacksmith's wife got so angry she dumped a ton of salt into her tofu. But the customers ended up praising the tofu for being salty and flavorful, and her business got even better. The pregnant blacksmith's wife was so furious she started bleeding. Sheng Huaisu and Xiao Lian, the cook at the Jadeite Pavilion, she and a waiter were in love and planned to elope at the 5th watch. But, ahem. The sudden cough behind her startled Sheng Zhao. Oh my god. Seeing that the newcomer was the general himself, the maids and servants looked as if they had seen a ghost. They grabbed their tools and scattered in all directions. Squeak squeak, is this my cheap father? Wasn't he supposed to be the famously handsome, jade-faced general in his youth? Where did this bearded bandit come from? Sheng Huaisu. It was simply that I hadn't had time to groom myself. Hadn't the emperor summoned me back to the palace immediately upon returning to the capital? Now that I've returned home, I rushed to see my daughter. Is she really that ugly? You ungrateful little brat. We haven't seen each other for years, and you don't recognize your father anymore. What? Where did that voice just come from? Sheng Huaishu looked left and right. His daughter hadn't opened her mouth at all. Zhao Zhao you. He was about to ask, but in an instant he felt his throat blocked, and even his breathing stopped. He couldn't breathe in or out, as if he were about to suffocate to death in the next second. He immediately abandoned his questioning, and his breathing became much smoother. Father, what did you say? Sheng Zhao bowed before her father and asked obediently. What is this bandit doing, wanting to speak, but stopping? Sheng Huaishu. So two-faced. System Zhao Zhao, you're so smart. Your biological father Sheng Huaishu had just returned to the capital after winning a battle and came straight to see you upon arriving home. It seems he isn't as heartless as the original text described. He still cares about you. Sheng Huaishu, whose voice is this? What original text? So what? According to the plot, I'm just a cannon fodder. I won't even last a year before being pushed out to block the heroine's blade and die. Sheng Huaishu understood even less and raised his hand to touch his daughter's forehead. It seemed she wasn't fully recovered yet. Could this daughter have become foolish? How could he ever face his deceased wife when young? Zhao Zhao, your third brother said you're sick. Is there anything else that's bothering you? Sheng Huaishu gazed intently at his daughter's face and asked with concern. Father, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Sheng Zhao grinned at him. He only felt she was becoming even more foolish. Father, as long as your wife doesn't poison me again, I'll be jumping around alive. Sheng Huaishu, oh no. She must be feverish and talking nonsense. System host, bad news. Your father brought back a capable assistant named Du Kong. He met the heroine who was still a maid at the general's mansion, fell in love at first sight, and remained loyal to her. She is a popular little loyal dog in the original book, protecting the heroine multiple times during crises and later framing the general's mansion with charges of treason. Damn it. Quick, think of a way to stop them from meeting. Sheng Huaishu's heart skipped a beat. What does colluding with the enemy mean in his daughter's thoughts? He is loyal to the great Jing, how could he collude with the enemy? If he is indeed framed by malicious people, the entire Sheng family will face catastrophe. Cold sweat poured down his back. Du Kong was someone he had rescued during his expedition. Seeing Du Kang's exceptional martial arts skills, he kept him in the army. His name had never been revealed to anyone else except himself. In the army, he used the name Lu Qi. How did she know about Du Kong? Could it be that her inner thoughts are true? Oh no, host, your father has set up several banquets for his close confidants at the mansion. There aren't enough people in the front hall, so your stepmother has arranged for all the maids in the mansion to serve food. They are about to meet. What should I do? What should I do? I need to make an excuse to get my father to give me the maid first, then stop them from meeting. Father, yesterday my Yunling brocade dress got torn when I stepped off the carriage. I remember there's a maid named Guan Yue in Fourth Sister's courtyard who is skilled in needlework. I'd like to ask her to come and mend it for me. Could you help me make this request, Father? Sheng Zhao looked at Sheng Huaishu with pleading eyes, but in her heart, she urgently thought, quickly agree, quickly agree. If they meet, the general's mansion will be exterminated. Sheng Huaishu looked at his daughter's sincere eyes and listened to her wild inner thoughts. This feeling was so dissonant. If your courtyard lacks personnel, you can arrange for this maid to serve in your room. Sheng Huaishu held back a laugh and patted his daughter's head on the head. Yay, Father, you're awesome. I think you're handsome now, not like a bandit at all. Sheng Zhao was very happy and immediately went to intercept the person. Sheng Huaishu watched his daughter's retreating figure while holding her skirt, touching his stubble with a look of pride. Zhao Zhao said, I'm handsome. Even with stubble, I'm handsome. Father, eat this. Sheng Rui put a large piece of meat into Sheng Huaishu's bowl. Sheng Huaishu smiled so widely that his mouth couldn't close. Good, thank you, Rui, you eat too. Sheng Zhao glanced at Sheng Rui, who was fawning excessively. Her fourth sister was probably plotting something. Could she lose? Absolutely not. Sheng Zhao placed a chicken wing in Sheng Yinshu's bowl. Third brother, eat this. Sheng Yinshu, suddenly being pampered by his little sister, suppressed a laugh. Good, thank you, Zhao Zhao, you eat too. Sheng Rui. Sheng Huaishu. Dai Yunshu's fingers holding the chopsticks left deep indentations on the meat as she exchanged glances with Sheng Rui, as if nonchalantly mentioning, Zhao Zhao has become much more sensible these days. I heard even the emperor praised her. Indeed, by the way, Zhao Zhao, your second sister is pregnant. She is expected to give birth soon. The emperor said she has been in poor appetite lately, and he wants you to go to the palace to accompany your second sister. Later someone will pack some clothes for you, and you can stay in the palace for a few days. Upon hearing the mention of the emperor from Dai Yunshu, Sheng Huaishu suddenly remembered the emperor's instructions. Oh, I understand, father. Sheng Zhao nodded and took another bite of braised pork. Dai Yunshu's fingers dug into the meat, barely maintaining her outward smile. Why? Why should the daughter born of that lowly concubine be pregnant? A mere concubine's daughter, how could she not be crushed by those people in the palace? She took a deep breath and smiled. Zhao Zhao, your cousin Dai Heng has a classmate whose family is in the cloth business. I think you two would be a good match. If you marry into that family, you will have a comfortable life. Would you like me to arrange a meeting for you? Sheng Huaishu frowned upon hearing this. How old is Zhao Zhao? Her elder brothers and sisters haven't married, yet why the rush? Dai Yunshu had already prepared how to respond. It's not about marrying right away now. We can make an engagement first, right? I'm doing this for Zhao Zhao's own good. Nowadays, which parents don't arrange matches for their children in advance? Dai Yunshu spoke with confidence, appearing as a loving mother who only cared about her child's well-being. System host, could what she said be about Dai Heng's classmate named Duan Zhuojuan? That person is 10 years older than the host. He also entered his brother's room to harass his sister-in-law, and his brother broke his leg, making him a cripple. But now he has more than one leg. Host, do you know why? Why? Tell me quickly. Sheng Zhao asked urgently. System, because he is unmarried, but all the maids in his household have affairs with him. He has countless legs. You didn't hear it wrong, all of them. Even the old maids weren't spared. Sheng Zhao spit out a chicken bone and rolled her eyes. Bastard. I knew this old hag was up to no good. She's not trying to poison me, is she? Another scheme. Dai Heng tried to frame my third brother's reputation and failed, losing a good marriage as a result. He even wants to kill me. What kind of good person could I possibly marry? Sheng Yunshu let out a cold snort. Every single member of the Dai family was utterly relentless. Were they determined to torment only him and his sister? What a pipe dream. As long as he was around, there was no way he would allow his little sister to marry a man like that. If mother speaks so highly of him, why not arrange for fourth sister to marry him? Zhao Zhao is still 2 years younger than her. It's hardly proper for a younger sister to be betrothed before her elder sister. Sheng Yunshu couldn't hold back any longer. He had to needle her with a bit of sarcasm. Exactly. If he's such a fine catch, then he should be reserved for fourth sister. Tomorrow I'll send fourth sister's birth chart over. It's settled then. Old hag trying to trap me. I'll go deliver it tomorrow. Knowing the inside story, Sheng Rui watched Sheng Zhao's antics and seethed with silent fury. She was the legitimate daughter of the Sheng mansion, destined to marry a prince. What about me? Don't thank me. Sheng Huaisu listened to his daughter's inner thoughts, their truthfulness ambiguous. In his heart, he had always believed his wife to be gentle and virtuous, treating all the children in the household well. How could she harbor such schemes? He narrowed his eyes and asked Dai Yunshu, this schoolmate you mentioned, what is his name? Dai Yunshu's heart leaped with joy at this question. It seemed the general was softening. There was hope. His name is Duan Zhuojuan. He has an elder brother. Smack. In the next moment, Sheng Huaisu hurled the chopsticks from his hand to the floor with a violent crash, pointing a finger at her. Put away your despicable tricks. Zhao Zhao's marriage will be decided by me, her father. You will not interfere. Dai Yunshu was startled by his outburst, quickly forcing a placating smile to soothe him. If you won't see him, then so be it. There's no need for such anger. I only thought that the Duan boy is a legitimate son, and Zhao Zhao would be a proper wife if she married him. After all, she is but a concubine's daughter, and it's hard to find a good match for her. Bang! Sheng Huaisu slammed his hand onto the table. A single blow from the seasoned general split the wooden table in two. Silence. Do not speak of this again. Zhao Zhao is my daughter, Sheng Huaisu's. No matter what, I will not allow you to casually marry her off to just anyone. If you are so fond of this match, you can remarry him yourself. General, how can you treat me this way? I bore you children. My Qing'er died in my arms when he was so young. And now you want to send me back to my parents' home. Even Qing'er would not rest easy in the underworld. Whoa. Dai Yunshu's tears flowed on command. Sheng Rui quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe them away. Mother, don't cry. Father may not remember big brother, but I do. Her face showed grievance, but hatred festered in her heart. That wretch was only able to marry into the family by riding on her mother's coattails. The mongrel she bore was nothing more than a concubine's daughter. If she wasn't allowed to say it, she would say it all the more. Concubine's daughter. Concubine's daughter. Forever a concubine's daughter. Hearing her mention his deceased eldest son Qing'er, Sheng Huaisu felt a pang of reluctance, and a trace of loneliness crept into his expression. He had spoken too harshly just now. What is Sheng Rui crying about so hypocritically? Big brother died when he was only 3 months old. Has she even seen him to claim she remembers him? System, your father doesn't know yet, but his eldest son Qing'er and her fourth daughter are not his biological children. Sheng Zhao, what? Tell me more. Sheng Huaisu was stunned, feeling the world spin around him. His daughter's inner thoughts had been proven true many times, forcing him to doubt. Sheng Yunshu quickly steadied his father. From his father's reaction, it seemed he could also hear his little sister's thoughts. He looked at his father, a flicker of worry crossing his face. System actually before Dai Yunshu married into the family, your father and your mother Cui Shuwen were already deeply in love and had pledged their lives to each other. But Cui Shuwen was only a farmer's daughter while your father was already a young and accomplished general. The Sheng family absolutely refused to consent. Your father was stubborn too. If he couldn't marry her, he would never marry at all as a form of rebellion. Sheng Zhao silently gave her father a thumbs up in her heart. She didn't know her father had been so bold in his youth. Then one day, when your father returned victorious to the capital, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights took one look at him on the street and fell for him. She went home and insisted on marrying him, but your father refused. The Dai family investigated and quickly learned about your father and the farmer's daughter. To force your father into submission, the Sheng and Dai families conspired together, threatening Cui Shuwen's life. Your father had no choice. In the end, a compromise was reached. He married Dai Yunshu as his principal wife and took Cui Shuwen as a concubine. Sheng Huaisu's heart was filled with emotion as he heard her mention the events of over 20 years ago. He had always felt guilty for not being able to give Wen Yang the position of principal wife. And then, system after they both entered the household, your father's heart was always with your mother. Naturally, he visited her courtyard more often. Concubine Cui soon became pregnant. Fearing that concubine Cui would bear a son and steal the position of the eldest son, Dai Yunshu went back to her parents' home, crying every day. Her family advised her to on one hand find a way to make concubine Cui miscarry, and on the other hand to find a surrogate to get pregnant herself as soon as possible. Shocked by such explosive gossip, Sheng Zhao was astounded. Holy crap, my dad was cuckolded that early. Sheng Huaisu clenched his fists tightly, restraining himself from exploding. He just wanted to understand everything clearly now. That's right, host. The surrogate was a guard from the Dai family, strong and virile. Dai Yunshu got pregnant on the first try, but she was still a month behind concubine Cui. The general took very good care of concubine Cui. Her courtyard was guarded like an iron bucket, so Dai Yunshu couldn't get to her. So she targeted herself. She took a massive dose of labor-inducing medicine before her child was full term, just to give birth to the eldest son before concubine Cui. As you know, the eldest son was born prematurely, was weak and sickly, and didn't survive to grow up. Your father was often away on campaigns, and when he was home, he went to your mother's courtyard. Dai Yunshu, lonely and lustful, would seek out that guard. She even arranged for him to be stationed in her own courtyard. His name is Zhao Feng. Your fourth sister Sheng Rui is also his child. Just yesterday, before your father returned, they were still entangled in passion. Sheng Zhao's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Good heavens! Sheng Rui is also the guard's child. Does she know herself? She's known since she was very young. She calls him little father in private. Little father. Ugh, did they make that term up themselves? Sheng Zhao looked at her father with pity. Little father. I've only ever heard of a little mother. This is my first time hearing of a little father. No wonder those two are so malicious, poisoning me every day. How am I supposed to let my father know? System Dai Yunshu's belly band is kept close to Zhao Feng's person. Zhao Feng visits her room so often he might as well move in. He's left several pairs of his underpants in her room. She can't even tell which are Zhao Feng's and which are your father's. How about you go take a look? Sheng Zhao's head was spinning. Then I'll have to find an excuse to search Dai Yunshu's room. A belly band and underpants. I'm still just a child. I truly worry myself sick for my father. Sheng Huaisu glared at Dai Yunshu with burning anger. Over the years, though he had missed Wen Yang deeply, he had never mistreated this wife. After all, she had been his legitimate consort, and he had felt entirely at ease in trusting the household to her. He had spared no effort in providing her with the proper dignity and status that befit a wife. Wen Yang had passed away many years ago, yet he had always wished to live harmoniously with her. In the dead of night, when he awoke from dreams, he often recalled his eldest son Qing'er's untimely death, which left him racked with sorrow. Now he was being told that Qing'er was not his. If Qing'er were still alive, he would be well into his 20s. So had she been carrying on an affair with someone else for over 2 decades? What about Sheng Rui? Had he ever treated her poorly? Had she manipulated him so completely? To call him little father was truly a disgrace. She had even poisoned Zhao Zhao, colluding with the Dai family to ruin Sheng'er's reputation. How dare she? Did she truly believe the Sheng family was at the mercy of the Dai family? Sheng Yunshu witnessed his father's fury and signaled to his younger sister, but dared not speak. Dai Yunshu could not understand why General Sheng looked at her with such intensity, as if he were about to devour her alive. She felt a strange unease in her heart, though she could not quite explain why. In the past, if she had done something wrong, merely mentioning Qing'er would soften his heart. Why was it not working this time? Could it be? Impossible. How could he have discovered this after all these years? It is inconceivable. System, host, your father is still unaware. Your mother's death is also connected to Dai Yunshu. During your mother's difficult childbirth, she bribed the midwife, causing her to bleed to death. These words struck like lightning, shattering the minds of Sheng Zhao, her father, and her brother. They felt as though their brains were ringing. Sheng Huaisu nearly collapsed, his eyes suddenly filling with shame that flooded his entire being. Was Wen Yang also killed by her? Wen Yang. He had invited a wolf into his home, harming Wen Yang, and had lived alongside a murderer for so many years. How could he ever face Wen Yang after he passed? He looked at Dai Yunshu, his eyes burning with hatred that seemed ready to transform into a sword to pierce her heart. This wicked woman had not only harmed Wen Yang, but also sought to harm Wen Yang's child. She must not be allowed to live. He restrained his son, who was about to rush forward, signaling him not to reveal that Zhao Zhao had voiced her thoughts. Someone in the capital sent me a message stating that the Sheng family's matriarch poisoned a concubine's daughter, and the poison was hidden in the madam's room. Guards, search the madam's quarters and restore her honor. Sheng Huaisu suppressed his emotions and regained his composure, calling over the guards who had been standing at a distance. He locked eyes with Sheng Yinshu and said word by word, "Yinshu, you lead the team inside. Leave no corner unsearched. If you find anyone, arrest them immediately." Sheng Yinshu understood immediately and led the group straight to his legitimate mother's inner chambers. "What are you doing? This is slander, General. How could I possibly poison Zhao Zhao? I treat Zhao Zhao as my own daughter." Dai Yunshu watched as a crowd rushed in, feeling something was deeply wrong, yet she could not quite articulate it. Who had leaked the news about the poisoning? Regardless of how they searched, they would not find any evidence. She had already cleaned everything up. System, host, a guard is trying to escape from the back courtyard by climbing over the wall. It's Zhao Feng. You wretch, this is the perfect opportunity to catch them in the act. We cannot let him escape. If they caught him and accidentally found the undergarment evidence, her father would know everything. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to rush into the courtyard, Sheng Huaisu's guard Qingjue brought out a middle-aged man. "General, this man's behavior is suspicious. As we entered, he was attempting to flee over the wall." Qingjue forced the man to kneel on the ground. Dai Yunshu and Sheng Rui recognized the man being held, their hearts leaping into their throats. Sheng Rui tightly gripped her mother's hand, her heart pounding wildly. What should they do? "It is little father." System, host, this is Dai Yunshu's lover. Well, I didn't even need to lift a finger. He walked right into our trap. Now all we need is for my father to search his body. Zhao Feng knelt on the ground, seeing the crying Dai Yunshu and the furious general, his legs trembling. His first instinct was that his affair with the general's matriarch had been exposed. "It's all over. Everything is over. Please spare my life, General." He began to plead, but Dai Yunshu interrupted him abruptly. "General, I swear on heaven that I did not poison Zhao Zhao. If even a trace of poison is found on me, may I never die well." "What? Searching for poison? So this wasn't about catching them in the act after all." Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. "Father, if we search for poison, we'll find it. He's been acting suspiciously. He doesn't look like a decent person." Sheng Zhao pointed at him. "Search him." Sheng Huaisu looked at his wife, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Qingjue searched the man thoroughly, but found nothing. "General, I am innocent. Someone must be trying to frame me. I beg you to investigate carefully." A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes as he crawled forward and knelt before Sheng Huaisu, begging for mercy. Sheng Huaisu felt puzzled. Qingjue was his most trusted guard. He could never be wrong. Could it be that Zhao Zhao's inner thoughts were mistaken? Sheng Zhao was also confused. How could the system make a mistake? "System, Gigi, what's happening? Are you lagging? Why didn't you find the undergarment you mentioned?" "System, host, he was wearing the undergarment directly against his skin. Of course, it couldn't be found." Sheng Huaisu. Sheng Zhao. Pervert. "Father, perhaps he sewed the poison into his undergarment. Should we strip him and search again?" Sheng Zhao racked her brain to come up with this excuse. Even she found it absurd. Would her father believe it? Strip him? Search again? Sheng Huaisu complied eagerly. Sheng Zhao was taken aback, but had to admit to herself, "It seems my father is truly determined to find the poison." Now Zhao Feng was truly panicked. Although he was certain he had no poison, he knew that since the general had returned, he could no longer visit Yunshu's room. He had decided to wear Yunshu's undergarment close to his body at all times to feel her scent. If he were stripped, he would not survive the night. He could only desperately signal to Dai Yunshu, but she did not understand his gesture, for she had never imagined he would wear her undergarment against his skin. Dai Yunshu believed the general was determined to search for poison, and there could be none on Zhao Feng's person. She felt completely relaxed now. Search away. If they do not find the poison, the general will know she has been wronged. Then with a few tears and a mention of Qing'er, she would have whatever she wanted. Since the general is convinced there is poison on him, strip him and search thoroughly. Dai Yunshu resumed the demeanor of a household matriarch. She cast a knowing look at Zhao Feng, saying, "Zhao, do not worry. I am certain the general would never wrong a good person." Zhao Feng wished he could faint away. Worry about what? We're both going to die soon. Qingju could also hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts, understanding that the general wasn't looking for poison, but rather evidence of his wife's adultery. He swiftly stripped off Zhao Feng's guard uniform and undergarments. A large red belly band was tightly bound to his upper body, embroidered with 2 golden characters that were strikingly clear. Yinshu. Qingju's movements were too fast, leaving Sheng Zhao no time to react. She let out a startled cry, but still remembered to put on an act. "Oh my God! Why are you wearing my mother's belly band? Could it be that you and my mother?" Zhao Feng's face turned deathly pale. A chill seemed to spread from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Gigi, look. A grown man wearing a red belly band. How perverted. Wearing the mistress's belly band like a turtle wearing a flower crown. "Host, you are so brilliant. Gigi adores you." Sheng Huaisu. Qingju. Dai Yunshu had fainted the moment the belly band was revealed. Sheng Ru held her anxiously, calling out, "Mother! Mother! Father, it has nothing to do with mother. He stole the belly band. You must believe mother." Sheng Ru knew the secret was exposed. Although Zhao Feng was her biological father, he was merely a guard without power or influence. Anyone with common sense knew which side to choose. As long as Zhao Feng died, and everything was pinned on him, she would still be the sole legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. Father, kill him now. He stole my mother's belly band. My mother knew nothing. He is nothing but a lecher. Kill him. Sheng Huaisu looked at this daughter he had doted on for over a decade, a profound disappointment washing over him. Zhao Feng saw the blade in General Sheng's hand. He hadn't expected that upon the revelation of their affair his own daughter would be the first to call for his death, just to preserve her own wealth and status. His face streaked with tears, he asked in a trembling voice, "Ru, do you not want your little father anymore?" Sheng Zhao, I really don't have time to play along with your drama. At that moment Sheng Yanshu arrived carrying an armful of undergarments. Seeing a half-naked man in a red belly band gave him a start as well. Father, these were found in her room. He threw the undergarments onto Zhao Feng's head. Gag this adulterer and this bastard child. Sheng Yanshu shoved the undergarments into their mouths. Their eyes were wide with terror, letting out muffled cries. Knowing what her father intended, Sheng Zhao volunteered eagerly, Let me. She fetched a basin of water and splashed it onto Dai Yanshu's face, who finally stirred back to consciousness. You old hag, committing adultery, bearing a bastard, and poisoning my mother. They've confessed to everything. Seeing the two bound and kneeling on the ground, a chill ran down Dai Yanshu's spine, and a wave of despair washed over her. They had even confessed to poisoning Cui Shuewen. Suddenly she burst into loud laughter, pointing at Sheng Huaisu and hurling abuse, the hatred in her eyes almost overflowing. Sheng Huaisu, you heartless beast. I am your rightful wife. That Cui Shuewen was nothing but a lowly wench, yet she dared to try and overshadow me by bearing your eldest son. I am the mistress of the Sheng family. My son died, and she thought she could still bear a child. Not a chance. The night she died, the poison. You brewed it for her with your own hands. The one who killed her was you. It was you. And Qing'er. The Qing'er you mourn and pray for every year, the Ru you've spoiled since childhood. Neither of them is yours. Sheng Huaisu, doesn't it feel exceptionally thrilling to raise another man's children? Thinking of the deceased Qing, there was no affection in her eyes, only the thrill of revenge. And those bastards of that wench. It's their good fortune I didn't succeed in killing them. Every time they called me mother, I felt like vomiting. Those bastards of Cui Shuewen worthy of calling me mother. Her hatred surged to her head, her face contorted, and her eyes fixed on Sheng Zhao and her brother like a venomous snake. Knowing the full truth, Sheng Huaisu's eyes turned bloodshot, a murderous intent simmering within. He drew the blade from Qing Ju's side. Slap. Sheng Zhao rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap first. You old hag. My father and mother were deeply in love. If you hadn't shamelessly threatened my mother, who would have married you? 20 years playing the usurper, and you actually think you were his true love? You're nothing but a bastard who kept a lover on the side. Fuming, Sheng Zhao gave her a matching slap on the right cheek for symmetry. What? Not playing the loving mother today? Enjoying the glory of being the general's wife in public while carrying on a 20-year affair with a guard in private. Now you act as if you're the victim. I bet only you know the sweetness of it all. Someone like you, even in the halls of Yama, they'd have to set up a special oil cauldron just for you. Hearing Sheng Zhao's tirade, Sheng Huaisu calmed down. According to the law, a long-term adulterous relationship resulting in offspring warrants death by strangulation. Poisoning a child is a crime deserving of death by 1,000 cuts. Even your father cannot save you. Send her to the Ministry of Justice. He waved his hand, all the energy seeming to drain from his body, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. Dai Yanshu's face was ashen. She had been proud her whole life, getting whatever she wanted. How could she become a prisoner? No. She would not go to the Ministry of Justice. She would not let those people laugh at her. She stared fixedly at the wall in front of her, and while everyone was distracted, she charged headfirst into it. MMPH. The two with their mouths gagged struggled to scream, but could only manage muffled sounds. Sheng Huaisu looked at Dai Yanshu's lifeless body on the ground with a complex expression, but granted her a final shred of dignity. Guard Zhao Feng for poisoning the mistress of the Sheng family to death shall be executed on the spot. The next second, Qing Ju's blade sliced across his neck. Blood splattered onto Sheng Ruyi's face. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, yet a sliver of hope remained. Her father had always doted on her. He surely wouldn't kill her. Sheng family's adopted daughter Sheng Ruyi is to be sent to the Duan family immediately. He looked at the daughter he had raised for years. Your mother spent so long carefully selecting this excellent marriage, it would be a waste to let it go. Since they had praised the match with Duan Zhuijun to the heavens, let them go and suffer it themselves. Without looking back, he walked away. Sheng Ruyi's legs gave way, and she collapsed heavily to the ground, her face as pale as paper. She seemed to want to call out to the retreating figure, but could only emit a hoarse whimper. No, she would not marry into the Duan family. She was not an adopted daughter. She was the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion of noble status, destined to marry a prince. At the Sheng residence in the moon-gazing pavilion. Squeak, squeak, what do you think will happen to Sheng Ruyi now that she's married into the Duan family? Father didn't publicly expose their misdeeds, he spared some face. She's still considered the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, so the Duan family probably won't mistreat her. Sheng Zhao stroked her chin, lost in thought. System host, you don't know this. Sheng Rui was sent directly to the Duan family by your father. There was no formal wedding, so it's not even a marriage, as she's barely a concubine. After all, she was a pampered young lady from childhood, different from those maids and servants used to rough work. Duan Zhuojuan did dote on her for a while. But host, don't forget that Duan Zhuojuan has hundreds of concubines. Think about it, becoming the target of so many people's envy. What good life could she have? She kicked the bucket not long after. Seeing Sheng Zhao silent, the system found it strange. Host, you're not sympathizing with her, are you? Don't tell me you've forgotten she wished you dead and poisoned you more than once. Sheng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and retorted angrily, how is that possible? Am I that pathetic? You little squeaker, her mother and father both died by our hands. I spared her life because I'm afraid she'll come back to take revenge on me. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Was Sheng Zhao someone so pathetic as to sympathize with someone who had harmed her countless times? See, host knows right from wrong and is reasonable. The maidservant Xing'er, while tidying her young lady's clothes, listened to the dialogue between the one person and one system. Looking at the young lady she had cared for 12 years, her heart was filled with worry. With the young lady's capricious nature, she hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble in the palace. Miss, everything is packed. His Majesty has summoned only you to the palace. Please take good care of yourself and be cautious in your words and actions. Sheng Zhao took the bundle from Xing'er's hands and gave a sweet smile. Good Xing'er, I know. This Xing'er was getting more and more talkative lately, just like her third brother. Sheng Zhao saw a young maid trimming a potted plant in the distance and asked Xing'er, is that Guan Yue the one I brought back last time? Xing'er was stunned for a moment. Yes, miss, it's her. That little girl has a sweet tongue, and Aunt Chun likes her very much. She arranged for her to help with some trimming chores. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Even from behind one could tell she was a beauty. As expected of someone with the protagonist's halo favored wherever she goes. No wonder she could become the crown princess while she herself was just a cannon fodder. System, but host, have you figured out how to arrange for her? Not yet. I dare not let her out, afraid the plot will start. In the original story, she became the crown princess even while in the mansion. If I let her out, who knows what would happen. Afraid I wouldn't die fast enough. I'll keep her in my courtyard under watch. I don't believe she can stir up trouble right under our noses. What? Dai Yinshu had an affair for 20 years, and Sheng Rui was born from that affair. Sheng Wan's face was full of disbelief. Shocked, the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. No wonder news came recently that the Sheng family matriarch suddenly died of poison. I thought it was retribution for all the harm she caused. The truth is actually this. She was holding her waist and about to pick it up when Sheng Zhao quickly stopped her. Second sister, don't move. Let me. You need to be careful with your belly. That Dai Yinshu deserved to die. She harmed mother and wouldn't let us go. Her death was good. Sheng Wan felt a surge of relief. She picked up a candied hawthorn and put it in her mouth. It was sweet and sour, so delicious that her eyes narrowed with pleasure. Not a single one of the Dai family is good. Take that imperial noble consort Rome of theirs. She opposes me at every turn. Every time I see her, she makes me stand on ceremony, and she's always one rank higher than me. Thinking of imperial noble consort Rome, Sheng Wan rolled her eyes in anger. She was so bored in this palace. It was rare for her little sister to visit, so she had dismissed all the palace maids to speak so freely. Seeing her second sister enjoying the snack so much, Sheng Zhao also took a candied hawthorn, but it was so sour that her whole face puckered up. Oh my god, so sour. Seeing her sister's expression, Sheng Wan burst into laughter and quickly handed her some water. Squeak, I really love my second sister's personality, and she's so beautiful. Do you think I'll be this beautiful when I grow up? Of course. Your mother was a great beauty and you look the most like her. You'll definitely be just as beautiful. By now Sheng Wan had grown accustomed to her little sister's inner thoughts, and this Squeak fellow. Hearing their conversation, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Consort, you, the pearl and bird's nest nourishing soup has arrived. Shall I bring it in now? The palace maid Amber inquired from outside the door. Bring it in. Sheng Wan turned her head, looking at her little sister with delight. Zhao Zhao, I knew you were coming today, so I had 2 bowls prepared. It's made with pearls and bird's nest, and I added some rose syrup. His Majesty had the imperial physician check it. It's perfectly safe, delicious, and good for the complexion. Try it. Sheng Wan's mouth began to water just looking at it. She had been craving this for a long time and couldn't wait to pick up the bowl. Host, this has been laced with a large amount of substances harmful to pregnant women. Don't let your second sister drink it. At best the fetus will die in the womb, at worst she'll hemorrhage and both mother and child will die. Sheng Wan was so frightened that her hand went limp, shattering the bowl and spoon on the floor. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Fetus dead in the womb. Both mother and child die? How could this be? Who wanted to harm her? Sheng Zhao was about to stop her when she saw her second sister accidentally knock over the bowl. She breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she didn't drink it. She asked with concern, second sister, are you alright? Sheng Wan forced a faint smile and looked at her little sister. I'm fine. It was too hot, and I couldn't hold it. Sheng Zhao helped her sister to the couch to rest, and had the palace maids clean up. Who the hell wants to harm my second sister? Didn't the emperor have the imperial physician check this stuff? What the hell is the emperor doing? Can't he even protect his own child? System, it's imperial noble consort Rome, the eldest granddaughter of the Dai family. The recipe for the pearl and bird's nest nourishing soup is fine, but after it was made, imperial noble consort Rome had someone secretly tamper with it. 2 hours after your second sister drinks it, she will suffer abdominal cramps, then hemorrhage, and both mother and child will die tonight. Imperial noble consort Rome was very thorough. She distracted the cook and put the poison in. No one saw. After the incident, the emperor flew into a rage. The imperial physician who checked the recipe, the cook, and the palace maid Amber who handled it were all dragged out and beheaded. Sheng Zhao gritted her teeth. The Dai family again. Did they have no end to it? Amber, who was cleaning up the broken pieces, was so frightened she fell to the floor, her face pale. Dragged out and beheaded. Those words seemed to echo in her ears. Right now she only felt a sharp pain in her neck. Thank goodness, consort, you heard Sheng Wu's inner thoughts and smashed the bowl. Otherwise there would have been a bloodbath tonight. Sheng Zhao could no longer contain her rage. Were the Dai family determined to destroy every member of the Sheng family? That consort Rong is truly malicious. My second sister can't possibly guard against her. By the way, Gigi, how many points do we have now? Is the shop open yet? System, host, we already have 821 points thanks to your father's big scandal, which earned us quite a lot. Haha, wonderful. Thanks, father. Sheng Wan thought if father knew you were so happy about this, he'd spank you till your bottom was black and blue. But what are points? And what is the shop? A glimmer of anticipation shone in Sheng Zhao's eyes as she opened the shop interface. The pill of invulnerability. What a ripoff. 400 points for one. Seeing her stinginess, the system's tone turned resigned. Host, this is a life-saving treasure. After taking it, no poison can harm you. 400 points is already a bargain. Sheng Zhao carefully weighed the cost against the benefit and had to admit there was some logic to it. The conspiracies and schemes in the harem were countless. One misstep could cost you your life. Her second sister, with her careless nature, might fall prey to someone's treachery any day. Moreover, there was the Dai family in the harem who clung to the Sheng family like a curse. Sheng Zhao gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. Buy one for my second sister, so those villains can't harm her. All right, host. Purchase successful. It's in your sleeve. The system's voice grew cheerful. Sheng Wan, listening to this exchange, was deeply moved. Her little sister was so tight-fisted she wouldn't even buy one for herself, yet she bought one for her. A pill of invulnerability. Even the emperor would dream of possessing such a thing. And she was willing to give it to her. Already emotionally sensitive due to her pregnancy, Sheng Wan's eyes reddened. She silently vowed that no one in this palace would ever bully her little sister, even if it meant giving up all her wealth and status. Sheng Zhao noticed something amiss. Second sister, what's wrong? Why are your eyes all red? System, it's probably because she didn't get to eat that bowl of pearl-nourishing soup earlier. She's heartbroken. Sheng Wan thought, did her little sister really think she was such a glutton? She was consort you, for heaven's sake. She could have any delicacy she wanted. Sheng Zhao was troubled. But how do I give it to her? Will my second sister even take it? She's pregnant. She probably won't dare to eat just anything, right? System, why don't you say it's from your father for her to nourish her body during pregnancy? If your father gave it, she shouldn't worry, right? Sheng Zhao thought it was a good idea. She took the pill from her sleeve and handed it to Sheng Wan. Second sister, this is from father. Before she could finish her sentence, Sheng Wan had already taken it, popped it into her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Sheng Zhao was speechless. My second sister is really a glutton. She'll eat anything without even asking. Sigh. She's even more absent-minded than our father. System, I told you she was heartbroken over that spilled bowl of pearl-nourishing soup. Gigi, you're so smart. You see right through everything. Sheng Wan thought she only ate it because she trusted her little sister. That's right. Your second sister has taken the pill of invulnerability, so she's not afraid of consort Rong causing trouble anymore. But she's too busy to cause trouble now anyway. Sheng Wan pretended to sip her tea nonchalantly, but she was listening intently. Busy with what? Was she plotting to harm her again? Sheng Zhao was also curious. What is she busy with? System, she's busy having a wild affair with physician Zhang. Cough, cough. Sheng Wan choked on her tea, coughing incessantly. Sheng Zhao stood up to pat her back, but she waved her hands frantically. Don't worry about me. That's not important. Right now I only want to know the details of this wild affair. The maid Amber immediately understood her mistress's intention and hurried over to pat Sheng Wan's back. Sheng Zhao was shocked. What? You mean consort Rong and physician Zhang? A wild affair? Is it the kind of wild affair I'm thinking of? That's right. This affair between them is enough to blow my little mind. Sheng Zhao was eager. Spill it. Don't keep me in suspense. System, consort Rong's real name is Dai Qingrong. Within 2 years of entering the palace, she rose to the rank of consort through her own cunning and her family's support. But this made her many enemies. She was secretly given medicine that harmed her body, leaving her unable to conceive. Sheng Zhao pondered. So that's why she never had a child. Didn't she see a physician? Of course she did. Dai Qingrong refused to give up. She frantically sought out physicians for prescriptions and potions, but she would also berate and beat them. The physicians in the imperial hospital all tried to avoid her, so they pawned this hot potato off on the new star of the hospital, Zhang Zheng. Zhang Zheng was a handsome, clean-cut young man. No matter how angry Dai Qingrong got, he would patiently counsel her. Dai Qingrong was neglected by the emperor, but she found warmth in Zhang Zheng. Over time, the hand that took her pulse began to wander, and eventually, they ended up in her bedchamber. Dai Qingrong has been pregnant twice, host. Can you guess who the father was? Sheng Zhao was impatient, having only heard half the gossip. Was it Zhang Zheng's? Sheng Wan leaned in, eavesdropping on the gossip, unaware that she was holding her book upside down. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed Amber folding one of her dresses over and over again. Sheng Zhao thought this girl can't tear herself away from a good piece of gossip. The first time it was the Emperor's. But because Dai Qingrong's body was ruined, the pregnancy didn't hold. She miscarried very quickly. And the second time, was it Zhang Zhang's? Sheng Zhao couldn't help but ask. Actually, the second time, even she didn't know who the father was. The Emperor visited her during the first half of the night, but was called away on urgent business. During the second half of the night, she claimed to have a headache and a fever and summoned Zhang Zhang. So even she doesn't know whose it was. Sheng Zhao was stunned. Sheng Wan was stunned. What audacity to take over from the Emperor. She really can't bear a moment of loneliness. And then what? Ji finished the story. System. The child was born safely thanks to Zhang Zhang's miscarriage-preventing herbs. But the child looked exactly like Zhang Zhang. If the Emperor had seen that, it would have been a disaster. To save their lives, she used a stillborn infant she had smuggled in from outside the palace to swap the child. Sheng Zhao's eyes went wide. There's such a trick. When the Emperor came and saw that the child in her arms had no breath, his eyes reddened on the spot. He felt so sorry for her, having lost 2 children in a row, that he elevated her to the rank of noble consort. Their real child is now being raised in Zhang Zhang's home, registered under Zhang Zhang's parents' names. The child calls Zhang Zhang elder brother. Sheng Wan was practically petrified. Today's gossip was too much to digest. She only knew that Consort Rome's child had died at birth, and that the Emperor had indeed pitted her and made her a noble consort. She never knew they had swapped the child with a substitute. Sheng Zhao was dumbfounded. This was possible. Calling your own biological father elder brother. Was this the thrill of a dangerous affair? Consort Rong is already obsessed with Zhang Zhang. Why does she still diligently engage in palace intrigues just to harm my second sister? System. Host, don't forget that Consort Rong, like Dai Yunshu, is a member of the Dai family. They are determined to remove you and your sisters as thorns in their flesh. The Dai family has instructed her to ensure your second sister dies in the palace whenever possible. Harming your second sister has nothing to do with competing for the Emperor's favor. She cares nothing for the Emperor. At this very moment, that imperial physician Zhang Zhang is making love with Consort Rong while discussing child-rearing issues. How audacious. It's broad daylight. Aren't they afraid the Emperor might walk in on them? System. She deliberately angered the Emperor yesterday, so he will be irritated to see her these days, and naturally won't visit her quarters. Moreover, everyone in her quarters is loyal to her and guarding the door. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but sigh. If one truly intends to have an affair, there are surely 10,000 ways to do so. Nothing in the world is difficult for a lover. Sheng Wan had long resented Consort Rong. Today, she nearly died trying to save her second sister. After a moment's thought, she turned to Amber, who had finally finished eating her gossip and neatly folded her clothes. Amber was clever. Her eyes shifted slightly. Having served her mistress for years, she understood her mistress's meaning without a word and quietly withdrew. Outside the Shenjing Hall. Your Excellency, our Consort Rong is in excruciating pain and vomiting non-stop. I beg you to please inform the Emperor immediately. A young palace maid unfamiliar with the area pressed silver into the hand of the eunuch before her, her face filled with anxious pleading. The little eunuch hefted the heavy money bag, hesitated, and then said, "Very well, you go back first. I will inform the Emperor, but I cannot guarantee he will come." The little girl's face lit up with a smile, and she bowed to him. "Please just deliver the message, Your Excellency. If you can truly summon the Emperor, Consort Rong will reward you greatly." "Thank you, Your Excellency." The little eunuch shook his head and walked into the hall. "If I had known I would have to work so hard to summon the Emperor later, I wouldn't have thrown such a tantrum in the first place. Oh well, all these ladies in the palace are just hypocrites." The little eunuch tiptoed into the hall, cautiously glancing at the Emperor, who was reviewing memorials, his head bowed low. "Your Majesty, someone from the Huaqing Palace says Consort Rong has suddenly taken ill with severe abdominal pain and has been vomiting blood. They beg Your Majesty to come and see her." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing'an set down his scroll, his brow furrowed with concern. How could it be this serious? Where are the physicians? "Your Majesty, the physicians are rushing to Huaqing Palace." The eunuch asked tentatively, "Will Your Majesty go to see Consort Rong?" Emperor Jing'an rose and strode out. The eunuch, reading the situation, loudly announced the carriage to Huaqing Palace. The imperial carriage rushed to the entrance of Consort Rong's bedroom. Emperor Jing'an glanced at the closed door. Wasn't it an emergency? Why is the door shut? Several palace maids stood at the entrance, their faces pale with panic. Seeing Emperor Jing'an arrive unexpectedly, they were terrified, falling to their knees to bow. Emperor Jing'an noticed the maids kneeling on the ground, had wandering eyes and trembling legs. His gaze turned cold, and suspicion instantly arose in his heart. He raised his hand to signal his entourage to be silent, whispering softly, "Everyone, do not make a sound." The guards behind him immediately drew their swords and placed them against the necks of the maids. The maids turned pale with fear, but dared not make a sound. Emperor Jing'an violently pushed open the door. The scene before him made his blood run cold. Consort Rong's clothes were disheveled, her hairpin fallen, and she was entangled with the imperial physician Zhang Zhang on the bed. The two were so engrossed they didn't notice the door open. Emperor Jing'an's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "How dare you!" Consort Rong and physician Zhang suddenly woke up. They turned around, screamed in horror, their faces turning ashen as death. "Why, Your Majesty? Please let me explain." Consort Rong hastily pulled clothes over her body. Zhang Jing panicked and tumbled off the bed, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Consort Rong, you are terrible. Your Majesty. My heart belongs only to your Majesty. Emperor Jing'an did not even look at the consort Rong weeping pitifully before him. He turned and ordered sternly, take the imperial physician Zhang Zheng away and execute him immediately. Consort Rong shall be imprisoned. Have the Minister of Personnel Diudeo come before me. All servants in the Huaqing Palace shall be beaten to death. The next moment the palace guards rushed in. Consort Rong struggled, desperately crying out, Your Majesty, I deserve 1,000 deaths. But my grandfather is loyal to your Majesty and has devoted his life to the court. He is innocent. Your Majesty. The next day, Sheng Zhao woke up early to have breakfast with her second sister. She finished a bowl of Jing rice porridge in a few bites, then picked up a pine nut goose oil roll and sipped almond tea with relish. Sheng Wan looked at her younger sister and slowly spooned a mouthful of juju paste and yam soup. She couldn't help but think how much better it was to be young, as she who was with child could not eat so much. System, host, did you see that maid Lioli in front of you? Lioli, who was serving food to Lady Yu, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Sheng Zhao glanced sideways at Lioli cautiously. What's wrong with her? Any gossip? Tell me quickly. There is a minor eunuch named Lu who works in the Imperial Household Department's silk warehouse, and he is pursuing Lioli. Lioli's face flushed red instantly. Sheng Zhao smelled the air of gossip. Lioli is beautiful, and as my second sister's personal attendant, many people try to curry favor with her. Having a few suitors is not strange, but Lu is just a low-ranking eunuch. How dare he think of such a thing? System, Lu has repeatedly shown favor to Lioli. Every time Lioli goes to fetch fabrics for Lady Yu, he deliberately flatters her, secretly stuffing her with scraps, hairpins, and such things. Sheng Zhao pursed her lips. Is this supposed to be a pursuit of Lioli? How stingy. Lioli is by my second sister's side. She has seen all sorts of fine things. My second sister would not treat her poorly. Could she possibly be interested in these things? Sheng Wan nodded silently. Like Amber, Lioli was one of her trusted confidants, and often received some trinkets as gifts. Lioli is a well-raised, high-class palace maid. She finds them unappealing. Besides, Lioli has no intention of forming a food alliance with an eunuch, as she simply hopes to leave the palace at the right age and marry a good family. Sheng Zhao nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is the normal thought of a palace maid. An eunuch must stay in the palace until death, remaining a slave forever. Lioli is not foolish, as she knows how to choose. System, who could argue with that? Lu has also been brainwashing Lioli, constantly telling her that by the time she leaves the palace, she will be 25. An old woman unlikely to find a good husband, and even no one would want her as a concubine. This has made Lioli somewhat self-doubting. Moreover, he has protected Lioli from the harassment of several other eunuchs, even getting beaten up for it. Lioli gradually let down her guard against him. Sheng Zhao, good heavens, there's even a heroic rescue storyline. System, early this morning, Lu sent a message to Lu Li asking her to come early to collect the fabric, saying it was a fine piece specially reserved for consort Yu. But what is the real truth, host? Guess. Lu Li's heart tightened. Could there be another hidden agenda? Sheng Zhao hurriedly asked, her mind racing through 100 cliché scenarios. The fabric is a lie. He wants to trick Lu Li. Is he actually a scumbag? Not just a scumbag. The cloud pattern brocade he intended to send was secretly embroidered with a phoenix among peonies, an embroidery pattern reserved exclusively for the Empress. If that appeared in your second sister's palace, what would the Emperor and Empress think of her intentions? Even the eunuchs who harassed him were hired with his silver. Sheng Zhao sensed the scent of conspiracy. All this elaborate acting is clearly aimed at my second sister. This is the crime of overstepping one's rank. How could a mere eunuch have the audacity to use the Empress's fabric? Could the Empress be behind this? If the system had a physical form, it would have given a thumbs up. Host, you are exceptionally clever. It is indeed the Empress. Lu Li was just planning to fetch the fabric for your second sister after finishing your breakfast. Lu Li's face was filled with terror. The fifth miss was absolutely right. Lu had indeed sent her a message this morning saying the new fabric was limited and not every palace could get a share, urging her to come early. If it really had the phoenix embroidery inside. Then, at this thought, cold sweat ran down Lu Li's back. She nearly fell to her knees to beg for forgiveness. Sheng Wan stopped her with a single glance, forbidding her from revealing her little sister's secret thoughts. The Empress, on the surface treating the palace concubines like sisters, was constantly scheming behind their backs. Could it be that seeing her nearing childbirth, she could no longer restrain herself? If she were accused of plotting to usurp the position of Empress, not only Lu Li, but she herself, her unborn child, and even the entire general's estate, would not come to a good end. Second sister, I'm done eating. Sheng Zhao took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. I want to go play in the Imperial Garden for a while. Could Sister Lu Li accompany me for a stroll? Sheng Zhao's mind were coming up with a clumsy, yet somewhat plausible excuse. By keeping Lu Li occupied and preventing her from going to the silk warehouse to collect the fabric on time, perhaps they could avoid this calamity. Later she would caution her second sister to warn everyone in her palace to be vigilant lest they fall into a trap set by malicious individuals. Lu Li looked at the fifth miss with tears of gratitude, her eyes full of hope. Accompany. I will, even if it costs me my life. The fifth miss is my goddess. Sheng Wan turned around and saw Lu Li's fervent gaze. Sheng Wan. Imperial Garden. Sheng Zhao pinched a small amount of fish food and scattered it on the water. The fish in the pond all scrambled to swim in front of her. She fed them happily, finding it amusing. Suddenly faint voices came from the path behind her. Do you know about last night's incident? The emperor flew into a terrible rage. Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up and her ears perked up. Her feet unconsciously moved in that direction. Was there gossip she had missed? I heard that imperial physician Zhang deserved to die. He gave the wrong medicine to consort Rong, causing her to vomit blood and die. The emperor beheaded him on the spot. And Minister Dai of the Ministry of Personnel at his advanced age had to endure the grief of the younger generation passing before the elder. Tisk he resigned from his post and returned to his hometown that very night. Sheng Zhao was so shocked that she dropped all the fish food into the water. What? Consort Rong is dead, poisoned by physician Zhang. Weren't they just entangled in passion yesterday? How did it turn into a story of mutual destruction? Stepmom. Not at all. Yesterday the emperor heard consort Rong was ill and set aside his official duties to visit her. But he happened to catch consort Rong and physician Zhang naked in bed, locked in a passionate embrace. His blood pressure spiked on the spot, and he executed physician Zhang right there. Consort Rong isn't dead. She's been imprisoned. The emperor summoned Minister Dai to the palace that very night. Dai Yudao, being the head of the 6 ministries, naturally understood the emperor's intention in sparing his granddaughter's life. So he voluntarily resigned and returned to his hometown, taking the shaven-headed consort Rong, who had become a nun, with him. Sheng Zhao's mouth fell wide open. Amidst her shock, she still found time to scold the system. You wicked system. You kept such huge gossip from me until now. Wasn't I busy gossiping about Lu Li this morning? Lu Li. So the emperor deliberately spared Dai Yudao's life for another reason. It's not that simple, host. An emperor's heart is as deep as the ocean. The 2 women who had been speaking were frozen on the spot, afraid to take another step forward. What had they just heard? Consort Rong didn't die due to physician Zhang's medical error, but had committed adultery with him. Was consort Rong that bold? Cuckolding the emperor. And the emperor didn't even execute consort Rong, but let Minister Dai take her away. Their first reaction was shock. What a scandal. Their second reaction was fear. This was a secret of the imperial family. Since the emperor intentionally concealed the truth, he must want to protect the royal family's reputation. It also involved intricate political maneuvers. They didn't want to know what to do. Cover their ears and run. The next second the 2 of them were dashing through the imperial garden, lifting their skirts with their maids frantically following behind. The commotion was so loud that even Sheng Zhao noticed. Utterly bewildered, she shouted out, Elder sisters, what are you running for? Host, these are consort Jing and consort In. They must be exercising. Sheng Zhao, what logic were their titles based on? They don't seem tranquil or peaceful to me. Consort Jing and consort In. Realizing they had been discovered, they had no choice but to stop and greet her, forcing awkward smiles onto their faces. And this young lady is... Lu Li slightly bent her right knee and slowly performed a curtsy. This servant pays respects to the 2 consorts. May you be blessed with boundless good fortune. This is the younger sister of our consort Yu. The 2 exchanged a glance, understanding dawning. So you are consort Yu's younger sister. Host, consort Jing and consort In entered the palace in the same batch as your second sister. They have a good relationship, but they are quite peculiar. Sheng Zhao's interest was piqued immediately. Spill it, Gigi. What's peculiar about them? The 2 of them only then realized that the voice they had just heard wasn't their own conversation, but the inner thoughts of this Miss Sheng. But what was peculiar? They only knew about loquats. Some time ago the emperor told consort Jing and consort In to stop eating so much and watch their figures. The 2 made a pact to supervise each other while losing weight. But consort Jing got so hungry in the middle of the night that she couldn't take it anymore and sneaked into the imperial kitchen to steal pork knuckles, 1 in each hand. She didn't notice the doorstep and fell flat on her face. Haha, now I know why the emperor gave her the title Jing. He probably wanted her to be quiet and reflect. Consort Jing, exposed in public, was mortified and just wanted to flee this awkward place. Consort In saw her embarrassed state and struggled to suppress her laughter. Consort In also got unbearably hungry that night and went to the imperial kitchen. She happened to see consort Jing lying on the ground. Their eyes met. Consort In threatened consort Jing to give her one of the pork knuckles, or else she would call for help. And guess what happened next? The 2 of them shared a braised pork hock each, then cheerfully returned to the palace, promising to come again. They quarreled fiercely over the uneven division of spoils, and were caught red-handed by a eunuch on night patrol. In the end, to silence the eunuch, they not only gave him both pork hocks, but also had to pay him extra silver. And Pin's smile froze on her lips. How could she possibly know about such a private matter? How utterly embarrassing to have this exposed beyond the palace walls. Ha ha, squeak squeak, this is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. Hee hee, host, you're so cultured. Look at that round-faced young maid behind in Pin. Not only Sheng Zhao looked over, but everyone else secretly glanced that way as well. The round-faced young maid, noticing the attention, felt as if she were being roasted over a fire. She has a secret crush on Pin. Everyone, competing with the emperor for a woman. How bold for someone so young. She's almost as daring as physician Zhang. And Pin, nonsense. Sheng Zhao grew excited. Oh heavens. What kind of secret crush is this? Tell me more. This young maid is called Hai Bai. Every time she finishes combing in Pin's hair, she secretly collects the fallen strands, weaves them into a lover's knot, and hides it under her own pillow. She is also very attentive to Pin's. Every day, she personally tests the temperature of Pin's tea before serving it. On the surface, it's to prevent Pin from burning herself, but in truth, it's a way to share an indirect kiss. Everyone, wow. This is explosive gossip. And Pin, a mirror polisher right beside me. Hi bye, it's over. Will Lady and Pin ever despise me now? So and Pin sheds quite a lot of hair, enough to weave a lover's knot. But how did Hi bye come to love and Pin? Sheng Zhao pressed on with her gossipy inquiries. She wasn't originally serving under Pin. She served another consort who was confined to the cold palace. That consort was unloved and often beat and scolded her. One day Pin happened upon the scene and asked for her to be transferred. Comparing the two mistresses was like comparing heaven and earth. With such a redemptive story, it's not so strange that Hi bye would develop a secret crush on Pin. And Pin felt smug inside. Indeed, who could resist her gentleness and kindness? Jing Pin glanced at the secretly gleeful Pin. Still feeling so pleased with yourself? That's true. If not for Pin, she would have either been beaten to death or followed her former mistress into the cold palace, her life completely ruined. Exactly. But host, please don't judge her through a biased lens. Although Hi bye has a secret crush on Pin, she knows her place and never oversteps. She only wishes to serve Pin well. Don't expose her. Gigi, rest assured. I will guard Hi bye's secret. Hi bye closed her eyes, wishing she could die. Everyone already knows. What can she do? Everyone, we don't know. We heard nothing. Jing Pin looked at Sheng Zhao with sparkling eyes. This Sheng family sister is truly a fascinating person, a treasure trove of juicy gossip. Heaven knows how much she loves eating melons. Follow sister, and there's a melon to gnaw at every meal. The adultery of the noble consort was tried. The maid's secret crush was true. The harem schemes run deep, but gossip is the best way to unwind. Gigi, I feel like Jing Pin's gaze towards me isn't innocent. Could she have a crush on me? System host, you've only just met. How could she have a crush on you? Jing Pin, that's right. This should be called love at first sight. Jing Pin quickly averted her gaze. It's not. I don't talk nonsense. Hi bye ha. Finally, I'm not alone on this path. And Pin and Jing Pin were already bored in the palace. How could they let go of such a walking melon patch? Sheng Zhao saw that it was about time, and she had just missed the time for Lu Li to go to the silk store to collect clothes. She planned to return to her second sister's palace. And Pin and Jing Pin immediately proposed to accompany her and pay a visit to consort Yu. Sheng Wan was startled when she saw her little sister leave with 2 people, but return with 2 groups. Only when she recognized the visitors did she breathe a sigh of relief. She had thought the empress had brought people to search the palace. After his midday meal, Emperor Jing'an decided to take a stroll. He first went to Xinang Palace to see the Empress Dowager, but the nanny said she was already asleep. He finally remembered Pin for once, but the maids in her hall said she wasn't there. Then he might as well go see Jing Pin, who shared the same palace, but a different hall. Your Majesty, Lady Jing Pin is also not in her hall. Emperor Jing'an, where has everyone gone? In the middle of the day? Go see consort Yu. Emperor Jing'an flicked his sleeve and headed towards Shuiyang Palace. He refused to believe that consort Yu, heavy with child, could also be running around. Ha ha ha, this is so amusing. Eunuch Yao doesn't even know yet. Before he even entered the palace gate, he could hear waves of laughter coming from inside. Emperor Jing'an frowned. What could be so funny? The chief eunuch Yao, standing beside the emperor, was also terrified upon hearing his name. What doesn't he know? What is it that all the concubines in the harem know, but he doesn't? He was now utterly consumed by curiosity. He desperately wanted to know. And there's more. Every day the head of the imperial kitchen puts a bit of sleeping potion in the emperor's soup. Guess why? Putting sleeping potion in the emperor's soup. And Pin covered her mouth with her handkerchief. How dare he be so bold? Dear sister, please tell us why. Emperor Jing'an's face fell instantly as he stood at the entrance. He too wanted to know the reason. Daring to drug him. He would have the man's entire clan executed when he returned. Eunuch Yao's back was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if an invisible sword was hanging over his neck, ready to take his life at any moment. As the emperor's personal chief eunuch, he hadn't noticed the emperor being drugged every day. Sheng Zhao said smugly, it's so the emperor can take his nap on time. This was even ordered by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager. Why would she drug the emperor? They are mother and son. Because after every midday meal the emperor likes to go to the Empress Dowager's palace to chat, but the Empress Dowager wants to nap and doesn't want to chat, yet she can't bring herself to chase him away. So she secretly instructed the imperial kitchen to add a little sleeping potion to the emperor's soup. Just a tiny bit. While it doesn't harm his health, it ensures the emperor takes his nap on time. Emperor Jing'an. Fine. So that's why he felt so sleepy every afternoon except today. No wonder when he went to the Empress Dowager's palace just now the nanny said she had already gone to sleep. Don't ask him why he wasn't sleepy today. Because today the imperial kitchen sent deer tendon and winter bamboo shoot soup. But since it's already spring, the winter bamboo shoots are too old. So he didn't drink a single drop. And Pin pondered for a moment and was able to draw inferences. Then the next time I serve the emperor, could I also? Eunuch Lu suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, cutting off consort and treasonous-sounding remarks. Everyone turned to look. Good heavens! It was the emperor. They immediately fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances. No one dared to speak. Had the emperor heard what was just said? Surely not. They all bowed, secretly observing Jing'an Emperor's expression, yet his face remained as calm as ever without a trace of displeasure. So he probably hadn't heard. What a relief. Ji, is this the Jing'an Emperor? He was cuckolded just yesterday, and today, he still has the mood to visit the harem. Why isn't he taking a nap? Did they forget to put the drug in his soup today? The next second, Sheng Zhao's heart voice pierced through the dead silence of Shuiyang Palace, striking everyone's very soul. Everyone present was stunned. Sheng Wan swayed unsteadily, her head spinning. The Sheng family was doomed. System, that's right, host. This is the Emperor of Dejing, Jing'an Emperor Xiaolingyi. Don't let the cuckolding fool you, he is a wise ruler. He ascended the throne at 20, personally led a campaign to quell the Northern Border Rebellion in his youth, and overruled objections to allow scholars from humble families to take the imperial exams. He's also very diligent. Even after dealing with consort Rome's matter yesterday, he worked late into the night. The Jing'an Emperor, though unfamiliar with the term overtime, assumed it was praise. His expression softened slightly. Sheng Zhao nodded, feeling a sense of admiration for the emperor upon hearing the system's account. Truly a good sovereign adept in both civil and military affairs. I support him for allowing scholars from humble families to take the exams alone. No wonder he's broad-minded and doesn't hold a grudge over the cuckolding. Everyone secretly nodded. This flattery was well played. Keep it coming, and the emperor might not punish them. Sheng Wan, little sister, the fate of our Sheng family rests on your shoulders. The Jing'an Emperor felt secretly pleased. Oh, what can he say? He's just that good an emperor. But could they please stop bringing up the cuckolding? Yes, indeed. Host is very clever. There's another reason for sparing consort Rome's life. The Jing'an Emperor was slightly surprised, his eyes dark and unreadable. Sheng Zhao was puzzled, pondering it carefully. Ji, what is the reason? Could it be related to the imperial examination reform from back then? Systemaya. Host, it's a pity you're not an official. That's exactly it. At that time, Minister of Personnel Dai Yudao was the key figure pushing the examination reform. If his granddaughter were publicly executed, the conservative faction would surely jump at the chance to reshuffle the political landscape. Sheng Zhao understood that would inevitably lead to one faction dominating. Minister Dai voluntarily resigned, preserving the bond between ruler and minister, saving face for the veteran official and stabilizing the situation. Tisk, he's truly an emperor. He always prioritizes the court situation over personal grudges. The Jing'an Emperor looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. No wonder Prince Ning said she was extraordinary, yet he couldn't quite put it into words. Just now, when he tried to rebuke her, he found himself utterly unable to speak. He felt as if he might die if he held it in any longer. So this was the inexpressible. However, this young girl possessed such a rare treasure, and on top of that, she grasped the court situation instantly. That Ji was right, it was indeed a pity she wasn't an official. Sheng Zhao looked down, bored, studying the floor tiles, unaware of the gleaming gaze fixed upon her from above. Why won't the emperor let us rise? My second sister is pregnant. System, who told you to gossip about him where he could hear? He's probably doing it on purpose. Jing'an Emperor, would you believe me if I said no? I just got carried away listening to her praise. Everyone rise. The Jing'an Emperor waved his hand. Thank you, your majesty. Sheng Wan supported her belly as she sat down and ordered, Amber, serve tea to his majesty. The Jing'an Emperor looked at Sheng Wan, whose belly grew larger by the day, with concern. Consort, how have you been feeling lately? Is your appetite good? Thanks to your majesty's grace, I am well. Since Xiao Zhao arrived, my appetite has improved, and my spirits are much brighter. Sheng Wan smiled, touching her belly, full of anticipation for the coming life. The Jing'an Emperor nodded. That's good. How could her spirits not be bright? He heard her laughing the loudest from outside the door. What's so good about it? Poisoned one day, framed the next. If I weren't so clever, she might be giving birth in a prison cell. Sheng Wan was taken aback. Little sister, you can't say that in front of the emperor. We can't afford to slander the empress without evidence. My little sister is young and unruly. I beg your majesty not to take offense. Sheng Wan said reluctantly. It's fine. The Jing'an Emperor shook his head. In this vast palace, how many could speak the truth? This little girl is refreshingly honest. Thinking back on her words, the Jing'an Emperor's face darkened. Who would dare poison his consort and frame her? Now it was Sheng Zhao's turn to be unhappy. Second sister, where am I unruly? See, consort In and consort Jing like me very much, and the maids in your palace like me too. Consort In and consort Jing nodded frantically in agreement. The maids all nodded secretly in support. Sheng Wan, wasn't she just being modest? Who knew when her little sister might blurt out something treasonous again? She had to prepare the emperor mentally first. Host, Ji likes you too. Sheng Zhao grinned. I like you too, Ji. Host, I think the emperor will definitely like you too. His daughter is your age, and she is far more unruly. Compared to her host, is an angel. Sheng Zhao tried hard to recall the original story. There did seem to be such a willful princess. Ji, are you talking about Princess Shuangyi? The one who has been a terror since childhood, climbing trees to steal bird eggs, running rampant all over the palace. Yes, host, you remember correctly, that's her. Sheng Zhao, this princess's title is just as fitting as consort Jing and consort Anne's. I get it now, the emperor gives titles based on his own expectations, right? Consort Jing and consort In objection. They are perfectly quiet and serene. Their titles are based on their virtues. The Jing'an Emperor's face showed a doting smile as he heard her mention Princess Zhuangyi's antics. Sheng Zhao pondered carefully, then asked hesitantly, as I recall from the original story, Princess Zhuangyi also died tragically because of her mischievous nature, and her body was abandoned in the wilderness. Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's last sentence, the Jing'an Emperor's face instantly turned cold. His expression stiff, he remained silent. How dare she curse his Zhuangyi to a tragic death? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he found himself unable to speak. He could only glower at Sheng Zhao with a black face. Sheng Wan's stomach ached with tension as she was supported on either side by Amber and Jade. Little sister, please stop. Princess Zhuangyi is unmatched within the imperial palace. Our Sheng family is already short on sons, leave some for us. Jade quietly held her lady's hand, reassuring her not to strain herself. Consort Un and Consort Jing noticed Emperor Jing'an's shift in mood. They only wished to sneak into the kitchen for pork knuckles. At least getting caught wouldn't cost them their heads. Sheng Zhao paid no mind to the eerie atmosphere around her. Princess Zhuangyi is truly unfortunate. How could she have suffered so terribly? Princess Zhuangyi is the emperor's only beloved daughter, raised entirely within the palace, shielded from the outside world, and deeply curious about it. Sheng Zhao frowned. The palace is stifling with so many rules. Wouldn't it be natural for a lively princess to want to explore? Indeed, so when the princess first requested to leave the palace, the emperor deliberated carefully before granting her permission, assigning numerous guards and providing ample funds. Yet why did such a tragedy still occur? The princess was playful and inexperienced, marveling at everything. Annoyed by the guards' constant chatter, she devised a way to slip away alone. But while buying pastries, she displayed her wealth, attracting the attention of several men. Seeing the princess alone, the ruffians lured her beyond the city walls, where they gang raped and murdered her in an abandoned temple, then dumped her body at the mountain's foot. After dividing the spoils, they fled. Sheng Zhao remained silent for a long time. The original novel had casually mentioned Princess Zhuangyi's fate, but the chilling details were far more heartbreaking than imagined. Emperor Jing'an's face turned iron hard as a menacing aura radiated from him. He knew with crystal clarity that Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts were all true. After morning court, Princess Zhuangyi came to his study. Father, the palace is so stifling. I truly wish to see the world outside. Today is my birthday. I ask for your grace. If you're uneasy, you may assign more guards. I promise to return before dusk. Princess Zhuangyi's morning words echoed in Emperor Jing'an's mind, every syllable unaltered. How dare those villains? Even cutting them into 1,000 pieces would be too merciful. Princess Zhuangyi had likely already left the palace. Without hesitation, Emperor Jing'an turned and strode out, immediately whispering orders to Elder Yao as he stepped through the doorway. Issue an urgent decree. Marshal Sheng Huaishu of Anbei must mobilize troops to scour the city for Princess Zhuangyi, bring her back safely, and execute any rogue individuals found in her vicinity. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, and governance merit prevails. I have heard that Sheng Zhao of the Anbei marshal's household, though youthful, is sharp-witted and upright. I hereby appoint her since her 7th rank to attend court. Never neglect your duties. This edict is final. After Elder Yao departed, Sheng Zhao flaunted the decree before her father and third brother. Huh. Father, I'm an official now. I've got a lifelong position. Sheng Huaishu rubbed his temples at his daughter. The emperor likely learned of her inner monologue prompting this special appointment. But how young is she? On the court stage, she'll surely become a target. Who knows when she might blurt out something disrespectful. Moreover, the censor's role is inherently contentious. The decree is issued. The die is cast. All we can hope is that our daughter behaves herself. Whether this blessing or calamity, only time will tell. Third brother, don't envy me. It's only natural that I'm so excellent. Sheng Zhao hummed joyfully. Sheng Yanshu's teeth ached with envy. After years of grueling study, he was still preparing for the provincial exam, while his 12-year-old sister had been granted immediate office. She'd left him far behind. His classmates would surely mock him. Don't get cocky. I'll take the provincial exam next August, then the metropolitan and palace exams the following spring. We'll see the court soon enough. Just don't get dismissed before I do. Sheng Zhao retorted mischievously. I'll be better than third brother. System host, you're amazing. The emperor must have recognized your brilliance. Not only the first female official of this reign, but the youngest ever. This is fantastic. Sheng Zhao beamed. Of course, the decree says I'm sharp-witted and upright. Let me read it again to you. Rest now, Zhao Zhao. I'm heading to train. Third brother's off to study too. Sheng Huaishu and Sheng Yanshu scrambled for excuses, vanishing as if fleeing famine. Hurry, hurry. She'd recited it 10 times. She could recite it by heart now. Why did they leave? System host, they were probably motivated by your excellence. They'll strive too. Truly, with such an outstanding daughter and sister, they should be delighted. The next day, at the first watch of evening before dawn, Sheng Zhao was tormented by the system's alarm clock. She knew officials rose early for court, but never imagined it would be so painful. Gigi. By our time's reckoning, it's only 3 a.m. I need to grow. I can't bear this. She tilted her head and fell asleep again. Sheng Huaishu was fully dressed and ready to depart, yet his daughter remained unseen. Walking to her room, he overheard her complaint-filled mutterings. Enraged, without hesitation, he burst in and yanked her from bed. Get up, get up. Absence from court merits 20 lashes and half a year's salary withhold. If you don't go, I won't plead for you. The entire court will see your buttocks raw, and you'll be utterly ashamed. 20 lashes. That's too cruel. I quit this job alright. Sheng Zhao woke somewhat her earlier boast about becoming the first female official forgotten. Sheng Huaishu ignored her tantrums, carrying her to the gate and shoving her into the carriage. Refusing the emperor's order results in exile 3,000 li. Your family shares your punishment. Sheng Zhao wept silently but retorted, the decree says I must go, but exile, without asking if I want to. Have you considered the people's wishes? Sheng Huaishu's voice came from outside the carriage. Sowing dissent means £100 censor for a month in public display. You were so smug yesterday. I'll see how eager you are now. Sheng Zhao. She opened her mouth, but cried no more. The carriage pressed on with all speed, finally arriving at the palace gate for inspection just before dawn. Due to Sheng Zhao's official rank, she could only stand at the end of the civil officials' queue. The Court of State's ceremonial secretary examining her identification token was astonished to see such a young female official. After repeatedly verifying the token in his hand, he finally led her toward the main hall. Am I still dreaming? Where did this little girl come from? A minister stroked his beard, paused in his steps, and turned back incredulously to look several times. Minister Qin, your news is not so well informed. This girl is the imperial censor personally appointed by His Majesty, and she is also the daughter of General Sheng of Anbei. She is no ordinary little girl, ha. Another minister upon hearing this widened his eyes, and said indignantly, Imperial censor. My son and newly promoted Jinshi still needs to serve 3 years in the government office before he can be appointed as a censor. 30 years of hard study, yet not as good as a young girl. She is worthy of being imperial censor. She is a disgrace to all us civil and military officials. Absurd. Gentlemen, why don't we submit a joint memorial today? Are we really going to wait for that child to impeach all of us in court? Excellent. Minister Zhang, you go ahead and submit the memorial. We will all support you. Unaware of this, Sheng Zhao was now following the Court of State ceremonial secretary to find her position. Little Minister Sheng, His Majesty specifically instructed that this is your place. Sheng Zhao nodded obediently. Thank you, sir. Not far away, Sheng Huaisu saw his young daughter so quiet and polite and felt deeply gratified. Zhao Zhao knew how to behave outside. Her temperament had become much steadier. Perhaps she could indeed fulfill this official role well. Sheng Zhao glanced at the doorstep, one step behind her. Standing so far back. Why not go even farther, and I can just stand outside the hall? This voice resounded through the hall. At that moment, Sheng Huaisu had only one thought: heaven is destroying my Sheng family. All the civil and military officials. What ghostly sound was that? Everyone looked back simultaneously, knowing that yesterday His Majesty had made an exception to appoint a 12-year-old girl as imperial censor. Some sneered while others adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Oof. An ignorant child showing no respect for etiquette even in court. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing snorted coldly. He wondered what His Majesty was thinking. How could such a person be entrusted with this responsibility? Was there no one else in the court? Sheng Zhao raised her head, her eyes meeting 100 pairs. Gigi, why are they all staring at me? System host, you are the first female official to attend court. It's normal for everyone to be curious about you. Sheng Zhao thought the system's words made sense, so she stood up straight. I suppose so. It seems everyone is looking at me with admiration. Everyone who admired her. They just wanted to see who was so ill-mannered. Wait, no, who was she talking to? She didn't open her mouth, did she? The ministers, who could hear the inner thoughts, looked left and right, silently questioning their colleagues, and saw confusion and bewilderment in each other's expressions. Incompetent, arrogant, to the extreme. Gu Yaoxing, the director of the Bureau of Personnel for Civil Officials, shook his head and said he was mainly responsible for appointments of officials below the 4th rank. Although appointments directly by the emperor were not unheard of, they were usually for those of both virtue and talent with meritorious deeds, or recommended by the 9 ministers. But this rude girl who had accomplished nothing was the first of her kind. Our great Jing dynasty has always taught humility. Such an arrogant and ignorant child cannot hold this position. He glanced discontentedly at the outwardly calm, but inwardly despairing great general of Anbei. General Sheng had countless achievements, but raising his child like this was truly a mistake. Sheng Huaisu looked straight ahead, pretending to be calm, ignoring the countless gazes directed at him in the hall. He couldn't control it anymore or let them do as they pleased. Emperor Jingyan entered the hall, his eyes catching sight of Sheng Zhao at the end, kneeling and bowing with the civil and military officials. She was quite proper. Let the ministers present their concerns. Emperor Jingyan scanned the ministers below. Though his expression remained calm, his innate imperial aura made the restless ministers think twice. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing stepped forward, bowed, and called out loudly, his voice full of suppressed anger. Present it. Your Majesty, in all previous dynasties, censors were required to be over 30 years old and well-versed in criminal law. Now appointing a child to fill the position will make the world laugh at our court as a farce. I beg Your Majesty to revoke this order. Sheng Zhao, attending court for the first time, had been eager to see the deliberations, but found herself the first target of the memorial. She felt as if she had been watching a play and suddenly became the star. How could she accept this? Just as she was about to speak in her defense, another minister, seeing Minister Zhang's signal, also stepped forward. Your Majesty, how many scholars have studied for 30 years only to achieve a 7th rank position? She has not passed the imperial examinations, nor does she know the laws. By what right does she stand above the Jinshi? At these words the civil officials became restless. Reflecting on their own arduous journeys of study, they grew even more indignant. I beg your majesty to dismiss the Sheng girl to rectify the court. Otherwise I will dash my head against a pillar in a death remonstrance. Sheng Zhao hearing this was alarmed. This man was threatening her with death. Curiously she asked the system, Gigi, who is this? It's not like I asked to be an official. Who is he threatening? The system acted efficiently and immediately checked this person's background. Host, I found it. But he is not a good person. The entire hall fell silent. Some ministers who could hear the inner thoughts showed expressions of disbelief. They quickly looked up at Emperor Jing'an, but seeing no change in his expression they understood. They felt fortunate that they had not rashly joined the remonstrance. The other ministers who could not hear the thoughts assumed that Minister Wu, who had just made the memorial, had angered the emperor with his death threat. After all, no emperor would tolerate being threatened by a minister. Minister Wu, seeing that everyone was still frantically, signaled to Minister Zhang, who had led the charge earlier. He wanted Minister Zhang to support him, but Minister Zhang kept his head down and ignored him. Minister Wu was bewildered. He had followed him, so why had Minister Zhang stopped? Emperor Jing'an raised an eyebrow, looking at Minister Wu with a meaningful expression. Minister Wu, are you truly determined to die in remonstrance? Now it was Minister Wu's turn to feel a chill down his spine. He had only said it, he didn't actually want to die. Wasn't this supposed to be a joint memorial? Why were the people around him silent? With no choice, and the sword already at his neck, he had to steel himself. Minister Wu thought of how his own son could not become a censor, yet this girl had done so first. He composed himself, took a deep breath. Your Majesty, our dynasty has never allowed women or children to participate in governance. Will not our neighboring states mock us for having a child rule the court? He knocked his head heavily on the ground, first speaking for the scholars who had studied for decades, then for the reputation of the nation, even willing to shed blood in court. Anyone would have to praise him as a loyal minister, sacrificing his heart. If Emperor Jing'an allowed such a loyal minister to die and persisted in keeping a child as an official, it would not only break the hearts of the ministers, but also be recorded word for word by the imperial diarist. That would bring eternal infamy. Sheng Zhao, seeing this man escalate the matter, urged, Gigi, hurry up and tell me. What evil deeds has he done? I can't wait to impeach him. System, this man is named Wu Zhengqing, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He is only a half-witted, half-idiotic son at home. To secure an official post for his only son, he spent 10,000 silver taels to bribe the examiner into leaking the provincial exam questions. Now that foolish son is serving as a county magistrate without a hitch. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. Good heavens! That bastard! He dares not say his own son's official post was bought. Yet here I am appointed by His Majesty's own imperial decree. What right does he have to stage a deathbed remonstrance? A woman in office is still better than a fool in office, isn't she? In the court some were shocked while others struggled to suppress their laughter. Put that way, perhaps a woman holding office wasn't so unacceptable after all. Someone couldn't hold it in and let out a snicker. Emperor Jing'an's gaze swept across the hall, and the ministers immediately composed themselves. Yet these words stirred no small waves in their hearts. Lord Wu's son's official post was bought for 10,000 silver taels. Exam fraud was a grave crime. And where did he get so much money? System, and that's not all. A poor scholar stumbled upon this affair. Wu Zhengqing sent men disguised as bandits to ambush and kill him on his way to the capital. The body was hacked to pieces, some parts thrown into the river, others abandoned in the mountains. Sheng Zhao was furious, her rage instantly ignited. A man like this deserves to be an official. Not a single person knows to impeach him. Have all these ministers' eyes grown on their backsides? They don't impeach him, but they come for me. The ministers whose eyes were supposedly on their backsides dared not utter a word. Sheng Huaishu secretly observed their reactions, then quickly averted his gaze, afraid of accidentally locking eyes with any official. His daughter had managed to offend the entire court on her very first day. The prayers he offered in the ancestral hall last night must have gone completely unanswered by the ancestors. System, his son knows nothing of law and order. The Yaman's affairs, big and small, are handled entirely chaotically. For instance, a woman was beaten to disability by her husband. When she finally found a chance to plead for justice, he ruled her as unchaste, had her legs broken, and sent her back to her husband. Within days, she died a miserable death. There was also a tea merchant who owned 2 shops. One was maliciously burned down by a rival. He went to seek justice. That fool of a son ruled that the shop was a den of thieves and deserved destruction. He ordered the rival to burn down the other shop as well. Unwilling to part with his ancestral property, the tea merchant and his entire family perished in the flames. There was also a local wealthy merchant who abducted a woman. Her elderly widowed mother filed a lawsuit. The foolish son believed the merchant was helping the poor girl by supporting her. Not only did he not punish the merchant, but he ordered the widow to pay the merchant 50 silver taels for the girl's daily expenses. How could the widow possibly produce 50 taels? She dashed her head against the court hall and died on the spot. By now Sheng Zhao was gnashing her teeth in rage, wishing she could tear this man, surnamed Wu, apart on the spot. You son of a bitch. Aren't you afraid of stirring up local unrest? Those who suffered injustice thought the magistrate would deliver justice, only to be plunged into an even deeper abyss. Scoundrel! Emperor Jing'an suddenly erupted in anger. Wu Zhengqing pressed himself flat to the ground, believing the emperor was determined to protect this greenhorn girl. A seed of resentment sprouted in his heart. If a green girl could be a censor, so could his son. He intended to incite the civil officials' discontent, forcing the emperor to dismiss this ignorant child. Sheng Zhao, noticing the emperor's dark expression, thought His Majesty truly appreciates me from the bottom of his heart. He can't bear a single word spoken against me. Emperor Jing'an. He was caught between exasperation and amusement. The ministers stealthily shuffled their feet, wanting only to distance themselves from him, lest they be caught in the crossfire and meet their doom. Bribing examiners, exam fraud, a fool serving as a local magistrate, who knew how many injustices lay buried. This was no small matter. Emperor Jing'an stared at Wu Zhengqing with a livid face. At that moment he felt his decision to have Sheng Zhao attend court was truly wise. It was high time to clean out the rot infesting this court. Wu Zhengqing noticed the ministers distancing themselves from him, puzzled. The emperor remained silent, his face dark. He immediately turned to Minister Zhang of Rights, the first to impeach him, seeking help with his eyes. Weren't we supposed to submit a joint memorial? He was ready to stage a deathbed remonstrance. Where were the others? Get on with it. Your Majesty, as Minister Zhang of Rights, said a child in such a post, would it not? Would it not be excellent? Minister Zhang immediately interrupted, stepping forward with cupped hands. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that Lord Sheng is intelligent, perceptive, and learned beyond his years. His appointment is truly a blessing for our great Jing. Wu Zhengqing. Sheng Zhao. What's this? Minister Zhang starts impeaching me, then halfway through he starts praising me. What did impeaching me spark some affection? The assembly remained silent. It was all because Lord Sheng's inner thoughts were too unsettling. Though a clear conscience fears no midnight knocking, no one wanted their secrets laid bare. Minister Zhang turned to look at Sheng Zhao, offering her a friendly glance. Sheng Zhao, not knowing what Minister Zhang was up to, she couldn't be bothered to care. Her only thought now was to find a way to expose the corrupt official Wu Zhengqing along with his foolish son, so they could do no more harm. Gigi, do you have any evidence? I want to expose this bastard. He's guilty of capital crimes himself, yet he dares to impeach me. Host, yes. That poor scholar, knowing he couldn't escape the assassins on his way to the capital, hid the indictment behind a statue in a dilapidated temple. Sheng Zhao's eyes darted. How about we expose him directly? Maybe we'll earn a great merit. If the emperor is pleased, he might even promote me again. Sheng Huaishu wiped the sweat from his brow. This girl? Did she think official promotions were so easy? He'd better burn more incense for the ancestors back home. The Sheng family had its neck on the line every single day. He couldn't take this kind of fright. System host, can this work? Making enemies on your very first day at court might make you a target later. Why don't you go home and tell your father? Let him secretly submit a memorial to the emperor. That way the credit still belongs to the Sheng family. Once we've secured our footing at court, we can take action ourselves. How about it? Sheng Huaishu pondered this thoughtfully. But the entire court knew this information had come from his daughter. If he snatched the credit, where would he put his old face? No. A minister nearby who had never seen the formidable General Sheng looking so timid couldn't help but snicker. The moment Sheng Huaishu heard the stifled laugh, he pushed the man beside him forward. Your Majesty, Director Gu of the Bureau of Appointments in the Ministry of Personnel has a memorial to present. Zhao Zhao's special appointment was already conspicuous enough. If she impeached someone on her first day, she would surely draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was safer to keep a low profile. And he couldn't very well steal his own daughter's credit. But Director Gu was different. He was a seasoned courtier with nothing to fear. A free gift of merit. He should be overjoyed. Instantly the eyes of the entire court fell upon Director Gu. Director Gu. Now it was Sheng Huaishu's turn to suppress a laugh. Go on, Director Gu. That corrupt official is your superior. Take him down, and your future will be boundless. Now the center of attention, Director Gu had no choice but to charge forward under immense pressure. Minister Gu, what do you wish to memorialize? Emperor Jing'an's voice was full of authority, yet he cast a look of faint approval at Director Gu. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach left Vice Minister Wu Zhengqing of the Ministry of Personnel for bribing officials to secure an official post for his son and for callously taking lives. Mr. Wu Zhengqing, he bribed the examiners with 10,000 silver taels to purchase an official position for his son, allowing his simpleton son to become a county magistrate. This led to countless unjust cases and rendered the people destitute. He even hunted down and killed the scholar who intended to report to the capital, dismembering his body. Such heinous crimes are utterly unforgivable. At that moment these words struck Wu Zhengqing like a thunderbolt. At this moment, he only felt a buzzing in his head, and a chill spread through him. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Jing'an Emperor played his part to the fullest, his eyes fixed fiercely on the kneeling Wu Zhengqing, a cold gleam flashing in them, as if the man before him were already dead. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao was immediately displeased. How did our Sheng family's hard-earned merit suddenly fly away? Gigi, how did he know that Wu fellow was problematic? System, that shouldn't be. This man later even sat in the position of Minister of Personnel, and no one had ever impeached him. How did Minister Gu know? Let me check. Everyone held their breath, somewhat tense. The entire hall was utterly silent. Minister Gu was drenched in sweat. If not for the encouraging look from the emperor, he would have wanted to back out. System, host, this Minister Gu is responsible for verifying the backgrounds of county magistrate candidates, such as whether they have falsified their registration or credentials. Perhaps he discovered something during the verification process. Sheng Zhao sighed regretfully. All right then. As long as his crimes are exposed, it's fine. It's a pity that my father missed a chance to make a contribution. Everyone. Sheng Huaisu, it's fine, my daughter. We can just keep a low profile for now. Seeing that he had managed to fool her, Jing'an Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. He must not be discovered by this girl. What evidence is there? Asked Jing'an Emperor. Minister Gu immediately recounted what he had just heard from Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts. Your Majesty, a poor scholar came to the capital to report, but was brutally murdered by his men. The petition is hidden in a temple on the outskirts. If your Majesty sends someone to search, he will surely find it. As for that simpleton county magistrate, just make inquiries locally, and everything will be clear. Wu Zhengxing's face turned deathly pale, his body trembling incessantly, his soul seeming to have left his body in fear. How could he know? This matter was so secret. Jing'an Emperor's gaze pierced Wu Zhengxing like a sharp blade. Guards, seize this beast. With a furious roar, the imperial guards waiting outside the hall immediately entered and dragged the man away. Wu Zhengxing was dumbfounded. They were taking him away without even verifying the evidence. Your Majesty, I am wrong. Your Majesty, my son is exceptionally talented, not simpleton at all. Everyone, whether he is simpleton or not, can't we tell from the cases he judged? That was just one example. There were many more that little Lord Sheng did not mention. Apparent official turned executioner. It's hard to imagine what the local people's lives were like. But this little Lord Sheng is truly a genius. No wonder the emperor broke the rules to grant him an official position and allow him to attend court. Even Minister Zhang of the 6 ministries changed his stance at the last minute. Good thing they didn't step forward to slap their own faces. Sheng Zhao was still somewhat aggrieved. If she had known the opportunity would slip away so quickly, she would have taken it herself. GG, that Minister Good does have some skills after all. System, host, he also has some gossip. Want to hear it? Sheng Zhao quickly replied, yes. Minister Good was stunned on the spot, his whole body tense. First he cast a resentful glance at General Sheng beside him, who had pushed him forward. General Sheng looked up at the beams of the hall thinking, every man for himself. Then he looked pleadingly at Jing'an Emperor on the throne. Jing'an Emperor pretended to have a headache and rubbed his temples thinking, I can't help you. Minister Gu. The entire hall fell silent, everyone pricking up their ears afraid of missing any gossip. System, this Minister Gu is named Gu Yaoxing, serving in the Ministry of Personnel. A few days ago he drank with friends and returned home drunk, but went into the wrong room. The room of the stewardess in the mansion. The stewardess, advanced in age, found a big man near her room in the middle of the night and was terrified. The stewardess should have called for help to catch him as a thief. System, the stewardess immediately shouted and chased Minister Gu out with a broom. The next day when she saw Minister Gu, he actually blushed. Oh my, could it be that he really has feelings for the stewardess? Did alcohol fuel his courage? When everyone heard that, they looked at Minister Gu. Such an embarrassing story about Gu Yaoxing was publicly disclosed. Even the emperor had a smile on his lips, looking like he was enjoying the gossip. Already thin-skinned, he blushed deeply. When the civil and military officials saw his reddened face, they understood even more. Who would have thought that Minister Gu really? The stewardess thought Minister Gu had ill intentions towards her, so she quit in fear that very afternoon and returned to her hometown. Now the Gu mansion is recruiting a new stewardess. But before leaving, the stewardess warned her friends in the same profession, saying that Minister Gu had a weird fetish and that they must not go to the Gu mansion, which left the Gu mansion unable to recruit anyone. Sheng Zhao laughed heartily in her mind, as if she could vividly imagine the scene. The stewardess probably thinks he's a pervert. Who would have thought that the handsome Minister Gu had a fleeting romance with the stewardess? Now all the housekeepers in the capital must have spread the gossip. The officials wanted to laugh, but couldn't, so they desperately held back their laughter, but their violently shaking shoulders were still noticed by Minister Gu. What nonsense! He blushed out of guilt, out of embarrassment. It wasn't shyness. It was because he had drunk too much. He didn't intentionally go into the wrong room. No wonder the mansion couldn't even get a single applicant. It turned out that the housekeeper circle had spread the rumor that he was a pervert. Minister Gu was now furious, but couldn't explain himself, feeling extremely frustrated. Sheng Huaisu beside him was laughing so hard his face twitched. He leaned in and whispered, I didn't expect Minister Gu to have such a hobby. Next time if the general's mansion encounters a good stewardess, shall we send her to you? Thank you for your kindness, General Sheng. My wife will handle this matter. Since there is no one to manage the back courtyard in your mansion, it's better to keep her for yourself. Minister Gu retorted sarcastically. Sheng Huaisu glared, bristling with anger. This was mocking him for having no mistress in his household. Just wait. Next time I'll have Zhao Zhao expose you again. Don't think I didn't hear you just now at court saying Zhao Zhao was unworthy, incompetent, and arrogant. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoxing immediately shut his mouth, daring not to speak further. His little daughter indeed had the ability. Your Majesty, an urgent dispatch from Shengzhou, 800 Li, reports that a strange plague broke out 3 days ago with over 100 dead. The commissioner of the transmission office, holding a red-feathered urgent report, entered the hall quickly with both hands holding a memorial and knelt to present it. With Jing'an Emperor's nod, eunuch Yao took the memorial from the commissioner and read aloud. Jiangxian prefect of Shengzhou reports a sudden outbreak of high fever and vomiting blood has occurred in the prefecture. Patient's skin develops purple-black spots, and those with symptoms die within a day. I suspect it is the plague. I humbly request the court to dispatch imperial physicians quickly to provide relief. This caused a stir. All officials gasped in shock. The plague in Shengzhou. Jing'an Emperor frowned, deeply worried. Lords, you have all heard. What are your opinions? Vice Minister of Revenue Zhao Lian stepped forward holding his ivory tablet with both hands raised to his brow. Your Majesty, last year Sheng Zhao falsely reported a drought, and now there is a plague. I suspect the disaster in Sheng Zhao is false, and the real issue is tax evasion. Upon hearing this, everyone began to recall the events of the previous year. Last year Sheng Zhao had also sent an urgent report claiming that there had been no rain for a long time, rivers and crops had dried up, and the people were displaced, begging for the court's aid. The emperor, compassionate towards the people's plight, not only dispatched personnel for support, but also allocated a substantial sum of money and exempted Sheng Zhao from a year's taxes. However, no sooner had the decree been issued than Sheng Zhao was blessed with 3 consecutive days of rain. Several ministers from the Ministry of Revenue had once submitted a memorial regarding this matter, but since the emperor's sacred decree had already been issued, there was absolutely no reason to revoke it, and thus the matter was dropped. Yet privately there was much discussion about the incident. The rumor that Sheng Zhao had falsely reported the disaster spread like wildfire. Now, with another report of a plague this year, it was no wonder the Vice Minister of Revenue harbored such doubts. Your Majesty, your subject also believes this matter requires further verification. If there truly is a plague, why are there no refugees fleeing? Minister Mao of the Ministry of War also raised a question. Your Majesty, a plague is a grave matter. If there truly is a rat plague, it cannot be delayed. Sheng Zhao, seeing everyone arguing incessantly, felt that the name Sheng Zhao sounded familiar, but she simply could not recall where she had heard it before. Now she deeply regretted skimming through the original book so hastily. She had only focused on the love and hatred between the female leads, Maid and the Crown Prince. As for these seemingly insignificant details, she remembered none of them. The gazes of all the civil and military officials were filled with shock. Sheng Zhao was a famous dead city. Was it not still a thriving place? Its very name was derived from ceaseless vitality, so how could it be a dead city? And what of Jiang Xian, the prefect of Sheng Zhao? Had he actually died? Why was he posthumously honored after his death? The hearts of all present were filled with doubt. Sheng Zhao was also puzzled, because she truly could not remember. At the time, she was too busy shipping the main couple. Dead city? I can't remember. Tell me all about it quickly. System, Sheng Zhao had suffered a drought before, lasting 3 months without rain. There were no harvests, and the people were in deep suffering. Prefect Jiang Xian requested aid from the court, but the moment the aid arrived, it rained in Sheng Zhao. Immediately someone accused Sheng Zhao of falsely reporting the disaster to amass wealth and evade taxes. However, in truth, this rumor was deliberately spread by someone. What? Zhao Lian, the Vice Minister of Revenue, who had been the first to step forward, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Last year he had been the most vehement in his accusations, and this year he was also the most eager to submit a memorial. In an instant, all the civil and military officials in the court turned their gazes towards him. Distrust and doubt were practically overflowing from their eyes. Minister Zhao steadied his own trembling body. He was not wrong. He had conducted an investigation. He spoke with such conviction, claiming that Jiang Xian, though a mere prefect, was immensely wealthy. He said Sheng Zhao had already hired an astrologer who knew when the rain would fall. He even produced evidence fooling a foolish official completely, who then led the charge in accusing Jiang Xian. Sheng Zhao stood on her tiptoes to look ahead. The foolish official you mentioned. Couldn't it be? Before Sheng Zhao could finish her sentence, the gazes of all the civil and military officials swiveled sharply towards Minister Zhao. Minister Zhao. He was drenched in a cold sweat. System, that's right, it's Zhao Lian. This man lives up to his name. He is an incorruptible official who detests those who embezzle and hoard wealth. But he did not simply take others' words for it. He specially sent people in disguise to investigate Zhang's residence. He even knew to investigate. He's not completely foolish. Minister Zhao nodded frantically in his heart. He really had investigated. Just a bit foolish. Minister Zhao. System, but the people Zhao Lian sent to the Jiang family and Sheng Zhao saw at first glance their newly moved into luxurious mansion. Secondly, they saw the so-called celestial observer. Thus in his heart he concluded that Jiang Xian had deliberately falsified the disaster report to profit from it. But in reality, these were all superficial. He did not know that the Jiang mansion was actually an estate amassed by Jiang Xian's ancestors through generations of business. Furthermore, this mansion was not newly acquired. Jiang Xian had mortgaged his ancestral home to raise funds for the people. Sheng Zhao finally understood. No wonder Zhao Lian was the first to jump out when Sheng Zhao's disaster report came in. It was because deep down he genuinely believed Jiang Xian was amassing wealth. So Jiang Xian was actually a rare good official. Then what about the celestial observer? System, host, take a guess. The crowd was listening with rapt attention when this squeak decided to keep them in suspense, leaving them feeling anxious yet helpless. Hurry up and say it. Sheng Zhao was momentarily stunned, but then immediately grasped the key point. Is it because Sheng Zhao had just experienced a severe drought followed by 3 consecutive days of heavy rain, and Prefect Jiang was worried about a sudden flood, so he hired this capable person? Wow. Host, I think the Emperor is wasting your talent by making you this official. Squeaky feels you could enter the Grand Secretariat. Oh, keep a low profile. Everyone. Sheng Huaisu dared not look at Emperor Jing'an's expression. He could only lower his head and secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. You little brat, behave yourself. Your father's heart is pounding. And that capable person was hired at Prefect Zhang's own expense. I wonder what the Imperial Observatory is even doing. Not only did they fail to forecast the disaster, but they also submitted a memorial against him. The director of the Imperial Observatory felt a tightness in his chest, as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The main reason was that Sheng Zhou's terrain was flat, and the previous year had seen favorable weather with a bountiful harvest. The sudden drought was truly unexpected. It was indeed their dereliction of duty. The system continued, so when the urgent report of the rat plague arrived, Vice Minister of Revenue Zhao Lian was the first to raise an objection, advising the emperor to first verify the truth before providing aid. This delayed the optimal time to control the plague, causing it to spread rapidly. Within just half a month, corpses filled the public mortuary in Shenzhou, and wild dogs roamed the streets, gnawing on severed limbs. The epidemic spiraled completely out of control. To protect neighboring cities, the emperor and the Grand Secretariat had no choice but to order the city to be burned to eradicate the plague. A deathly silence fell over the Great Hall, broken only by the system's slow, deliberate voice. Jiang Xian, in an attempt to protect the city's inhabitants, stood with his sword at the gates of Shenzhou, preventing the city from being set ablaze. But the soldiers dared not defy the imperial order and forcibly dragged him away. He then seized a torch and immolated himself on the city wall, declaring he would share the fate of Shenzhou. Many ministers in the Great Hall had already reddened eyes. The entire atmosphere felt suffocatingly heavy. Zhao Lian, who had indirectly caused all of this, hung his head in silence, his face shrouded in gloom, each breath feeling laden with immense weight. It was he who had believed the rumors and wronged Prefect Jiang. It was he who had advised against aiding Shenzhou, delaying the response to the disaster which led to this tragic outcome. An indescribable emotion surged within Sheng Zhao. So after Shenzhou was burned, no one survived, earning it the name Dead City. The emperor, moved by Jiang Xian's loyalty and heroism, posthumously honored him. Then everything made sense. But she still had to curse that blind Zhao Lian. Could it be that this Zhao Lian's official position was also bought for him by his parents? He doesn't seem much smarter than that foolish son, does he? All the food went to the dogs. He believed a rumor so easily, and the entire Shenzhou was ruined because of him. It's all his fault for stopping the aid to Shenzhou. Their urgent report had already arrived with such a big red feather tied to it. Couldn't he see it? Is he blind? It said urgent, 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 but he just wouldn't believe it. He insisted on thinking they were embezzling. His brain is addled. I think he should be sent to Shenzhou to provide aid himself. Everyone makes sense. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. He dug this pit himself, so he should be the one to fill it. That's an entire city's worth of people. And the emperor? How could he delay such a big matter? If he can't sit on this throne anymore, he should let me sit on it. Everyone. Emperor Jing'an. The ministers secretly looked up at the emperor's expression. He wasn't angry. He didn't even get angry after being cursed at like that. This young master Sheng was truly something else. Sheng Zhao snapped back to reality, finding the great hall suddenly quiet, and asked in confusion. Why is it so quiet? What were they memorializing about just now? The next moment, the ministers in the court were embroiled in another heated debate. Sheng Zhao retracted her puzzled gaze. Emperor Jing'an stared at Zhao Lian, signaling him with his eyes. Fix the mess you made yourself. Zhao Lian quickly caught on. Your Majesty, after much deliberation, I believe the disaster relief is of utmost importance. It is better to make a wasted journey than to abandon the people in their suffering. I implore your Majesty to allow me to lead a team to Shenzhou personally. Sheng Zhao and the system were both bewildered. They had only zoned out for a moment, and now the situation had completely changed. Why has Zhao Lian suddenly changed his stance to support the aid mission and even wants to go himself? Is he plotting something? Zhao Lian's heart was bitter, but he couldn't voice his distress. He genuinely wanted to go. There was no ulterior motive. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing'an issued his decree. The Ministry of Revenue shall allocate 200,000 taels of silver for disaster relief, along with 50,000 dan of grain from the granaries and 300 carts of medicinal herbs. These shall be supervised and dispatched by the Vice Minister of Revenue, Zhao Lian, who will personally proceed to Shenzhou. Zhao Lian knelt to receive the decree, his heart filled with the sole desire to change the fate of Shenzhou from a city of death without a single trace of resentment. Your servant accepts the decree. The Ministry of War shall dispatch 500 troops, led personally by Vice Minister Mao Luoyang. Anyone who takes advantage of the chaos to loot grain or medicine shall be executed on the spot. Anyone who embezzles relief supplies may be executed first and reported later. Upon hearing that he too was to go to Shenzhou, Mao Luoyang's face betrayed a flicker of panic. He quickly lowered his head to conceal his guilty expression. He had no idea why Zhao Lian, who had just been firmly against aiding Shenzhou, had suddenly volunteered to go himself. But the imperial decree was absolute, leaving no room for refusal. Your servant accepts the decree. At that moment, Imperial Physician Fong of the Imperial Hospital was summoned to the hall. The Imperial Hospital shall select 10 medical officers and 20 pharmacists to accompany the mission. Set up a temporary medical camp outside Shenzhou City to treat the infected populace. Report the daily death and recovery tallies without fail. On his way to the court, Imperial Physician Fong had already heard the eunuch mention the plague in Shenzhou. He immediately knelt down. Your humble servant accepts the decree. The imperial decree has been issued. This doesn't seem like a half-hearted effort. They really intend to aid Shenzhou. But why is this different from Shenzhou's original fate? GG, is your system glitching? Hearing this voice, Imperial Physician Fong dared not lift his head. He could only glance at the surrounding officials from the corner of his eye. Seeing that they all acted as if this was nothing unusual, he became even more afraid to speak out of turn. He had intended to sneak a look at the Emperor's expression, but as he slightly raised his head, he found the Emperor staring right at him, a blatant warning in his eyes. Startled, Fong's legs trembled, and he hurriedly prostrated himself lower. It was a young girl's voice. What was going on? Recalling a recent chat with a colleague from the Imperial Hospital, he remembered that the Emperor had granted the young, low-born daughter of General Sheng's mansion an official position and a seat in court. Could that voice be? His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but he dared not turn to look. The system's troubled voice came through. That's not right. How could my data be wrong? Could it be that our arrival has disrupted the original timeline, causing other events to change as well? Sheng Zhao thought about it for a while, and then couldn't be bothered. I think so too. In the original story I was dead by now, yet here, I am an official. Whatever, forget it. As long as Sheng Zhao is saved, it's fine. Everyone's suspended hearts finally settled. Thankfully little Lord Sheng wasn't overthinking things. The system said, but these measures still won't change Sheng Zhao's final outcome. This disaster is 3 parts natural calamity, 7 parts man-made misfortune. The hearts of everyone which had just settled leaped back into their throats. What? The Emperor's decree this time was far more generous than the preparations for other disaster-stricken cities in previous years. Even with an immediate departure, they still couldn't change Sheng Zhao's fate. Man-made misfortune? Why did they say it was man-made? Are you saying this plague was deliberately caused? The system replied, that's right. The rumor that Sheng Zhao falsified its disaster report was deliberately spread. Of course someone wanted Sheng Zhao to be destroyed. Moreover, the plague was caused by diseased rats being thrown into the major wells of Sheng Zhao. Damn, who is so evil? Poisoning the water source directly. How can that be defended against? Exactly. Sheng Zhao is strategically located and contributed immense taxes and grain every year. Who do you think benefits the most from its destruction? Could it be an enemy nation? On one hand, they work from within to spread the plague, and on the other they manipulate the court to delay aid. You're absolutely right, host. That's exactly it. In the end, Sheng Zhao, a key fortress, falls. The northern Yin takes the opportunity to invade, and the great Jing dynasty falls in less than 10 years. These words sent a shockwave through the entire court. Imperial Physician Fong's body prostrate on the ground trembled. This little Lord Sheng was so audacious, talking about the fall of the nation right in the court, and the Emperor wasn't punishing her. Emperor Jingin's face was now terrifyingly dark. If looks could be swords, Zhao Lian would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows on the spot. In less than 10 years. The Great Jing was supposed to last for 1,000 generations. Was it going to end during his reign? Zhao Lian fell to his knees with a thud. He had never imagined that his momentary lapse in judgment would lead to the fall of Sheng Zhao, allow the enemy to exploit the gap, and ultimately cause the nation's destruction. It was over. He had wanted to be an official to bring glory to his ancestors, but instead he would be remembered with eternal infamy. So that fool Zhao Lian was used as a pawn by the enemy's spy. Zhao Lian felt he had no face to face his ancestors, no face to wear his official robes, and no face to meet the Emperor who trusted him. Your Majesty, your servant deserves death 10,000 times over. What's he doing now? It's not entirely his fault. He was just deceived. In his heart, he is still loyal to the country. The one to truly blame is Mao Luliang of the Ministry of War. He is the spy from Northern Yin. A moment ago, Zhao Lian was touched that someone understood him. The next, he couldn't believe his own ears. What? The shock of the ministers who could hear these thoughts was beyond words. Lord Mao is a spy for Northern Yin. No wonder that when the urgent report from Sheng Zhao arrived, Zhao Lian was the first to jump, followed closely by Mao Luliang. Lord Zhao was just stupid, that goes without saying. But Lord Mao, was he the one using Lord Zhao as a pawn? A spy from Northern Yin has risen to the position of Vice Minister of War, and no one has noticed. This nation is doomed. The people sent to Sheng Zhao this time are either fools or spies. No wonder Sheng Zhao is in trouble. I'd say Sheng Zhao is just incredibly unlucky. Sheng Huaishu had developed a heart of diamond from listening to his youngest daughter's outbursts in court all day. At first, when he heard her cursing the civil and military officials, and even the emperor, he was drenched in cold sweat. Now hearing her curse, he only wanted to applaud and cheer. Minister Gu was still immersed in the shock of the impending doom when Sheng Huaishu shoved him forward again. Don't ask Sheng Huaishu why he only pushed him and no one else. It was just convenient. Emperor Jingyan saw Minister Ji's willingness to step forward and nodded imperceptibly in approval. Minister Gu, do you have any objections? Gu Yaoxing glared angrily at the gloating Sheng Huaishu, racking his brains for an excuse. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Vice Minister of War Mao Luliang as a spy for Northern Yin. He has been frequently corresponding with other nations. I intercepted a letter that detailed how Lord Mao was to disrupt the Great Jing court to allow Northern Yin to invade, and that he ordered people to go to Sheng Zhao to poison the water source and deliberately spread the plague. You are slandering me. Mao Luliang was pondering a way to neither defy the imperial decree and secure his official post, nor go to Sheng Zhao. Although he was not worried about the plague in his master's plan, no one in Sheng Zhao was meant to survive. Going there might very well mean leaving his life behind. Unexpectedly at this moment, someone accused him of being a spy. They even claimed to have intercepted his correspondence. Though he was indeed a spy, there were absolutely no letters. They never used letters. items that could leave evidence. He was certain this person had no proof. Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to the great Jing with not a trace of disloyal intent. If I had deliberately caused the plague, why would I have agreed to go there? Wouldn't that be leaping into a fiery pit? Humph, because he has a plague prevention prescription hidden under the cabinet in his home. Of course he isn't afraid. He can then feign a narrow escape and continue to serve as an official. This bastard has a truly wicked heart. He should be thrown into a pile of plague corpses to let him feel the agony of those dying commoners. The crowd thought excellent idea. They hoped the emperor would adopt it. Emperor Jing'an looked at their expectant eyes. Imperial physician Fong seized upon a key point. A plague prevention prescription. His eyes lit up. Traveling to Sheng Zhao was extremely perilous. One misstep could lead to contracting the plague and perishing. To prepare an antidote, one would inevitably have to come into contact with patients. And concocting an antidote was not something that could be accomplished overnight. If there was a specific prescription, it would save a great deal of time and control the plague much faster. Even young Master Sheng knows this. Truly a divine man. Your Majesty, the intercepted letter has been handed to General Sheng for verification. The item is in General Sheng's hands. Your Majesty will know at a glance. Gu Yaoxing in a stroke of quick wit tossed this hot potato back to Sheng Huaisu. Sheng Huaisu. Well played, Lord Gu, getting your revenge. Lord Gu, seeing Sheng Huaisu's glare, glared back defiantly. Humph. You set me up first. Sheng Zhao, seeing his own father step forward, was bewildered. My father? Did my father already know that bastard was an enemy spy? That's normal, host. You've changed your family's fate. Some things are bound to differ from the original plot. Sheng Zhao nodded. Makes sense. Let's see that letter first. The crowd. Since the act had come this far, Emperor Jing'an looked at Sheng Huaisu with a mischievous smile. General Sheng, since the letter is in your hands, why not present it quickly? Sheng Huaisu was utterly speechless. If others didn't know whether the letter existed, he certainly did. What was he supposed to present? Unfortunately, the other was the emperor, so he could only endure in silent frustration. Your Majesty, I have indeed verified the letter. It is undoubtedly in Lord Mao's handwriting. I did not bring it to court, but I also learned that the plague treatment prescription is hidden under the bed in Lord Mao's chamber. Send someone to search, and your Majesty will know. Sheng Huaisu's head ached. He would have to forge a letter and submit it later. Slap. The ivory tablet in Mao Luoyang's hand slipped and fell to the ground. His face turned ashen, drained of all color. Cold sweat soaked the back of his robe as he lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They even knew about the prescription under his bed. It seemed everything was completely exposed. Knowing he could not possibly leave the palace alive, Mao Luoyang's fear instantly dissipated. He exuded an aura of death-defying resolve. Haha, I thought the great Jing was governed by mediocrities. I had already secured a key post in the Ministry of War without anyone noticing, yet I never expected there to be such talent here. He slowly rose from the ground, looking at Lord Gu and General Sheng with a hint of admiration. The two talents looked at each other. Me. Gu Yaoxing. No, it wasn't him. He was just a scapegoat. Sheng Huaisu. Not him either. It was all to cover things up for his little girl. But now beardless youths appear at court, and fools bring ruin to the nation. I decree your country's fate is numbered. Soon my northern yin will trample this land. He cast a contemptuous glance at Sheng Zhao, and Zhao Lian letting out a cold laugh. The beardless youth and the fool. You bastard, calling Zhao Lian a fool is one thing, but dragging me into it. It infuriates me. Gigi, how many points do we have? I have to teach him a lesson. Zhao Lian jumped. What do you mean? That's one thing. Host, we've eaten a lot of melons at court today. We're at 1,200 points now. Sheng Zhao immediately opened the shop and began browsing. Accumulating 1,200 points wasn't easy, but the items in the shop were also quite expensive. This. No. This. No. They're all too expensive, not worthy of that scoundrel. Suddenly a discount flash sale popped up. Sheng Zhao saw this peculiar item. Huh. A laughing pill. What's that? Host. It's a great item. Just throw this laughing pill on someone, and they'll laugh uncontrollably. The crowd was baffled. What kind of good thing was this? Was it meant to amuse children? That's useless. Why would I want him to laugh? I want him to cry. System host. This isn't happy laughter, it's an uncontrollable maniacal laughter. Laughing until tears flow, muscles cramp, breathing becomes difficult to the point of suffocation, and it won't stop for 3 whole days and nights. The crowd shuddered. That man had mocked young Master Sheng, and young Master Sheng was going to make him laugh for 3 days and nights. Though they felt no sympathy for the spy, they were genuinely curious about the treasures in young Master Sheng's possession. Sheng Zhao was very satisfied with the system's explanation. The cost-performance ratio was unbeatable. She nearly jumped up from behind. If you like laughing at me, do you? Then laugh your fill. Sheng Zhao held the laughing pill in her hand. I just throw it on him, right? System host, make sure you aim accurately. Don't hit the wrong person and hurt someone else. The crowd shivered upon hearing this immediately and discreetly distancing themselves from where Mao Luoyang stood. In the blink of an eye, a large, empty circle formed around Mao Luoyang's position. They silently prayed, please have good aim, young Master Sheng. Sheng Zhao was just taking aim when she noticed that Mao Luoyang's surroundings were empty. The ministers were all huddled against the palace walls, forming a ring around Mao Luoyang, encircling the hall. Huh, why did they all run over there? Why are they suddenly forming a formation? System, maybe they're afraid Mao Luoyang will go mad and hurt someone. After all, he's from an enemy nation, and who knows what he might do. Oof. This leaves me some space. Sheng Zhao raised her arm, gathered her strength, and threw with all her might. It hit Mao Luliang right on the head. He was in the middle of cursing the great Jing's failures and boasting about Northern Yan's prosperity. Suddenly hit on the head by something, he turned to look only to burst into a string of ha-ha-ha as he opened his mouth. Who threw that at me? Ha-ha-ha, who dares to throw something at me? Ha-ha-ha. Your great Jing must be ha-ha-ha, a nation of little people, ha-ha, only knowing how to ambush, ha-ha, only knowing how to ambush. Your great Jing is finished, ha-ha-ha, it will be finished soon. Ha-ha-ha-ha. The crowd. How utterly insane. Today when they returned home they would tell their entire families, wife, children, old and young, that they must never ever provoke young Master Sheng. Sheng Zhao looked at her handiwork with great satisfaction and clapped her hands. The hall was filled with unceasing ha laughter. Emperor Jing'an's head was throbbing from the noise. He ordered Mao to be dragged away and interrogated severely, hoping to uncover other spies. Today on her first day at court this girl had cleansed 2 pests, secured Sheng Zhao, and obtained the plague prevention prescription. Emperor Jing'an was in an excellent mood. The ministers who usually arrived at court at the last possible moment came unusually early today. Even Emperor Jing'an woke a bit earlier than was his custom. From the moment they opened their eyes, everyone eagerly anticipated the morning court session. They felt that ever since little Lord Sheng had started attending court, life had become much more promising. But even when Emperor Jing'an and all the civil and military officials had mostly assembled, little Lord Sheng was still nowhere to be seen. One by one they craned their necks searching. Could little Lord Sheng have taken leave today? They fervently hoped not. Hurry, hurry were the only 2 left. Father, run faster. Show them the valor you had on the battlefield. Don't let them think you're old and useless. Hearing this blatantly disrespectful roar, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was little Lord Sheng. Sheng Huaisu ran while adjusting his official hat. He wanted to scold his rebellious child, but as soon as he entered the grand hall he saw that everyone was already standing properly in their places. He immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say a word. It was all Zhao Zhao's fault for being lazy and refusing to get up in the morning, dawdling and delaying. Now everyone thought he was the one who couldn't run fast enough. Why was everyone so early today? The time was exactly right, they weren't even late. Sheng Zhao always felt drowsy as soon as court began. It was simply too early to get up. Hiding behind the row of officials, she started to doze off. Gigi, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Keep an eye out for me, and wake me up immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, host. Gigi has the whole hall under surveillance. Emperor Jing'an's gaze immediately swept over. He saw Sheng Zhao, small in stature, hiding behind several adults, deliberately shrinking herself. If one didn't look closely, she was nearly invisible. Sheng Huaisu felt a headache coming on. If his daughter was going to sleep, couldn't she avoid broadcasting it in her mind? Now the entire court knew she was about to take a nap. He quietly turned his head to glance at his youngest daughter. Sheng Zhao was already leaning against the doorframe, oblivious to the world. This rebellious child. Your Majesty, a common woman from Qingshi town Dingzhou has struck the complaint drum. She claims her husband was unjustly sentenced to execution and requests a retrial. The voice of Lu Jiugao, the chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review, boomed through the grand hall. He presented a memorial with both hands, which eunuch Yao then submitted to Emperor Jing'an. Clang. Oh my god. Who was that so loud? Scared me half to death. Sheng Zhao was jolted awake by Minister Lu's shout. She nearly fell to the ground in fright, but was thankfully propped up by the doorframe behind her. Minister Lu stood frozen in place. What could he do? The hall was so vast, if he didn't speak loudly the emperor wouldn't be able to hear him. Lu Jiugao ignored the complaints in her mind and continued his report. Your Majesty, Qingshi town has been plagued by a vicious serial rape case for a month. The culprit specifically targets unmarried women, breaking into their homes to commit his crimes. This has led 3 women to take their own lives, and the populace is seething with anger. The county magistrate Zhou Jingqin has apprehended a suspect named Wang He. His build, appearance, clothing, and portrait all match the descriptions given by the witnesses. Following procedure, he was sentenced to execution. However, Wang He's wife Nei Zhang goes to the yamen every day to weep and plead his innocence, even going so far as to strike the complaint drum. Your subject requests a joint trial by the 3 judicial offices to avoid a wrongful execution. Logically speaking, the case seemed airtight. The surviving victims had personally identified the culprit. One victim had even fainted at the sight of him. But Zhang insisted her husband was framed, crying at the yamen day after day. She simply cried incessantly without presenting any evidence. Magistrate Zhou believed she was either ignorant of the truth, unwilling to believe her husband was a depraved beast, or was simply trying to exonerate him. Thus he paid her no heed and planned to proceed with the execution on the scheduled date. He never expected her to strike the complaint drum. According to the dynasty's laws, once the complaint drum is sounded, the magistrate must submit the petition to the Court of Judicial Review for reporting. However, the final decision on whether to retry the case rested with His Majesty. Minister Shun of the Ministry of Justice raised an objection. The evidence is ironclad. This is nothing but a shrewd sophistry. If we grant a retrial, every time a village woman questions the authorities, every criminal in the realm will follow suit. What will become of our great Jing's legal system? Gigi, what kind of beast is this? He breaks into unmarried women's homes to rape them. Does he have some psychological disorder, or is he just taking revenge on society? Sheng Zhao, now fully awake after being startled, listened carefully to the details of the case and couldn't help cursing in her mind. Hosted his revenge on society. Wang He is indeed innocent. The real culprit is someone else. Everyone. What? Minister Shun of the Ministry of Justice jerked his head up, his expression one of shock. He really was innocent. Then how did the witnesses and evidence all point to Wang He? Did someone deliberately frame him? Who holds such a deep grudge against him? The system TSK. This matter is a long story. If the system had a physical form, Sheng Zhao would have wanted to strangle it with her own hands. Then make a long story short. System, the real culprit is actually Wang He's friend, a poor scholar surnamed Lu. Scholar Lu was betrothed to a wealthy young lady in his youth. But in recent years, he grew indolent, failing the imperial exams year after year. He also became addicted to gambling, beating his parents to extort money to pay his debts, which led the wealthy lady to break off the engagement in disappointment. Hearing this, Sheng Zhao was filled with contempt. She was right to break it off. It's not like she should marry him only to be beaten and have her family's money used to fuel his gambling. The wealthy lady did nothing wrong. At least she isn't a lovesick fool. Exactly. But Scholar Lu believed she broke it off because she looked down on his poverty. Filled with resentment, he procured some sleeping drugs, snuck into the lady's room at night after drugging the night watchman, and forcibly took her virtue. The girl hanged herself the very next morning. Sheng Zhao spat contemptuously. Damn it. Sick bastard. If she really looked down on his poverty, why would she have agreed to the betrothal in the first place? It was clearly because he was too worthless. He's a despicable beast. And that's not all. Scholar Lu believed all wealthy young ladies were the same. After killing that one, he tasted the thrill of revenge. He then turned his attention to other unmarried wealthy girls in Qingshi town. He used the same modus operandi every time, scoping out the mansion's layout and the night watch arrangements, then using sleeping drugs in the dead of night to commit his atrocities. So far he has harmed 5 women, 3 of whom have taken their own lives. Everyone present was filled with indignation. Emperor Jing's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. How could the great Jing Empire produce such a vile creature and let him roam free? What were these officials doing, taking their salaries for nothing? They couldn't even uncover this. Sheng Zhao frowned, clenching her fists so tightly that her teeth ground together. How did he manage to pin all the evidence on Wang He? Why did even the victims identify Wang He? Everyone was also curious about this. They listened with rapt attention, afraid of missing any crucial detail. Officials from the Court of Judicial Review and the Ministry of Justice would have taken out paper and pen to take notes if they weren't afraid of being exposed. System, before committing his crimes, Scholar Lu deliberately found an unlucky soul of similar build to befriend and invited him for a drink. Sheng Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, that unlucky soul is Wang He. Everyone gasped. Such a vast conspiracy was unfolding before them. They had thought it was a grudge against Wang He, but it turned out the culprit didn't even know him before this. Taking revenge on wealthy ladies and framing an innocent man. Every step was interconnected, meticulously planned, and he had kept his own hands perfectly clean. Truly despicable. Yes, before every crime he would invite Wang He for a drink, get him drunk, and knock him unconscious, then wear Wang He's clothes to sneak into the young lady's chambers to commit his vile acts, deliberately leaving behind some of Wang He's personal belongings. He always acted after dark, and the victims' chambers had no lamps lit, so they couldn't see his face, only remembering his general build. That's how the authorities quickly locked onto Wang He. Sheng Zhao suppressed her fury. That bastard is truly despicable. He deserves to be castrated. The crowd murmured in agreement. Even without the system's explanation, Sheng Zhao could roughly piece together what happened next. So with all evidence pointing to Wang He and the victims personally identifying him, he was naturally sentenced to execution with no chance to defend himself. Only his wife refused to believe he was capable of such deeds, pleading for justice everywhere until she finally beat the complaint drum. The system said exactly. Wang He never knew that his chance encounter and friendship with Scholar Lu were orchestrated from the very beginning. Scholar Lu had chosen him as his scapegoat the moment he laid eyes on him. Vile? Utterly vile. Even 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes would be insufficient punishment. After learning the full details and inside story, Emperor Jingyan tapped his fingers lightly on the dragon desk. Chief Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, I ask you, did the victimized young ladies ever see the culprit's face with their own eyes? Lu Jiugao understood the emperor's intent. He pondered for a moment, as if carefully recalling the case details. Your Majesty, all the young ladies claimed it was dark without lamps at midnight, identifying him only by his build and voice. Emperor Jingyan's gaze sharpened. Builds can be similar, voices can be imitated. Since no one witnessed the culprit's face with their own eyes, I believe this case is fraught with doubt and cannot be hastily concluded. Ministers Lu and Shen, what say you? Your servant also believes the evidence is insufficient and a retrial is necessary. Your servant concurs. Emperor Jingyan nodded and made a decisive ruling. The Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate shall hold a joint trial. Reinvestigate this case within 3 days. Ensure the true culprit is apprehended without fail. Yes, Your Majesty. Now that the entire court knew the inside story, the 3 officials dared not show the slightest negligence. By any means necessary, they had to trace the case back to Scholar Lu. This emperor truly lives up to his title. With just one clue, he suspected the case had hidden depths. A joint trial will surely clear Wang He's name. No wonder he became emperor. These words struck a chord with Emperor Jing'an, who sat up a little straighter. Indeed, no wonder he became emperor. The system said, indeed, thankfully our great Jing has an enlightened emperor. Zhang Shi's beating of the complaint drum was not in vain. Gigi, if my father ever gets thrown in prison, can I beat the complaint drum for him too? Sheng Huaishu was utterly flabbergasted. What prison? What daughter wishes for her own father to be imprisoned? He was the esteemed general of pacifying the north with countless military merits. What crime could he possibly commit to land in prison? Yet a trace of warmth stirred in his heart. It showed that his youngest daughter held a positive image of him, believing he would be wrongfully accused no matter what. Otherwise she wouldn't think of beating the complaint drum. That's possible, host. But to demonstrate resolve, the drummer must first endure 10 strokes of the court cane. Severe injury or death is not our responsibility. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in fright. Then forget it. I don't think my father has any grievances after all. The crowd was speechless. Sheng Huaishu fumed, ungrateful daughter. A stifled laugh escaped someone unable to hold it in any longer. Sheng Zhao poked the official in front of her who had laughed with her ivory tablet, and asked in a mysterious low voice, Honorable sir, what are you laughing at? Ouched! The poked official yelped, clutching his rear. Seeing everyone turn to look, he realized his lapse in decorum, and immediately bowed his head, staring at the floor tiles. Sheng Zhao thought the tablet didn't hurt, and didn't understand his outcry. She tentatively poked him again. He endured it. Host, stop poking him. He has hemorrhoids on his behind. How painful that must be. The crowd, eager for entertainment, immediately turned to see who stood before little Lord Sheng. Mainly to see who had hemorrhoids. Lord Song, finding the entire court turning to look at him, felt utterly humiliated. While the secret of his hemorrhoids was thoroughly exposed now, he endured it again. Tisk tisk, so young yet afflicted with hemorrhoids. He doesn't read on the toilet, does he? The system said, no, it's purely because he fancies men. He keeps several young servants in his residence. How could he not get hemorrhoids? Sheng Zhao was stunned, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, wishing she could see what he looked like from the front. The crowd marveled inwardly. Lord Song actually fancies men. No wonder he remained unmarried at 27 or 28. No wonder he always declined when colleagues tried to match him with respectable girls. So that was it. Lord Song felt the sky was falling. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned back and glared fiercely at Sheng Zhao. As he turned, Sheng Zhao exclaimed, so that's what he looks like. Quite delicate indeed. No wonder men find him attractive. Lord Song's expression froze instantly. He could only quickly turn back around. If given another chance, he would never have laughed. He was finished now. Host, you know Lord Song's appearance is actually quite popular. But his orientation used to be normal, and he even had a girl he was deeply in love with. This juicy gossip excited Sheng Zhao. So Lord Song wasn't born with a preference for men. Then why did he end up liking men later? Lord Song's figure stiffened from where he stood ahead. Would someone please silence little Lord Sheng? Lord Song once had a childhood sweetheart. He had loved the girl since they were young. Finally reaching marriageable age, he planned to confess his feelings to her on the night of the Lantern Festival. But on the night of the festival, the girl encountered a man on the street. They fell in love at first sight, exchanging affectionate glances. They immediately pledged themselves to each other. Sheng Zhao shook her head. Truly, a childhood sweetheart cannot compete with a sudden encounter. A matter of fate, no connection. What a pity. The crowd cast sympathetic glances at Lord Song, who glared them all back. The system said, heartbroken and despondent, Lord Song silently released flower lanterns by the river alone, crying his eyes out. Then a beautiful young lady saw him crying alone, came to comfort him, and even gifted him a poem. Moved, Lord Song wept bitterly in her arms. The crowd was stunned. Did they hear that right? Lord Song wept in a woman's arms. Sheng Zhao said, that's understandable, I suppose. Lost one girl, gained another. The system said, don't even mention it. The two of them drank and cried together, getting utterly wasted in a tavern room, drinking until they were senseless. When passion peaked, the young lady took off her clothes and pulled out something bigger than his. Lord Song was so terrified he fled home that very night. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Zhao laughed uncontrollably, as if she herself had consumed a ha-ha pill. The entire great hall was engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere. Some ministers bowed their heads, staring at the floor tiles, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Others held in their laughter so hard that their necks flushed red and their beards quivered. Sheng Huaishu accidentally met the gaze of Minister Ge beside him and nearly burst out laughing, forcing himself to stare intently at the coiled dragon pattern on the hall's pillar, as if trying to bore a hole through it. For a moment the hall was filled only with the sound of stifled breaths and eerie silence. Even Emperor Jing'an, seated on the dragon throne, covered his expression with his sleeve, and when he could no longer hold back, he feigned a cough. Minister Song was utterly despairing. He closed his eyes, consoling himself that perhaps it was for the best if from now on his colleagues would stop trying to arrange marriages for him. Engrossed in the gossip, Sheng Zhao was oblivious to everyone's strange expressions. Poor Minister Song to have his heart broken by 2 girls in a single day. He must be traumatized. System, indeed, from now on he will discover the beauty of men. Sheng Zhao, ever understanding, thought, no wonder he was glaring at me earlier. I can understand that now. Minister Song was inwardly frantic. What do you understand? Standing beside Minister Song was Lin Xuechuang, a compiler from the Hanlin Academy. Lin Xuechuang lowered his voice with a teasing expression. Minister Song, it's not just young Master Sheng who understands your plight, I do too. But you really must exercise some restraint. Hemorrhoids are not easy to cure. Minister Song was speechless. If not for the fear of losing decorum in the Great Hall, he would have kicked him. He shot a glance at Lin Xuechuang, displeased by his gloating expression, and a scheme came to mind. The next second, Minister Song put on a righteous expression, furrowed his brow at Lin Xuechuang, and said sternly, Minister Lin, how could you gossip behind young Master Sheng's back about his short stature? Young Master Sheng is at an age where he is still growing. We are all colleagues, how can you be so unkind? His voice was pitched just loud enough for Sheng Zhao to hear clearly. Lin Xuechuang's smile froze on his face, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. His finger trembling as he pointed at Minister Song. You what? Minister Lin, we are all officials serving the same court. We should respect and love one another, sharing the emperor's burdens. It's fine to say such things in front of me, but don't ever mention it again. Minister Song spoke with earnest advice, putting on a show of concern for him. Sheng Zhao's blood boiled. Gigi, help me find out what dirt this damn Minister Lin has, daring to mock me for being short. I'm going to dig up everything on him and spread his secrets all over the capital. The system, feeling Sheng Zhao's anger, shared her indignation. He dares to call you short. I think he has height, but no brains. Don't worry, I'll strip him bare cleaner than the day he was born. Everyone was keenly watching for Sheng Zhao's reaction. Hearing her inner thoughts, they felt both sympathy and contempt. Sympathy for Minister Lin, who had become the next unfortunate target. Contempt for him, because who told him to comment on young Master Sheng's height? Didn't he know that young Master Sheng always avenges a slight? Serves him right. Minister Lin's heart was now in turmoil. The corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably. Would you believe me if I said I never said that? Minister Song felt like laughing uproariously. Ha, who told Minister Lin to laugh at him for having hemorrhoids? Ha, he was no longer suffering alone. Host, this man is named Lin Xuechuang, a compiler in the Hanlin Academy. It's a nice name, but unfortunately, he lost his true name before the Emperor. Sheng Zhao tilted her little head. Lost his true name. Why? Doesn't the Emperor like his name and gave him a new one? No. This Minister Lin loves wonton soup. Once the memorial, he submitted smelled of wontons, making the Emperor hungrier and hungrier as he read it. Before he finished, he ordered the Imperial kitchen to make him a bowl of wontons. It was a minor issue, and the Emperor didn't punish him for it. Then another time his memorial was stained with wonton oil. The Emperor was utterly exasperated when he received it, even having to blot the oil with rice paper first. Unable to bear it any longer, he fined him 2 months' salary and secretly called him Wonton Minister. Every time Eunuch Yao presented his memorial, he would directly tell the Emperor it was from Wonton Minister, and the Emperor would know who it was. He even said the memorial smelled good but looked dirty. Everyone was speechless. Giving a minister a nickname in private. They didn't know the Emperor was like this. Ha, tomorrow. No, today after court. Let's go sell this gossip to the storyteller at Drunken Immortal Tavern. Within 3 days the name, Wonton Minister, will be known throughout the capital, and we'll make a fortune. Host is so clever to think of making money from gossip. We'll never go hungry again. Now everyone turned their gaze to Sheng Huaishu. The Sheng family was a general's mansion after all. How could young Master Sheng be so short of money? If they remembered correctly, young Master Sheng was a concubine's daughter. Was the illustrious general's mansion skimping on her allowance? Sheng Huaishu felt his heart ache at the suspicious glances cast his way. Lin Xuechuang looked at Emperor Jing'an with a resentful expression. The Emperor remained calm and composed while Eunuch Yao beside him gave Minister Lin an apologetic smile. He couldn't help it. Every time he said, Minister Lin, the Emperor couldn't remember who it was. But as soon as he said, Wonton Minister, the Emperor understood instantly. Lin Xuechuang could only console himself that at least the Emperor remembered a low-ranking official like him, even if the memory was a bit peculiar. Hey, but Wonton Minister is pitiable too. He raised another man's daughter for over a decade while his own daughter was in his own manor, serving as a maid to his enemy's child, beaten black and blue every day. TSK. A 15 or 16-year-old girl skinny as a bag of bones. He and his wife are still kept in the dark. As soon as the words were thought, Lin Xuechuang's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. The daughter he raised wasn't his own. His biological daughter was a maidservant to his enemy's daughter. How could that be? Lin Xuechuang was still in shock and disbelief when Sheng Zhao eagerly asked, how could that be? Doesn't he know his own daughter? System, he was deceived. The steward of his manor bribed the midwife and swapped his own newborn daughter with the real Miss Lin during Lady Lin's labor. Now the Lin family dotes on the young Lady Lin Jinju, who is actually the steward's daughter. The real young lady was deliberately placed in Lin Jinju's courtyard as a lowly maid named War. Lin Jinju knows the truth, so she bullies and beats this maid. Last night Lin Jinju deliberately found fault and made War kneel in the courtyard all night. Early this morning, despite War having a fever, she forced her to work and War collapsed from exhaustion. As a result, Lin Jinju ordered the servants to kick and beat her. They were to beat her awake and make her work again. They are beating her right now, and if it continues much longer she might die. Sheng Zhao's inner voice drilled into Lin Xuechuang's ears like a venomous serpent. At that moment, he only heard a buzzing sound in his ears. War. Lin Xuechuang, his heart ablaze with anxiety, was about to request the Emperor's permission to return to his residence. Before he could voice his plea, Emperor Jing'an had already discerned his intent. With a wave of his hand, the emperor declared court is adjourned. Lin Xuechuang, abandoning all formalities, turned and hastened out. Lord Wonton, why such haste? Sheng Zhao called out, catching sight of Lin Xuechuang, as if he were riding the wind-fire wheels. Lord Lin, with no mind for being called Lord Wonton, could only think of rushing back to save his daughter. Host Lord Lin, returning to the mansion now, will be just in time to witness War being beaten. He might even be able to save her. That's right, but he doesn't know War is his daughter. If he indulges Lin Zhenju, won't he regret it for a lifetime? How about we go and watch? We can find the right moment to save War or tell him the truth. He'll be so grateful he'll give us a huge reward. That's much quicker money than selling gossip about Lord Wonton. Sheng Zhao grew more excited, nearly cheering for her own clever mind. The officials who hadn't gone far thought General Sheng must be underpaying young Master Sheng. But then again, missing such a big piece of drama with one's own eyes would be a real pity. The system said, great idea. Hurry. Let's follow him. By the time Sheng Zhao, panting, reached the palace gate, she saw Lord Lin's carriage speeding away. Sheng Er, who had been dozing by the carriage at the gate, saw her young mistress emerge and was about to greet her. But Sheng Zhao leaped onto the carriage in one swift motion and shouted to the driver, quick to the residence of Hanlin Academy compiler Lord Lin. Young mistress, your servant will go with you. Seeing Sheng Zhao in such a rush, Sheng Er quickly jumped onto the carriage to follow. Young mistress, what's wrong? Has something happened? Sheng Er asked, her face tense with worry. To fight a fake. Sheng Zhao replied mysteriously, leaving Sheng Er utterly confused. What? A fight? Fight whom? Don't we need more people? Just the two of us. Plus the driver. Sheng Zhao's driver was a man personally selected by General Sheng from the army. One had to admire the fierceness of a veteran soldier. His carriage almost caught up to Lord Lin's. Uncle Jiang, take a detour. We'll enter through the back gate of the Lin residence. Sheng Zhao poked her head out of the carriage and patted Uncle Jiang's shoulder. All right, young mistress, hold tight. Stop. Uncle Jiang, right here, stop here. Back up against the wall, closer, a little closer. Uncle Jiang was puzzled. Sneaking to the Lin residence and not using the main gate was one thing, but why not even the side gate? What were they planning to do under the wall? Sheng Zhao moved the horse stool, lifted her skirt, stepped onto it, and began to climb onto the carriage roof. Hold steady. Uncle Jiang and Sheng Er's hearts leaped into their throats as the carriage wobbled precariously. They held on for dear life. Sheng Er was on the verge of tears. Young mistress, this agarwood roof can't take. Shoo, be quiet. Sheng Zhao, standing on the carriage roof, was just able to peer over the wall, her eyes darting around like a spy. Slap. It's a slap. Definitely a slap. Whoa, young mistress, your servant truly didn't take your hairpin. Please spare your servant. A weak female voice came from the courtyard, accompanied by sobs and endless pleas for mercy. You wretched slave, just a lowly servant. How dare you compare yourself to me, the young mistress? I say you took it, so you took it. Guards, strip her naked and throw her into the beggar's den on East Street. She says she's cold with fever, doesn't she? Let her go warm up. Young mistress, please spare your servant. No, don't touch me. Damn it, this black-hearted seed who's stolen a nest really thinks she's a noble lady. Such a venomous heart. Squeak, I can't stand it anymore. Let's rush over and save her now. Stop right there. With a furious roar, the courtyard door was kicked open with a bang. Everyone in the yard was frozen with fear, their eyes turning to Lin Zhenju. Sheng Zhao, who was about to jump down from the carriage, was also stunned. Wasn't that supposed to be my grand entrance? Lin Xuechuang saw Wara, her face covered in bruises, still desperately clutching her clothes, curled up in the corner. His heart clenched in agony. The veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes turned bloodshot. In the next second, he swung a wooden stool he grabbed and smashed it into the head servant. Bang! A dull thud, and the wooden stool shattered into pieces on the servant's back. Master. The stricken servant, half her body numb, immediately knelt down. What the hell? What's going on? Lord Wonton is going straight for the throat. Does he know Lin Zhenju is a fake? Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xuechuang looked around. Did he just hear young Master Sheng? There's no one else here. Forget it, no time for that. Saving his daughter is what matters. Lin Zhenju was also terrified by Lord Lin's appearance. Since childhood, her father had always been lenient with her no matter what she did. Why was he so furious over her disciplining a lowly slave? Father, it's this lowly slave. She stole your daughter's hairpin, the one you gave me for my birthday last year. Your daughter treasures it so much. Lin Zhenju said, feigning grievance as she clung to Lord Lin's sleeve and acted coy. Slap. In the past, seeing her like this would have softened his heart, but now, knowing the truth, he only felt nauseated. He delivered a heavy slap that sent Lin Zhenju reeling. Sheng Zhao almost clapped in delight. My lord, how can you hit the child? Lady Lin rushed in, witnessing the scene. She hurriedly embraced Lin Zhenju, examining the mark on her face, and glared angrily at Lord Lin. Lin Zhenju, acting pitifully, threw herself into Lady Lin's arms, sobbing incessantly. Will mother, father hit me? Still putting on an act, are you? You rotten-hearted pheasant. Sheng Zhao watched with great interest. Seeing Lord Lin's demeanor, he already knew the truth, so War was safe for now. She was in no hurry, finding it particularly delightful to watch the drama unfold from atop the wall. Child, what is she to be worthy of being called my child? My lady, our child is being beaten to death. Lin Zhenju's lips were still curved in a coquettish pout, but her face had turned deathly pale. What did he mean by that? Lady Lin, still not comprehending, only thought he had lost his mind for hitting their precious daughter. Yes. She is being beaten to death, and it's you who's doing the beating. How can a father be so vicious? Lin Xuechuang drew his sword and pressed it directly against Lin Zhenju's neck. The hatred in his eyes was so intense that even Lady Lin dared not speak another word. Bring them in. Several sturdy servants led a man and a woman into the courtyard. Host, these are Lin Zhenju's real parents, those two black-hearted wretches. Impressive. Lord Lin came prepared. Lady Lin also heard Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts, and her heart seemed to skip a beat. If they were Lin Zhenju's parents, then who was she? And what did her husband mean by saying their daughter was being beaten to death? Lady Lin looked at the bloodied servant girl in the corner. Could it be? Steward Lu, my daughter accidentally killed your warrior in a moment of carelessness. Today, a life for a life. I will personally slay this unfilial daughter to atone for her crime. Lin Xuechuang gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between them. With a flick of his wrist, it appeared as though he would slit Lin Zhenju's throat in the very next second. My lord. No, the woman shrieked. My lord War has served the young miss since childhood. She is but a lowly servant with a worthless life. It was her own misfortune. The young miss is as precious as gold and jade. How could she forfeit her life for a slave's? The woman's legs gave way beneath her, her soul seemingly taking flight. A life for a life is only natural. Such a cold-blooded and ruthless wretch is unworthy to be a member of the Lin family. Let it be as if I never had such a daughter. Lord Lin kicked Lin Zhenju, sending her flying several meters. The next moment he charged at her with his sword, the resolve in his eyes, terrifying Lin Zhenju out of her wits. Father, mother, save me. He knows. He knows everything. He truly means to kill me. Jure. The woman lunged forward, shielding Lin Zhenju with her own body. Lord Lin was prepared. He angled his sword, striking the woman's shoulder instead. Blood gushed forth. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a waste that Lord Lin's intellect is confined to the lowly rank of a 6th-rank editor. Sheng Zhao lay atop the wall, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. But then she heard applause and praise from beside her. Turning her head, she saw a row of officials in court robes lying on the wall. Sheng Zhao, when had these people arrived? Why did they have a ladder? Wait, did everyone know there was a huge scandal at Lord Lin's mansion today? Seeing Sheng Zhao look over, the ministers waved at her. Mother, are you alright? Lin Zhenju pressed on the woman's wound, frantically looking at Steward Lu. Father, what are you standing there for? Hurry and call a doctor for mother. But Steward Lu stood rooted to the spot. It wasn't that he couldn't move, it was that he dared not. The household guards had already placed long blades against his neck. Lady Lin felt as if struck by lightning. At that moment, everything became clear. She sprang to her feet, her face turning from white to green, her chest heaving violently. She picked up the dying warrior from the corner and wept heart-wrenchingly. Someone call a physician. Seeing the blood-soaked figure, even Sheng Zhao felt a pang of pity. Gigi, is this young Miss Lin all right? She looks terribly injured. System, rest assured. It's nothing serious. Just a cold with a fever plus some superficial wounds. She'll need to recuperate for a while. It's a good thing Lord Lin intervened in time, or she really would have been beaten to death. Sheng Zhao nodded. That's good. But what grudge does that Steward Lu hold against the Lin family to make him harm them so? System, just greed and vanity. His wife and Lady Lin were pregnant at the same time, but their statuses were worlds apart. One the daughter of a servant, the other the daughter of a court official. He couldn't accept it. He wanted his own daughter to live a good life, and to secretly support him. After hearing this, Sheng Zhao let out a cold laugh. All for that. What a rotten bastard, struck by lightning. Stepping on others' flesh and blood to enjoy a life of luxury, and even making their daughter a servant to his own daughter. What utter shamelessness. May I ask, Lord Li of the Ministry of Justice, according to the laws of our great Jing, how should these 3 villains be judged? Lady Lin was stunned. Lord Li of the Ministry of Justice. What person? Had the master lost his mind from rage? Following Lord Lin's gaze, Lady Lin let out a startled cry. Aunt. There on the blue brick wall of their own courtyard was a neat row of heads poking out, each topped with a black gauze official's hat. The hat wings trembled with their movements on the wall, making them look like a pack of melon-thieving badgers turned into spirits. Lady Lin stared blankly at this row of bright-eyed gossip fiends. This is, ha ha ha, caught red-handed, while eating melons, huh? Ha ha. Sheng Zhao laughed so hard, she pounded the wall. Crack. A loud noise, and the wooden roof of the carriage, finally unable to bear the weight, collapsed. Ow, my bottom. Young miss. Chaos reigned on one side, while dead silence fell on the other. Everyone. Ahem. I was merely passing by. Vice Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice, clinging to the wall, cleared his throat softly to cover his embarrassment. Lord Lin, according to the laws of our great Jing, swapping an infant and causing an official's child to be enslaved for 15 years is comparable to the crime of human trafficking. The sentence is decapitation, to be carried out after the autumn assizes. He then looked at Lin Zhenju. As for one who fraudulently claims the status of an official's family member, the punishment is 100 strokes of the cane and 3 years of penal servitude. However, she has falsely claimed this identity for 15 years, was aware of the truth, but did not report it, profited from it, and long-term abused the true daughter of the house. These are heinous circumstances. She should be dealt with as an accomplice. The sentence is death by hanging. Lin Zhenju trembled all over, collapsing as if her bones had been removed. Her lips quivered incessantly, but she could not utter a single word. Death by hanging. For what? She had been the young miss of the Lin family for 15 years. All this wealth and glory was rightfully hers. She crawled over trying to grab Lord Lin's official robe. Father, it's me, Sheng Zhao. Doesn't father love Sheng Zhao the most? The blade was still at Steward Lu's neck. Accustomed to throwing his weight around the mansion, he now seemed as if his soul had been drained. Filth dripped from his trousers, and his eyes were vacant. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I just wanted my daughter to have a good life. I never meant to harm anyone. Spare me, my lord. Lin Xuechuang couldn't bear to look at them a moment longer. He cupped his hands towards Lord Li on the wall. I'll trouble Lord Li to take these people directly back to the Ministry of Justice. Lord Li had come hoping for some gossip, but ended up with a pile of official business. He could only accept his fate. Ministry of Justice personnel soon entered the back courtyard. Lin Zhenju began to giggle, her laughter growing louder and almost manic. Ha ha ha, you kill me. She won't get off easy either. She's been a lowly slave for over a decade, trampled and humiliated by me every day. Do you think she can just go back to being a young miss? Dream on. In her bones, she's already a low. Before she could finish, Lord Li waved his hand coldly, and the Yamen runners gagged her and dragged her away. This commotion had nothing to do with Sheng Zhao, because she had fallen through the carriage roof, leaving a large gash on her arm. Amidst Xing'er's sobs and Uncle Zhang's exclamations of alarm, she was forcibly stuffed into the leaky-roofed carriage and sent back to the Sheng mansion. Sheng Huaisu had just stepped into the courtyard when he saw Sheng Zhao sitting under the eaves with Xing'er, holding her arm and applying medicine. He saw the shocking wound on his young daughter's arm and drew in a sharp breath. SSS, it hurts. It hurts. Sheng Huaisu's face instantly darkened like iron. He had long anticipated that Zhao Zhao's heart voice would offend many, but he never expected revenge to come so swiftly. Who did this? Murderous intent surged in his eyes, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Xing'er's face was full of misery as she stammered. Sheng Zhao closed her eyes, playing dead. General. The young miss fell on her own. Sheng Huaisu frowned deeply, not believing a word. How could a fall cause such an injury? The young lady had heard that there was a scandal at the residence of Lord Lin from the Hanlin Academy, and she insisted on eavesdropping by the wall. Unfortunately, without a ladder, she attempted to stand on the roof of the carriage. The roof proved too weak, and with a sudden crack, Xing'er shrank her neck, her voice growing softer. Miss. Fell into the carriage and was scratched by a nail on the axle. Sheng Huaisu's murderous gaze instantly froze, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. His cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably, as if he wanted to scold or laugh. He took a deep breath, slowly loosening his clenched fist, silently repeating to himself, my own child, my own child. Finally he roared. You? Lady. Climbing over someone's wall. Sheng Huaisu grabbed a broom nearby and charged toward Sheng Zhao. Help me. Father. Listen, the story about Lord Lin is really exciting. Sheng Zhao ran too slowly and was struck on the buttocks by the broom, darting wildly around the yard. Sheng Huaisu's beard bristled with anger. Seeing his little daughter hiding behind a fish tank, he chased after her with the broom. Exciting. Is today's beating you open more exciting than that? He flicked his sleeve and shouted angrily, go. Tear apart the young lady's carriage. From now on she may only ride in an ox cart slowly. Seeing Xing'er and Uncle Jiang shielding her from her father, Sheng Zhao immediately fled. By the time Sheng Huaisu turned around to look for her, she was gone. Ouch. My head. As she just ran out of the mansion, she collided head-on with Sheng Yinshu, who happened to be returning. She crashed into his chest, causing him to stumble back 2 steps. Once he recognized the person, Sheng Yinshu held his chest with one hand and grabbed Sheng Zhao with the other. Little sister, what kind of iron head technique are you practicing? What's in such a hurry? Third brother father is about to purge his own kin. I'll go hide first. Sheng Zhao pried open his fingers to slip away. Hey. Wait, Zhao Zhao, how about I take you out to play? Sheng Yinshu smiled sweetly at his little sister, but Sheng Zhao sensed a plot brewing. Ziyu Lu. Sheng Zhao looked up at the signboard and exclaimed, great. Third brother, you actually brought me to drink. I'll tell father to break your. Sheng Yinshu quickly covered her mouth. Chill. Don't shout. I'll take you to eat something delicious, no drinking. Sheng Zhao settled for it, determined to have a good meal at his brother's expense today. Reflecting on her life since transmigrating, she had yet to taste restaurant food. The dishes in the Sheng mansion were average, and eating them became tiresome. Meals eaten in the palace were also bland due to the need to cater to her pregnant second sister. As they entered Ziyu Lu, a waiter approached with a beaming smile. Oh, young Master Sheng has arrived. Room No. 3 in the Tian section is prepared for you. Sheng Yinshu nodded slightly and casually tossed a piece of silver. The waiter caught it deftly, his smile widening. Please, this way. Today's 4-gill perch is the fattiest one we have specially reserved for you. Sheng Zhao glanced at Sheng Yinshu, unable to help but think to herself. He seems so familiar with this place, I guess he comes often. Thinking of how difficult life had been in the inner quarters while her third brother enjoyed fine dining and wine every day outside, both being illegitimate, how could the difference be so great? The system, host, there's nothing you can do. Your third brother is the only male heir of the Sheng family. I'm the only female official in the great Jing dynasty. Host, you're awesome. Sheng Yinshu, enough. The waiter leading the way glanced secretly at Sheng Zhao and was startled. Could this be the young lady Sheng everyone in the capital was talking about? Just as described in the rumors. Pushing the door open, a young man in a moon-white robe immediately stood up to greet. Brother Sheng, you're finally here. Please sit down quickly. This must be young Lady Sheng. I'm Cui Jinhua. I had the honor of meeting young Lady Sheng at a poetry gathering a few days ago. To become an official in such a short time. Stop. Sheng Yinshu sat down casually and naturally without any hesitation, pointing to his little sister. Brother Yue, please don't praise her anymore or the girl's tail will stick up to the sky. We're family, you can call her Zhao Zhao. Cui Jinhua saw Sheng Zhao nodding happily and agreed, so he changed his words. Haha, good. Sister Zhao Zhao, today, Cui big brother is treating. Whatever you want to eat, just order. Thank you, big brother Cui. Sheng Zhao took the gilded menu handed by the waiter and looked at the various dishes, momentarily unsure what to choose. It turns out it wasn't my third brother treaty. Sheng Zhao cast several glances at Cui Jinhua. He truly was a man with a feminine beauty as elegant as a jade tree. Wealthy, handsome, and virtuous. No wonder all the ladies adored him. Noticing the gaze upon him, Cui Jinhua straightened up, knowing full well his own charm. Sheng Yinshu, seeing his ostentatious display, couldn't resist kicking him under the table. What are you so smug about? Didn't you hear it was a bad romantic entanglement? Sheng Zhao was curious. What rank is my third brother on the list then? Oh, your third brother. He didn't make the list. Buffed. The tea Cui Jinhua had just taken into his mouth sprayed out. He quickly explained, sorry, the tea was too hot. How rude of me. He grew even more triumphant, winking and grinning at Sheng Yinshu. Haha, I'm at the top, while you're not even on the list. Sheng Yinshu stretched out his leg and kicked him again. The system continued. The Empress has a niece whom she treats as her own daughter, titled Princess Huayu. This Princess Huayu fell in love with Cui Jinhua at first sight, vowing to marry none other than him. She has pursued him relentlessly for 3 years, deeply infatuated. Sheng Zhao asked, since she is a princess of noble status, why doesn't brother Cui like her? Hasn't she won him over in 3 years? The system Cui Jinhua is used to being carefree and dislikes being controlled. The princess has a somewhat strong personality, so she isn't really to his taste. However, soon he won't have a choice. Cui Jinhua was startled. Before he could figure out why, Sheng Zhao had already asked. What do you mean he won't have a choice? Could Princess Huayu go and ask the emperor for an imperial edict of marriage? Exactly. The princess directly petitioned the empress, who then asked the emperor to issue the edict. The imperial decree has probably already been sent by now. Sheng Zhao was puzzled. But if that's the case, the emperor has decreed the marriage and the princess is deeply in love. What's wrong with it? Why call it a bad romantic entanglement? That's because there's a problem with Princess Huayu's identity. She is actually the daughter of remnants from the previous dynasty raised by the empress's side. In public, she behaves properly, but behind the scenes, she is sharpening her knives, preparing to rebel. Within half a year of their marriage, Cui Jinhua was imprisoned by the princess. She used the vast wealth of the Cui family to secretly forge weapons and recruit soldiers. In the end, her rebellion failed, and everyone involved was beheaded. As her accomplice, Cui Jinhua's entire clan was executed. Cui Jinhua was chewing on a piece of osmanthus lotus root. When he heard the words entire clan was executed, his chewing suddenly froze. Cough, cough, cough. Half a piece of lotus root stuck in his throat, choking him until his face turned red. He beat his chest with one hand and reached for the teapot with the other, only to knock over the vinegar dish. The dark vinegar splashed all over his crotch. Sheng Zhao watched him in horror. The once elegant and graceful nobleman was now greasy-mouthed, with vinegar dripping from his crotch, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. Squeaky, are you sure he's the one at the top of that list? Probably. Before Sheng Zhao could say anything else, the door to the private room creaked open. A gorgeously dressed girl stepped in with a smile, followed by 2 maids holding a pair of mandarin duck jade pendants. Host, this is Princess Huayu. Holding the imperial edict, Princess Huayu headed straight for Cui Jinhua. She presented the decree before his eyes and said sweetly, Brother Jinhua, His Majesty has issued the decree. 3 days from now will be our auspicious day. Aren't you happy? Cui Jinhua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The color drained from his face in an instant. The imperial decree has already been issued. Was what Sister Zhao Zhao said true? It's over. The countdown to the extermination of my clan has begun. Thud. His eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly backward. Sheng Yinshu, quick as a flash, caught him. Brother Cui. Princess Huayu was stunned for a moment, then pounced over. Brother Jinhua, what's wrong with you? The maid behind her stepped forward to console her. Don't worry, princess. Young Master Cui is just fainting from overwhelming joy. No, from overwhelming happiness. Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yinshu both turned their heads to look at the speaking maid. It takes some skill to be the princess's personal maid. Princess Huayu acted like a little girl. I knew Brother Jinhua had me in his heart. As if she had just noticed Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yinshu, she immediately resumed her dignified princely demeanor and pointed at them arrogantly. Hey, you two hurry up and carry Brother Jinhua to my carriage. I'll take him to my mansion for treatment. Sheng Yinshu knew the guy had fainted just now, just to avoid the princess. If she really took him back, he'd surely come after him when he woke up. Princess, your wedding with Brother Cui is in 3 days. If Brother Cui enters your mansion now, it might bring you the reputation of impropriety before marriage. It's better to send Brother Cui back to the Cui residence first, and have him come to your door on the wedding day. Princess Huayu was displeased upon hearing this. This is an imperial decree. Who dares to gossip? Men, carry him down. Several guards rushed up from downstairs and were about to enter. Wait. The next second Cui Jianyue took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. I seem to be better. Sheng Zhao was suspicious. Is he really faking it? The system host, he is faking it. He doesn't like the princess and wants to avoid her. But the princess truly loves him. Loving him is useless. After the wedding, the whole family will die soon. The imperial decree has been issued. There's no way out, unless he makes the princess hate him and she goes to the emperor to annul the engagement. Upon hearing this, Cui Jianyue's eyes instantly lit up. That's right. Why hadn't he thought of that? As long as he disgusts and repulses the princess, she naturally won't want to marry him and will definitely go to the empress to find a way out. Brother Jianyue, are you alright? Princess Huayu's eyes were full of worry. But Cui Jianyue ignored her, instead suddenly sticking his index finger into his nostril and picking it nonchalantly. Princess Huayu was momentarily stunned, but she endured her discomfort and took out a handkerchief from her bosom ready to wipe his hand when he was done, until he leisurely picked out a glistening booger and then flicked it away with a pop. Everyone in the room was petrified because no one saw where that booger flew. Sheng Zhao's face was a mask of horror. She kept as far away as possible, terrified it would land on her. Damn, is Cui Jianyue this wild in private? Shouldn't he at least avoid people? Is he crazy? Sheng Yinshu was completely unsettled, looking around for that booger, as if he had fleas on him, unable to sit still. Brother Chui's tactic is truly a case of kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own. But where the hell did that booger fly to? I'm so nervous. Could it have landed on me? As if not satisfied, Cui Jianyue switched to his other nostril and started digging again. Dig. Once he started, he dug with abandon, with ecstasy, with reckless abandon. Countless boogers like countless hidden weapons danced wildly through the private room. Princess Huayu's maid was on the verge of tears, pleading in a low voice. Princess, let's go. I'm scared. Just as Princess Huayu was caught in a dilemma, Cui Jianyue finally ceased his actions, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He lightly rubbed his thumb and index finger together, a trace of a suspicious substance still clinging to his fingertips. He picked up a piece of cloud temple pastry from the table and personally brought it to Princess Huayu's lips. I appreciate your concern, Princess. This cloud temple pastry is a new creation from the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Would you care to try it? The princess's eyelashes trembled violently, her entire back stiffening as her gaze became riveted on the finger that had just explored his nasal cavity. Her lips parted slightly as if to speak, yet she dared not open her mouth. She feared that the moment she did, that piece of cloud temple pastry would be thrust directly inside. Princess Huayu's heart was a tempest of conflict. To eat or not to eat? If she refused, wouldn't it seem like she was rejecting him? Brother Jianyue had never been so considerate before. How could she break his heart? But if she ate? Her gaze drifted back to the pastry, her stomach churning violently. She had to exert immense control to prevent herself from gagging. She took 2 steps back to create distance before daring to speak. Brother Jianyue, I'm truly sorry. I ate a bit too much at lunch today, and I'm still feeling quite full. I really can't eat another bite. Turning her head, she spotted Sheng Zhao as if grasping at a lifeline. Pointing at her, she said, why not give it to this young lady here? She looks so thin and frail. She must have never tasted something as fine as cloud temple pastry. Let it be a gift to her. Sheng Zhao clutched her third brother's arm, tightly shaking her head frantically. She never wanted to see another cloud temple pastry in her life. Thank you for your kindness, princess, but my third brother adores these the most. Please give it to him. Sheng Yinshu clamped his hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Don't you come near me. How terrifying, Gigi. I don't want to eat the booger pastry. What is Cui Jianyue trying to do? Could he be thinking the same as me? Trying to disgust the princess into calling off the engagement herself? Cui Jianyue shot him a look of approval. Truly worthy of being Lord Sheng, seeing through his plan at a glance. System host, you've hit the nail on the head. It seems he genuinely dislikes this princess, willing to ruin his own reputation just to avoid marrying her. Cui Jianyue wept inwardly. He just didn't want to die. Reputation and his entire clan could not both be saved. Under the threatening gazes of Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yinshu, which clearly said, if you dare feed me, that I'll take you down with me, he had to change his strategy. The moment he set down the cloud temple pastry, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over everyone in the private room. Then he raised his hand, gently wiping the corner of the princess's mouth with the pad of his thumb. A corner of his mouth lifted in a doting smile. Little glutton, don't be so greedy next time. Princess Huayu's body froze, turning utterly rigid. She dared not move, her eyes wide with shock. It was over. She was tainted. Could someone please tell her if Cui Jianyue had always been this? Unrestrained in his manners. Had his former grace and elegance all been an act? Sheng Zhao tilted her head, a mischievous idea forming. Brother Cui, since the princess has indigestion, why don't you take her for a walk to help her digest the food? Walk hand in hand. Excellent idea. Cui Jianyue caught on immediately, tightly grasping Princess Huayu's hand, interlacing their fingers. The princess's stomach was still churning. The tactile sensation on her hand was amplified, allowing her to feel every one of his 5 fingers and the clamminess of his entire palm with disturbing clarity. She yanked her hand away, her expression awkward. We are not yet married. This is hardly appropriate. A flicker of anger crossed Cui Jianyue's face, and he slammed the table, making it bang loudly. What's inappropriate about it? We'll be husband and wife soon enough. What difference does a day or two make? Weren't you the one throwing yourself at me? Now you're trying to play the innocent with me. I've seen plenty of wanton women like you. Everyone present was stunned. Before the princess could react, Cui Jianhua pressed on. Princess, I know of a small pavilion in the middle of Thousand Springs Lake. Very few people go there. I'll take you there later, and we can consummate our union right in that pavilion. Just thinking about it is thrilling. I'm sure you'll love it. The princess couldn't believe her ears. Her nails dug into her palm, without her noticing the shock hitting her like a physical blow. A flush of crimson spread from her ears across her entire face. Not from embarrassment, but from rage. The humiliation of being stripped bare in public made her feel as if her face was on fire. You despicable wretch. How dare you? Show some respect for the princess. The princess is of noble birth. How could she possibly go with you two? The maidservant who had been with Princess Yu for years had never seen anyone dare to speak to her mistress with such insolence. Cui Jianhua's brow furrowed, then smoothed out as he gave the maidservant a confident smile. Jealous? You think the princess's noble status prevents her, so you, a little maid, are offering yourself instead? Oi, you should ask your princess. If she agrees, I might reluctantly let you join. He followed this with a scornful sneer. He had gone completely mad. To avoid the extermination of his entire clan, he had decided to play the part of a pervert. Even Sheng Yenshu watched in amazement, giving his little sister a look. See the juicy gossip your brother is showing you today. Sheng Zhao marveled inwardly. With this kind of nerve, he'll succeed at anything he does. Princess Yu could no longer contain herself. She grabbed the pair of mandarin duck jade pendants and smashed them to the ground, shattering them into pieces. Cui Jianhua, I was wrong about you. A vile, depraved man like you isn't even fit to step over the threshold of my manor. Just you wait. After the humiliation you've heaped upon me today, I will make your life a living hell. The princess stormed out of the private room in a fury, but paused at the doorway. Her gaze swept over Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yenshu. You two wait as well. How dare they laugh at her? With that she swept away. Sheng Zhao. Wait, what did she have to do with this? This was a calamity not of her making. Gigi, is this princess going to hire someone to assassinate me? I'm just a weak, defenseless little girl. How am I supposed to protect myself? Host, don't panic. The shop has plenty of life-saving treasures. Just buy a reflect shield, speed boots, or a stone guardian, and you'll be safe. Cui Jianhua and Sheng Yenshu rubbed their hands together secretly. Such treasures existed. Buy them. Let's see how many points we have. Host, thanks to our tireless and relentless gossiping lately, our points have reached 8,888. Excellent. Sheng Zhao nearly jumped for joy. She opened the shop and first checked the items the system had mentioned. Reflect shield, buy. Speed boots for running away fast. Buy. Stone guardian, too conspicuous to take out right now. Never mind, add it to the cart and buy it when there's a chance. Pill of 100 poisons immunity. I bought one for second sister last time and couldn't bear to buy one for myself. I'm getting it this time. Sheng Zhao glanced at her third brother. My third brother is also on the princess's bad side. I should buy him a pill of 100 poisons immunity too. Sheng Yenshu felt a warmth in his heart. His little sister hadn't been doted on for nothing. Cui Jianhua tugged at Sheng Yenshu's sleeve, hinting frantically, me too. I'm on the princess's bad side too. Sheng Zhao's gaze fell on Cui Jianhua. Should I buy one for brother Cui too? Cui Jianhua's eyes lit up, nodding frantically in his mind. Yes. Forget it. This is all his fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be on the princess's bad side. His family is so wealthy, he doesn't need one from me. He does. He desperately does. No matter how rich his family is, they can't buy these treasures. Cui Jianhua was frantic with anxiety, but couldn't voice his plea. Sheng Yenshu simply ignored him. Cui Jianhua, in a flash of wit, abruptly looked up at the sky, or rather the ceiling, and let out a long, heavy sigh. I've truly managed to offend the princess completely. I have no idea how she'll retaliate. I'll just have to go home and ask my father to spend a fortune on some life-saving trinkets for me. Otherwise, how on earth will I ever manage to spend all of the Cui family's vast wealth? Sheng Yenshu was left speechless. Did she have to be so obvious? Was his little sister's avaricious nature already the talk of the capital? Still, as foolish as this tactic was, it was undeniably effective against Sheng Zhao. How could they have forgotten about this rich and dim-witted son of a wealthy family? He was rich but foolish. How about selling him 100 poisons immunity pill? Would 10,000 taels of silver be a good price? Cui Jianhua nearly bit his tongue. 10,000 taels. She was giving the pill away to Sheng Yenshu for free, but wanted to charge him 10,000 taels for it. She was truly treating him like a fool. He cast a reproachful glance at his friend beside him. Sheng Yenshu puffed out his chest with pride. What could he do? She was his sister. His own flesh and blood. If you had the guts, get your father to give you a little sister too. Host, this 100 poisons immunity pill is one of a kind in this realm. No amount of money from his family could buy such a treasure. Besides, he is the sole heir of the Cui family. Is his life worth only 10,000 taels? Don't forget the Drunken Moon Pavilion belongs to him. That's right. Gigi, you're amazing. With you here, we're sure to get rich. Let's charge him 50,000 taels. Cui Jianhua was on the verge of tears. 50,000 taels. Did she even have a concept of how much money that was? Was it really alright for them to swindle him so blatantly? Sheng Zhao produced 100 poisons immunity pill and with lightning speed popped it into Sheng Yenshu's mouth. Brother, have some candy. Sheng Yenshu, seeing right through her scheme, cooperatively chewed and swallowed it. Not bad, very sweet. Thank you, Zhao Zhao. With a grand gesture, Sheng Zhao dismissed his thanks and casually popped one into her own mouth. Don't mention it, third brother. It's just a piece of candy. Then with an air of mystery, she produced another one. Brother Chui, I had a dream a few days ago where I saved a reclusive master. In the dream, he gave me this to repay my kindness. You'll never guess what this is, she whispered. This is 100 poisons immunity pill. If you take it, you'll be immune to all poisons. You'll never have to fear being poisoned again. Don't you think that could save your life? Do you want it? I'll sell it to you. Name your price. Pay me what you think your life is worth. It's not that I want to make money off you. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid the princess will retaliate against you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be willing to part with it. Sheng Yanshu and Cui Jianyue were both thinking the same thing. Do you think I'm blind? That pill looks exactly like the one you two just casually ate like candy. Knowing the price, a tearful Cui Jianyue slapped down a banknote for 50,000 taels. Take it. Just take it. Never having seen so much money, Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up as she snatched it and stuffed it into her sleeve. She was afraid he might change his mind. Then with an air of profundity she added, Brother Cui, you got a bargain, even at 50,000 taels. Wow, Gigi. I hadn't even named a price, and he just handed over 50,000 taels. I thought he'd haggle me down to at least half. I was prepared to sell it for anything over 10,000. The Cui family truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest in the capital. One moment Cui Jianyue was consoling himself that the pill was a rare treasure and not a bad deal. The next moment he was dumbfounded. She would have taken 10,000. Why didn't she say so earlier? Could he get the extra 40,000 taels back? Host, you've hit the jackpot. How about throwing in a free gift? There was a free gift. Cui Jianyue calmed down, a little eager to know what wonderful treasure this might be. If she added a life-saving gift, then 50,000 taels was acceptable. Sheng Zhao opened the system shop and went straight to the flash sale section, browsing carefully. Since it's a free gift, I'd better buy something cheap. How about this beauty scent? It's only 1 point. Beauty scent. It didn't sound very lethal. Could it really save a life? Brother Cui, since you treated me to dinner today, I'll give you another life-saving treasure. And this one's free. Still wary after being tricked, Cui Jianyue was skeptical. What is it? Sheng Zhao produced an exquisite wooden box and opened it carefully, revealing a container of pink powder. See this? This is called beauty scent. When you're in danger, open it and blow a puff of powder towards your enemy. Anyone who gets this powder on them won't be able to find you for an hour. Even if you stand right in front of them, all they'll see is a stunningly beautiful woman. That way you can escape. Pretty cool, huh? Cui Jianyue gave a thumbs up. Very cool. It might seem unassuming, but in a life or death situation it could actually be useful. He had never imagined such fantastical things existed in this world. Little sister Zhao Zhao had truly opened his eyes. No sooner had Cui Jianyue put the gift away than Sheng Zhao sidled up to him again. Brother Cui, wouldn't you say that we people of the great Jing value the principle of courtesy, demanding reciprocity? Cui Jianyue was rendered speechless. The farce only ended when he returned the favor by giving Sheng Zhao the deed to one of his shops in the capital. At the morning court session, the ministers waited in vain for Lord Little Sheng. Sheng Huaishu, seeing that his young daughter's injuries had not yet healed, had submitted a sick leave request to the censorate on her behalf. The court session ended unusually early. Everyone was listless, rushing through the memorials and adjourning. Even Emperor Jing'an found it dull, his expression tense the entire time. Emperor Jing'an was unhappy because he hadn't rooted out any corrupt officials. The ministers were bored because there was no gossip. Everyone sorely missed Lord Little Sheng. They reached a conclusion: the great Jing court couldn't function without Lord Little Sheng. After the session, they crowded around Sheng Huaishu. General Sheng, why isn't Lord Little Sheng here today? Thank you for your concern, Lord Qi. My foolish daughter was injured yesterday, so I granted her a day off. Sheng Huaishu's head ached just thinking about yesterday. He was too embarrassed to explain how that unruly child had been hurt. Oh, haven't you heard? There was quite a commotion at Lord Lin's house yesterday. Lord Little Sheng went to climb Lord Lin's wall to eavesdrop on some gossip, but unfortunately she fell and got hurt. That's why she asked for leave. Lord Li, who had witnessed the entire scene yesterday, struggled to contain his laughter as he recounted the tale. So Lord Little Sheng had hurt herself climbing Lord Lin's wall. What a pity. If only he had gone to watch yesterday too. Sheng Huaishu shot a fierce glare at the gossiping Lord Li. You seem to know all the details, Lord Li. It seems you didn't miss much wall climbing yourself yesterday. Lord Li fell silent. Catching sight of Lin Xuechuang hurrying past, he pointed at him. If you ask me, it's all Lord Lin's fault for building his walls so high. Lord Lin was speechless. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Several ministers who were disappointed not to have seen Lord Little Sheng today actually thought Lord Li had a point. It's all Lord Lin's fault. Why don't you tear down the wall and rebuild it to Lord Little Sheng's height? Lin Xuechuang was left with no retort. Quickening his pace, he even broke into a run. He just wanted to get away from this place of trouble as quickly as possible. At the Sheng residence. Sure, tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. All civil and military officials must bring their families to the palace. Take Zhaoer with you and keep an eye on her. Do not let her cause any trouble. Sheng Huaishu's head ached at the thought. The emperor might indulge her, but the Empress Dowager was a woman of her word. Offending her would spell trouble in the future. Father, my little sister's strange inner thoughts are beyond my control. I couldn't silence them even if I tried. Sheng Yanshu put down the book in his hand, replying with a nonchalant air. But rest assured, father little sis has prepared many life-saving treasures. Even if she stirs up trouble, no one can lay a hand on her. Sheng Huaisu was skeptical, his worries undiminished. The palace banquet will be full of people and loose tongues. I fear she might provoke a disaster. Palace banquet? What palace banquet? Sheng Zhao passed by the study and hearing her father and third brother discussing a palace banquet couldn't help but be curious. Sheng Huaisu, seeing his daughter, instructed her with a stern expression. Tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. We all must go to the palace to offer our congratulations. You must behave yourself, stay close to your third brother, and don't cause any trouble. Do you understand? Oh, I'm not going. Father, please ask for another day off for me. Say my injuries haven't healed yet. Sheng Zhao finished speaking and turned to leave. Palace banquets were full of rules, and she had no desire to attend. Besides having to follow her third brother around the whole time, where was the fun in that? Get back here. Sheng Huaisu's temples throbbed. The emperor has issued a decree specifically stating that no one is to be absent, especially you. Sheng Zhao let out a sigh. Being the emperor sure is great. You can force everyone to come celebrate your mother's birthday. If I were the emperor, I'd just give everyone a day off for my birthday, have the treasury cover all expenses, and celebrate with the whole realm. Sheng Yinshu, sensing the dangerous turn of the conversation, quickly moved to cover his little sister's mouth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, no servants were nearby in the study. Sheng Huaisu's breath hitched, and he nearly stumbled. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Let her be emperor. She might as well fly to the heavens. If those words got out, the Sheng family would be finished. Seeing her father start looking for a broom again, Sheng Zhao immediately made her escape. All right, I won't be emperor. You can be it, okay? Sheng Huaisu. Sheng Yinshu patted his irate father on the shoulder, consoling him. Father, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll find a thicker stick. If little sister starts having wild thoughts, I'll knock her out with one blow to save our entire Sheng family. Sheng Huaisu opened his mouth, then closed it again, a look of utter weariness on his face. Was there a single reliable descendant in the Sheng family? He was silent for a few seconds before finally uttering slowly, just, don't hit her too hard. Don't knock her silly. Because the banquet was for the Empress Dowager's birthday, it was held in the main hall of the Sinang Palace. They lined up to enter the palace at the hour of the dragon, presented gifts, and didn't get to sit down until the afternoon. Throughout the entire process, Sheng Zhao was quiet and well-behaved, obediently following her father and third brother. From the moment they left the house, the wooden stick in Sheng Yinshu's hand had never been put down. Even the eunuch conducting the body search at the palace gate couldn't stop him from bringing the stick in, because he claimed he had injured his leg and needed it as a crutch. Sheng Zhao kept stealing glances at the stick hovering near her head. Her third brother was too ruthless. Without a sound, she pulled out the rebound shield she had bought from the mall yesterday. An invisible halo instantly enveloped her, unnoticed by anyone. Sheng Zhao was already ravenously hungry. No one had told her to have a snack beforehand. Staring at the food before her, she secretly peeked at Sheng Yinshu. Thump! Thump! The wooden stick struck the floor with a resounding noise. Sheng Yinshu gave her a warning glare. The Emperor and Empress Dowager haven't arrived yet. Behave yourself. Look, everyone is staring at you. Sheng Zhao sat up straight and lifted her head, meeting the contemptuous gazes of a few young ladies and gentlemen. They whispered among themselves without any pretense of discretion. Is that girl in the official uniform the much-talked-about Sheng Zhao? She doesn't look like much, does she? She's just a concubine's daughter from the Sheng family, isn't she? She's only got her official post because of General Sheng's power and influence. Who really takes her seriously? A concubine's daughter. No wonder. Look at the way she's eyeing those pastries, practically drooling. She's probably never had anything good before. Sheng Zhao. Not eating was fine, but she couldn't even look. Sheng Zhao glared at Sheng Yinshu, third brother. What use is that wooden stick of yours? Eunuch Yao's familiar voice rang out. His Majesty the Emperor. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Her Majesty the Empress. Sheng Zhao was still staring blankly at the delicacies before her when Sheng Yinshu yanked her down to kneel in obeisance with everyone else. After they were reseated, Sheng Zhao rubbed her stomach and whispered to her brother beside her, Third brother, can I eat now? Sheng Yinshu felt helpless, seeing how hungry she was. He could only nod. Squeak squeak, this dragon and phoenix prosperity dish is actually bird's nest with golden pheasant. It tastes really good. Rich and mellow, I've never had anything like it before. Wow. Ginseng and Lingji stewed quail. This is too extravagant. I didn't come for nothing, really didn't come for nothing. Look at this 7 treasure lei tea. I heard it's ground from walnuts and almonds. Tisk tisk, the people in the palace really know how to enjoy themselves. System host, this is just the standard palace banquet fare. More delicacies are coming. Take your time eating. Sheng Yinshu, this is bad. Her mind was starting to run wild again. This voice echoing through the entire hall startled many into spraying their drinks. They looked around trying to find who was being so audaciously disrespectful. The Empress Dowager in particular dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. The maid beside her immediately stepped forward to replace them. Realizing her lapse in composure, the Empress Dowager frowned slightly, but couldn't identify the source of the disturbance. However, the ministers who attended court daily felt their spirits lift at the sound. 2 days. Finally, they heard little Lord Sheng's voice. It was a long-missed familiarity. Second brother, that voice, just now. Ugh. Fourth Prince Xie Rongpei, hearing the sound, was curious and was about to ask his second brother who was being so bold at the Empress Dowager's banquet. But before the words left his mouth, he nearly choked. Fortunately, Prince Ning quickly covered his younger brother's mouth, stopping him from asking which improved things. But the next second, feeling the greasy slickness on his own face, he realized Prince Ning had just eaten hand-torn chicken with his oily hands. When he had covered his mouth, all the grease had gotten on his face, almost making him vomit. Sometimes he really wanted to get on his knees and beg his second brother to stop eating hand-torn chicken. The commotion nearby caught Sheng Zhao's attention. Seeing her look over, Prince Ning nodded casually. Sheng Zhao nodded in return from a distance, and the next moment her inner voice sounded. Squeak squeak, I wonder if Prince Ning is still eating Granny Wang's mouth-torn chicken after all this time. When will he ever discover the truth and stop having indirect kisses with Granny Wang? Everyone in the hall was stunned. What? Prince Ning and Granny Wang kissing? What kind of fetish was that? Xia Rongpei, mouth agape, stared at his brother. Second brother. You. Unable to bear the strange looks, Prince Ning grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his fourth brother's wide-open mouth. Ah, tui tui tui. Xia Rongpei was about to take a bite, but then remembered the Granny Wang's mouth-torn chicken he had just heard about and spat it out in a panic. He didn't want to kiss Granny Wang. Prince Ning's face darkened, his patience wearing thin. This was a palace banquet. A palace banquet. How could it possibly be torn by Granny Wang's mouth? Don't push it, you brat. System host: the Prince of Ning has dismissed all the maids and servants in his mansion some time ago. Now I can't even get a taste of Granny Wang's hand-torn chicken. Prince of Ning, I don't want to eat it at all. Why does her tone sound a bit disappointed? Why? Why did he suddenly dismiss all the maids and servants? I don't know. Maybe he prefers men. Everyone. The Prince of Ning prefers men. Even Emperor Jing'an and the Empress Dowager were taken aback. No wonder Honor hadn't married, even though he was over 20. Now they finally knew why. The hearts of some young ladies who still harbored hopes of becoming the princess of the Prince of Ning's household shattered into pieces. Those court officials who had always tried to win over the Prince of Ning stroked their chins in deep thought. No wonder the prince had ignored them all along. The gifts they sent had never struck his fancy. But now that they knew the prince's preference, they would select some handsome actors, pretty page boys, and graceful musicians to send to him next time. All thanks to Lord Sheng. The Prince of Ning was too exhausted to explain himself, and simply kept eating his hand-torn chicken. Suddenly the system let out a startled cry. Host, look quickly. That young lady is eating the booger pastry. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao swiftly looked over. The very young lady who had mocked her as an unrefined daughter of a concubine was holding a piece of cloud hair pastry and bringing it to her mouth. Damn, it really is the booger pastry. Ugh. I never want to see that booger pastry again in my life. How did something like this even appear at the palace banquet? Sheng Zhao was reminded of the scene in the private room where boogers flew everywhere. Now her appetite was completely ruined. Sheng Yinshu, struck by the horrible memory, quickly covered the plate of booger pastry with something. I can't bear to look at it. Everyone was very puzzled, wondering who the voice was talking about. Who had eaten the booger pastry? Wait, which dish on the table was the booger pastry anyway? Why is it called booger pastry? Is it made with boogers? But the young lady who ate the booger pastry has a big, juicy piece of gossip. Does the host want to hear it? Sheng Zhao took a bite of the lamb leg she was holding. Yes. All the civil and military officials were thrilled. Excellent. They could follow Lord Sheng for some gossip again. Only Sheng Huai-su kept winking frantically at Sheng Yinshu. Sheng Yinshu knew what his father meant. He hesitated, holding the wooden stick, afraid to strike down, because everyone's attention was fixed on him. Even the emperor was looking this way, the anticipation in his eyes almost overflowing. He dared not dampen his majesty's spirits. She is the legitimate daughter of Guan Xiu, he from the Bureau of Printing and Issuing Currency, Guan Yu. Guess how old Guan Yu is this year? Sheng Zhao looked over. Guan Yu had a slender figure and was quite beautiful. She looks about 18 or 19, right? Everyone now knew that the young lady who ate the booger pastry was Guan Yu, and they saw the pastry in her hand. So this was the booger pastry. Those who hadn't eaten it felt lucky, while those who had already eaten it just wanted to stick their fingers down their throats. Almost. Although she's young, she has actually been pregnant 4 times. And she's pregnant with another one now. Sheng Zhao tossed a grape into her mouth and almost choked when she heard this. No way. She's had 4 children at such a young age. She doesn't look like she's had children. Besides, she was very thin, showing no signs of pregnancy. They weren't born. She got rid of them all. How could she get married if she had them? She's about to get married soon, and she doesn't even know about the one in her belly now. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. The legitimate daughter of Guan Xiu, he from the Bureau of Printing and Issuing Currency, was apparently betrothed to the eldest legitimate son of the Minister of Works, right? Everyone turned in unison to look at Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Works. Sitting beside him was none other than Jiang Yiwei, Guan Yu's fiancé. Minister Jiang's face was now flushed red. His future daughter-in-law was pregnant. And from what was said, the child wasn't even his son's. After everything he had seen and heard at court recently, he knew that Lord Sheng's inner thoughts had never been wrong. He scowled darkly. Did the Guan family think his family was a bunch of cuckolds? But Jiang Yiwei was oblivious. At this moment, Jiang Yiwei was filled with rage. How dare this ignorant girl slander Yuer without cause? Although he and Yuer were deeply in love, they had always been respectful and restrained, never crossing the line. They hadn't even held hands. How could she possibly have a child? Jiang Yiwei stood up in anger, pointing at Sheng Zhao. You? But the next word got stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. Those who knew about Sheng Zhao's thoughts held their breath. They must not be exposed. Emperor Jingyan, seeing the situation turn sour, glared coldly at Minister Jiang. Sweating profusely, Minister Jiang pulled his hapless son back down. Huh, who is this person? Is he talking to me? System host, this is Jiang Yiwei, Guan Yu's fiancé, the son of the Minister of Works. He probably needs to pee. Oh, so this is the cuckold. Oh, so this is the cuckold. Everyone. Oh, that's quite fitting. His unmarried wife had been pregnant 4 times with another on the way, and he was completely in the dark. If that's not a cuckold, what is? Seeing his face flushed with anger, he was a perfect red-faced cuckold. Jiang Yiwei felt deeply humiliated, but couldn't bring himself to utter a word of rebuke. The emperor and his father were both glaring at him in warning, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Gigi, so who is the father of Guan Yu's child? She's so audacious. Which pregnancy is the host asking about? Everyone, could the father be different for each one? Oh heavens. It seemed that if this story got out, the entire capital would have something to talk about for the next month. Sheng Zhao also realized this and immediately urged, good Gigi, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us about every single pregnancy in detail. System, well, I'll have to start from the beginning. This Guan Yu is naturally beautiful, but has a wild temperament. She doesn't like being confined to the inner chambers, as she loves going to the brothels every day. Brothels? What does a girl go to a brothel for? To look at beautiful women. System, no. She loves being praised and really enjoys being the center of attention. So she simply gave herself a stage name and became the top courtesan at a brothel. She spent her days flirting and mingling with various men. She got pregnant by accident, secretly drank an abortifacient to get rid of it, and then went back to entertaining clients. Then she got pregnant again. Aborted. Got pregnant. Aborted. And now she's pregnant again. Sheng Zhao couldn't take her eyes off Guan Yu. She was so shocked, she almost dropped the teacup in her hand. Oh my god. This gossip is absolutely explosive. Can her body even handle that? She's the daughter of an official and she likes to go to a brothel to be the top courtesan. Isn't she afraid of being recognized? No, that's not a problem. She always wears a veil when meeting guests and uses a different name, Yu Shengyan. Even if her fiancé went there, he might not recognize her. There's such a thing. It seems she truly loves this job. Yu Shengyan. Warm jade gives forth smoke in the sunlit air. A veil like smoke conceals beautiful jade, and her name is Guan Yu. Tsk. Talented and beautiful, yet she debases herself for those men. I just don't get it. Everyone present was in an uproar. Even the civil and military officials who had grown accustomed to the various bits of gossip over this period felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Minister Jiang was even more shocked. The daughter-in-law she had so meticulously chosen, instead of contentedly being a proper lady from an official family, willingly chose to become a courtesan. This was truly a stain on the family's honor and insult to decency. And she still wanted to conceal her pregnancy of 4 months to marry into the minister's mansion. Not a chance. Jiang Yiwei simply couldn't believe it. Yuer was so good, how could she be described as such a despicable person? This Sheng Zhao was utterly vicious, slandering others' reputations without cause. Then several young noble scions froze in place. Yu Shengyan. Still wearing a veil. Could it be the Yu Shengyan from Qilihua Courtyard? Oh no, they seem to be regular patrons of hers. Could this child in her belly possibly be their own? In several unnoticed corners, some young gentlemen, upon hearing the name Yu Shengyan, bowed their heads so low they wished they could burrow under the table. After learning the truth, they felt both a lingering fear and a thrill. The fear was whether they would be implicated if this was exposed. The thrill was that the beauty who had accompanied them on those nights was actually the Minister Zhang's prospective daughter-in-law. No wonder Yu Shengyan was so accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with skin as smooth as congealed fat. She was a daughter of a noble house. At this moment the steward was unaware of the thoughts the crowd held about them. But Guan Yu noticed everyone's covert glances, and her every gesture became even more dignified. Yes, this was the feeling of being admired by everyone. This scene made the Dowager Empress's blood boil. Heaven knew how bored she was cooped up in this palace every day. The Dowager Empress turned to ask Emperor Jingyan, "Your Majesty, is what this young lady's heart says true or false?" Emperor Jingyan's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. True or false, mother can find out by testing her. He was being so secretive. With a single glance from the Dowager Empress, the matron waiting at her side quietly withdrew. Before long, a young palace maid approached Guan Yu with a plate of Cloud Temple pastries. "Miss Guan, the Dowager Empress noticed you enjoy these Cloud Temple pastries, and has specially ordered me to bring you another serving." Flattered, Guan Yu looked up to see the Dowager Empress gazing at her with great affection. She quickly rose to bow. Had the Dowager Empress actually taken notice of her? She had even noticed her fondness for Cloud Temple pastries. Amidst so many people, the Dowager Empress had only sent some to her. What did this signify? Was this immense fortune finally about to fall upon her? As the young palace maid arranged the plate, she chatted idly. "Miss Guan, the Cloud Temple pastries you are eating actually have another name." Guan Yu was taken aback. "What is it? Cloud Temple pastries are also called booger pastries. I heard that each piece is made from the dried nasal mucus of 21 people, which gives it such a unique flavor. Miss Guan, you are truly fortunate to have such a taste treat." Ugh! Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's stomach churned. She immediately threw away the pastry in her hand and began retching uncontrollably. Boogers! She had eaten the dried nasal mucus of 21 people. Ugh! The young palace maid looked bewildered and shocked. She quickly steadied Guan Yu and shouted loudly, "Miss Guan. Miss Guan, what's wrong? Why are you vomiting all of a sudden? Someone come quickly." The vomit on the floor made it impossible for Sheng Zhao to continue eating. Oh, why is she vomiting everywhere? Did she eat too much of the booger pastry? Before everyone could react, the Dowager Empress had already summoned the imperial physician she had prepared in advance. "Miss Guan is unwell. Physician, go take a look at once." Seeing the Dowager Empress so concerned for her, Guan Yu leaned even more delicately on the young palace maid, weakly clutching her chest. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This subject is fine." Sheng Zhao was sweating for Miss Guan. Once the physician took her pulse, wouldn't everything be revealed? She was doomed. "Host, there's a good show to watch." "What a pity. I didn't bring any melon seeds." Everyone present understood the Dowager Empress's intention. They all sighed inwardly, thinking the Dowager Empress was also quite ruthless. This gossip was getting more and more interesting. Guan Xiuhe and his wife were also full of worry. Why had she suddenly started vomiting? Could someone have poisoned her? Thinking this, Guan Xiuhe grabbed the young palace maid who had brought the food. "What did you do to you? Speak. Did you poison her?" "This servant is innocent. I was following the Dowager Empress's orders to bring Miss Guan the Cloud Temple pastries. How could I possibly poison them?" Guan Xiuhe didn't believe her. He glared at the maid with venomous eyes. "You must have deceived the Dowager Empress. No poison. Then you go ahead and eat the rest of it." The young palace maid's eyes widened in terror. "Eat the booger pastries." "No. Dowager Empress, save me." Her eyes desperately sought help from the Dowager Empress. "You dare not eat it. And you still claim you didn't poison it." At this point, the Dowager Empress was also displeased. This Guan Xiuhe, a mere 5th-rank official, actually dared to show such disrespect to her, the Dowager Empress. Seeing the Dowager Empress's expression sour, Emperor Jingyan finally spoke. "Minister Guan's love for his daughter is understandable to us. However, these Cloud Temple pastries were a gift from the Dowager Empress because she saw Miss Guan liked them. It would be prudent to let the physician examine her before jumping to conclusions." Since the emperor had spoken, Guan Xiuhe dared not say another word. "Yes, Your Majesty." After taking her pulse, the physician cupped his hands towards the Dowager Empress and the emperor. "Reporting to Your Majesty and the Dowager Empress, Miss Guan's body is not seriously ill. Morning sickness during pregnancy is a normal occurrence. Fortunately, the child in her womb is still young. However, Miss Guan's frequent miscarriages in previous years have damaged her constitution. She needs to rest and recuperate properly." As soon as the physician finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Those who had witnessed the power of the heart's voice before already knew that everything little Master Sheng said was true. Seeing the shocked expressions on others' faces, they even felt a sense of pride. They had known all along. Little Master Sheng's heart voice had never been wrong. Shocked, are they? Huh. Guan Yu's face turned deathly pale. She was pregnant now? And the physician had even detected her previous abortions from her pulse. It was over. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Was her good reputation, which she had maintained for so long, going to be destroyed in an instant? The expressions of the ladies and young masters who were hearing the heart voice for the first time at today's palace banquet were even more vivid. No wonder the adults had told their families not to offend little Master Sheng. Today they had finally witnessed her remarkable abilities. So Guan Yu really was pregnant, and the matter of her previous multiple abortions was also true. This was utterly shameless. They must keep their own children far away from her lest their reputations be ruined. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Yiwei became complicated. He really was the one left holding the bag. Jiang Yiwei's blood surged, and the rage in his chest ignited instantly. You shameless woman. I thought you were a virtuous and educated noble lady, but you're no better than a common prostitute. I almost married a woman of easy virtue, making me the laughingstock of the entire capital." Sheng Zhao was thoroughly enjoying this gossip. I think Jiang Yiwei is about to go mad with rage. For a man, this is the ultimate humiliation. System, it's better to know now. Even if they had married, Guan Yu wouldn't have been able to give up the patrons who doted on her. She would have continued to sell her charms on the side, while maintaining the title of lady of the Jiang household. Finding out then would have been more than just a matter of losing face. The steward and his wife had long known of their daughter's peculiar proclivities, only cautioning her to be discreet and avoid bringing forth any new lives. When children came one after another, they could only find ways to dispose of them. Before this palace banquet, they had specifically confined Guan Yu at home, forbidding her from visiting those pleasure quarters, fearing further mishaps. Who would have thought she was with child again? Her fertile constitution left them helpless. They had no idea whose it was. She hadn't been allowed out for nearly a month. Gazing upon the Emperor and Empress Dowager's furious countenances and the minister's household's murderous glares, Lord Guan and his wife were so terrified they nearly wept. But Guan Yu truly was crying, her sobs delicate and pitiful. Brother Yiwei Yuer loves you with all her heart. Believe me, Yuer. After we marry, I will be a devoted wife and mother, spending my life with you. Jiang Yiwei averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her a moment longer. What do you take me for? Would I want a shoe worn by so many? Let alone a bastard of unknown origin in your belly. Sheng Zhao was feasting on the gossip today, never imagining the palace banquet would be so entertaining. She repented her earlier thought of requesting leave. Whose could it be? The system, her parents, fearing she'd cause trouble before the banquet, confined her for a month. She stayed in the manor the entire time. Guess whose it is? Good heavens, confined for a month, and still conceived. She's relentless. Did she sneak out? The system? No, it's someone from their own household. Her brother-in-law who married into the Guan family. Everyone was stunned. Her brother-in-law. Even he wasn't spared. Her brother-in-law. And he's unfaithful despite marrying in. Humph. Indeed, men are only trustworthy when nailed to the wall. The system, but it's not entirely his fault. He remains utterly oblivious. Bored in confinement, Guan Yu sought amusement. Disdaining the servants, she eventually set her sights on her brother-in-law. One night after her sister quarreled with her husband and sent him to the study, Guan Yu donned her sister's clothes and a veil, sneaking in. Believing it was his wife seeking reconciliation, he didn't resist, and passion ensued. Her sister was reserved while Guan Yu was bold. The brother-in-law had never experienced such ardor and still savored the memory. Everyone was electrified by the scandal. The noble ladies stiffened too late to cover their daughters' ears. Many unmarried maidens present were initially bewildered, but upon grasping the implications their ears burned crimson with shame. More gazes sought the sister and brother-in-law who sat nearby, their faces cold with humiliation after the pregnancy was exposed by the imperial physician. Don't be angry. The child is yours. Though furious, Minister Jiang felt relief. Without hearing Sheng Zhao's thoughts, he'd have remained in the dark. His face ashen, he immediately knelt and kowtowed. Your Majesty, my son was betrothed to this Guan woman for years, hoping for a harmonious union. But she has been unchaste, consorting with other men, frequenting brothels, aborting multiple times, and now committing incest with her own brother-in-law. Her vile conduct defiles our family honor and deceives the court. Without severe punishment, how can we uphold morality and deter others? My son suffers this ultimate disgrace, and our entire household is shamed. I beseech your Majesty to investigate and punish the guilty, granting us justice. Minister Jiang, a seasoned official, spoke flawlessly, each word stirring emotion. Those who hadn't heard the thoughts now learned Guan Yu hadn't merely conceived before marriage, but had aborted multiple times. Brothels. Incest. Sheng Zhao was baffled. How does he know about the brothel and the brother-in-law? Her brother-in-law doesn't even know. Was Minister Jiang hiding under the bed that night? The system was puzzled. Shouldn't Guan Yu have married into the Jiang family, peacefully continued cuckolding Jiang Yiwei, and filled the household with children of different fathers? Everyone was bewildered. Children of different fathers running around. Jiang Yiwei's eyes rolled back as he nearly fainted. Slap. A crisp slap drew everyone's attention. Huang Zirong, you had an affair with her. Is the child yours? Injustice. My lady, I've always been faithful. Minister Jiang, don't slander me just to break the engagement. Host, this is Guan Yu's unfortunate brother-in-law. Sheng Zhao observed Huang Zirong, whose shocked expression seemed genuine. The biggest dupe in the great Jing Empire. Emperor Jing'an was exasperated by Minister Jiang's reckless exposure. Hadn't he seen Sheng Zhao's suspicion? He fixed his gaze on Minister Jiang. You'd better explain this properly. Minister Jiang, how did you learn of the brothel and the incest? Minister Jiang was undaunted, having prepared his story. Your Majesty, Guan Yu is the top courtesan of Chilua Pavilion Yuxingyan. Several of my friends frequent such places and know her well. She was confined for a month, and Yuxingyan also stopped receiving guests. Coincidence? Guan Yu collapsed, ashen-faced. She had gone too far. Her patrons included her future father-in-law's friends. As for the brother-in-law Huang Zirong, I asked you a month ago, after quarreling with your wife, did she visit you in the study for a night of passion? Huang Zirong blushed, recalling that night's tenderness. Naturally, my wife and I were deeply in harmony. Slap. Another slap. Guan Ling's blood boiled. I was in the bedchamber all night. I never came to you. Huang Zirong saw his wife's fury, then Guan Yu biting her lip on the ground. It was you. Struck by lightning, he truly hadn't known. Walls have ears. The night watchman saw it all, though a little inquiry revealed the truth. Minister Jiang kowtowed again. I beg your Majesty to investigate. Thus the tale was patched together. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Sheng Zhao's reaction. Would she believe such a flimsy excuse? Minister Jiang is truly formidable. It seems he had long suspected that Guan Yu was no ordinary person and conducted a secret investigation. He must have been waiting for this very moment. I too must learn from Minister Jiang, striving to one day rise to high office. What a noble aspiration, host. I wholeheartedly support you. Everyone remained silent. They had overthought things. Lord Xiaosheng was indeed far too easy to fool. By now Guan Yu had collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lord Guan and his wife pleaded incessantly for mercy. Emperor Jing'an would never tolerate such affairs. The great Jing dynasty had always valued moral integrity. For a virtuous woman to willingly become a prostitute was already a grave taboo, let alone the daughter of an official family. This could no longer be treated as a mere case of moral depravity. This had reached a level unacceptable by both propriety and law. If not severely punished, and all the women in the realm were to follow suit, what would become of the principles of ethics and order? Suppressing his fury, he issued an imperial decree. Guan Yu, daughter of the Guan family, corrupt in virtue and disruptive to order, is to be exiled 3,000 li as a warning to others. Guan Xiuhe, for failing to govern his household, indulging his daughter in lewd acts, and deceiving the sovereign, is hereby stripped of his post, and all family property is to be confiscated. Jiang Yiwei, son of Minister Jiang, having suffered unjust humiliation, is permitted to annul the engagement. The entire family of Guan Xiuhe lay prostrate on the ground. The moment Emperor Jing'an finished speaking, Guan Qiuhe collapsed, as if all the bones had been drained from his body. Your Majesty. He tried to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but Minister Jiang would not give him the chance. Immediately Minister Jiang and Jiang Yiwei shouted in unison, "We thank your Majesty for your boundless grace. Long live your Majesty 10,000 years." One household rejoiced while another grieved. Guan Yu, who was once destined to marry into the minister's residence and enjoy a life of luxury and honor, was now sentenced to exile. Her father was also stripped of his official rank, reduced to a commoner. As for Jiang Yiwei, who would have been burdened with a house full of illegitimate children, he successfully annulled the engagement. It was a situation that could not but evoke sighs. All of this was thanks to Lord Xiaosheng. The crowd's gazes toward Lord Xiaosheng grew a few degrees warmer. Yet the instigator of it all remained blissfully unaware. Sheng Zhao, feeling restless without sunflower seeds to crack, felt something was missing. She directly bought a handful of seeds from the system mall. What perfect timing for the Empress Dowager. Her delivery of food to Guan Yu perfectly coincided with Guan Yu's morning sickness. Otherwise, Minister Zhang's family would have suffered a great misfortune. I truly admire this Empress Dowager. Just by the method she devised to ensure the Emperor takes his afternoon nap on time, I can tell she is no ordinary person. The Empress Dowager nearly choked. How could she possibly know that? Her gaze then flickered toward Emperor Jing'an. Seeing his reproachful look, she knew he was also aware. Ahem. Consort Jing and consort, and who had long known the truth, covered their mouths with handkerchiefs and giggled, a sight not lost on the Empress Dowager. This girl is indeed straightforward and endearing. No wonder the Emperor allowed her to serve as an official. She then raised her voice and asked, "Which one is Lord Xiaosheng?" Sheng Zhao was in the middle of cracking sunflower seeds and listening to the system's gossip when the Empress Dowager's call startled her, causing the seeds in her hand to scatter all over the floor. "Your Majesty, it is your humble servant. May the Empress Dowager be blessed with peace." Sheng Zhao knelt down properly and performed the ritual. No need for such formality. I simply wish to see the appearance of the dynasty's first female official. Having met you today, I must say you indeed possess a certain grace. Everyone thought the Empress Dowager is wise. Lord Xiaosheng is truly worthy of the praise. The Empress looked at the Empress Dowager as if she were mad. Had the Empress Dowager lost her mind? This little girl was utterly devoid of manners, improper and ill-bred. She looked as if she had no upbringing at all. It was already against ancestral teachings for the Emperor to grant her an official position. Now the Empress Dowager had also lost her senses. Moreover, this wretched girl was the sister of Consort Yu. The mere thought of Consort Yu and the child in her womb made the Empress seethe with rage. Let her have her moment of triumph. She won't be smiling after tonight's palace banquet. I thank the Empress Dowager for her praise. It is all due to your Majesty's recognition. Your humble servant is unworthy. Sheng Zhao remembered her third brother's advice before leaving. Be humble. Be humble. Squeak, hee hee. The Empress Dowager praised me. Have I brought honor to the Sheng family? From now on, when my father tries to hit my bottom with a broom, he'll have to think twice about the weight of his blows. Host. The great Jing dynasty's first female official. You will surely be immortalized in history. Haha, say it again. The great Jing dynasty's first female official. The great Jing dynasty's first female official. Everyone was speechless. Sheng Huaisu and Sheng Yinshu couldn't bear to look. All the humility had gone to waste. This lively voice echoed continuously throughout the grand hall. Even the Empress Dowager was amused. It had been so long since the palace had seen such a vibrant person. Everyone else was dreadfully dull, rigidly bound by rules. Her gaze towards Sheng Zhao became warm and kindly. This girl has a refreshing disposition. She reminds me of myself in my younger days. Bestow upon her some trinket to amuse herself. Someone bring the late Emperor's direct remonstrance seal. Everyone present gasped in shock. Even Emperor Jing'an was stunned for a moment. The direct remonstrance seal. Sheng Zhao was still prostrate on the ground, not daring to rise. Squeak, what is the direct remonstrance seal? Host. You are about to hit the jackpot. This seal is engraved with the words, "Speak without reservation." From now on, any memorial you write can be stamped with this seal, and your reports will reach the Emperor directly unimpeded. It means the Empress Dowager supports you in offering frank advice. Sheng Zhao's face was about to split from grinning. Do you mean I can freely speak ill of all the civil and military officials from now on? That is one way to put it. But it must be based on facts, not fabrications. I know. Hee hee, if anyone dares to mess with me in the future, you just dig up all their dirt, and I'll write it into a memorial for the Emperor to see. This was a truly wonderful item. Emperor Jing'an shot a look of mother is brilliantly wise towards the Empress Dowager. This was an excellent gift. From now on, he could secretly enjoy all the court gossip he couldn't get in the court sessions right in his private study. From now on, the corrupt elements of the court, every single one of them, would eventually be cleansed thoroughly. Emperor Jing'an felt that his future life was so perfect, so fulfilling, so full of anticipation. Everyone trembled in fear. Even without this item, they wouldn't dare to provoke Lord Xiaosheng. A barely perceptible glint of hatred flashed in the Empress's eyes before she quickly resumed an expression of concern for the nation and its people. Mother, Lord Xiaosheng is still young and inexperienced. Giving her such a precious item seems inappropriate. It might also wound the hearts of other veteran ministers. I beseech you to reconsider. What is inappropriate? I find it most fitting. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly, and paid her no heed. The emperor had said nothing, yet she found it objectionable. Those who found it objectionable were those who couldn't hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts. The empress certainly couldn't hear them, so she had no common ground with Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao respectfully accepted the direct remonstrance seal from the attendant eunuch. I thank the Empress Dowager for your gracious gift. Her eyes sparkled. Squeak, look. This is pure gold. If we ever fall on hard times, we can pawn it. Everyone was speechless. This was no ordinary gold. This was the direct remonstrance seal. There was only one such seal in the entire nation. It must be worth a fortune. Look how lovely the Empress Dowager smiles. Now I understand what my father meant when he said, a noble smile brings fortune. Seeing the Empress Dowager today, I finally grasp its meaning. Look, my fortune has indeed arrived. Oh my, the Empress Dowager truly is the most revered woman in the entire capital. No wonder she raised such an excellent emperor, like mother like son. Sheng Zhao received the direct remonstrance seal, her mood soaring with elation, unable to put it down. Her praises for the Empress Dowager flowed ceaselessly, as if they cost nothing at all. The envy of the crowd was palpable, souring their expressions. Sheng Yinshu quietly lowered the rod in his hand. Earlier he had feared she would blurt out something blasphemous, ready to knock her unconscious at the opportune moment. To his surprise, she had actually won the Empress Dowager's favor. The Crown Prince arrives. The crowd turned their gazes backward to see Crown Prince Xie Rongzhe, his body covered in wounds, slowly approaching, supported by his attendants. The Empress gasped Zaire. He knelt slowly, performing the grand ritual of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Your son pays respects to Father Emperor, may you be in peace. Mother Empress, may you be blessed. Your grandson wishes Grandmother Royal a long and blessed life. Your grandson arrived late, please punish me, Grandmother Royal. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, urging him to rise quickly, and asked, Zaire, how did you come by these injuries? Squeak, so this is the male lead, Xie Rongzhe. He's not bad looking, but why does he look like he's fleeing a disaster? The system was about to retrieve the data when it suddenly burst into a shriek. Host, holy crap, look who's behind the Crown Prince. This was the first time Sheng Zhao had heard the system curse. She followed its gaze, and her soul nearly fled her body in terror. Holy mother, Guanyu, what is she doing here? Sheng Zhao's mind buzzed with chaos. To prevent the male and female leads from meeting, she had kept Guanyu confined in her own courtyard under surveillance. That morning when she left, she had seen the girl obediently working in the yard. Yet in half a day, how had she ended up entering the palace with the Crown Prince? The crowd all turned to look at a maidservant standing behind the Crown Prince. The young maidservant wore a simple plain outfit, a green cloth skirt tied at the waist with a cotton cord. Yet even so, her extraordinary beauty was impossible to conceal. Instead, the coarse clothing seemed to serve merely as a foil to her radiance. Who was this woman? Why did young Master Sheng look so astonished upon seeing her? Young Master Sheng was someone who feared neither the Emperor nor the Empress Dowager. Could there truly be someone in this world capable of making her wear such an expression? Emperor Jingyan also looked at the Crown Prince with a puzzled expression. Zaire, what has happened? In reply to Father Emperor, your son was carrying out your decree to investigate the salt certificate matter in Jiangnan. Learning of Grandmother Royal's birthday, I set out several days early to return to the capital. Unexpectedly, the carriage suddenly went out of control midway, and your son inadvertently fell off a cliff. Fortunately, this young lady saved me, allowing me to cling to life. She has saved your son's life. I hope Father Emperor will not blame me for bringing her into the palace without permission. Guanyu knelt with neither humility nor arrogance, not even glancing at the Sheng family members at the banquet. Please forgive me, your majesty. This servant was merely worried about the Crown Prince's health and followed him all the way. Sheng Zhao was dumbfounded. A life-saving grace. In the blink of an eye, she had saved the male lead. That actually worked. As expected of the male and female leads. Squeak, quickly check what really happened. System host, according to the original plot, the Crown Prince was supposed to meet Guanyu when he visited the general's residence. But since we've hidden Guanyu away, now that chance encounter scene couldn't unfold, so the story altered their meeting in another form. Sheng Zhao frowned so deeply that her small face seemed to crumple entirely. Despite all her efforts to block it, she still couldn't prevent the male and female leads from meeting. What do we do now? Are we supposed to just watch Guanyu become the Crown Princess and frame the Sheng family for execution, wiping out the entire clan? Prince Ning is doomed too. She'll soon bring about his death as well. And more than half of the court ministers who opposed the Crown Prince's regicide and usurpation will all perish together. Before Sheng Zhao's final syllable faded, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. What? This maidservant was the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince had not chosen a noble lady from among the high ministers, but had selected a maidservant, not as a concubine or secondary consort, but as the Crown Prince's principal wife. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, what did she mean by half the court ministers dying? Prince Ning was the most shocked. The first time he met Sheng Zhao, he had heard in her thoughts that he would be killed by a maidservant. He had dismissed all the maids in his residence, never imagining it wasn't one of his own, but this very maidservant before him. This maidservant had a deep connection with the Crown Prince. Could his own death also be linked to the Crown Prince? Even the Empress Dowager and Emperor Jingyan exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Setting aside the matter of the Crown Princess for now. But the Crown Prince committing regicide and usurping the throne. He was already the Crown Prince. Once the emperor died of natural causes, the throne would naturally be his. Why would he need to kill the emperor and seize power? Sheng Huaishu and Sheng Yanshu were drenched in cold sweat. They remembered this maidservant. Zhao Zhao had specifically requested her from Sheng Rui's courtyard and had instructed them to keep an eye on her. Yet before the master of the house had even been away for half a day, this maidservant had already latched onto the crown prince's leg. She was certainly no ordinary harmless girl. Everyone at the imperial banquet who could hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts was gripped by a sense of impending crisis. This concerned their very lives and the fate of the great Jing Empire. Could a mere little maidservant truly possess such power? But doubts aside, they had all witnessed young Master Sheng's inner thoughts before, and they had never been wrong. I've only just gotten a taste of officialdom, and I don't want to die woo-woo. No, I have to find a way to stop her. Your Majesty, this woman is Guan Yue, a maidservant in my courtyard. I do not know why she secretly fled the residence today, disturbing the crown prince and disrupting the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. This is entirely due to my failure to control my servants. Allow me to take her back and have her reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. Sheng Zhao was audacious, completely disregarding the crown prince's earlier implication of rewarding Guan Yu. She directly charged her with the crime of a household slave absconding. A feigned fury on her face, she shouted at Guan Yue, "Come over here at once." Before Emperor Jingyan could speak, the crown prince reacted with displeasure, shielding Guan Yu behind himself and glaring at Sheng Zhao. Was this person insane? Guan Yu had saved the future heir to the throne, and yet he wanted to send her back to reflect on her mistakes. Who are you? This crown prince is speaking with Father Emperor. How dare you interrupt? He frowned, glaring at Sheng Zhao. Miss Guan Yu is this crown prince's savior. Even if she left the residence without permission, saving my life means her merits outweigh her faults. Right and wrong will be decided by Father Emperor. It is not your place to act arbitrarily. As the crown prince's birth mother, the empress naturally sided with her son. Your Majesty's heir is right. Our great Jing has always governed with clear rewards and punishments. To punish someone who saved the heir to the throne would hardly convince the public. The crown prince was about to nod in agreement. The empress's disdain was undisguised. I can see that Zaire is quite fond of this girl. Why not bestow her upon him as a bed-warming maid? She is already a maidservant, so she would be more adept at the role. Guan Yu was stunned. A bed-warming maid. When the crown prince had just woken from his coma, he had clearly promised her the position of crown princess. Not even a secondary consort's position was offered, let alone a low-ranking concubine title like Liangdi or Fengyi. She was to be reduced to a nameless, shameless bed-warming maid. Sheng Zhao? It was all Sheng Zhao's fault, again ruining her plans. Back at the Sheng residence, she had always felt Sheng Zhao was wary of her, forbidding her from going out or meeting the dignitaries who visited. That was why she had spent some silver and used her wiles to slip out of the residence. Her heart was filled with hatred for the Sheng family. Mother Empress. Miss Guan Yu and I fell in love at first sight. Our hearts are in complete accord. Moreover, she saved my life. How could I wrong her by making her a nameless bed-warming maid? If the crown princess is not Guan Yu, then I would rather never marry for life. The crown prince looked at Guan Yu's reddened eyes, his heart aching with pity. Sheng Zhao watched the scene unfold dumbfounded. Truly the female lead possessed boundless charisma. The crown prince was waging a battle with the imperial family for her, defying all hardships to marry her as his principal wife, unafraid to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Recalling how she had once applauded the romance between the male and female leads, she wanted to slap herself. Back then my brain must have been ruined from reading this novel. It's so brainless. Absurd. You, the crown prince, taking a maidservant as your crown princess. What kind of propriety is that? The empress refused without a second thought, her voice sharp and resolute. As long as I draw breath, I will never permit it. Your Empress Dowager has already selected the ideal candidate for your crown princess. Do not utter such nonsense again. Other matters could be indulged, but this, never. Though he was the crown prince, his position was not secure until he ascended the throne. The royal family had other princes, not to mention the child in that wretched woman's womb. What support could a mere maidservant bring him? Guan Yue, witnessing the empress's unwavering opposition, a flicker of resentment gleamed in her eyes. They all forbade her from becoming the crown princess, but she was determined to achieve it. Deep within, she harbored a premonition that she was not meant to be a serving maid. She would become the most venerated woman in this world. Emperor Jingyan gazed at Guan Yue, and for reasons unknown, a nameless unease stirred within him. Especially after hearing Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts, this unease intensified. This young lady saved the crown prince's life and must not be slighted. She deserves a generous reward. Guan Yue, as a maidservant in the residence of General Anbei, you remain under the Sheng family's servitude. Even the great Jing imperial court has no right to overstep and claim you. Your master's household takes precedence. Then let it be a grant of 100 taels of gold and 20 bolts of silk to be placed under the general's residence's jurisdiction. Guan Yu stared in disbelief. The prince she had saved. His reward was given to the Sheng family. Why? Just because she was bound by the Sheng family's servitude. If the Sheng family refused to release her, would she be shackled by this status for her entire life? She would never allow it. Unless the Sheng family ceased to exist. In the next instant, Guan Yu concealed the cold glint in her eyes. This subject thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. Haha, Guan Yu must be absolutely furious inside. The emperor is wise. Ha ha ha, this is the first strike against the female lead. 100 taels of gold, all mine. System host, your expression right now is exactly that. What? Petty triumph. Sheng Zhao immediately wiped the smile off her face. Oomph. Doesn't this mean I saved Prince Ning's life and the lives of the court officials too? Oh, and His Majesty as well. If the crown prince had usurped the throne by killing his father, His Majesty wouldn't have had many years left on the throne. Of course it counts. As long as Guan Yu doesn't become the crown princess, the original plot can align, and there's still a chance for everything. Oh, what a pity. Doing such a great deed, and no one knows about it. Everyone. We know. The crown prince took his seat, and Guan Yu, as a servant of the Sheng family, had to stand behind Sheng Zhao to attend to her. The crown prince stared longingly, his gaze filled with an aching yearning. Caught in the middle, Sheng Zhao felt like the Milky Way separating the cowherd and the weaver girl. No matter how she sat, she was uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. The crown prince's gaze is too disgusting. He keeps looking in my direction, or it feels like being harassed. System host, he's looking at Guan Yu. Just pretend you don't see it. Sheng Zhao picked up a cup of fruit wine, was about to drink, then set it down again. Unbearable. Even though he's not looking at me, his peripheral vision can still see the top of my head. It's still so gross. The system thought for a moment. Host, it's okay. Gigi will tell you some gossip. Distract yourself, and it won't feel gross anymore. Just pick whoever you want to hear about. Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up. Gossip. Just what she wanted. Great. Let me see. Who shall be the lucky one? Her voice still echoed in their ears, sending a chill through the entire hall. A deathly silence fell over the grand chamber. Everyone held their breath and lowered their heads, their backs rigid, fearing that gaze might sweep over them. Everyone felt as if a butcher's knife was hanging over their necks. Even Emperor Jingyan and the Dowager Empress bowed their heads, silently counting the grapes on their plates. I am the son of heaven. Don't pick me. I am the Empress Dowager. Spare me. Second brother, why are you hiding under the table? A crisp young voice rang out, deliberately lowered but exceptionally clear in the dead silence. Prince Ning. I just dropped my chopsticks and picked them up, Prince Ning said with a forced smile. Was he supposed to admit he pretended to bend down to avoid being chosen? Whoever wanted this foolish brother could have him. He certainly didn't. Sheng Zhao looked over at the sound. Who's that? He called Prince Ning's second brother. Is he also a prince? System host, that's the fourth prince, Xierongpei. He shares the same mother as Prince Ning. Don't let his age fool you, he's exceptionally clever. Everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief when they saw Sheng Zhao had fixed her attention on the fourth prince. Let us all thank the fourth prince. Prince Ning also crawled out from under the table in high spirits and patted his fourth brother on the shoulder. Fend for yourself. At that moment, the fourth prince was unaware of the gravity of the situation. He heard Sheng Zhao's inner thought calling him smart, and was secretly feeling quite pleased. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but glance at the fourth prince again. He was smiling to himself for no apparent reason. He looks so innocent to me. How clever can he really be? Could he possibly be as clever as me, the top female official of Great Jing? System, you don't know this, but the fourth prince owns 2 shops outside the palace. They don't even have signboards, yet they're always bustling and earn a fortune every day. Host, can you guess why? The fourth prince suddenly felt a chill of dread. How did she know about his 2 shops? No one knew about that. Sheng Zhao rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, but couldn't figure it out. No signboard, and yet so many customers. What kind of business is it? System, selling merchandise. Everyone was baffled. What did merchandise mean? They had never heard of it. Selling merchandise could earn a fortune. What was this wonderful thing? They wanted to sell it too. Sheng Zhao was secretly amazed. Such a forward-thinking idea. He even knows about merchandise. Whose merchandise does he sell? System, the emperor's, of course. The fourth prince is currently the youngest imperial prince. The emperor and dowager empress naturally dote on him. He hasn't been infected yet, and still lives in the palace. He has no grand ambitions in life except that he loves making money. Sheng Zhao nodded in approval. Making money, she liked that too. Since he was 8, he noticed that anything imperial or bestowed by the emperor was incredibly sought after outside the palace, selling for several times the price. At first he just sold the small trinkets the emperor gave him. When those ran out, he started taking things from his father's side. Sheng Zhao taking things from the palace to sell outside. He certainly has a head for business. For example, the emperor's fallen hair. He called it true dragon strands and told people wearing it would help them find their true, destined husband. He sold each strand for 50 taels outside the palace, and they were incredibly popular among unmarried young women. Sheng Zhao's mouth fell wide open. 50 taels for a single strand of hair. He scraped the gold dust off the dragon throne, called it true dragon heart protecting powder, and told people rub it on your feet for promotion, apply it to your head for wealth. He sold it for 20 taels a pack, and the demand far exceeded the supply. What a brilliant idea. Dirt from the imperial garden. Can you believe it? He said it was wealth-gathering earth trodden by the true dragon. He sold it for 15 taels a spoonful, and merchants fought over it tooth and nail. He would also occasionally visit the concubines in the cold palace to collect their tears of the forsaken. He sold each bottle for 100 taels, telling customers that burying it in the backyard would ward off mistresses, and sprinkling it in front of a rival's door would sever their romantic ties. The noble ladies were absolutely captivated. And there were the tea leaves left over from his father's morning mouth rinse. His advertising slogan was, chew 1 leaf, and you won't kneel before a county magistrate. Chew 3, and you'll dare to talk back to a prefect. The unfinished trotters his father had gnawed on. He called them pig trotters kissed by the true dragon. He sold each one for 55 taels, claiming, "One sniff and you'll dream of the palace banquet, one bite and you'll envy no immortal." Sheng Zhao. Everyone. Emperor Jing'an. Good heavens, the imperial family had produced a profiteer. Emperor Jing'an's face turned ashen. This youngest son of his. No wonder he had always loved trailing after him since childhood. He recalled a time when Xie Rongpei would wait at his door before dawn every day, insisting on personally combing his father's hair to show filial piety. He would also personally bring the mouth-rinsing tea. At the time, the emperor was deeply moved, tears nearly streaming down his face. Little did he expect that the boy was merely collecting his fallen hairs to sell for money. Poor man, every time he had his hair combed his scalp would ache, but thinking it was a sign of his son's devotion, he refrained from scolding him. The pain. Surely that wretched child had intentionally yanked out a few extra strands. And as for the trotters, speaking of them only brought tears. Every time, he would take away the leftover meals, claiming that even in the imperial family one must treasure food, and he could continue eating them. At the time, the emperor had been quite moved. Who would have thought? He even targeted the concubines in the cold palace. Once a person was sent there, they were trapped for life, yet he still swindled their tears to make money. If not for the fact that he couldn't reveal Sheng Zhao's mind-reading ability, he would have roared. Did the palace ever stint him on silver? Where is Consort Kong? Emperor Jing'an scanned the seats reserved for the harem, but failed to spot Consort Kong, so he quietly asked Eunuch Yao. "Your Majesty, Consort Kong just hurried off to freshen up." A bathroom break was it. She knew he would confront her, didn't she? Look at the son she raised. The emperor's expression shifted from fury to absurdity, then to utter despair. Slowly raising his head, he stared at Xie Rongpei, who was shrinking into himself. Xie Rongpei had no idea that Sheng Zhao had just exposed all his secrets in such detail. One glance at his father's face told him he was doomed. Prince Ning was nearly convulsing with suppressed laughter. "Serves you right for not dodging when your name was called. Now you know the girl's power." Even the usually stern Empress Dowager couldn't help covering her mouth to cough, pretending to adjust her sleeves while frantically wiping away tears of laughter. She picked up her teacup to steady herself, but the sight of the tea reminded her of the emperor's mouth-rinsing water held in the mouth. Cough, cough. She spat out the tea, choking violently. The attendant matron quickly patted her back to soothe her. Emperor Jing'an looked at the Empress Dowager, his eyes brimming with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts accusation. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes as if contemplating life. If not for the club her third brother was brandishing, Sheng Zhao would have been rolling on the floor with laughter. With a mind like that, he could succeed at anything. She could now admit that the fourth prince's brain was indeed sharper than hers. The system chimed in exactly. Though he's young, the silver he's amassed over the years surpasses Prince Ning's entire fortune. Prince Ning's smile froze. Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled. "Gigi, do you think I could invest? Selling merchandise isn't a long-term plan. If the emperor finds out, I'll be in for a beating. But I could supply him with gossip, switch to selling imperial secrets." After all, she had the system, no risk, no cost. It was a perfect risk-free business. The fourth prince perked up at this, stretching his neck like a goose. Brilliant idea. The ministers pricked up their ears. Imperial secrets, excellent. From now on, even without seeing Lord Sheng, they could stay informed on royal gossip. Beyond imperial secrets, we could expand to selling gossip about civil and military officials and the young masters and ladies of the capital. That would rake in a fortune too. The crowd's smiles vanished. Hee, I'm so clever. I'll definitely make a killing. Next time I'll march straight into the fourth prince's shop. He'll never expect anyone to know he's the secret owner. I'll blackmail him. If he refuses, I'll expose him. Huh. The fourth prince sat frozen, not daring to move under Sheng Zhao's beaming gaze, terrified of drawing her attention again. What a disaster. No wonder everyone treated Lord Sheng with such deference. Sheng Zhao was determined to see this through, feeling much lighter. She could even eat fish calmly amid the lingering gazes between the crown prince and Guan Yu. Hey, this banquet is so boring. Isn't there any song or dance? Just sitting here eating. The truth was there was supposed to be entertainment, but Lord Sheng's thoughts had been too riveting to allow it. Emperor Jing'an signaled, and Eunuch Yao immediately ordered the music bureau to bring in the performers. Gigi, look, they're here. So many beautiful ladies. Host, restrain yourself. You're drooling. A troupe of dancers in light gauze entered gracefully, their golden bells tinkling with each step. This one's pretty, that one's pretty too. Oh my, the lead dancer is the prettiest. The lead dancer was exceptionally striking with delicate features and a slender waist, her movements both soft and powerful. Sheng Zhao watched without blinking. This was her first time seeing a performance in this world. No wonder some women can become imperial consorts through dance. If I were the emperor, thump. What was that sound? Sheng Zhao turned to see Sheng Yanshu lying flat on the ground, still clutching his wooden club. Third brother. What happened? Sheng Zhao startled, quickly helping him up. Sheng Yanshu clutched his head, wincing in pain. Nothing, I just lost my balance and fell. Third brother, you're such a worrywart. How do you fall while sitting still? Sheng Zhao shook her head, mimicking her brother's usual lecturing tone. It was finally her turn to turn the tables. Sheng Yanshu silently cursed the heavens. What else could have happened? She was about to dream of being the emperor again. This was a palace banquet with all the ministers and their families present, even the emperor and empress dowager. Having received a signal from his father, he had immediately raised his club to knock Sheng Zhao unconscious. But somehow his little sister was unharmed while he took a solid blow to the back of the head, leaving his brain buzzing. No matter. At least he had prevented her from uttering those words. Seeing her brother was fine, Sheng Zhao's attention was drawn back to the beautiful dancers. But Guan Yu, standing behind Sheng Zhao, had witnessed the entire scene. She remained silent, her lowered eyes concealing all her inner turmoil. A dancer's sleeve accidentally brushed against Sheng Zhao's face. Ahaha, it smells so good. The beautiful lady's sleeve is fragrant. The system remarked. Host, you sound like a pervert. Sheng Zhao snorted. What do you know? The love of beauty is universal. Look at that young man in blue over there. He can't even blink. The crowd all looked, startling the young man into quickly composing himself. Host, that's Du Chongfeng, son of Minister Du from the Court of Judicial Review. He's not watching the beauties, he's watching the dance moves. Dance moves? He knows about that. Of course. Don't let his burly appearance fool you. He practices dance every night and was last year's champion of the folk dance competition. Sheng Zhao took a second look. Champion? So impressive. Was the competition open to both men and women? No, only women. So he entered in drag using a pseudonym. Sheng Zhao silently applauded him. Who says men are inferior to women? The crowd was stunned. He was last year's folk dance champion. Minister Du was bewildered. My son is a dance champion. And he has such a hobby. Du Chongfeng's cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When would this banquet end? The system suddenly raised its voice. Host, I'm telling you, the lead dancer is an assassin. She has a short blade hidden in her sleeve. The color drained from Sheng Zhao's face. What? An assassin? How did an assassin get into the palace? Who are they here to kill? The system replied you. Sheng Zhao was speechless. Before Sheng Zhao could react, the dancer turned, a glint of cold light flashing from her sleeve. A short knife slid into her palm, her gaze instantly chilling, all traces of coquettishness vanishing as she aimed straight at Sheng Zhao seated on the throne. Miss, be careful. Guan Yu cried out, but she pushed Sheng Zhao forward by half a step. Sheng Zhao's pupils tightened, and Sheng Yanchu beside her reacted instantly, raising a wooden stick to block the incoming short knife. Chaos erupted immediately. Elder Yao Yeb shouted in a high-pitched voice, protect the emperor. How dare you harm me? Go to hell. Fire burned in Sheng Zhao's eyes, and she lifted her foot, kicking Guan Yu into the midst of the dancers. The dancers all pulled out knives from their sleeves, attacking in all directions, completely ignoring Guan Yu beneath them. Officials like Sheng Huaishu were not permitted to bring weapons to court banquets. He was now lifting the chair beneath him, smashing it straight toward the assassin charging for the main seat, fiercely guarding beside Emperor Jing'an and the Empress Dowager. Sure, protect your younger sister. The only weapon on site was the wooden stick in Sheng Yanshu's hand, but he was now entangled with an assassin and couldn't break free. The lead assassin reversed his short knife, aiming straight for Sheng Zhao's chest. Everyone held their breath. Little master, Sheng must not be harmed. Clang. The blade tip stopped an inch from Sheng Zhao's chest. Suddenly the assassin let out a ah, and inexplicably a wound appeared on his own chest, blood gushing out. The assassin looked utterly confused. Am I killing myself? At this moment the system spoke calmly. Host, don't worry, you used the reflection shield. All damage will bounce back to the attacker. It won't hurt you. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao instantly became bold. How could I forget about this thing? Seeing her third brother using the wooden stick to block the assassin's knife, Sheng Zhao directly pulled Sheng Yanshu aside and stretched her neck straight toward the assassin's blade. Third brother, I'll save you. Even knowing she had the reflection shield, Sheng Yanshu was heart-thumping, frightened by her move. Who would run straight into a blade? Bang! The assassin cut his own throat with his own knife and fell straight down. The astonishment in everyone's eyes was real. Is this even possible? Sheng Zhao was full of triumph. Third brother, I saved your life. I'm your savior now. Sheng Yanshu. The fourth prince looked at Sheng Zhao with gleaming eyes. He slid down gracefully, precisely grabbed Sheng Zhao's thigh, and refused to let go. What are you doing? Sheng Zhao shook her leg hard, but couldn't shake him off. I'm scared, the fourth prince reasoned shamelessly. Sheng Zhao was utterly speechless. A big man hiding behind a little girl. Does he have any face left? The assassins exchanged a gesture and no one else understood. 3 or 4 of them suddenly abandoned their targets they were fighting, turning their blades around. Whoosh! 4 knives came stabbing simultaneously. Odd. Puff. The assassin injured himself again, gasping in pain. How can this be so unnatural? Didn't the job description say it was just a helpless little girl? The goods don't match the order. The fourth prince saw this and grinned, tightly his arms around her thigh, even tighter. Sheng Zhao slowly turned her head, giving the fourth prince a death stare. Let go. No, I won't let go. Fine. You won't let go. Sheng Zhao gritted her teeth, suddenly pulling out a pair of golden shining shoes. She sat down on the ground to change her shoes. You're changing your shoes at this moment. I don't mind your shoes being dirty. The fourth prince's arm around her thigh paused. Sheng Zhao kicked one on. Especially for you shameless people. The next second, whoosh, Sheng Zhao with the fourth prince instantly became a blur, circling wildly in the hall. Aewa. The fourth prince clung tightly to her leg, dragged off the ground, his robes fluttering, hair disheveled, like a flag waving in the wind. No trace of a prince remained. Sheng Zhao slowed down. I'm going to vomit. Sheng Zhao coldly smiled. Serves you right. Who told you to cling to my leg? The fourth prince was in a daze. Everyone was dumbstruck. The assassins were speechless. Boss, should we continue the chase? This is too weird. Chase my ass. The lead assassin's mouth twitched, cursing the employer's ancestors in his heart. The intelligence was false. We've been deceived. Probably the silver promised to our families after success was also a lie. Try to withdraw. Go settle that bastard account. Trying to leave now, probably too late. With a roar, the embroidered uniform guard rushed in from the hall, surrounding the assassins. Amidst flashing blades and swords, all the assassins were killed on the spot, blood splattering the main hall of Sinang Palace. Emperor Jing'an's face was dark, staring at the corpses on the ground. Investigate. Find out who sent them. Zhao Zhao, are you okay? Sheng Huaishu pulled Sheng Zhao up and down, seeing his little daughter had no injuries at all before he relaxed. Hee, I'm fine, Dad. Gigi, were these people specifically targeting me? Who did this? Am I that hated? Even if the assassination succeeded at the banquet, they couldn't run away. Are they crazy? Host, it's Princess Hayu. You forgot she wasn't angry with you last time. She hired these mercenaries who don't care about dying. They never intended to come back alive. Everyone was horrified. Princess Hayu. Isn't Princess Hayu the Empress's niece? What grudge could she have with little Master Sheng that she would come to the palace to kill? Hearing this, it seemed Princess Hayu really wasn't at the banquet. Sheng Zhao was about to go crazy. Is Princess Hayu crazy? She should be targeting Cui Jinhua. What does that have to do with me? Just because I saw her embarrassing situation, do I have to be killed? Everyone understood. It turns out little Master Sheng had eaten a melon about Princess Hayu. The princess came to silence him. The system, unfortunately, Cui Jinhua is also unlucky. She was severely retaliated by Hayu in the capital. Now she's covered in dust and hiding outside the city, so Hayu had to shift the revenge target to you. This is nonsense. What does that have to do with me? I'm just a spectator. My third brother was there too. Why didn't she target my third brother? Sheng Yanshu was shaken. The system, how could it be the same at that scene? Cui Jinhua was so despicable. It made your third brother look elegant. Now she wants to marry your third brother. Sheng Zhao suddenly looked at Sheng Yanshu, her mouth wide open. That's it. Isn't Princess Hayu a remnant of the previous dynasty? Her family plotting rebellion would implicate our family. Now it's Sheng family executed 9 clans. No, I firmly oppose this marriage. At this moment, not just Sheng Yanshu, even Sheng Huaishu almost couldn't stand. Rebellion. Executed 9 clans. Why so many people want the whole Sheng family dead? What cake did the Sheng family touch? Everyone also took a deep breath. Princess Hayu is a daughter of the previous dynasty's remnant. Are they planning rebellion? Although our dynasty's first 2 emperors died young shortly after ascending the throne, this is already the 3rd generation. The previous dynasty isn't giving up. This gossip is explosive. Emperor Jing'an's eyes were dark as an abyss, scanning the empress beside him, who looked flustered since the assassins were killed. He remembered correctly, Hayu was the niece raised by the empress. Could this matter also involve the empress? Oh, it hurts so much. A delicate cry drew everyone's attention, searching for the source. Seeing Guan Yu sitting on the ground, clutching her scratched arm, the corner of her eye flushed, red eyes full of tears. That look, wow, truly heart-melting. The crown prince quickly rushed over to help her up. Guan Yu, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Your Highness, I'm fine as long as Miss is safe. Even if Miss deliberately kicked me into the midst of assassins, I would not blame Miss at all. The crown prince grabbed Sheng Zhao's arm viciously, shouting at her. You vicious woman, quickly apologized to Guan Yu. Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao doubted her own ears, pointing a finger at Guan Yu. Me? Apologize to her? The crowd's eyes were filled with contempt. They had all seen clearly that when the assassin charged, that maidservant had pushed the young Lord Sheng forward. Such a person who betrays her master behind his back was universally reviled in the capital. The crown prince's face twisted with disgust. Otherwise, do you think it was me? I truly cannot fathom how someone so insidious and ruthless as you could hold office. Guan Yu risked herself to warn you of danger, yet you secretly struck her down. Do you take me for a blind fool? Sheng Zhao was almost amused. A man like this as crown prince. The emperor must be blind himself. The Jing'an emperor closed his eyes. He had once deemed this child the eldest legitimate son born of the empress beyond dispute, and had thus appointed him crown prince. Now it seemed he must reconsider the matter of succession. The assembled officials' expressions grew solemn as they stole a glance at the emperor's eyes. Still not angered, it seemed only the young Lord Sheng dared speak of his majesty in such a manner. What then of those who had been punished for offending the emperor with their words? The Jing'an emperor, consider yourselves unlucky. My official position was personally conferred by his majesty. Is the crown prince questioning my rank, or is he questioning the emperor's decree? Oh, how very difficult to guess. You? The crown prince was livid. Her smug demeanor made him yearn to punch her. What's the matter? His majesty says I am worthy and you think I am not. This isn't questioning the emperor's decree. Oh, I think you want to be emperor yourself. What's the matter? Being crown prince isn't enough for you. Seeing the emperor's face darken, the crown prince's heart tightened, and he changed his tone. Father surely has his reasons. When did I ever question him? Do not slander me. But you deliberately pushed Guan Yu forward. That is true. You disregarded human life. Today you must apologize to Guan Yu. Sheng Zhao's brows furrowed. She was tired of bickering with this brainless crown prince. Slap. She raised her hand and delivered a heavy blow to Guan Yu's aggrieved face. Oh, Guan Yu shrieked, covering her cheek. Not only did I push her, I struck her as well. She is a servant of my Sheng household. What business is it of yours if I discipline my maid? Should she not take a blade for her master? The guards who died protecting your return to the capital, did you kneel and apologize to them? A crown prince meddling in the domestic affairs of the general's mansion. What's the matter? Do you truly think yourself the emperor that my Sheng family must bow to you? If so, I might as well have my father hand over his military command to you. How about that? What say you, your majesty? The address of your majesty sent a chill through everyone present. The young Lord Sheng's combat prowess was formidable. The emperor already harbored suspicion due to the prophecy that the crown prince would usurp the throne by patricide. Now with the word, your majesty, uttered, the emperor's wariness was stoked to its peak. The Jing'an emperor's countenance instantly turned icy, his eyes gleaming with piercing cold. Do you wish to sit upon this throne? The crown prince was dumbfounded, cold sweat beading on his brow. He swiftly knelt to beg forgiveness. Father, do not listen to her lies. Your son is utterly loyal and harbors no treacherous intentions. The empress subtly signaled the crown prince, then rose and gently took the emperor's hand. Your majesty knows that Zaire has revered his father since childhood. He would not dare, even if given 10 times the courage. He merely sought justice for that maidservant. At heart he is kind. The crown prince reacted swiftly. Father, she is deliberately driving a wedge between us. A witch. She is a witch. I saw with my own eyes that the assassin's attacks had no effect on her, and she could even carry forth brother and run with the speed of the wind. If that is not sorcery, what is it? At these words the surroundings fell silent. The assembled civil and military officials looked at him as if he were a fool. The young Lord Sheng's secret was one that the emperor had strictly ordered to be kept. The crown prince had just exposed it so blatantly. He was truly finished now. Sheng Zhao had long known that using these treasures in such a public setting would attract attention. Her mind racing, she concocted an excuse, knelt down, and began to fabricate a story with unbridled confidence. I report to your majesty. A glint of devout tears welled in Sheng Zhao's eyes. On the night of the full moon last month I dreamt of an old man with a white beard arriving on a crane who said he shared a destined bond with me. Trembling, she produced an ancient jade pendant from her bosom. That immortal bestowed this protective jade pendant upon me, instructing that it could ward off 3 calamities. As for moving with the wind, she smiled shyly. The immortal said I share an affinity with his crane, so he lent me a sliver of its spiritual power. The Jing'an emperor. After finishing, Sheng Zhao looked at the silent emperor, her heart filled with unease. Squeak, will they believe this? Probably. I think the host's performance was quite sincere. Squeak gives the host a perfect score. I just bought that jade pendant from the shop, it cost me 10 points. It breaks my heart. I told you to just buy a piece of paper and scribble a couple of talismans to fool them, but you wouldn't listen. That paper only costs 1 point. Well, I didn't have time, did I? Can this pendant be pawned? It's useless to me, a waste of 10 points. I'd rather have silver. Probably not. They won't recognize this craftsmanship. It's probably worth just a few coppers. Then I'll keep it for now. If I meet my future husband, I'll give it to him and tell him it's priceless. Maybe moved he'll bestow upon me a fortune. Everyone, we're still here. Could you two stop chatting for a moment? Ha ha ha. The crown prince let out a long, scornful laugh. It seemed she was truly at her wits' end, resorting to such flimsy excuses. An old man with a white beard and a crane. Did she take everyone for fools? Don't you think this excuse is utterly ridiculous? Ask any of these civil and military officials. Who believes you? Just as everyone was pondering whether voicing support for the young Lord Sheng would be too obvious. I believe you. Before the crown prince's words had even faded, a voice rang out loudly, even beating Sheng Huaisu and Sheng Yanshu to the punch. Sheng Zhao followed the voice and saw it was Lord Lin Xuechuang and his wife. Lord Lin nodded towards Sheng Zhao in acknowledgement. Had it not been for the young Lord Sheng's warning, his own daughter would have met a cruel fate, and he would have unknowingly raised an enemy as his own. This debt of gratitude was etched in his heart. Not only would he believe her tale of immortals and cranes, but even if she claimed to be a deity descended from heaven, it was not beyond belief. Sheng Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. It's Lord Lin. Woo, Lord Lin trusts me so much. I've decided I will never gossip about Lord Lin again. Everyone's such good fortune. They dreaded it every time the young Lord Sheng called out a name. That old rogue Lin Xuechuang. Why didn't he speak sooner? I believe you too. Lord Song raised his hand second. Lord Song, I apologize for poking your hemorrhoid last time. Next time I'll buy you some hemorrhoid cream from the marketplace and select a handsome man to send to your residence so you can have a man to hold every day. Many officials' family members heard for the first time that Lord Song had hemorrhoids, and they cast curious glances his way. So Lord Song has hemorrhoids. And he likes men. Some who also had hemorrhoids felt a twinge of envy. Hemorrhoid cream. The things young Lord Sheng bought from the system were all treasures. That hemorrhoid cream must be a miraculous cure. Envy. They truly wished young Lord Sheng would poke their hemorrhoids too, so they might also obtain a tube of that cream. Lord Song. That's hardly necessary. I also believe in young Lord Sheng. Young Lord Sheng has an extraordinary countenance with a faint spiritual light between the brows, clearly a reincarnated star of fortune. Sheng Zhao covered her face in secret, a little embarrassed. You exaggerate, my lord. I believe what young Lord Sheng said must be true. I heard that young Lord Sheng fell into water as a child, but did not drown as surely. She must have been protected by a mortal fate. Sheng Yanshu wanted to laugh. What a mortal fate. That time it was clearly his little sister who insisted on picking lotus pods from the pond herself, accidentally fell in, and he had to jump in to fish her out. But she was rescued, the lotus pods were not, and she cried, wanting to go back into the water, throwing a massive tantrum in the courtyard. It was only after their father gave her a spanking that she went to sleep with tears in her eyes. One visited by a celestial crane in a dream must be a virtuous person who has cultivated for many lifetimes. Look at the birthmark on her tiger's mouth. It is clearly the Dharma protector seal spoken of by Taoists. Sheng Zhao, dazed, raised her left hand. Huh, there really is a mark. Look, it's true. Young Lord Sheng truly has immortal protection. Heavens, someone exclaimed. Sheng Huaisu, that was from when Zhao Zhao insisted on riding a dog out, but the dog refused, so it bit her. Seeing everyone so convinced, Sheng Zhao even began to doubt herself. Gigi, I didn't expect my reputation in the court to be this great. Everyone supports me so much. System, of course. The name of the great Jing's first female official is renowned far and wide. Sheng Zhao seemed to be in deep thought. Gigi, do you think I might actually? The system interrupted her. Host, it's one thing to fool them, but don't fool yourself. You know exactly how you got the immortal elder, the celestial crane, and that jade pendant. They may not know, but you do. Sheng Zhao. Oh, the crown prince was stunned on the spot. People actually believe this. Had they all lost their minds? You must have all been bribed by this venomous woman to speak for her. How much did she pay you? Bribing court officials is a grave crime. I will impeach you all. The great Jing court was being held back by such mediocrity. How utterly foolish and absurd. I believe her too. Emperor Jing'an slowly uttered those 3 words. The crown prince. Has his imperial father gone mad too? What do you think, I've been bribed by her as well? The crown prince trembled all over, whether from anger or fear he knew not. He didn't understand why in the single month he was away in Jiangnan the entire great Jing court seemed to have been bewitched. And his imperial father had also been seduced by the enchantress. No, it's not that. Your son only finds her words full of holes which cannot but raise suspicion. The Dowager Empress shook her head, watching her foolish grandson's expression as if the sky had fallen. There was no helping it, for he could not hear Zhao Zhao's inner thoughts. There was no way to explain it to him. Guan Yu, seeing the crown prince isolated, cursed, inwardly useless thing. Squeezing her eyes, she prepared to cry again. This servant is fine. Slap. Seeing the impending performance, Sheng Zhao stepped forward and slapped her other cheek. Guan Yu's voice abruptly ceased. Sheng Zhao used force to interrupt her act. Damned green tea bitch, crying endlessly, aren't you? As everyone pondered the meaning of damned green tea bitch, the system's voice suddenly rang out urgent. Host. Bad news. Your second sister was deliberately pushed in Shuiyang Palace, causing a premature labor with life-threatening danger. Sheng Zhao's face turned deathly pale. Normally her second sister still had a month before delivery. Because of the heavy burden in late pregnancy and the crowded palace banquet where collisions were inevitable, Emperor Jing'an had specially excused Sheng Wan from attending. An external force causing premature labor now meant the situation was extremely perilous. Sheng Yinshu steadied Sheng Huaisu, clearly feeling his father's trembling hands. His own heart was also burning with anxiety. No time to lose. Sheng Zhao had no heart to waste more time on Guan Yu and the crown prince. Saving her second sister was paramount. She stepped forward and cupped her hands. Your Majesty, the matter of today's assassin entering the palace remains unsolved, and accomplices may still be at large. Consort Yu is alone in the rear palace. Your subject worries she may be frightened, disturbing the imperial air in her womb. Your subject and the consort are blood sisters. I implore your Majesty to permit me to visit her in Shuiyang Palace to check on her, or else your subject cannot rest easy. Emperor Jing'an's eyes were terrifyingly dark, radiating a suffocating pressure. Who would be so bold as to harm his consort Yu? Young Lord Sheng is concerned for her sister. How could I refuse? I am also worried about consort Yu. Why don't you accompany me there? Sheng Zhao did not refuse and nodded. If there were truly villains trying to harm her second sister, having the emperor present would make matters easier to handle. Zhao Zhao, your second sister. Sheng Huaisu looked at his young daughter, anxious but unable to ask. Oh, second sister is fine. I just worried she might be bored alone in the rear palace, so I'm going to see her. Father, you men cannot enter the rear palace easily. Please return home first. Sheng Zhao saw her father's hesitant expression and knew he was worried about assassins because of her earlier words. She offered a few casual reassurances. Oh, and father, take Guan Yu back with you, and have her watch carefully. With that she rushed off towards Shuiyang Palace. I'm going to. The fourth prince immediately trotted after Sheng Zhao and his imperial father. How could he miss out on such an event? Having grown up in the palace, he had freeloaded meals in every consort's residence. Besides, consort Yu had always doted on him. If there was danger, he might be able to help. Prince Ning watched his carefree fourth brother, feeling jealous for the first time of this unburdened younger brother. He was already a prince in theft. Without his father's permission, entering the rear palace was certainly improper. But his eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned his attendant. My mother said she was going to refresh herself during the banquet. Why hasn't she returned yet? Come, let's go to her palace to check on her. His mother and consort Yu had always been close. If consort Yu was in trouble, his mother would surely go to visit, allowing him to go along naturally. The crowd dispersed, each returning to their own residences. Even the Dowager Empress hurried to the Buddha Hall, saying she would chant sutras for consort Yu and the child. Only the Empress was left, her fingers twisting her handkerchief tightly, her venomous gaze fixed on Sheng Zhao's retreating back. She then whispered a secret order into her trusted maid's ear, and the maid immediately vanished. She had long since had substances put into consort-used food to stimulate the fetus. With this double attack from both inside and out, she would surely cause the mother and child to perish together. And this time it was done with extreme secrecy. Even if the emperor investigated until the heavens cracked open, he would never trace it back to her. Sheng Zhao found herself running on 2 sluggish legs, so, without a moment's hesitation, she swapped out her footwear for sprinting shoes and raced toward the Shuiyang palace. The 4th prince, upon seeing those shoes, reflexively felt the urge to vomit. In the few seconds it took for him to snap out of his daze, Sheng Zhao had vanished like a shadow. The emperor and the 4th prince were both left stunned and speechless. Hurry, catch up to her. The emperor refused to ride in a sedan chair, insisting it wouldn't be faster than his own running pace. He dragged his younger son along as they raced forward. The 4th prince, caught in his father's grip, dared to be angry, but dared not speak. Today he had truly unleashed a whirlwind of chaos. Sheng Zhao moved with such speed that the palace attendants passing by barely caught a glimpse of her before she disappeared. Many thought they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ouch! Suddenly she collided with something and was flung far away. Stopping in a hurry, she saw a young palace maid lying on the ground, clutching her leg and crying out in pain. The young maid had been knocked to the ground, completely dazed and unaware of what had just occurred. Sitting there, she shook her head slowly. Once she realized who stood before her, a cold sweat broke out across her body. She clenched her fists, trying desperately to maintain composure. Sheng Zhao, focused solely on saving someone, didn't even look back. All she left behind was a bewildering remark. "I'm sorry. Please get up on your own. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Whatever it is, we can talk when I come back. I'll compensate you. I won't run away." The system host. "Don't run yet. Stop that maid just now. She deliberately pushed your second sister. She caused harm to your second sister. She's a person planted by the empress." Damn. Sheng Zhao executed an emergency brake, turning back to find the young maid. Seeing her running away, the young maid finally breathed a sigh of relief, dragging her injured leg as she stood up and headed toward the palace gate. But before she could take a few steps, she was kicked several meters away by someone. "Ah, you wretched thing, trying to harm my second sister." Sheng Zhao grabbed her hair, lifting her head off the ground with force. "Aren't you a maid from my second sister's palace? Why are you in such a hurry to go somewhere?" It was only a brief delay, but before long the emperor and the 4th prince arrived. "What is this?" The emperor looked at the scene before him with suspicion. Seeing the emperor had arrived, the maid inwardly cursed her bad fortune and immediately fell to her knees. I am indeed Curson, a maid from Concubine Yu's palace. It's just, Concubine Yu was feeling unwell, so she sent me to fetch the imperial physician. That's why I was in such a rush." The emperor had no reason to doubt Concubine Yu giving birth prematurely, and sending for a physician was perfectly normal. Worry etched across his face as he immediately asked, "How is Concubine Yu? Is she safe?" "Just morning sickness." The emperor sensed something was wrong. Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts could never be mistaken. A premature labor was far too serious to be dismissed as mere morning sickness. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Curson with an aura that commanded respect even without anger. "If you're fetching the imperial physician, why did you take this route?" "Why, yes, I was in such a rush that I took the wrong path." The system, what a load of crap. She pushed Concubine Yu, causing her to hemorrhage heavily. Liu and Amber were unable to leave, so they sent the maid Ingluo along with her to fetch the physician. This slave used tricks, colluding with an accomplice to knock out Ingluo along the way. But this rascal never intended to fetch the physician. He planned to flee, meet up with the empress's people at the palace gate, and have them cover his escape. Also, Concubine Yu wouldn't receive treatment and die along with her unborn child. In the end, he could even pin the blame on Ingluo vanishing without a trace. The emperor was beyond furious, wanting to slash her down with a sword instantly. The 4th prince held him back, whispering softly, "Father, no. We still need her to uncover the true mastermind behind this." The emperor's teeth ground together with a sharp clacking sound. The empress. Sheng Zhao was beside herself with rage. This wretch not only pushed her second sister, but also cut off any chance of saving her and her unborn child. How vicious her heart was. She glared at Curson with clenched teeth. The system reminded her host, "Stop wasting time. Go save your second sister. They were only trying to delay you from getting help. Don't let them succeed." Sheng Zhao turned to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this person appears extremely flustered and seems to have just fled from Concubine Yu's palace. I suspect she may be an assassin in disguise. Perhaps we should detain her for now." The emperor had no hesitation whatsoever. He wholeheartedly supported this. How could someone so brazenly harm a consort and the heir apparent go unpunished? "Bring her here and tie her up." "Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong. I truly was sent by Concubine Yu." The emperor paid her no mind. Turning to Yao Gongong behind him, he ordered, "Issue my decree. Send all imperial physicians currently on duty at the Imperial Medical Bureau to Shuiyang Palace immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yao Gongong received the order and hurried off to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Given the seriousness of the situation, he feared something like what Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts had described might happen again. Only by going himself could he feel assured. "Shuiyang Palace. Where is the physician? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The concubine has lost too much blood. She's losing strength." Liu Concubine Yu's personal maid cried out hoarsely. Her voice was already raspy, yet she kept looking out the window again and again. Palace maids carried out basin after basin of blood, but the physician still hadn't arrived. Sister Liulu Ingluo went to fetch the physician. She's been gone for quite a while. She must be on her way now. One young palace maid, anxious beyond words, tried to comfort Liulu. Where is the midwife? The baby is stuck. Its face is turning blue. Why hasn't the midwife come yet? Have you urged her? Liulu's hands trembled slightly, but she couldn't afford to break down. She forced herself to stay strong. As the senior maid serving the concubine, if she faltered, what would become of the concubine? A young maid's voice broke with desperate tears. We've asked everyone, but no one is answering. You go quickly to Sinaying Palace to summon the emperor. Go, run, Liulu urged. The young maid wiped her tears, lifting her skirt as she rushed out of the hall. Liulu collapsed to the ground, tears falling heavily onto the floor. The concubine, she can't hold on much longer. Nonsense. Amber shouted sharply to interrupt her, but as she turned she saw concubine Yu lying on the bed, her face pale as death, lips devoid of color, barely breathing. Her fingers clutched the quilt tightly, sweat soaking her temples, and the bedding beneath her was already soaked through with blood. Liulu knelt beside the bed, trembling as she held concubine Yu's hand. Mistress, please don't sleep, I beg you. Amber also rushed forward, pinching concubine Yu's tiger's mouth with all her might, her voice barely concealing a hint of tears. No, we must not let the concubine fall asleep. Mistress, please hold on. If you don't make it, the baby won't survive either. You've been longing for this child's birth. You don't even know if it's a girl or a boy yet. Amber picked up a pair of tiger head shoes from beside the bed. Mistress, look, these tiger head shoes. You made them yourself for the child. Please keep holding on. The physician and midwife will be here soon. Everything will be all right. But concubine Yu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The two women guarding the bed were about to burst into tears as a wave of despair hung over the entire Shuyang hall. Second sister. Second sister. Even before Sheng Zhao stepped into the hall, her voice carried through. Liulu and Amber exchanged glances, tears welling up in their eyes, overjoyed. It's the fifth miss. Thank heavens. The concubine will be safe. Amber recalled the last time the fifth miss entered the palace. She not only exposed the poisoning plot of noble consort Rome, but also allowed her highness to take advantage of the adultery accusation to overthrow her. And as for Glaze, if not for the fifth miss, she would have long committed a capital offense. How could she still be alive? The fifth miss possesses a rare treasure, and has helped the Shuyang Palace turn misfortune into fortune time and again. She must have a way to save her highness. Sheng Zhao pushed open the bedchamber door, and a thick, cloying scent of blood assaulted her senses. Seeing Sheng Wan lying on the bed, her breath as faint as a silk thread, her eyes turned bloodshot. She raised her hand, pressing her fingertip against Sheng Wan's neck. Squeak, quickly scan her condition. Through Sheng Zhao's tactile connection, the system promptly provided the data. Host: the birth canal is torn, placental abruption, heavy bleeding, and the fetus is in shoulder dystocia. The situation was dire. She pulled a hemostatic pill she had purchased on the way from her bosom and handed it to Amber. Quick, feed this to my second sister. Though Amber did not know what it was, she showed not a flicker of hesitation and immediately stuffed the pill into Sheng Wan's mouth. The pill's effect was remarkable. The moment it entered her mouth, the bleeding eased considerably. Sheng Wan heard her sister's voice and wanted to open her eyes to see her, but her eyelids simply would not lift. System: host, quickly buy a life-freezing talisman to preserve your second sister's life, or the imperial physician won't arrive in time. Sheng Zhao hurriedly searched the system's shop. Life-freezing talisman, 2000 points. Not enough points, squeak. I only have at most 1200 points right now. What do we do about the missing 8000? Can I take a loan? System: host, you can, but the interest is very high. Are you sure you want to take it? Sheng Zhao glanced at Sheng Wan's pale face on the bed and gritted her teeth. Take it. Points can be earned again. The Sheng family already has so few people. Since I'm here, I won't stand by and watch them die before my eyes. Besides, if my second sister dies, who will take me to watch the fun in the harem? And this unborn niece or nephew of mine, I'm still waiting for them to grow up so their aunt can boss them around. Glaze and Amber, upon hearing this, broke into smiles through their tears. She then whipped out a life-freezing talisman. The golden talisman melted upon touching the skin, and Sheng Wan's breath visibly calmed down considerably. Just as Sheng Zhao was at a loss about the fetus, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the hall. They're here. The midwives are here. A young maidservant rushed in with two elderly midwives. The moment they saw the situation on the bed, their expressions changed dramatically, but they quickly steadied themselves. Sheng Zhao stepped back half a pace to let the midwives take over. Both midwives were highly experienced. One swiftly reached out to check the fetal position, while the other pressed on Sheng Wan's abdomen and said in a deep voice, "It's shoulder dystocia. We need to turn the baby." They worked in perfect sync, one supporting Sheng Wan's waist while the other gently pushed and rotated the prominent abdomen with skilled force, simultaneously urging in a low voice, "Your Highness, push. One last time." In this moment of extreme urgency, Sheng Zhao spoke up nonchalantly from the side. "Second sister, if you die, I'll take that tiger head shoe you made for the baby and put it on my cart-pulling ox." Hearing this, in her daze, Sheng Wan clenched the bedclothes, so furious she wanted to sit up, and instinctively followed the midwife's instructions. "It's out. The head is out," Amber cried, tears of joy. With a faint cry, a tiny bluish-purple infant was finally delivered. The midwife quickly patted her back until she coughed up the amniotic fluid and let out a loud, clear wail. Everyone in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's a little princess. Amber laughed as she took the baby. The emperor arrives. The imperial physician is here. Emperor Jing'an strode in, panting heavily, clearly having run all the way. The fourth prince was stopped by the maidservants at the door and could only peer in anxiously from outside. How is it inside? Is consort you all right? I think I heard a baby crying. Is it a little sister or a little brother? The maidservant didn't know the situation inside and could only shake her head. The fourth prince turned his head and saw his own mother and second brother also waiting at the entrance and excitedly waved at them. Consort Kong found her youngest son embarrassing and ignored him. Since the midwives had been delivered, the child was born safely and the emperor had arrived, it was time for them to leave. Consort Kong immediately grabbed the fourth prince by the ear and dragged him away. You're getting bolder and bolder. What kind of commotion are you getting into, huh? A woman giving birth and you come to watch. Have you no shame? Is this something for you to see? Mother, go easy, go easy. I was just concerned. The fourth prince felt aggrieved. He was dragged here by his father and dragged away by his mother. What an unlucky prince he was. Seeing Emperor Jing'an arrive with the imperial physician, Sheng Zhao rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain. Why did the emperor only come now? If I hadn't spent all my points on the hemostatic pill and life-freezing talisman, my second sister and the little princess would have been dead by now. Squeak, what's the use of a man? Emperor Jing'an, he didn't have shoes that let him run faster, he relied on his own 2 legs. All the imperial physicians were terrified hearing little Lord Sheng so blatantly curse the emperor. But to their surprise, the emperor's expression was not angry, but rather full of grievance and helplessness. This little Lord Sheng was truly remarkable. But what were these hemostatic pill and life-freezing talisman she mentioned? A pill that could stop bleeding instantly. A talisman that could stop life from draining away. That was too miraculous. The physician's professional curiosity was piqued. They desperately wanted one to study. Seeing the child born safely, Consort Yu's mind was at ease, and she finally succumbed to exhaustion, sinking into a deep sleep. The chief imperial physician, Dr. Fong, withdrew his hand from taking Sheng Wan's pulse. Your Majesty, Consort Yu was protected by little Lord Sheng's miraculous medicine, so her life is not in danger. However, due to this premature birth, her vitality has been severely damaged, and she will need a long period of recuperation. Emperor Jing'an waved his hand. By my decree, all rare medicinal herbs in the Imperial Hospital are to be immediately available for Consort Yu's recuperation without reporting to the Imperial Household Department or requiring the Empress's approval. From today onward, the daily meals of the Shuiyang Palace shall be prepared separately by the Imperial Kitchen. All ingredients must be inspected by the Imperial Hospital, and I will personally review the menus. The Shuiyang Palace shall be reinforced with 12 Imperial guards on duty day and night. Anyone entering or leaving must be recorded in a register and submitted for my perusal. Everyone's hearts trembled. This effectively placed Consort Yu's safety directly under Imperial oversight, leaving even the Empress powerless to intervene. Sheng Zhao poked the baby's cheek. Now that's more like a man. Emperor Jing'an, for bearing an Imperial heir today, a service to the state, Consort Yu is hereby promoted to Imperial Noble Consort. The Empress, pretending to have rushed over in a fluster, heard these decrees and nearly stumbled. That little wretch Consort Yu didn't die, and the child was born safely. How is this possible? And she was promoted, skipping over Noble Consort directly to Imperial Noble Consort. Had he lost his mind? It was only a girl. With such favor, if she were to bear a prince in the future, wouldn't she climb right over my head? She would never allow it. She composed herself, putting on a concerned expression. Your Majesty, I heard that Sister Consort Yu had a premature birth and came immediately. How did it come to this? Are the mother and child safe? The system's voice was laced with anger as it addressed its host. It was that wretched Empress host. She bribed Curson to deliberately push your second sister, and she also instructed Curson to prevent the Imperial physician from being called. Sheng Zhao shot a venomous glare. It infuriates me. Who is she trying to fool with this hypocritical concern now? Does a person like this deserve to be Empress? The mother and son, the Empress and the Crown Prince, are a perfect pair of one being malicious and the other foolish. With them around, it would be a miracle if the great Jing Empire didn't fall. The Emperor must be blind. When they eventually commit regicide and rebel, I certainly won't help him. Let the great Jing Empire fall. I'll take my father, my third brother, my second sister, and my little niece, and we'll all go abroad. Abroad? What does abroad mean? Does it mean leaving the great Jing Empire to live somewhere else? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing'an felt a flicker of panic. Little ancestor, you can curse all you want, but you can't just abandon the great Jing. Sheng Zhao's eyes were hostile. Empress, my second sister, says someone pushed her, causing her premature labor. This maidservant tried to sneak out of the palace gates. Perhaps you, Empress, could assist in interrogating her. The Imperial guards flung Curson, whose mouth was gagged, down onto the stone steps. Sheng Zhao stepped forward and pulled the cloth from Curson's mouth. The Empress stared intently at the woman on the ground, then suddenly smiled. Since you are a servant of the Shuiyang Palace. Before she could finish, Curson began kowtowing frantically. This servant is innocent. It was Ying Luo who forced me. She said she was taking revenge for Consort Xian. Everything was orchestrated by Consort Xian. You lie? Yingluo's loyalty to the empress is known throughout the Shuiyang Palace. Why would she harm the empress? How could she obey consort Xin? She has never even interacted with consort Xin. Lioli stepped forward to argue, but was held back by Hupa. Sister Lioli, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. How do you know that Yingluo and consort Xin didn't have secret dealings? I beg your majesty to grant this servant justice. I will die to prove my innocence. The next moment Curson bit her tongue and committed suicide. This act firmly pinned the crime on Yingluo and consort Xin. Lioli trembled with rage. Letting her die like that was letting her off too easily. Emperor Jing'an roared, "Where is Yingluo?" Eunuch Yao stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, a palace maid just discovered a corpse in a corner of the Jinyan Hall. It was Yingluo. Her throat had been cut. What? Yingluo is dead. Hupa and Lioli were stunned for a moment, tears nearly falling. The Empress secretly let out a long sigh of relief, her previously tense shoulders relaxing. Your Majesty, I recall that some time ago consort Xin often cursed consort you behind her back. I punished her for it. The two must have formed a grudge, so she sent someone to harm consort you. It seems consort Xin, knowing that consort you had successfully given birth, and fearing exposure, killed Yingluo to silence her. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should summon consort Xin from the Jinyun Palace and question her face to face to seek justice for consort you. The system fumed. How despicable. What a pretentious act. This vile woman is twisting the truth. She clearly ordered Yingluo's murder to eliminate all witnesses. A few days ago she deliberately provoked consort Xin into speaking ill of consort you, then used it as an excuse to punish her, branding consort Xin as bearing a grudge. Now she has a plausible motive for consort Xin to harm consort you. Truly vicious. Host consort Xin has already been poisoned. The Empress disguised it as suicide by poison. She is already dead in the Jinyun Palace. Everyone could hardly believe their ears. Their worldview was shattered. The Empress had calculated every step. Curson framed Yingluo and then killed herself. Yingluo was murdered and dumped in the Jinyun Palace. This led to consort Xin of the Jinyun Palace, who then died in her own hall. Sheng Zhao was grinding her teeth in anger. She calculated every step, masterfully diverting blame. By now the crime was securely pinned on consort Xin, and the Empress had completely absolved herself. Gigi, can you find any other evidence? Are we just going to let her get away with this? The system's voice was also low. Host, there is indeed no evidence for this. The Empress has been meticulous, leaving no loose ends. The only witnesses are all dead. Moreover, the Empress's father is the Jinghua general commanding a powerful army with illustrious military achievements. He is currently outside the capital negotiating peace with the Lanchi kingdom. If we convict the Empress without solid evidence, we might push him to rebel, or even collude with foreign enemies. For the greater good, the Emperor will not act rashly. Sheng Zhao felt as if she had swallowed a fly. It was utterly infuriating. The Empress was not flustered at all, smiling with impunity. Your Majesty, as the mistress of the harem, such a heinous act occurring in the palace is indeed my dereliction of duty. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Emperor Jing'an's gaze seemed as if it wanted to devour the Empress. He hadn't expected that the Empress, as the mother of the nation, would conspire against a consort, murder an imperial child, and casually frame others. It was lawlessness. She was acting with impunity, relying on her father as her shield. Did she truly believe the world was already the Qiao family's for the taking? The next morning at court, Emperor Jing'an sat high on the dragon throne, his face calm, but the fingers lightly tapping on the armrest betrayed his inner impatience. Your Majesty, I, your old servant, humbly advise that although consort you has merit for giving birth to a princess, promoting her to imperial noble consort by skipping ranks is a violation of ancestral precepts. According to our great Jing code, the promotion of consorts must be done step by step, requiring a petition from the Empress and your Majesty's personal approval. Now, without the Empress's edict or the deliberation of the clan court, it will be difficult to convince the masses. Minister of War Zheng Lu had a loud, resonant voice and spoke with conviction. Before Emperor Jing'an could respond, the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor Kong Jingda, supported shakily by the Crown Prince, also stepped forward. Your Majesty, this old servant is worried. The position of imperial noble consort is akin to a secondary empress. He paused meaningfully. With the legitimate empress still in place, establishing a secondary empress might cause chaos in the harem. I urge your Majesty to reconsider. Emperor Jing'an cast a meaningful glance at the Crown Prince. Grand Tutor Kong was a veteran of 3 reigns and the Crown Prince's teacher. Previously, due to his advanced age, he had been excused from court and he hadn't attended for 2 years. It seemed the Crown Prince and the Empress could no longer sit still and had specially invited him to court to remonstrate. What a fine son he had. Sheng Zhao, standing in the back, rolled her eyes openly. Since she was at the very back and not as tall as the others, they couldn't see her. What's wrong with these people? Is my second sister not worthy of being imperial noble consort, but that bastard Qiao man is worthy of being empress? The civil and military officials who could hear her thoughts were terrified. Young Master Sheng just called the Empress a bastard and used her personal name. How bold. Grand Tutor Kong frowned, about to rebuke the person who dared to be so insolent in the Great Hall. But just as he opened his mouth, he nearly went to meet his ancestors. His heart skipped a beat. He discreetly observed the reactions of those around him. Some had strange expressions, others were shrinking their necks. It seemed most people could hear it. She was cursing the crown prince's mother, but the crown prince's expression did not change. He surely couldn't hear. That voice said consort Sheng was her second sister. Could she be the much-talked-about female official of the Sheng family? The empress caused my second sister's premature labor, nearly killing both mother and child. She killed all the witnesses, murdered the innocent consort Xin. Is she worthy? Do these people have dung beetles in their heads? If they're not thinking clearly, they should get themselves cured. Do they really want the crown prince to succeed in his regicide and usurpation, handing over the great Jing imperial family to another nation? If the late emperor knew, he'd crawl out of his coffin and weep at their bedside. Everyone who spoke for the empress today, I'm noting each and every one of you. None of you will escape. The hall fell into a dead silence. The words struck the great hall like a thunderbolt, draining the color from the faces of all the high-ranking ministers. Grand Tutor Kong's face held an unprecedented terror. What did she say? The empress had harmed consort Yu and killed consort Xin. The crown prince intended to commit regicide. The great Jing imperial throne was to be handed over to a foreign nation. Even if the crown prince usurped the throne through patricide, this realm would still belong to the Xie family. How could it possibly become another country? Could it be that the crown prince's identity was in question? Was this information something a venerable minister who had served 3 dynasties could bear? Zheng Lu, the minister of war who had just been speaking in defense of the empress, felt his vision darken and was on the verge of fainting. Xin. So Xin was killed by the empress. The empress had disguised herself and left the palace yesterday, coming personally to his minister's residence. She ordered him to present a memorial at court the next day, opposing the promotion of consort Yu. He had not agreed at first, for that would mean aligning himself with the crown prince's faction. He was well aware of young Master Sheng's divinely accurate inner thoughts and had no desire to offend the Sheng family. But the empress had told him a piece of news that plunged the entire Zheng family into grief. His daughter, now the emperor's consort Xin, had died suddenly in the palace yesterday. It was all because her words had offended consort Yu. She had been driven to her death by consort Yu's revenge. He had not slept a wink all night. Even though consort Yu was young Master Sheng's own elder sister, he was determined to seek justice for Xin and avenge this blood debt. But what had he just heard? The empress had killed Xin merely to frame consort Yu. Young Master Sheng's inner thoughts were always accurate. His words were always true, his judgments always correct. He had nearly become an accomplice to tyranny, helping the very murderer of his daughter. Minister Zheng. The crowd rushed to support him in a flurry of activity. Those who could hear Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts naturally understood the reason, and their hearts were filled with a mix of emotions. Minister Zheng was probably finding it hard to accept this sudden truth. Sheng Zhao was also quite puzzled to see Zheng Lu, who had just been opposing his second sister's promotion, suddenly on the verge of fainting to the ground. What's wrong with Minister Zheng? The system, he is consort Xion's father. Consort Xion died suddenly in the palace yesterday. Having just suffered the loss of his daughter, it's understandable that he feels unwell. Sheng Zhao looked at him and sighed. Alas, consort Xion is also pitiable. She fell victim to the empress's scheme, bore the blame for harming my second sister, and was then silenced by the empress. She was an innocent person all along. The system, it's even more than that. Host, you don't know, yesterday the empress went to see Minister Zheng and said consort Xion was killed by your second sister, urging Minister Zheng to side with the crown prince's faction to avenge consort Xion. Sheng Zhao spat in disgust, wishing she could tear the empress into 1,000 pieces. Not only did she harm consort Xion, but she also wants to bring down the Zheng family, does she? She's trying to drag the entire Zheng family into this. And this Zheng Lu is an idiot too, believing whatever anyone tells him, to act as a pawn for his enemy's faction. Minister Zheng smiled bitterly. Young Master Sheng's words felt like a dagger threatening to tear his heart out. The Jing'an emperor's expression was extremely grim. He hadn't expected the empress to have secretly left the palace yesterday to go to the minister's residence, twisting the truth and secretly rallying court officials. Seeing Zheng Lu in this state, he understood that he must have heard the truth through the inner thoughts and sympathized with the pain of a man who had just lost his daughter. Minister Zheng, since you are unwell, return to your residence and rest for a while. Zheng Lu struggled to rise. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Your servant is fine. No, he would not leave. He would stay. He wanted to bear witness to the empress's crimes and become the sharp sword that toppled her faction. Sheng Zhao stepped forward from the ranks, deliberately displaying the seal of direct remonstrance bestowed by the Dowager Empress on her waist. Taking a step forward, she declared, Your Majesty, your servant has a memorial to present. Everyone. Young Master Sheng was personally taking action. Young Master Sheng was always one to stand back and watch the show unless she wanted to make money, otherwise she maintained an attitude of indifference. It seemed the empress had truly kicked the iron plate of the Sheng family this time. A look of excitement crept into the expressions of the crowd. The atmosphere even made the Jing'an emperor somewhat tense. Young Master Sheng, present your memorial. Sheng Zhao raised high the memorial she had hastily written the night before, though she had forced her third brother to help her write it. Your servant impeaches Empress Qiao for forming cliques for private gain and manipulating the court. Her father, General Zhangguo, Xiao Rongzhao, under the guise of peace negotiations, has secretly colluded with the enemy nation with malicious intent. The crown prince retorted sharply, How dare you? Sheng Zhao, you are merely a lowly 7th-rank censor, yet you dare to slander the empress. Sheng Zhao gave a cold laugh, taking the seal of direct remonstrance from her waist and showing it to him. Your servant holds the seal of direct remonstrance personally bestowed by the Dowager Empress. Above I can admonish the sovereign, and below I can impeach treacherous ministers. What of it? Is His Highness the Crown Prince questioning the Dowager Empress's edict? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, waiting for young Master Sheng's next move. Except for the Crown Prince, who was about to jump out of his skin. Something doesn't feel right. Squeak, I just dropped such explosive news, why aren't they surprised? The system host, they are probably too shocked, and have gone stiff. The Jing and Emperor's warning gaze swept over each minister in the hall. The crowd immediately began their performance. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing was the first to step up. He abruptly staggered back, 3 steps, colliding with the colleague behind him, fell to the ground, his lips trembling slightly. Heavens! How is this possible? Everyone, this old scoundrel, isn't he overacting? Zhang Tingjing sneered inwardly. The first time young Master Sheng came to court, he had inadvertently been impeached by him. This time he was determined to seize the initiative no matter what. Lin Xuechuang, as a loyal supporter of young Master Sheng, was not to be outdone. The ivory tablet in his hand fell to the ground with a crack. He clutched at his own collar with one hand, breathing rapidly, making it seem as if he might expire at any moment. The person next to him was so startled they jumped back, thinking he was having some kind of seizure. Heaven is destroying Great Jing. Heaven is destroying Great Jing. Lin Xuechuang cried out hoarsely, his face full of grief and indignation. The rest of the crowd felt as if they had truly been struck by lightning. Minister Gu had veins bulging on his forehead, tears streaming down his face. The Qiao family harbors such treacherous intentions. A sin. A sin. Everyone drew in a sharp breath of cold air, secretly expressing admiration. Truly a veteran actor, able to summon tears on command. One official, his eyes filled with disbelief, shook his head as he retreated until he reached a palace pillar, then slowly slid down it to sit on the floor. Some civil officials muttered to themselves, wearing expressions of disbelief. Some military generals whispered among themselves, debating the truth of the matter. Some remonstrating officials spoke with righteous indignation, calling for a thorough investigation and vowing to live or die with Great Jing. The entire great hall instantly descended into chaos. Only then did Sheng Zhao relax her furrowed brow and sigh in relief. That's more like it. There was no reaction. Just now I almost thought they all knew beforehand. Grand Tutor Kong felt as if his entire worldview was shattered. He hadn't attended court for a long time. No one had told him that attending court was now this interesting. So this was the kind of good life they lived every day. He furrowed his brows as if he had made some kind of decision. He immediately let out a furious roar, pushing away the Crown Prince's hand that was supporting him. With 3 parts sorrow and 2 parts disbelief, he cried, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials were all startled by this roar. Grand Tutor Kong, after all, was the Crown Prince's teacher and had spoken for the Empress today. Everyone thought Grand Tutor Kong was about to defend the Empress, and they all stopped to look at him. They saw him stagger as he took 2 steps, then finally bend his knees and kneel down. Your Majesty, your old servant has served through 3 dynasties. For such rumors to exist in our Great Jing, they surely cannot be without foundation. If there are truly those who form cliques for personal gain and disrupt the court, your old servant begs your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. We must never allow such treacherous villains to harm our Great Jing's rivers and mountains. This performance left not only the ministers, but even the Jing and Emperor dumbfounded. The crowd cursed inwardly, shamelessly stealing the scene. Truly a wily old fox. The Crown Prince choked, his expression frozen. Grand Tutor, weren't you the reinforcement I summoned? The Crown Prince's face flushed a livid purple as he furiously retorted to Sheng Zhao, This is preposterous. The Empress is the nation's mother, and my maternal grandfather is a meritorious official of the Great Jing. What reason could they possibly have to collude with the enemy? That's because of you, of course. Sheng Zhao pointed a small hand directly at him, a malicious smile curling at the corner of her lips. You are not His Majesty's bloodline at all. Your Majesty, 17 years ago, Lan Yechuan, the hostage prince from the Blue Stream Kingdom, came to the capital for an audience. The Empress seized the pretext of a banquet to secretly commit adultery with him. The Crown Prince is not of the Great Jing's dragon lineage, but the blood of Lan Yechuan. The Empress and her father, the town-suppressing general, have long known of this. To conceal the scandal and fearing its exposure, they have maintained close ties with the Blue Stream royal family for years, all to scheme for a future usurpation. Now, under the guise of peace negotiations, the town-suppressing general has led his trusted followers to Blue Stream. In truth, they are secretly plotting with Blue Stream, waiting for the opportune moment to act in concert from within, and without assassinate the sovereign, seize the throne, install the Crown Prince as emperor, and reduce the Great Jing to a vassal of Blue Stream. Furthermore, Princess Yu is actually the descendant of a remnant from the previous dynasty. The Empress deliberately kept her by her side to unite and exploit her old faction. At that moment, the system's shrill voice rang out. Host. The Empress has gone to the hostage's residence again. She wants to be intimate with the hostage as usual, then take the chance to whisper in his ear, urging him to write a letter back to Blue Stream, persuading the Blue Stream Emperor to support the Crown Prince. If you go now, you can catch them in the act. Oh, go, quick. Gigi is excited. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao could barely contain her eagerness, her speech quickening. Heaven is truly aiding me. If your majesty does not believe me, you may send someone to the hostage's residence this very moment. The empress is with Lan Yechuan. Besides the crown prince, they have also secretly adopted a daughter only 5 years old raised in his residence. The evidence is irrefutable. I beseech your majesty to see clearly. A thunderous boom echoed as the news struck like a clap of thunder, shattering the souls of all the civil and military officials present. Gasps rippled through the hall. The crown prince was not the emperor's son, but the son of the Blue Stream hostage. The empress had conceived a child with the hostage 17 years ago. 17 years. And they had also adopted a daughter. Why would they adopt another child? Sheng Zhao was equally puzzled. Gigi, why would the empress and the Blue Stream hostage take such a huge risk to adopt a child? System host, you will never guess the real reason because it is utterly bizarre. This piqued Sheng Zhao's curiosity. So why on earth? System, because the crown prince was raised as the emperor's son, calling his majesty father emperor. Lan Yechuan naturally felt resentful that his own child called another man father. He and the empress had never even experienced the joy of being a true couple. So they adopted a girl, allowing them to occasionally enjoy the happiness of a family of 3 at the hostage's residence. Sheng Zhao was speechless. Damn system, how could she possibly guess such a twisted reason? The crowd was also stunned. It was indeed utterly bizarre, something no normal person could imagine. And they spoke of a family of 3 enjoying domestic bliss. Quite the romantic flair indeed. Cuckolding the emperor for 17 years. Speaking of the emperor, the crowd froze, carefully raising their eyes without lifting their heads, their gazes slowly creeping upward. Jing'an Emperor's face contorted in extreme rage, his eyes bloodshot, ablaze, seemingly burning deep within them. The corner of his mouth twitched from suppressed murderous intent, his entire visage twisted into a mask of fury. He rose in anger, drew the sword beside his dragon throne with a sharp clang, and descended the steps. Step by step, the sword's tip pointed directly at the crown prince's throat. Bastard! I have raised you for 16 years. The crown prince's face was deathly pale, drained of all color, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The next second, he fell heavily to his knees, his voice hoarse and trembling with sobs. Father Emperor, your son is wronged. The empress mother has been utterly loyal to the great Jing, devoting all her efforts. My maternal grandfather fought in your wars for years. How can you believe her words? This which is spitting venom. The crown prince suddenly lifted his head, tears in his eyes, but a fierce glint within them, pointing directly at Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao? Without a shred of evidence, you dare slander the empress, defame the heir apparent, and vilify the town-suppressing general. He kowtowed heavily, the thuds of his forehead striking the ground, echoing dully. When he raised his head again, a patch of purple bruise had formed on his brow. Father Emperor, your son has been instructed by you since childhood. How could I possibly be of enemy blood? How could I ever hand over the great Jing to others? The crown prince, usually so lofty and exalted, was now utterly pathetic. Seeing him in this state, the officials were somewhat moved. Judging by his appearance, he seemed genuinely unaware of the empress's deeds. Even Jing'an Emperor felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he had raised this son from childhood, as the heir apparent, investing far more effort and instruction in him than in his other princes. System brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Gigi, what's so brilliant? System, why the crown prince is acting is brilliant, of course. He has known for a long time that his biological father is Lan Yechuan. Every year during festivals, after dining with the emperor and empress in the palace, he would secretly go to the hostage's residence to meet the empress, all to avoid neglecting his birth father. Sheng Zhao looked at the crown prince in surprise. A family of 3, all keeping in touch. Well, he's quite good at keeping the balance, isn't he? The emperor should count himself lucky. Jing'an Emperor, do I look lucky to you? Sheng Zhao then replayed the crown prince's performance in her mind. If he knew all along, then his act just now was incredibly convincing. Just look at those kowtows thudding so hard. He really went all out. The crowd that was close. They were almost fooled by him. They felt sorry for their momentary compassion. Systemo, the crown prince isn't just trying to clear himself, he's also stalling for time. Hurry up and go see the real show. Right, the main event hasn't even started yet. Your Majesty, whether I am spreading rumors or not, you can see for yourself by going to the hostage's residence. Say yes, say yes. Don't miss the perfect moment. Jing'an Emperor glanced at her, restraining himself with great effort. Was it his imagination? Or did he see a look of eager anticipation in her eyes? Commander of the Imperial Guard, hear my command. Your servant is here. Place the crown prince under temporary detention in the side hall. The Imperial Guard shall watch him in rotating 12-hour shifts. He is not to contact anyone. Confiscate all seals and symbols of the Eastern Palace. Cut off all internal and external communications. Jing'an Emperor's gaze swept across the assembled ministers. All of you shall remain here. No one is to leave the palace until my return. The court historians shall record everyone's words and deeds. Anyone showing suspicious movements shall be deemed an accomplice, and the Imperial Guard may execute them on the spot. Close the palace gates. All who enter or exit must bear my personal writ. Suspend the pigeon post. Detain and inspect all courier horses. The officials shuddered. None dared to raise the slightest objection. Restrain the crown prince, seal off the court, cut off all communication. A major move was afoot. Sheng Zhao looked displeased. Do I have to stay here too? System, judging by the emperor's orders, it seems so. He's not even letting the pigeons and horses go. There's no way he'll let you, a big person, leave. Young Master Sheng was not happy. Why on earth? I'm the one who provided this information. Is he afraid I'll secretly pass messages? How can the Emperor be like this? Biting the hand that feeds him. Jing, an Emperor, was covered in black lines. Was that phrase even appropriate here? It wasn't that he didn't want to bring this little ancestor along. All the civil and military officials had their movements restricted. If he took only her, and the operation failed, how could she ever explain herself clearly? Wasn't he doing this for her own good? To avoid alerting the enemy, Jing, an Emperor, only brought 20 trusted Imperial guards, all of them elites. Everyone changed into plain clothes for the departure. This time they had truly made thorough preparations. Watching Jing, an Emperor's figure recede into the distance, Sheng Zhao itched with curiosity. Missing out on such a huge commotion was enough to drive her mad with restlessness. She was so anxious she rolled around on the floor. Seeing her like this, the system was silent for a moment. Host, if it's that bad, Gigi, we'll give you a real-time broadcast. Sheng Zhao shot up from the ground like a spring. The officials were utterly bewildered. What was a real-time broadcast? When they saw the strange glowing object appear before the great hall, their eyes bulged wide as copper bells. Their minds were buzzing. The moment the projection screen flickered to life, Emperor Jing'an's scowling face hung, suspended in midair. Sheng Zhao felt an urge to applaud, her heart leaping with joy. A live stream. What a marvelous thing this is, Gigi, you truly are omnipotent. Then, as if recalling something, she cast a sly glance at the assembled civil and military officials in the Grand Hall. This projection. The others shouldn't be able to see it, right? The system's tone carried a hint of smugness. Rest assured, host, only those bound to this system can see it and no one else can. Hee, that's good then. Only then did Sheng Zhao feel relieved. The crowd. They turned their heads to see on the light and shadow their own emperor's furtive figure lurking by the wall of the hostage's residence. Another wave of silence fell. They never imagined that the emperor, so valiant and commanding when issuing his decree, would be skulking about in secret where no one could see. Was this truly the sovereign they revered? When the black-armored imperial guard had silently surrounded the hostage residence, Emperor Jing'an finally emerged from the corner, resuming the dignified bearing of a nation's ruler. He raised his hand in signal, and the guards beside him immediately produced a pre-prepared document, a search warrant from the Ministry of Justice. The gatekeeper guard was about to stop them to make an announcement when an imperial guard struck him down with a single chop to the neck. Search. Emperor Jing'an's voice was icy. As his figure disappeared before the hostage residence, the perspective of the suspended light abruptly shifted, landing precisely inside the hostage's chamber. The Empress's gilded phoenix robe was draped messily over her body as she leaned against Lan Shichuan, the hostage Prince of Lanqi. Her cloud-like hair was disheveled, her breath rapid. Everyone held their breath. The system hadn't expected such a steamy scene the moment the camera cut to the room. It only showed a glimpse before hastily moving away, the image shaking wildly in its panic. Oh, host, not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Wrong cut. Don't look. The crowd grew anxious. We are not children. We can watch. But Sheng Zhao's attention was caught by something else. Gigi, am I seeing things? I thought I just saw the Empress's phoenix robe. Doesn't she always disguise herself when going to the hostage residence? She wouldn't just swagger over in her phoenix robe to have an affair, would she? The system, oh, she does disguise herself, but she always secretly brings the phoenix robe along. The two of them find it particularly thrilling to have an affair while wearing the phoenix robe. Lan Shichuan especially likes it. It gives him a sense of forbidden pleasure, as if he's lording over the son of heaven. Sheng Zhao. How perverse. The crowd. Those two certainly have peculiar tastes. Behind the screen, candlelight cast two entwined shadows onto the gauze curtain, making the bed creak. Although only shadows were visible, one minister's nose immediately started gushing blood. The others cast disdainful glances his way. Look at his lack of composure. When they recognized his face, it turned out to be Minister Song, the one with hemorrhoids. That was understandable. Minister Song must have been aroused by the sight of Lan Shichuan's robust chest, right? One minister muttered under his breath, in broad daylight, what a disgrace. It's utterly scandalous, utterly scandalous. He immediately raised his sleeve to cover his face, but left his two gleaming eyes exposed. Emperor Jing'an, mindful of Grand Tutor Kong's advanced age, had graciously granted him a chair before leaving. Cough, cough. He suddenly began coughing violently, pretending to be choked by his own saliva, but in reality, he swiftly used the opportunity to inch his chair forward 3 inches. He was secretly pleased. What could he do? With his dim, aging eyes, how could he see clearly without getting closer? The crowd, witnessing his fluid feint, had to admit that old Ginger is indeed the spiciest. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw young Lady Sheng staring at the screen with sparkling, unblinking eyes. All the courtiers in the hall panicked. How old was young Lady Sheng? Was this something she should be watching? After a silent ocular consultation, 3 ministers suddenly began to walk about, adjusting their court robes. Finally, they all stretched in unison, forming a swaying human screen in front of Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao. Are old people just prone to creaky joints? Among them was Minister of War Zhenglu. His large belly swelled with each breath, and then deflated, perfectly blocking the key images on the projection. She gave Zhenglu a strange look and couldn't help complaining to the system. Good heavens, Minister Zheng's belly could probably hold a post in the Ministry of War on its own, couldn't it? I've even thought of a title for it, Assistant Minister of the Belly. No wonder border dispatches always say the enemy can't break our defenses. I thought our army was just that fierce, but it turns out Minister Zheng is wearing the city wall on his body. If there were a war, he could just stand at the front line and the enemy archers would be out of a job, wouldn't they, eh? Woo-woo, why the personal attacks? Ignoring the others' contemptuous looks calling him useless, Minister Zheng silently walked away in tears. Minister Zheng defeated. Sheng Zhao's gaze finally returned to the light screen. Although only silhouettes were visible, the words exchanged were utterly obscene. Just as the Empress got up to straddle, Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing suddenly cried out, "I-oh," and clutched his lower back. This old back of mine. One must exercise more regularly to stay fit and healthy. Minister, go watch me show you a move. With that, he struck a pose like a white crane spreading its wings, his official robe's wide sleeve whooshing right into Sheng Zhao's face. Sheng Zhao, a 60-year-old man suddenly doing calisthenics, like a drunken old man flailing at butterflies. Minister Zhang fled, covering his face. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take it. Young Lady Sheng's verbal attacks were too powerful. After this brief delay, the scene had already ended, and everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. But Sheng Zhao glared angrily at Zheng Lu and Zhang Tingjing. What's wrong with those two? They made her miss everything. Seeing that look, both men shuddered. Next time, don't push them out to offend young Lady Sheng. The image had now shifted to the bed. The Empress lay in Lan Shichuan's arms, her phoenix hairpin askew drenched in sweat. Her fingertips traced across his chest. Once that dog emperor is dead, and our Zaire ascends the throne, I will have you come to me every day. Lan Shichuan hooked his finger under the Empress's chin and chuckled softly. When that time comes, I will have you wear the phoenix robe every day, and I will show your highness what true dragon soaring and phoenix dancing truly means. The crowd was utterly stunned into silence, terrified into a daze. Dragon soaring and phoenix dancing. Where did he come up with that phrase? Seeing that the two were about to get into another explicit scene, the crowd was just wondering who to push forward this time to suffer humiliation in front of young Lady Sheng. When Emperor Jing'an kicked open the carved wooden door, the bed's creaking abruptly stopped. Lan Shichuan's terrified face lifted from the Empress's neck, meeting Emperor Jing'an's icy glare. Why, Your Majesty? Sheng Zhao was thrilled, her hands clenched into fists. Here it comes. Catching them in the act. Catching them in the act. The moment the Empress recognized the person before her, her eyes constricted sharply as if seized by an invisible terror, her once radiant face turning deathly pale in an instant. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she frantically pulled her clothes together. Before they could react, several Imperial guards had already drawn their swords and surrounded them. Emperor Jing'an looked at her as if she were already a corpse. Sheng Zhao snorted twice. This time the Empress is definitely doomed. Indeed, the Qiao clan has defiled the imperial harem and colluded with a hostile nation. Her title of Empress is hereby stripped. She is to be taken to the imperial prison and granted death by her own hand. Lan Shi's hostage, Prince Lan Yechuan, for stealing Great Jing's military intelligence, is to have his hand and foot tendons severed immediately and be handed over to the court of state ceremonies for strict custody. This man could not be killed for the time being. Slaying a hostage prince from another nation would inevitably provoke a full-scale war between the two countries. Keeping him alive would be useful as a bargaining chip for future negotiations with Lan Shi. But that didn't mean he would be let off easily. Severing his tendons, rendering him completely crippled, would be a far better fate. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Empress's eyes, and her voice turned shrill. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet a cold smirk curled upon her lips. I am the mother of the Crown Prince, the Empress of Great Jing. How can you speak of me colluding with a hostile nation? She was the Crown Prince's mother. Emperor Jing'an valued the Crown Prince so much, as long as he still wanted this son, even for the sake of protecting the Crown Prince's reputation, he wouldn't let the charge of adultery stick. At most, he would place her under house arrest. As for colluding with a hostile nation, she would never admit to it, even at the cost of her life. Emperor Jing'an laughed in extreme anger, slowly raising his hand. An imperial guard immediately presented a stack of letters. Mother of the Crown Prince. Empress of Great Jing. Then what are these? He grabbed one of the letters and flung it into the Empress's face. The letters scattered, revealing the unmistakable seal of Lan Shi. Did you think I would keep that bastard? The Empress's face changed color drastically, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Could it be? He already knew about the Crown Prince's true identity. How could this be? Sheng Zhao, watching from before the screen, was practically clapping for joy. Haha, serves you right. The Crown Prince is finished. Seeing Emperor Jing'an's demeanor, the Empress concluded that he must also know the Crown Prince was not his son. She let out a mocking laugh, her eyes dark and venomous. Seeing Emperor Jing'an's demeanor, the Empress concluded that he must also know the Crown Prince was not his son. She let out a mocking laugh, her eyes dark and venomous. Your Majesty, if you dare to act against me today, have you considered the consequences, She slowly rose to her feet. Despite her disheveled hair and clothes making her look somewhat disgraced, she still held her chin high. My father is currently negotiating peace in Lan Shi, commanding a border army of 100,000. If he hears that his daughter has been humiliated, if Lan Shi hears that their prince is in danger. She took a step closer, lowering her voice with a threatening edge. Is your Majesty not afraid of chaos erupting at the border? The civil and military officials in the Great Hall, who were closely watching the light screen, were seething with anger. Just as young Master Sheng had said, the Empress's father, General Qiao, was indeed using the peace talks as a pretext to conspire with Lan Shi to usurp the throne. If not for young Master Sheng, Great Jing would have been handed over to others. And what young Master Sheng had thought at yesterday's palace banquet, that half the court officials would die because of the Crown Prince's rebellion, was also destined to come true. Everyone's gaze towards Sheng Zhao grew fervent. Young Master Sheng was practically their savior. Upon hearing the Empress's threat, Emperor Jing'an suddenly let out a laugh, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Afraid? Yesterday I already forged your handwriting and sent a letter to Qiao Rongzhao and Lan Shi telling him you were gravely ill and urging him to return immediately. Your father, worried about you, will surely travel light and fast. Last night the Grand General of Pacifying the North, holding the Imperial Tiger Tally, led heavy troops to set up an ambush on the road your father must take. Tell me, do you think he still has a life to return to? As for your niece and your father's former subordinates, I have also sent people to wipe them all out. The Empress's expression shifted to one of utter shock, and her whole body began to tremble. No, impossible. She shook her head violently, screaming, "You're lying to me. My father is the current Grand General, a man of great military merit. How could you?" Emperor Jing'an found even looking at her disgusting. He coldly interrupted, "Drag her away." Sheng Zhao suddenly understood. No wonder my father didn't come to court today. He told me he was so happy knowing my second sister had a smooth delivery that he couldn't sleep all night, which triggered his headaches and prevented him from coming. He even had me write a sick leave petition for him to submit to the censorate. But it turns out he went to ambush the general who pacifies the nation. Such huge gossip was kept from me. From now on, he's not my real father, he's my stand-in father. Everyone secretly suppressed their laughter. Stand-in father. But they couldn't really blame young Master Sheng's stand-in father. The reason he kept it so secret was precisely because his daughter was such a leaky vessel. If even a breath of such a huge matter got out, the entire plan would be lost. Half the court would end up dead, and who knew which half they would be in. Sheng Zhao frowned, feeling something was off. Hey, how did the emperor send the letter to trick General Qiao yesterday? And he sent my father to intercept and kill him overnight. Didn't I only submit the memorial this morning? Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They figured that yesterday at the palace banquet, after hearing young Master Sheng's thoughts, the emperor became suspicious of the Qiao family and took preemptive action. But young Master Sheng must never find out. If His Majesty wasn't around, and they messed up this monumental task, they wouldn't even need to wait for the Crown Prince's rebellion to kill half of them. They could die right now, just as everyone was as frantic as ants on a hot pan at their wits' end. System host, have you forgotten? You asked your third brother to write that memorial for you yesterday. Isn't it normal for your third brother, seeing you were about to submit such a huge memorial, to tell your father? Your father is a high-ranking minister. Isn't it natural for him to report such a massive secret to the emperor immediately? And isn't it perfectly reasonable for the emperor to take action overnight upon learning such earth-shattering news? Sheng Zhao thought about it. It was indeed quite normal, quite natural, and quite reasonable. It made perfect sense. She gently patted her own little head. Right? Look at my brain. I've been eating too much gossip lately, got all confused. My stand-in father is still quite foresight. Otherwise I was really afraid the emperor would spare those two, because he feared General Qiao. Everyone's hanging hearts finally settled, and they exchanged subtle glances. They had managed to bluff their way through. Grand Tutor Kong, seeing everyone's tacit understanding, felt a pang of bitterness. Why was the old man being left out? A man in his 70s also wanted to attend court and eat some gossip. Emperor Jing'an returned in triumph and finally lifted the ban on the ministers in the hall, allowing them to return to their respective mansions. When he returned to the imperial study, the censor had, as instructed, delivered a list recording the behavior of ministers who had acted unusually in the Great Hall during that time. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked, but upon seeing it he was so shocked he nearly spat out the tea he had just taken into his mouth. For it was written there in black and white. Minister Song suddenly had a nosebleed that gushed forth, staining his chest red. He claimed it was due to hyperactivity of liver fire, but judging by his shifty eyes I suspect there is more to it. Grand Tutor Kong dragged his chair forward, swiftly knocking over a colleague in the front row. Minister Zheng, Minister He, and Minister Li simultaneously stretched out their arms, forming a perfect Chuan character human wall, blocking young Master Sheng's view for a full half hour. Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Rights suddenly performed a white crane spreads its wings, and in the flutter of his sleeves he knocked the black gauze hat off young Master Sheng's head. He claimed his lumbago had flared up, but his movements were so skilled that he was clearly well versed in this maneuver. I believe the loss of decorum among these various officials is likely no accident. I implore your Majesty to look into this and investigate whether there are hidden circumstances. Emperor Jing'an. Having exited the palace gates, Sheng Zhao leaned lazily against the ox cart, swaying slowly as she returned to her residence. Ever since Sheng Huaizu learned that she had previously scaled the walls of Lord Lin's residence and fallen from a carriage, he had strictly forbidden her from riding carriages again, replacing them with ox carts instead. She tossed a candied fruit into her mouth and chewed it leisurely. Gigi, you know what? This ox cart ride is much steadier than a carriage, though a bit slow. It reminds me of my childhood days riding the merry-go-round. Master Jiang, who was driving the ox cart, heard her words and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He knew about carriages, ox carts, donkey carts, and manure carts, but what on earth was this merry-go-round? The general had once taken the young lady on such a thing. Unheard of. System host, would you like to ride a merry-go-round? You can buy one in the store, a battery-powered version. It's the updated version that fits the times. What do you mean by the updated version that fits the times? Suddenly the system sang in an unusually cheerful voice. Daddy's father is called grandfather. Daddy's father is grandfather. What is Daddy's mother called? She is grandmother. What is Mother's sister called? Mother's sister is aunt. What is Mother's brother called? He is uncle. Sheng Zhao. Master Jiang. Sheng Zhao looked quite mature and said, nonsense. I don't need a merry-go-round. I am an official now. The system assumed she was displeased. If you don't want one, you can give it to the little princess. When it's her first birthday celebration, everyone else will give ordinary gifts. But if you give a merry-go-round, how stylish and unique. Our store even has a royal version. A royal version of a merry-go-round. Emperor's father is Grand Emperor. Emperor's mother is Grand Empress. Emperor's older brother is Imperial Uncle. Emperor's younger brother is Imperial Uncle. Sheng Zhao, shut up. It was utterly frustrating if she never wanted to hear the words merry-go-round again. It was truly maddening to the ears. The ox cart gradually came to a stop and Master Jiang let out a breath of relief, saying, Miss, we have arrived at our residence. Sheng Zhao had just jumped off the ox cart when she suddenly spotted a shrouded figure standing before the entrance to the general's residence. He was dressed in coarse hemp clothing, looking haggard and worn. He rushed toward her excitedly. Zhao Zhao, I am your uncle. Uncle. The system promptly reminded her mother's brother is called uncle. Sheng Zhao, get away. The man stood before Sheng Zhao and opened his arms to embrace her. Zhao Zhao, I used to hold you when you were little. Master Jiang was startled. How could the young lady be embraced by a strange man, even if he truly were her uncle? Did this person understand proper etiquette? How dare? What kind of insolent person is this to dare to show disrespect to the young lady? Master Jiang immediately stepped forward to stop him, and Sheng Zhao recoiled in disgust. Seeing that his attempt had failed, the man paused for a moment before trying to embrace her again. Sheng Zhao bent at the waist and crouched to dodge. Master Jiang punched and kicked twice, pinning the man's hands behind his back and warning him, if you dare to approach the young lady again, I will not be gentle. What do you think this general's residence is? The man looked displeased. I am your general's residence, young lady's real uncle. You servant, pay attention to how you speak to me. Oh my God, what is this person doing? Trying to hug me right away. Pervert. System host, this man really is your uncle, your mother, lady, Chui's younger brother, named Chui Yaozu. However, your mother was born a peasant and became a concubine in the general's residence. Since then, she has almost cut off all contact with her family until her death, and they never came to pay their respects. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. Was this madman really her uncle? Master Jiang also heard the inner monologue and realized this man was indeed Lady Chui's younger brother, making it difficult to deal with him. He also felt troubled. Uncle. Sheng Zhao looked at him frowning. It's me, Zhao Zhao, you've grown so big, uncle misses you very much. He looked over Sheng Zhao's attire, a flicker of disapproval appearing in his eyes. Why was she wearing an official's robe? It was inappropriate. Was an official's robe meant for women to wear? This illegitimate daughter lacks any family manners or upbringing. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions and put on a sorrowful expression. Oh Zhao Zhao, your mother passed away early, and uncle has been grieving for a long time. She was my only younger brother, and you are my only niece. Considering this, a hint of sycophancy appeared in his eyes. So uncle has some difficulties, you wouldn't refuse to help, would he? As he spoke, he glanced up at Sheng Zhao's expression. Sheng Zhao neither promised nor refused help, she just stared at him without speaking. She searched through the original owner's memories, but had no recollection of the uncle before her. Chui Yaozu was the youngest of 5 children in Lady Chui's family. The eldest 4 were sisters, and Sheng Zhao's mother Chui Shuwen was the second. Chui Yaozu's name carried the meaning of bringing glory to the family. After Chui Shuwen entered the general's residence, the Chui family was overjoyed, believing she would help them rise in fortune. However, it turned out that as a concubine in the general's residence, Chui Shuwen had no authority over household management. With the general often away on military campaigns, she was also subject to the main wife's tyranny, and her life was far from easy. Initially, Chui Shuwen could occasionally sell the jewelry the general had given her to her family for support. But later, not only jewelry, but even daily expenses became problematic. When Chui Shuwen turned to her family for help, hoping they would provide temporary assistance, the family suddenly turned against her, publicly claiming they had never had such a daughter. They were afraid she would ask them for money. Even when Chui Shuwen gave birth to a younger daughter and passed away, they did not come to pay their respects. Sheng Zhao found this strange. They didn't even come to my mother's funeral. Could he have hugged me when I was little? System, oh, he's lying to you. He wants to get close to you and take advantage of you when you were too young to remember. You rascal. That explains it. Chui Yaozu, unaware of her disdain, continued his lamentation. Your aunt is near death. The doctor says she needs 50 taels of silver to save her life. He rubbed his hands together. Uncle has no other choice. Although you are just a concubine's daughter, you are still the mistress of the general's residence. 50 taels of silver is a small sum for you. You wouldn't let your aunt die, would you? Master Zhang's anger was evident on his face. He now understood that this man had come to the general's residence to beg for money. What did he mean by, although you are just a concubine's daughter? Is this the attitude of someone asking for help? It was fortunate that the young lady was young-tempered and patient. If the general heard these words, he would surely go to his home and kill him. Just then the system shouted loudly, "Host, there's a big juicy story in his family. Do you want to eat it?" Sheng Zhao immediately perked up. Oh, she was short on loans lately. Can't eat too much melon, need to earn more points. What melon? Tell me quickly. System, your aunt-in-law Lu Shi isn't actually ill. She's pretending. Pretending. Uncle Jiang glared at him angrily. Was the couple pretending to be ill to come begging for money at the Sheng mansion? Why was she pretending to be ill? System, this Lu Shi is actually a pitiful person. The Cui family favors sons over daughters. After marrying Yaozu, she only gave birth to a daughter, which caused Yaozu's whole family to despise her. They insulted and abused her constantly, and worse, they tortured her year after year. For example, forcing her to kneel in winter, washing clothes in the snow, her fingers becoming rotten and oozing pus, and then being whipped by her grandmother-in-law. Then there was the fertility talisman that her grandmother-in-law somehow obtained, which she burned into ashes every day and forced her to mix with incense burner water to drink. How could such a thing be consumable? In the end, it caused her intestines to ulcerate, and now she vomits blood, even when eating a little. The Cui family doesn't care about her. And then there's her daughter Chinyou. Just hearing this name suggests she's not favored at home. From a young age, this child never had a good life. Last year, starving so badly, she licked the oil residue from the family bowls, and her father beat her legs with a firewood stick, yelling that she was putting on a show for whom. The Cui family refused to hire a doctor for a little girl, hastily binding her leg with wooden boards, leaving Chinyou permanently lame. She was only 5 years old. Then there's your uncle-in-law. After having a daughter, he became even worse, using household money to visit brothels in town, swaggering around with courtesans, and even bringing them home to show off. If Lu Shi dared to speak up, she would be beaten, and even her grandmother-in-law supported Yaozu, saying this was the true nature of a man. Damn true nature of a man. Sheng Zhao's blood rushed to her head, damn it. She looked at Cui Yaozu in front of her, her suspicious gaze shifting to Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang was greatly startled. Miss, don't misunderstand. This is Yaozu's true nature, not the true nature of all men. And certainly not mine. But to break a daughter's leg and refuse to treat it while spending money on brothels, is that even human? The Cui family probably doesn't know that now throughout the capital the noble families have all started a daughter trend. Now in the whole capital, which family doesn't want a daughter like their miss? He doesn't know what more he wants. Sheng Zhao, so does he want money now because his conscience has awakened to treat Lu Shi? I don't feel so. After he treated Lu Shi and Chinyou like this, could he really raise money to treat her? Host, this time you guessed wrong. He genuinely wants to treat Lu Shi. Sheng Zhao found it unbelievable. Uncle Jiang found it inexplicable. What's up? Reformed and become a new person. Uncle Jiang, what? Repent thoroughly and be completely reborn. The system continued to say. Far from it. Lu Shi and Chinyou have lived such bitter lives these years, so they conceived the idea of divorce. She wants to divorce and take Chinyou away with her. Sheng Zhao nodded silently. This was indeed a way out. At least they wouldn't have to live in such a hellish environment, never knowing when they would be worn out by the Cui family. So the Cui family refuses to divorce, so Lu Shi pretended to be ill. She wants the Cui family to initiate the divorce. System, your smart host. The Cui family stubbornly refused to sign the divorce document, even refusing to divorce her, and certainly wouldn't let her take Chinyou. They planned to wait until Chinyou was older to sell her for a good price. So Lu Shi came up with a plan. Starting last month, she pretended to be crazy and foolish every day. Sheng Zhao suddenly understood and felt a bit curious. How does she pretend to be crazy and foolish? Uncle Jiang was so fascinated, he was listening. He kept grabbing Yaozu's hand and wouldn't let go, making Yaozu's arm stiff. Yaozu dared to be angry, but dared not say anything, assuming Sheng Zhao was hesitating about whether to pay money. System, for example, late at night, when everyone was asleep, she would quietly sneak into her grandmother-in-law's room, laughing at her grandmother-in-law's sleeping face, scaring her half to death. That's a clever move. Do this a few more times, and her grandmother-in-law will surely have a heart attack. Uncle Jiang quietly glanced at the miss. The miss probably completely forgot. Lu Shi's grandmother-in-law was her maternal grandmother. When her grandmother-in-law asked her to cook, she would add chicken manure to the porridge, stir it well, and feed it to the Cui family. Yaozu took a sip and spat it out immediately. She grabbed it and stuffed it into Yaozu's mouth, saying this was fertility porridge that would help them have a son. Sheng Zhao's brain short-circuited. Damn, chicken manure porridge. Reverse fertility induction. Quite bold. Whenever guests came, she would suddenly rush out, grab a handful of pig manure, smear it on the guest, and say she was exorcising evil. Sheng Zhao was so shocked, she almost couldn't keep her facial expression straight. What a manure diplomacy. At village weddings, she would suddenly rush onto the banquet table, overturning all the dishes, saying the table had been touched by ghosts, and eating it would cause the family to have no descendants. Now the whole village begs the Cui family to divorce quickly and kick Lu Shi out. The Cui family hasn't softened yet, saying they can still treat her, and that's why they came to ask you for money. Both Sheng Zhao and Uncle Jiang silently praised Lu Shi in their hearts. Making the Cui family socially dead, wasn't that a kind of death? She felt a bit of respect for Lu Shi. Truly a heroine of women. To achieve divorce, equally destroy everyone. She looked at Yaozu, waiting with some impatience. This money really couldn't be given to him. Lu Shi's illness must not get well. She was about to refuse when the system shouted loudly, "Host, let's go to the Chui mansion to witness the scene live. I just used the system to predict the data. This time the melon can help us pay off all the loans and still have some left." What? One melon can pay off the loans and even leave some points. But soon she slumped again. "No way, Zizi, I'm afraid Lu sure will feed me chicken manure if I go. Let's just not go." The system heard this and said, "What's the problem? Host, you forgot you have a rebound shield. Who can feed you chicken manure? Just be careful not to eat anything or drink any water at their place, and that's fine." Sheng Zhao tilted her little head and thought seriously for a moment. "Right, I have a rebound shield. All right, let's go. The points reward this time is too big. Missing it would make me unable to sleep at night. Seeking wealth involves risk." She looked up at Yaozu, her little face sincere beyond measure. "Uncle-in-law, I'm worried about, and Tin-law's illness too. Why don't I go with you to see her at home? I'll prepare some silver for you. Would 50 taels be too little? Should I take 100 taels? Does that look enough?" 100 taels. Yaozu's eyes lit up, but he deliberately sighed. "Your aunt-in-law is very ill. 100 taels should be barely enough. But the amount doesn't matter. What matters is the intention." Xiao Zhao right. Uncle Jiang, hypocrite. Getting the best of both worlds, HMPF. Sheng Zhao took the silver and changed into a set of light, everyday clothes. She got on the ox cart with Uncle Jiang and Yaozu. Sheng Zhao sat alone inside the cart, while Uncle Jiang and Yaozu sat on the front beam. After holding it in for a while, Yaozu couldn't hold it in anymore. "Xiao Zhao, isn't this cart too slow?" The Chui family's village was in the suburbs not far, but this ox cart was too slow. By the time they got there, it would be dark. Sheng Zhao pulled back the cart curtain. "Sorry, uncle-in-law, Daddy only allowed me to ride an ox cart. If you really want to go faster, you could hire a carriage with some money." Yaozu closed his mouth instantly. The fourth prince had just come out of his favorite shop when he suddenly spotted a familiar face pausing in surprise. Looking closely at, wasn't that Sheng Zhao? She was riding in an ox cart, a face of expectation and excitement peeking out from the curtain. Seeing that the ox cart was heading toward the outskirts, she couldn't help but wonder. Why would she go to the outskirts for no reason? Given her nature, could she be going to witness the scene? "Quick, quick, quick, prepare my horse for me." He suddenly shouted urgently, startling his nearby guards who thought there was an urgent matter and immediately went to lead the horse. Riding a horse was indeed faster than an ox. Not long after he caught up with Sheng Zhao, he seized the opportunity to jump off his horse and pretended to fall, landing directly in front of the big ox. Uncle Jiang. Yaozu. Extortion. The jolt startled the ox, its half-closed eyes snapping wide open. Its hoof slipped, nearly buckling to one knee. The cart lurched violently, and the candied plum Sheng Zhao had just popped into her mouth, lodged in her throat. Choking, unable to make a sound, she frantically pounded her chest inside the cart. "Ouch! Ouch! My leg! What's wrong with you driving without looking where you're going?" Fourth Prince Xie Rongpei sat on the ground clutching his leg. The fall was fake, but the act was genuine. He cried out while stealing glances at the commotion inside the cart, his mind buzzing with doubt. Why hasn't Sheng Zhao come out yet? Uncle Jiang saw that this youth, though young, possessed an extraordinary bearing. Moreover, his face seemed strangely familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Unsure of his intentions, Uncle Jiang dared not speak rashly, thinking it best to report to the young miss first. But Yaozu was different. Yaozu was thick-skulled. Xiao Zhao only brought 100 taels of silver. If he got swindled out of it, the loss would be huge. To avoid being cheated, he had to strike first. This was a perfect chance to show off in front of Xiao Zhao. If she was impressed, maybe there would be even greater rewards later. Break your mother's leg. Are your eyes sewn into your crotch? My old yellow ox cart moves slower than the god of longevity. How could it break your leg? He jumped off the cart, rolled up his sleeves, and grabbed Xie Rongpei by the collar. Young, and already learning to fake accidents. Did your father die too early to discipline you, or did your mother run off with another man and forget to teach you? Giving birth to you was worse than making a chamber pot. At least that can hold piss at night. Xie Rongpei stood frozen, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did he say? Cursing my father for dying early. Wishing my mother would run off with someone. Saying my eyes are in my crotch, and I'm worse than a piss pot. These words exploded in his mind like a string of firecrackers, making his skull buzz and ring. Xie Rongpei trembled with rage. You dare curse my father. He scrambled to his feet, about to charge forward and argue. Moo! A furious bellow came from behind. The old yellow ox, still spooked from Xie Rongpei's earlier fall, finally snapped back to its senses. Its eyes widened, nostrils flared, and it pawed the ground twice, gathering strength. Uncle Jiang was horrified, gripping the reins tightly, but an enraged ox of this size was impossible to hold back. Yaozu's eyes were full of schadenfreude, with no intention of helping. Bang! The ox's horn slammed into Xie Rongpei's waist. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward a step. Before he could steady himself, the ox's head jerked up again. Plopped. Xie Rongpei landed back on the ground, his tailbone aching from the fall, his face twisted in pain. The ox's charge jolted the entire cart, and the inertia dislodged the candied plum from Sheng Zhao's throat, which she spat out with a puff. She flung open the curtain in a huff, glaring at Xie Rongpei, who was sitting sideways on the ground clutching his rear. Yaozu tattled at lightning speed. Xiao Zhao, this bastard tried to fake an accident, and the old yellow ox. Sheng Zhao's eyes twitched with fury. Ignoring his princely status, she lashed out directly. Fourth prince, what are you doing? If you want to court death, could you pick an auspicious day? If I choke to death on a candied plum in this ox cart, my father will submit a memorial tomorrow, asking the emperor to demote you to a commoner. Xie Rongpei felt aggrieved. What evil spirit had possessed the day that everyone dared to curse him? Wasn't he a prince? Yao Zhu immediately chimed in, exactly, just because you're a prince. Huh, prince. He's a prince. Then the father he just cursed was. Oh no. The Chui family would never bring glory to their ancestors now. Chui Yao Zhu turned to stone on the spot, his mouth agape, the rest of his curses stuck in his throat. His face drained to a ghastly white, and cold sweat poured down his forehead instantly. His legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees. The sound of his kneecaps hitting the ground was even louder than his earlier cursing. Why, your highness, this humble one had eyes, but failed to see. He prostrated himself on the ground, wishing he could dig a hole on the spot, and bury himself. Xie Rongpei's rear end hurt, and this time, he truly stood up limping. You were quite the talker just now, weren't you? He poked at Yao Zhu on the ground. Who said who's worse than a chamber pot? This humble one is worse than a chamber pot. Who said whose father died early? Whose mother ran off? This humble one's father died early, this humble one's mother ran off. Sheng Zhao and Uncle Zhang both turned to look at him, utterly astonished. What a filial son. Squeak, isn't my uncle too much of a bootlicker? How embarrassing. System, nothing to be done, he's a commoner. Seeing a prince he naturally wouldn't dare to act up. Hearing this, Xie Rongpei felt a bit better and was ready to get down to business. Where are you heading in the ox cart? To this humble one's home. My wife is ill, and Zhao Zhao is kind enough to come along to visit her aunt. Yao Zhu answered obediently, not daring to act up. He had truly kicked an iron plate this time. Xie Rongpei nodded with a feigned profundity. Oh, going to see Zhao Zhao's aunt. Then hurry up, don't delay the illness. As he spoke, he climbed into the cart. Sheng Zhao, Uncle Zhang, and Yao Zhu were all dumbfounded. They were going to visit her aunt. Why was he climbing into the cart? Sheng Zhao squinted at Xie Rongpei, who had sat down beside her. You're coming too? Of course. Father always teaches me to observe the people's circumstances. I'll just tag along with you this time, all right? Sheng Zhao looked troubled. My aunt is very ill. Treating her requires silver. You're a dignified prince, you're not going empty-handed, are you? The two inside the cart and the two outside fell silent. They locked eyes for a few seconds, and Xie Rongpei, with a pained expression, pulled several banknotes from his bosom. Is this enough? Yao Zhu's heart itched with curiosity. He desperately wanted to know how much silver the fourth prince had given. After all, he was a prince, but couldn't be too little, right? It was for treating the aunt, so Zhao Zhao would probably give it all to him, right? Probably. Enough. Sheng Zhao took the notes immediately, her eyes curving into crescents as she shouted outside. Uncle Zhang, uncle, let's go. Fourth prince, I'll take you to eat something good. Xie Rongpei nodded proudly. In the end, he not only lost 500 taels, but also a horse. Because Sheng Zhao had Uncle Zhang harness the ox cart's ropes to the horse the fourth prince had ridden. She also had his attending guards take the old yellow ox back to the general's residence. Xie Rongpei could only console himself it was just a little money. He could always pull a few more strands of his father's hair to make up for it. But the chance to follow Sheng Zhao and witness the drama was an opportunity no amount of silver could buy. The carriage sped towards the city gate, leaving a trail of dust behind the curtains flapping wildly in the wind. On the second floor of a tavern, several court ministers were drinking by the window. A piece of meat that Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing was holding dropped with a plop into his wine cup. He exchanged glances with the others. Was that just now? The fourth prince? Minister of Revenue, He Zhan squinted to confirm. And with little Lord Sheng. The men at the table locked eyes, an unspoken understanding detonating in the air. There's big gossip. The next second, wine cups toppled, chairs were kicked aside, and several ministers past their prime suddenly unleashed an agility that belied their years. Usually they wheezed after 3 steps, but now they seemed to run so fast their figures blurred. One minister yelled as he ran, saddle the horses. Saddle the horses. The fastest ones. Minister Zhang Tingjing hitched up the hem of his official robe and sprinted, lucky that his family's carriage was parked right downstairs. Apologies, but this old man will take his leave first. In the outskirts at Qingshui village, the carriage had barely come to a halt when Xie Rongpei eagerly leaped out first. The 4 of them stood before the Chui family's small courtyard, each reluctant to enter first. Xie Rongpei cast a peculiar glance at Chui Yaozu. It was his home, so why didn't he lead the way? What a doltish fellow. Sheng Zhao beamed with an especially bright smile, took half a step back, and gave a deep bow, gesturing for him to proceed. Your Highness, as the most esteemed, should go first. Xie Rongpei eyed her suspiciously. Something was off. Why had Sheng Zhao suddenly become so courteous? Could it be that she'd had a change of heart after scolding him today? Uncle Zhang also stepped back, aligning himself with his young mistress. Having heard her every inner thought, he knew that when Madame Lu went mad, it was no joke. Chui Yaozu wiped his sweat, frantically torn between the urge to flee and the need to steel himself, and stepped forward. Your humble servant. I'll open the door for you. Though somewhat suspicious, he didn't overthink it. After all, he was a prince, and it was only right that these people defer to him. Growing impatient with their dawdling at the doorstep, he wondered why they didn't just go in already. He was eager to witness the drama. As the door swung open, Chui Yaozu, seasoned by experience, sidestepped nimbly. Xie Rongpei, assuming the airs of a prince, strode grandly across the threshold. Before he could register what was happening, a disheveled woman with wild bulging eyes lunged at him, clutching a handful of some dark, sticky, unidentifiable substance. She let out a loud shout. "Your Excellency, this is fortune balm. Smear it on your face for a long life." Xia Rongpei's eyes trembled with shock. He turned pale and narrowly dodged aside. "Then you take this fortune yourself?" The astonishment in his eyes was barely containable. Could someone please tell him what was going on here? No wonder the three of them had been acting so strangely and wearing such odd expressions. Had they known all along? Uncle Jiang, trembling outside the door, found it utterly terrifying. Thank goodness he hadn't gone in first. Even Sheng Zhao, who had been prepared, was stunned speechless by the sight her mouth agape. This must be her Aunt Madame Lu. Good heavens. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. System host, don't worry. That pig dung won't get anywhere near you. But Sheng Zhao was still shaken. But it's pig dung. Pig dung. Even with a rebound shield, who would dare charge straight into a pile of manure? It was simply too much to stomach. Seeing her attack fail, the woman's face twisted with anger. This man must be a doctor that Cui Yaozu had brought to treat her illness, she thought with a snort. She wouldn't let them succeed. Reaching out, she grabbed a clothes-drying pole. Ha ha ha. Take this. Xia Rongpei turned around. He saw the madwoman brandishing the pole high, its tip holding aloft a fluttering pair of tattered underpants. The woman cackled wildly and lunged at Xia Rongpei in a single stride. With a flick of her wrist, the red underpants unfurled, revealing a lump that looked like fermented sauerkraut stewed in chicken droppings. She aimed it straight for Xia Rongpei's face. Holy shit. As the esteemed fourth prince, pampered for 13 years, he had never witnessed such a scene. Terrified, he executed a backflip, narrowly escaping. The sight made Sheng Zhao's heart race, and she inexplicably felt like applauding. Not bad. Who knew the fourth prince had such skills? Uncle Jiang nodded repeatedly. Rumor has it the fourth prince cares for neither literature nor martial arts. Who'd have thought a crisis would bring out his hidden talent? Seeing them standing there commenting on him, as if nothing was wrong, Xia Rongpei's temples throbbed with rage. He roared toward the door. Are you all just going to stand there and watch the show? The woman opened her mouth to cackle again, but Cui Yaozu, sensing danger, grabbed a fishing net from beside the door and threw it over her, shouting, "Come and help." Hearing this, Uncle Jiang knew he could no longer avoid it. After all, this was the fourth prince. He couldn't simply stand by. Cui Yaozu discarded the small net and produced a larger fishing net he usually used. The three men worked together to subdue Madame Lu. They finally locked her in the woodshed. Xia Rongpei's taut nerves only relaxed slightly when he saw the madwoman confined. Yet the memory of the scene still filled him with lingering fear, his hands trembling slightly. He was a prince who feared nothing, who would dare pluck hairs from his own father's head. But from this day forth he had found a woman who terrified him. Cui Yaozu invited them to sit and served tea and pastries. By the way, uncle, where are my maternal grandparents? Are they not home? Sheng Zhao asked curiously. They said they'd go away for a while to lie low. They're not home right now. Sheng Zhao merely acknowledged this with a soft "oh." She held no affection for the Cui family, especially after they had severed ties with Cui Shuwen in her most difficult hour, not even bothering to attend her funeral. For this reason, she had a poor impression of them. Their absence was a relief, which spared her from having to play the role of a dutiful descendant. Forgive the fright, your highness. That was Zhao Zhao's aunt. This is how she gets when her illness takes hold. I beg your highness's understanding. Cui Yaozu, trembling with fear of offending the prince, busily attended to him. He eagerly poured tea for him. After the earlier scare, Xia Rongpei was indeed parched and felt the need for a drink to calm his nerves. He raised the teacup, bringing it to his lips. Host, remember what Gigi told you before you came. I remember. Don't drink a single drop of water from the Cui family. Don't eat a single bite of their food. I've got it memorized. Good host. Xia Rongpei's hand trembled. Couldn't drink or eat. Why? He hesitated to take a sip, pretending to blow on the tea by holding it near his mouth. Cui Yaozu gave him a bewildered look. Hadn't he poured him a cup of cool tea? What was he blowing on? What a pretentious act. Uncle Jiang sat quietly on his chair, not daring to drink or eat, not even daring to move his feet for fear of stepping on some unknown object. He kept his hands firmly on his own lap. Gigi, do you think my aunt would go so far as to put chicken droppings in the teacups? Chicken droppings steeped in tea. Experiencing a manure battle of life. Xia Rongpei's heart skipped a beat. Just the mention of chicken droppings now triggered him. System, chicken droppings, no. Any foreign matter would be too easy to spot. Sheng Zhao agreed. True. This tea does look quite dark and strong. System, oh, she just added a bit of horse urine. Sheng Zhao, Uncle Jiang, Xia Rongpei. Horse urine. No wonder the tea was so yellow. The next second, he set the cup down on the table and covertly wiped his hand on his robe. This act did not escape the observant Cui Yaozu. He blew on it for ages without drinking. What a phony. Outside the small courtyard, several ministers pressed their ears against the door, straining to hear the sounds within. What do you hear? What do you hear? Minister Zhang urged in a low voice. It seems quiet in there. The minister pressed tightly against the wooden door, frowning. Oh, your ears are no good. Move aside, move aside. Let me have a listen. Inside, Cui Yaozu's face creased with a fawning smile. Zhao Zhao, as you can see, your aunt's illness is beyond the reach of ordinary doctors. I was truly at my wit's end before I came to find you. Xia Rongpei nodded vigorously in agreement, feeling he was the most qualified to comment. She is indeed gravely ill. So about the silver. Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash erupted. The four of them turned in unison toward the source of the sound. The woodshed door had been blasted off its hinges, and Aunt Lou charged out wielding a trouser belt smeared with fresh chicken droppings, swinging it with fierce momentum. She swung it like a meteor hammer, shrieking, "Ah, I see it now. I am the chosen one, the dung maiden." The four of them erupted into chaos. Screams rang out one after another. Chicken droplets splattered across the courtyard like rain, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound. Several people screamed and scattered in every direction, the scene descending into complete chaos. Chui Yaozu snatched up a dustpan from the side and held it over his head, his face filled with fear. "Hinyang, let's talk calmly, let's talk calmly. Don't get agitated." At this moment, Lu Shi was wildly furious, incapable of hearing any of his words, and her gaze toward Chui Yaozu carried a deep loathing. When she first married into the Chui family, she was filial to her in-laws, hardworking, and willing to do anything for the family, serving them like cattle and horses without complaint. But what about the whole family? How did they treat her? They never even regarded her as a human being. It was either humiliation or beating and scolding, and even the last shred of dignity was trampled upon viciously. They treated her like a dog, grinding her down, without any care for the lives of her and Chinyo. Now that she had gone mad, did they want to talk to her properly? It was an enormous joke. The Chui family was truly despicable. If divorce wasn't possible, she would die anyway in the Chui family, so what was there to fear? A flash of mockery passed through her eyes before being suppressed, quickly returning to her mad appearance. Lu Shi, swinging a belt of chicken dung, charged at them, indiscriminately chasing whoever she could catch. Anyone who dared to run toward the door had to beware of her heavenly scattering of dung. Her goal was to corner them inside and hunt them down. Xie Rongpei saw Lu Shi's gaze fix on him, nearly bursting into tears. Had he come along with Sheng Zhao to enjoy the spectacle? He had spent 500 taels and lost a horse only to come here to experience a storm of stench and filth. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and frightened he became. He opened his mouth and was about to let out a sob, but Uncle Zhang quickly covered his mouth. A precise clod of chicken dung landed squarely on Uncle Zhang's hand, covering his mouth. Uncle Zhang felt the stickiness and foul odor, his body going numb as he frantically shook his hand. He was about to go mad over this fourth prince daring to open his mouth at such a moment. Was he hoping for a feast? Xie Rongpei was terrified, immediately closing his mouth tightly shut. He really wanted to cry. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. Seeing the dustpan in Chui Yaozu's hand as an annoyance, Lu Shi raised her dung fork and knocked it away. Without the dustpan, Chui Yaozu lost his sense of security and was soon covered in chicken dung. He stumbled backward, tripped over something, and sat down on a chicken coop. The fragile bamboo structure collapsed under his weight. He was trapped in the wreckage of the coop, surrounded by startled hens. "Ouch! Don't peck! Don't peck!" He flailed his arms to drive them away. Sheng Zhao hid behind a large water vat, observing the entire scene, watching the chickens and dogs running wild in the courtyard, standing there dumbfounded, shaking his head in disbelief. The scene was truly shocking. Feathers mingled with the sky dung, and screams flew together. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Gigi, no wonder you said the reward for coming to the scene was so much." Not to mention anything else, the sight of the fourth prince running all over the courtyard chased by chicken dung is something most people would never see in 8 lifetimes. This trip was truly worth it. The system was pleased. "Host, I told you so. There's more to come. More to come." While Sheng Zhao was chatting with the system, Lu Shi turned her head in confusion. How could she have heard someone talking? She knew there was a young girl hiding over there, which reminded her of Chinyo. If Chinyo's leg hadn't been crippled, she would probably be lively and lovely like this when she grew up. But what did they mean by chicken dung reward? Was chicken dung a reward for her? Was this little girl so young and yet so gross? Sheng Zhao saw that she had turned toward them, feeling nervous. "Gigi, will she discover me?" The system, "Don't worry, host. We have a rebound shield. That thing can't touch you." Lu Shi, "What rebound shield?" Xie Rongpei, "Right. Rebound shield. She has a rebound shield." The bizarre scene at the palace banquet seemed to reappear before his eyes, and he felt like he had seen a straw of salvation. His eyes lit up with determination, and he seized the opportunity to charge toward the water vat. Uncle Zhang had not witnessed the power of Sheng Zhao's rebound shield, but seeing that the fourth prince was charging toward the young lady, he must have had a reason. He also ran toward the water vat. Chui Yaozu saw this, and felt he could not be left behind. He had been the most suffering one, bearing most of the attacks. Since they were all going, there must be a reason, so he ran as well. Sheng Zhao saw the 3 of them rushing toward her, and her pupils contracted sharply. Sheng Zhao. Outside the courtyard, several officials in civilian clothes were stacked like human pyramids, peering through the door crack. Oh, another scream. The Minister of Revenue, He Zhan, held his breath. From the sound, it seems the young Master Sheng is interrogating with torture. I feel like this sounds a bit like the fourth prince's voice. An official offered his guess. The officials exchanged glances. The fourth prince screamed. It must be some earth-shattering secret. Director Wang was so excited that his goatee stood up. "Let me hear it too. Move aside, move aside. Why are you pushing? Everyone gets a share." Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied. "My ears are a ruler. You all can't compare. When I was eavesdropping at the Honglu Temple, you didn't even know where you were. This is my spot. Now it's mine." Huh. Suddenly another scream of echoed. The people outside went mad, Bet 10 tails it's the young Master Sheng interrogating with torture. Nonsense. This is clearly the sound of catching someone in bed. Get out of the way. I brought a listening urn. Amidst the shoving, the wooden door creaked open suddenly. Several old ministers fell into the courtyard like players of kuju, rolling and scrambling, and the scene suddenly went quiet. The scene inside turned them all to stone. 3 disheveled men hid behind the young Master Sheng. A woman wielded a dung fork. At this moment all 4 turned to look at them simultaneously. Where was the earth-shattering news? What was going on? Were they playing chicken with a fork? Lu Shi frowned. Oh good. That wretched Cui Yaozu had brought so many reinforcements. While they were stunned, Lu Shi took out an iron chain and crept up behind them. By the time they realized what had happened, Lu Shi had already clanked the door shut with the iron chain and thrown the key into the chicken dung pit. What? What are you going to do? Sheng Zhao found these figures strikingly familiar, almost doubting her own eyes. Hey, isn't that Minister Zhang? And Minister He, Lord Wang, Vice Minister Li? Why are they here? The system itself stuttered for a moment. No clue. Could they know about Cui Yaozu's abuse of his wife and children? Or that your aunt is feigning madness to seek a divorce? Have the ministers come en masse to investigate? Sheng Zhao was deeply perplexed. Can't be right. The Cui family has tormented them for years without anyone intervening. And no one should know about my aunt feigning madness. Even my uncle believes she's truly insane. Even if they found out somehow, why would so many high-ranking officials come to this shabby little courtyard? What does this have to do with the Ministry of Rights or Revenue? Why are they here? Just to watch the commotion. Minister Zhang of Rights and Minister He of Revenue scratched their heads awkwardly. Would little Lord Sheng believe them if they claimed they were merely passing by? But what had little Lord Sheng just said? That her uncle's family had abused his wife and child. That her aunt was feigning madness. They couldn't help but look at the disheveled madwoman clutching an unknown object. If she had truly resorted to feigning madness because of abuse and being denied a divorce, then she was indeed a pitiful soul. Lu Shi's heart also skipped a beat. What had that young girl just thought? She knew the evils the Cui family had inflicted on her and her daughter. She knew the truth behind her feigned madness. These people before her. They were all high dignitaries from the capital. A minister? She didn't know the exact rank of a minister, but it must be high. Could they have truly come specifically to seek justice for her? She must not offend them. Her gaze softened, and she slowly lowered the trouser belt she was holding. Everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief. Sheng Zhao greeted them. Hello, esteemed officials. What brings you here? Would you care to sit for some tea? How perfect timing for them to taste my aunt's horse urine tea. Xie Rongpei chimed in with malicious glee. It has a rather unique flavor. The ministers' faces paled, and they waved their hands frantically. Cui Yaozu was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of ancestral blessing had his family received today, attracting such grand figures from the capital? Princes and ministers one and all. Could it be that smoke was rising from their ancestral graves? Minister Zhang looked at his silent colleagues, exchanging uneasy glances. He braced himself and spoke. Today, while we were dining together, someone anonymously sent a letter to Vice Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice alleging suspected abuse of women and children in the Cui family of Qingshui town under the capital's jurisdiction. Since our official duties were light, we decided to accompany Vice Minister Li to investigate. He changed tack. But what brings your highness and little Lord Sheng here? The ministers cast appreciative glances at Minister Zhang. Brilliant. Using the information gleaned from little Lord Sheng's thoughts, he could spin the tale so perfectly. And he even managed to turn the tables. This is my maternal grandfather's home. I heard my aunt was ill, so I came with my uncle to visit. The 4th prince was passing by, so we came together, Sheng Zhao said, covering her mouth in feigned shock. Good heavens. What did you just say? My uncle's family abused my aunt and child. Good heavens. How could that be? Everyone thought you're the undisputed master of acting. Wasn't it your inner thoughts that told us all this? The crowd looked at the silent 4th prince who had various unidentified objects clinging to him. Was the 4th prince passing by? Was it the same kind of passing by as theirs? Cui Yaozu's eyes were filled with terror, his back soaked with sweat as he prepared to defend himself. Lu Shi suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face. I beg you, esteemed officials, to seek justice for this humble woman. She tore open her sleeve, revealing an arm covered in bruises. I have been married into the Cui family for over a decade, beaten and cursed every single day. In the bitter winter cold, I was forced to break ice to wash clothes, my fingers frostbitten and bleeding, but I was not allowed to rest. I was starved for 2 out of 3 meals, forced to chop firewood and do hard labor. If I was too slow, I was beaten. If I disobeyed, I was locked in the pigsty to live and eat with the pigs. My mother-in-law resented me for not bearing a son and forced me to drink talisman water every day until I vomited blood, but she wouldn't let me stop. She pointed to the overgrown hut with its wooden door tightly shut. And my daughter? She's only 5 years old. Just because she licked a plate in her extreme hunger, that beast Cui Yaozu broke her leg. The Cui family refused to call a doctor, leaving her to writhe in agony. She kowtowed heavily, blood seeping from her forehead. This humble woman's death is of no consequence. I only beg you to save my daughter from this fiery pit. Even though Sheng Zhao had already known of the Cui family's misdeeds, hearing Lu Shi's accusations word by word made her heart tremble. She clenched her fists, trembling with rage. What a shameless old beast. He probably didn't come to me for money to truly treat her illness, but used her sickness as an excuse to squeeze out her last bit of value only to spend the silver on wine and women. System host, I have to say you've hit the nail on the head. If he treats his wife and daughter like this, how could he possibly be seeking money to cure them? Xiaorongpei was also gnashing his teeth in anger at such cruelty. He hadn't expected Lu Shi to be feigning madness just to carve out a chance for survival for herself and her daughter. The earlier anger at being chased around the yard by Lu Shi wielding chicken manure had vanished. Cui Yaozu's face turned livid at Lu Shi's words, and he began to curse and jump. You slut! You're slandering me. He pointed at Lu Shi, spittle flying. This madwoman has been insane for ages. She mixes shit into our food all day and attacks people with it. My parents have been driven out by her. You all just saw it. My lord, how can you believe the words of a lunatic? He kicked over a chair on the floor. Besides, which wife in the world doesn't get a few beatings? The greatest unfilial act is to lack an heir. Is she justified just because she can't bear a son? He then turned to the ministers, forcing a fawning smile. Esteemed lords, please see the truth. How can you believe the words of this madwoman? Your humble subject is truly wronged. Before he could finish, Lu Shi clutched her stomach and vomited a mouthful of blood, the stains spreading ominously on the ground. Cui Yaozu choked, his face shifting between pale and green. He stubbornly insisted, this has nothing to do with my Cui family. It's from this madwoman eating shit before. The wooden door to the overgrown hut creaked open, and a sallow, emaciated little girl limped out. Mother! She supported the vomiting Lu Shi, her small face full of panic, her childish voice pleading desperately, esteemed lords, please save my mother. I don't want my mother to die. She rolled up her pant leg, revealing a festering, horrifying scar. Her body was covered in various injuries, no better than Lu Shi's. Everyone present trembled with fury. This man was worse than a beast. Outwardly he put on a respectable front, but inside, he was less than livestock. A donkey knows to protect its young, a dog knows to guard the house, yet he feasted on his wife and daughter's flesh and blood to fund his debauchery. Zhang Tingjing glared at Cui Yaozu, then turned to Lordly. Lordly, you are from the Ministry of Justice. According to the laws of our great Jing, what punishment should such behavior incur? Minister Li of the Ministry of Punishments, his face as hard as iron, gazed at Cui Yaozu kneeling on the ground. For abusing your wife you shall receive 100 strokes of the cane and 3 years of penal servitude. For striking your daughter until she suffered fractures and deliberately delaying treatment until she became disabled, the crime is aggravated. The additional charge of intentionally causing harm to one's offspring shall be added, and you are to be exiled 2,000 li. For the Cui family's elders guilty of the crime of the elder abusing and harming the younger, the sentence is 90 strokes of the cane and 2.5 years of penal servitude. Sheng Zhao hadn't forgotten that her aunt's scheme was all to divorce and take the child. She immediately raised her hand and asked, then no one should object to their divorce right. She can take the child and leave. Can Minister Li make this decision? Lu looked up gratefully. This young girl had just called her aunt in her heart. Was she also a member of the Cui family? As she looked at this niece she had never met who spoke the request she most wanted to make, the grievance in her heart surged forth. Even this girl who had no blood relation and had never met her before could feel compassion for her. The Cui Yaozu family was worse than beasts. Minister Li nodded. Naturally, under these circumstances a mandatory righteous severance divorce can be enforced. Lu may take her dowry and her daughter. The daughter will be raised by her mother, and her husband's clan may not interfere. Sheng Zhao felt relieved and smiled as she praised Minister Li. Minister Li, the great Jing Empire is truly remarkable because of you. Minister Li threw his head back and laughed. Haha, little Minister Sheng is praising me. The other officials saw his smug demeanor and felt disdain in their hearts. Were they being looked down upon just because they weren't from the Ministry of Punishments? What's so great about it? But little Minister Sheng was truly a child who understood reason. The Cui family was her maternal grandfather's house, yet she could directly place righteousness above family loyalty. The ministers looked at her with admiration in their eyes. The first female official of the great Jing Empire, well deserved. Only then did Cui Yaozu feel fear. 100 strokes of the cane, 3 years of penal servitude, exile, 2,000 li. System, of course. The great Jing Empire's cane punishment rule is strike solidly, strike with intent, and no empty strokes. With every stroke the skin must split, and the flesh must tear. Many people don't even finish the punishment, they can't endure it, and breathe their last. Sheng Zhao smiled sinisterly. Even if he doesn't die after the beating, there are 3 years of penal servitude. Wearing a cane and doing hard labor for over 10 hours a day, I don't think he'll make it back alive. The system's tone became much livelier. Even if he survives by a fluke, he'll still have to continue the exile of 2,000 li. Wearing heavy canes and iron chains, he'll do hard labor after arriving. His life is over. If he falls ill and dies on the way, the person in charge has the right to directly abandon the corpse in the wilderness. Serves him right for his many evil deeds and for not treating his wife and children as human beings. He deserves it. Sheng Zhao glared at him fiercely. An uncle. He was nothing but a beast. But then she thought again, still I should thank the person who sent that anonymous letter to Minister Li. Otherwise this matter might not have been resolved so quickly. I wonder who that kind soul was. Several ministers rubbed their noses guiltily. If it came down to it, they might as well be that kind soul. They wanted to be praised by little Minister Sheng too. When Cui Yaozu heard Minister Li of the Ministry of Punishment's words, he really felt like fainting. Which wife in the village didn't get beaten these days? What crime was it to beat his own wife? So many people in the village beat their wives, and nothing happened, so why should he be the one to have his life ruined? Your Honor, your subject is innocent. This vile woman is falsely accusing her husband, who she should be struck by lightning. Minister Li gave a humph, the contempt in his eyes almost overflowing. This case will be directly transferred to the Shuntian Prefecture office. The Ministry of Punishments will assist in the joint trial. Whether you are wronged or not is not for you to decide. Furthermore, the village head and the magistrate of Qingshui village will also be held accountable. Whether it is knowing the truth and not reporting it or dereliction of duty and failing to investigate, they cannot escape punishment. The Shuntian Prefecture and the Ministry of Punishments will investigate everything thoroughly. Don't think you can just muddle through by turning a blind eye as usual. If there are other similar cases in Qingshui village, they will all be investigated and dealt with together. For the first time, Sheng Zhao felt that the Ministry of Punishments was a good position. Minister Li is so handsome. The air was suddenly filled with a sour vinegary smell. Cui Yaozu was terrified, his face ashen, kneeling there as if his soul had left him. Lu along with Chai Nyo heavily kowtowed several times. Your subject's wife thanks you, Your Honor, for obtaining justice for her. She subtly shifted her knees and kowtowed in Sheng Zhao's direction as well. She knew that those officials hadn't actually come for this matter. It was only after hearing the young girl's thoughts that they learned of the Cui family's deeds. The one she should thank the most was her. When Lu and Chai Nyo raised their heads again, their eyes were clear. From then on, the mother and daughter would never have to live in fear again. Cui Yaozu was taken into custody. Minister Li's attendants had already ridden swiftly to the county office to report and simultaneously sent people to capture the Cui parents who were hiding outside. With the matter concluded, the group didn't intend to stay long. You have all worked hard today, Your Excellencies. Please forgive any previous offenses. Would you care to stay for a simple meal? Lu sincerely invited the officials. Oh my God, chicken manure mixed with rice horse urine as tea? No way. Xie Rongpei was the first to cover his mouth, a look of terror in his eyes as he frantically shook his head. Ha! Fourth Prince, look at how cowardly you are. Xie Rongpei had not only been seen by Sheng Zhao in such a sorry state today, but had also been witnessed by the ministers of the court. He felt his princely image was ruined. It was all Sheng Zhao's fault. He glared back fiercely. If you're not a coward, then you eat it. Sheng Zhao took a step back. I won't eat. You all have worked hard today. Why don't you eat it? The few people waved their hands like windmills. Even Lu couldn't help but lower her head and chuckle. But Lu wouldn't be laughing for long because she still had to personally dig the key out of the chicken manure pile to open the lock. She had thrown it away herself, as she couldn't possibly ask the officials to dig it out for her, could she? Everyone prepared to leave in their carriages, leaving only Minister Li with an attendant to wait for the magistrate to bring his men. Minister Li, it's all up to you now. Sheng Zhao poked her little head out of the carriage and waved at Minister Li. Minister Li, the great Jing Empire is truly remarkable because of you. Minister Zhang also poked his head out gloatingly, yet with a hint of sourness, waving at him. Minister Li, you have the hard work. Minister Li, if you get hungry, just eat. Don't force yourself. Minister Li. Standing alone at the courtyard gate watching his colleagues poke their heads out and wave, he was speechless. He felt like a left-behind child. Minister Li, boo-hoo, I'll never join in little Minister Sheng's excitement again. On the carriage back to the capital, Sheng Zhao, disgusted by the chicken manure smell on Xie Rongpei, sat far away from him. Xie Rongpei's face darkened as he reached his hand out to Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao, what does that mean? What? You want to hold my hand? How strange. Xie Rongpei suddenly exploded, his ears turning bright red. Xie Rongpei roared. You're the one being unreasonable. Who wants to hold your hand? I meant give me back my silver notes. Those silver notes of yours were meant to cure my aunt, weren't they? And now you want them back? As a prince, can't you have a thicker skin than that? Sheng Zhao added a few clicks of his tongue, only infuriating Xie Rongpei further. Your aunt wasn't even sick. You tricked me out of my silver notes on purpose, and you still have the nerve to call me thick-skinned. Give them back now, or I'll tell my father the emperor. Sheng Zhao rolled his eyes. A grown man still running to his father the emperor at every turn. Haven't you been weaned yet? If you dare tell your father, I'll spread the word all over the capital that you ate chicken manure. Xie Rongpei panicked. You're shameless. When did I ever eat chicken manure? This was nothing but a blatant lie. He didn't even dare to open his mouth, afraid of getting a mouthful of flying filth. She was going to slander him by saying he ate chicken manure. And tell the entire capital. Wouldn't that ruin all of the royal family's dignity? How despicable. Sheng Zhao just let out a sly chuckle. Who knows if you've been sneaking a bite? Xie Rongpei's ears grew even redder, this time not from embarrassment, but from rage. He had been raised in luxury and adoration his whole life, and this was the first time he had met someone so shameless. His finger pointed at her trembled with fury. You pocket my silver notes, and then slander me for eating filth. You. He stammered, you, over and over, unable to finish. Having little experience with quarrels, he was at a loss for insults even after a long pause. His flustered and furious state only amused Sheng Zhao. System host, why don't you tell him you left all the silver notes for Aunt Lu and Chai Nyo? Look how upset the kid is, he probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Xie Rongpei was taken aback. She hadn't pocketed it. She gave it all to Aunt Lu. Then why didn't she just say so? Sheng Zhao looked utterly unconcerned. Although Aunt Lu was only pretending to be mad, she'll have to fend for herself and her child from now on with no money to her name. If her own family is ignorant and refuses to take them in, she won't even be able to find a decent place to stay. Besides, they both have various injuries and illnesses. That child's leg is in such a bad state. They'll need a good physician, won't they? The fourth prince's 500 taels plus the 100 I had on me, I stuffed it all to Aunt Lu before I left. I'll forget it. I won't tell him. 600 taels is no small sum for many people. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, the fewer who know the better. It's fine if it's just Aunt Lu and me who know. The system cheered, immediately following up with flattery. Host, you're so amazing. This money should last them a long time for their daily needs. Gigi admires you. This is what they call hiding one's merit and fame. Xia Rongpei was choked up, unable to speak. She had thought of everything so thoroughly. She endured being misunderstood for pocketing the money without a word of explanation. And today at the Chui residence, she had the courage to condemn her own maternal grandfather's family, seeking justice for her aunt, who shared no blood tie with her. This was something many people could never do. He looked at the young girl before him. Though she was a year younger than him, she was already a 7th-rank official in the court. Her breadth of vision and foresight seemed to have already surpassed his own as so-called prince. He suddenly felt a pang of shame for his earlier thoughts. But he couldn't very well admit he had overheard her. He turned his face away, looking out the carriage window, feeling awkward. Not to be rude, fourth prince, but are you planning to sleep in this carriage tonight? Sheng Zhao crossed his arms and looked at Xia Rongpei. Xia Rongpei snapped back to reality. They had already arrived at the gate of the general's mansion of Anbei. Why had the carriage ride back been so fast? He jumped out of the carriage and saw his own guards waiting with their carriage at the mansion's gate. The sky was darkening. It was time to return to the palace. The next morning at court, the ministers arrived with high spirits. They greeted Sheng Zhao warmly at the palace gate. Good morning, young Master Sheng. Their eyes lit up at the sight of him. They loved coming to court. Sheng Zhao responded to each one, but without their overflowing enthusiasm. Because he was simply too tired. Last night, he kept dreaming of that courtyard full of flying chicken manure, waking up several times with a start. That scene had left a psychological scar. And this morning he had to get up early. His eyes could barely stay open. Sheng Huaisu had gone to intercept the General Jinghua. The journey was long, and he hadn't returned to the capital yet. The task of waking Sheng Zhao for court fell to Sheng Yanshu, who used the excuse of letting him get an early taste of official life. At this moment Sheng Zhao was already dozing off, leaning against the dear doorframe. He slept so soundly, his head tilted back and mouth open, on the verge of sliding down. Emperor Jingyan cast a few glances at him from the dragon throne, feeling helpless at the sight of this young man attending court with such utter lack of decorum. He wondered what sort of thievery he'd been up to last night. The ministers, unaccustomed to not hearing young Master Sheng's boisterous voice in court today, found themselves glancing back at him frequently. Turning around to see him sleeping with drool running down his chin left them all speechless. System host, wake up. A lot of people are staring at you. Don't give those gossips a chance to impeach you. With a bang, the system's voice pierced his brain. Sheng Zhao jolted awake, lost his footing, and fell to the floor. Everyone. Oh my God, my butt. Who? Who wants to impeach me? Sheng Zhao scrambled to his feet and looked up, meeting the eyes of a minister standing right in front of him. Him. Is he the one? This minister, displeased by Sheng Zhao's appearance, wore a look of discontent. He immediately stepped forward from the ranks, shook his sleeves, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. Your servant Yu Wenxiu, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, has a memorial to present. Emperor Jingyan turned his gaze towards him. Speak. Everyone held their breath, a mix of tension and anticipation. Could it really be an impeachment of young Master Sheng? That would be wonderful. More gossip to feast on. Even Emperor Jingyan's eyes held a hint of encouragement. Yes, go on, say it. Yu Wenxiu pointed sideways at Sheng Zhao, who had just picked himself up off the floor, and said sternly, Your Majesty, please see clearly. The morning court is a grave matter where sovereign and ministers deliberate on state affairs. All officials hold their breath in reverence to manifest the imperial majesty. Yet the female official Sheng Zhao firstly appears disheveled and commits a breach of decorum before the throne, secondly shows disrespect to the court's discipline by sleeping soundly to the point of collapsing, startling your Majesty's ears. Such conduct not only scorns the laws of the court, but also insults your Majesty's divine countenance. If this behavior is condoned, then all officials may follow suit in their laziness. Where then will the dignity of the court reside? The entire hall fell silent. Bold. Far too bold. They were just wishing for some gossip. He's done for. Young Master Sheng is definitely going to tear him apart. Zhang Tingjing, the Minister of Rights, silently observed his subordinate. Even he, as the minister, dared not impeach young Master Sheng for a breach of decorum. How could this man be so reckless? Brave. Far too brave. All officials hold their breath in reverence. Wasn't that more because they were stunned by your own actions? This young Master Sheng was the Emperor's lucky star and the lucky star of the Great Jing Empire. Without him, it was uncertain if the Great Jing Empire would even still exist. Whether it was dozing off during court, or even if he took a dump right there in the hall, the Emperor would turn a blind eye. No, even if he did, the Emperor would pretend his sense of smell had failed him. Speaking of excrement, ugh. Yu Wenxiu was completely oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him from those around. He had been recuperating for some time after being injured in the line of duty. He had never approved of His Majesty suddenly bestowing an official position upon a young girl. He wondered what scheme she had employed to ensure not a single court official raised an objection. Seeing her behave so improperly on the very first day they shared the court only deepened his displeasure. He continued his diatribe. Moreover, as a 7th-rank female official Sheng has already been exceptionally permitted to attend court. She ought to be prudent in word and deed to repay the imperial favor. Yet now she appears so languid and negligent. It is evident her talents are unworthy of her position. I implore your majesty to punish her severely as a warning to others. A faint smile curved upon Sheng Zhao's lips, yet the merriment did not reach her eyes. How dare he claim she was unworthy of her post? Before she could react, Minister of Justice Li also stepped forward. His words were sharp and precise, directly confronting Yuan Xiao. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Yesterday, junior official Sheng collaborated with the Ministry of Justice to investigate the case of her own uncle abusing his wife and daughter. She set aside personal ties and upheld the law impartially, even showing the courage to place righteousness above family. With such moral integrity, how could she intentionally neglect court affairs? Clearly she was unable to sleep last night due to this matter and has fallen ill from exhaustion. Minister Li exchanged a glance with Zhang Tingjing. Yesterday, Minister of Rights Zhang, Minister of Revenue, he Minister Wang, and others were also in Qingshui village handling this affair. All present witnessed it. Right and wrong are clear in people's hearts. If loyal officials are punished for exhaustion, who in the future will dare to serve your majesty with loyalty? As these words fell, the entire court of civil and military officials was collectively stunned. They all turned their heads in unison, their eyes nearly popping out. What did he just say? Minister Zhang and Minister He, those two old foxes, had also gone along to partake in the gossip yesterday. They had gone for gossip outside the city. Were the scandals within the capital no longer enough to satisfy them that they had to venture beyond the city walls? It was understandable for the Ministry of Justice to investigate a case, but what business did the Ministries of Revenue and Rights have there? Junior official Sheng was being biased. Why had she only taken them along for the gossip? The resentful glares of the other officials swept towards them. They must have used some cunning trick to tag along. Several young officials exchanged fiery glances, gnashing their teeth. Next time they would have to stake out the Sheng residence. Some senior ministers who had missed the opportunity also stroked their beards, pondering whether to have someone tail junior official Sheng so they could be the first to know the next time a scandal broke. Emperor Jingyan felt a pang of bitterness. Sometimes he truly envied these ministers who could indulge in gossip at any time. A trace of jealousy flickered across his face. Minister Zhang, Minister He, are Minister Li's words true? Zhang Tingjing, under pressure from all sides, had a bitter taste in his mouth, but could not voice his grievances. He had not gotten much of the gossip yesterday, instead he had returned home covered in a foul stench. After being thoroughly scolded by his wife, he had to explain for a long time before she dispelled the suspicion that he had been involved in a cockfight outside. Then she began a relentless interrogation, asking if he had visited a brothel and been doused with filth. He swore to heaven 20 times before his wife finally believed him. Finally, in the middle of the night, his wife suddenly sat bolt upright and woke him with a slap, insisting that he must have been in the boudoir of some paramour, which was built inside a chicken coop. The events of yesterday were too painful to recall. With enormous dark circles under his eyes, he could only steel himself to respond. To answer, your majesty, it is true. Yesterday, your subjects were indeed in Qingshui village with junior official Sheng investigating a case of wife abuse. The matter has been handed over to the Shuntian prefecture for trial. The fourth prince was also present. If your majesty doubts this, you may send someone to verify. Emperor Jingyan's teeth were on edge with jealousy. That rascal Xie Rongpei had also gone to join the excitement. Everyone could go, but not him. His gaze turned somber as he looked at the prefect of Shuntian. Minister Sure, has this case indeed been transferred to the Shuntian prefecture? Prefect Sure Xian stepped forward respectfully. To answer, your majesty, it is true. Yesterday the Ministry of Justice transferred the case files to the Shuntian prefecture. I have ordered a swift trial. The circumstances of this case are heinous. It has uncovered several related cases of wife and daughter abuse in Qingshui village. The local village head and magistrate had long shielded and condoned these acts, leaving many victims with no recourse. Only under duress yesterday did we learn that there were 13 such cases of abuse in the village, with 3 women and children dead. Here are the case files, your majesty. Please review them. I was planning to report this to your majesty in court today. He presented the files with both hands, which Yao Gonggong took and passed to Emperor Jingyan. Emperor Jingyan took the files and read them carefully. The anger in his eyes was barely concealable. This is outrageous. Sure Xian continued. Upon investigation, it was found that over the years the magistrate had accepted several hundred taels of silver from the involved families, and the village head had received grain and money. They even falsely accused the women who reported the crimes of being unchaste, and had them publicly flogged. I have thoroughly investigated the entire matter. If not for junior official Sheng's righteous act of placing justice above family, the victims would never have seen justice, and these heinous acts would still be covered up to this day. Emperor Jingyan slammed the files shut and struck the imperial desk heavily. Bastards! He roared, and all the civil and military officials knelt in unison, not daring to raise their heads. Seeing everyone kneel, Sheng Zhao hurriedly followed suit. The hall fell silent, with only the sound of breathing audible. Gigi, besides having to get up early, there's another thing about attending court that's not so good. Do you know what it is? Host, what is it? It's that the emperor gets angry at the drop of a hat. Whenever he's angry, the ministers have to kneel. They kneel so readily, but my poor little knees are really suffering. Hearing this, Emperor Jing'an held his forehead and massaged his temples. His expression softened slightly, and he waved his hand. All of you rise. By my decree, the magistrate and village head involved in this case shall be escorted to the capital, executed by slow slicing, and their assets confiscated. The Ministry of Justice and Shuntian Prefecture are to immediately investigate all similar cases in the Great Jing Empire. Any official found to have shielded the guilty shall have his clan exterminated. His gaze swept over Sheng Zhao, who was standing properly in the back row. Junior Official Sheng. Sheng Zhao, who had just stood up, knelt down again. Your subject is here. Sheng Zhao secretly used her hands to cushion her knees, her heart pounding. What now? He's not still going to punish me, is he? Emperor Jing'an. Then he spoke. Censor Sheng Zhao, in this investigation of your relative's wife abuse case, you set aside personal ties, placed righteousness above family, and exposed your relative's evil deeds. This brings great comfort to my heart. Your ability to collaborate with the Ministry of Justice is commendable. You rescued abused women and children from misery, delved deep into the case, and exposed the crimes of local officials who shielded the guilty, leaving them no place to hide. Emperor Jing'an's gaze swept over the assembled ministers, taking in their expressions. His voice was as cold as iron. Henceforth you are granted the additional title of co-administrator of major cases in the Ministry of Justice. For all cases involving officials breaking the law or abusing the people, the Ministry of Justice may conduct a joint trial with Sheng Zhao, and no one shall shirk this duty. Furthermore, you are bestowed a supervisory token. The bearer of this token may access the files of the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review. In urgent cases, you may detain suspects first and submit the paperwork later. Before his words had faded, the hall erupted in murmurs. The expressions on the ministers' faces were truly a spectacle. Even Sheng Zhao, prostrate on the ground, was stunned. Yuan Xiao was dumbfounded. The words utter disbelief might as well have been written on his face. Hadn't he been impeaching this Sheng Zhao? How in the process of impeaching had she gained more power? Hadn't they just been discussing her improper conduct in court? Minister Shun of the Ministry of Justice and Vice Minister Li were both astonished and overjoyed. They were shocked that His Majesty had granted her such extensive authority, allowing her to co-adjudicate major criminal cases. Moreover, she was bestowed with a supervisory decree granting her unrestricted access to all case files. They knew all too well the difficulties the Ministry of Justice faced when trying to retrieve files from the Court of Judicial Review. The Court of Judicial Review would either delay proceedings under the pretext of needing further review, create obstacles with various seals and signatures, or refuse the Ministry of Justice's involvement, claiming they lacked the Emperor's direct authorization. In essence, it boiled down to 4 words: no refusal, no confirmation, no responsibility, and no compromise. This led to such animosity that the officials of the Ministry of Justice would glare at their counterparts from the Court of Judicial Review, finding every reason to be displeased with them. Cases were delayed, and they were subjected to veiled mockery from the Court of Judicial Review. But now, with the Emperor's direct decree and Lady Sheng leading the charge, let's see what excuses the Court of Judicial Review could possibly find to refuse. Furthermore, with Lady Sheng's extraordinary ability to perceive truths, no case remained unsolved. No matter how bizarre or cold, all would be brought to light. And given Lady Sheng's fondness for gossip, wouldn't that mean a daily feast of juicy stories and endless amusement? The dawn had finally broken for the Ministry of Justice. His Majesty was truly sagacious. The other ministers cast envious glances, yearning for Lady Sheng's assistance in their own departments. Zhang Tingjun was already scheming about excuses he could use to visit the Ministry of Justice when Lady Sheng was there. He was certain there would be plenty of gossip to enjoy. The ministers who could not hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts were also deeply astonished. This Lady Sheng was truly extraordinary. Was His Majesty's favor not a bit too excessive, granting her a mere 7th rank censor the authority to co-adjudicate major criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice? Was it because she had exposed the Empress and Crown Prince's treasonous plot? But even so, wasn't this a bit too much? At this moment, Sheng Zhao was not so pleased. She was filled with deep worry. Gigi, the ministers Li and the others just said that to counter Yuan Xiao's impeachment of me, right? System exactly. What's wrong, host? Sheng Zhao, but think about it, didn't Minister Li say yesterday that he went to my uncle's house because of an anonymous tip? So shouldn't the credit go to that anonymous person? If His Majesty suddenly grants me such power and later learns the truth, wouldn't I be guilty of deceiving the sovereign? I don't want to be beheaded. Everyone, rest assured, Lady Sheng. Those old foxes must have secretly followed you for gossip, heard your thoughts, and then used that flimsy excuse. This is a common routine in our court sessions. We are all used to it. His Majesty won't blame you. The credit is yours. Your head is perfectly safe. Oh, it won't fall off. Zhang Tingjing and the others bowed, their heads, not daring to look at the Emperor or speak. Alas, if only they had known, they would have chosen a different excuse. Who would have thought His Majesty would react like this? Jing'an Emperor also found it amusing. This girl, he thought she was fearless, but it turned out she was afraid of being beheaded. System host, you can't think that way. I checked the original plot. Lu and Chai Niu never escaped the Chui family until their deaths. They were tortured and died young, a very tragic fate. No officials from the capital ever came to investigate their case. Now it must be because of your arrival that many things related to you have changed their original trajectory. That's why they were eventually rescued. And you did denounce your own family for the sake of justice. The Chui family is indeed your maternal grandfather's family. Because of you, many cases in Qingshui village have been uncovered. Many people have been saved and no longer have to live in fear. It's all because of you. Host, don't overthink it. This credit is yours. Sheng Zhao was easygoing, and the system's words instantly cleared her mind. That's true too. Since in the original plot they had no change at all, it must be because of me. Hee, how could I be so modest? The Ministry of Justice. There must be scandals everywhere. I can't wait. When do we go to the Ministry of Justice? Everyone. See, they said it before. Lady Sheng was really easy to convince. Sheng Zhao respectfully prostrated herself again. Your servant accepts the decree and thanks your majesty. The next second, Jing'an Emperor waved his hand for her to rise. To spare the girl from silently complaining about her sore knees again. Jing'an Emperor then turned his gaze to Yu Wenxiu, who was still kneeling on the ground. Minister Yu, do you have any further objections to this matter? Yu Wenxiu was drenched in cold sweat. What objections could he have? What objections could he possibly have? The emperor's decree had been issued, clearly indicating he would not pursue the matter, and had even rewarded her. He then let out a soft sigh. Your majesty is sagacious. Your servant dares not have any objections. His voice was gentle, tinged with feigned weakness. As he raised his hand to wipe his sweat, he inadvertently revealed the white bandage wrapped around his wrist inside his sleeve. Although your servant has a fractured arm, and the imperial physician has ordered 3 months of rest, I dare not be remiss in my duties for the sake of state affairs. I still force myself to attend court. As he spoke, he deliberately gave a slight tremble to his injured arm, as if in unbearable pain. Hiss! He acted as if he had pulled at his wound. Seeing Lady Sheng today so dedicated to public duty that she forgot herself investigating cases all night, and even sleeping in the court, I am deeply impressed. However, I worry that if everyone imitates Lady Sheng's disregard for one's own well-being, the court might in the future be filled with the sick and feeble, which would actually harm state affairs. Of course. He suddenly broke into a smile, as if he were being very magnanimous. Lady Sheng is young and impetuous. An occasional lapse in decorum is understandable. I am merely an old man expressing a little concern. After saying this, he gave a couple of weak coughs. Everyone. Brilliant. Sheng Zhao. At this moment, she was truly hopping mad. What a passive-aggressive jerk. Who is he talking about with all this insinuation? Gigi, quickly look up this person for me. I want to dig up everything about him, even his ancestors 18 generations back. The system also despised this type of person and immediately responded, host, I'm on it. All the ministers, having spent years navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom, understood Yu Wenxiu's speech perfectly well. How could they not know that his overt praise for Lady Sheng was hiding ulterior motives? But what did Lady Sheng mean by passive-aggressive jerk? Isn't that a type of tea? Can it be used to describe a person? System host, I found it. A few days ago, this man requested leave, claiming he was inspecting the Imperial Academy's sacrificial ceremony and injured his arm protecting the ritual vessels from a worn-out stone step. His Majesty, in his understanding, allowed him to go home and recuperate for a few days. But in reality, he wasn't injured on duty at all. He broke his arm while trying to escape by climbing over a wall. Sheng Zhao looked at Yu Wenxiu in surprise. Huh, not injured on duty. Then his whole speech just now was quite an act. System, you're telling me. He almost believed it himself. Sheng Zhao pressed on, so why did he have to climb over a wall to escape? And whose wall was he climbing? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen attentively. System host, this is absolutely outrageous. Even I want to tear him apart piece by piece. He's not even human. Sheng Zhao was frantic. The melon was right there in her mouth, yet she couldn't eat it. Speak up. Stop beating around the bush, or I'll punch you twice. The entire court was also anxious, wanting to stamp their feet in frustration. Not only young Master Sheng, but everyone was about to lose their patience. The system chuckled and finally began to speak. This Minister of Rights, Yu Xiuxiu, may appear refined and incorruptible on the surface, but in reality, he is terribly cowardly. Last year, while traveling outside the city, he encountered a wandering Taoist named Xianzhenzi. The Taoist happened to bump into him, his face suddenly turning pale, as he declared that your forehead is darkened with a great calamity coming within 100 days. Sheng Zhao tilted her head. What a standard script. Is there still market for such tricks nowadays? How cliched is this plot? Is this guy a fraud? Did Yu Xiuxiu believe him? System, normal people wouldn't believe it. They'd probably call him crazy instead. However, Yu Xiuxiu had been frail and sickly since childhood, and in middle age he suffered from nightmares of sudden death. So when the Taoist said that, he became half-believing, half-doubting. But Xianzhenzi immediately exposed his recent nightmares and used common fraudster tricks to gain his trust, making Yu Xiuxiu believe him completely. The civil and military officials began to grow curious. What tricks do fraudsters use? Sheng Zhao became interested and immediately asked, eager to take notes. What tricks? I'll learn them to trick my father and my third brother next time. The ministers. Fortunately, your father isn't here. Otherwise your buttocks would be cut open again. System, for example, using a wooden divining rod to write on sand, claiming the spirits have possessed you. Actually, they hide iron filings inside the rod and place a magnet beneath the sand to control its movement. Everyone. So that's how it works. Suddenly Lin Xuechuang's face turned pale. He remembered that last month his mother had paid 50 taels of silver for a ghost-expelling talisman, which was now pasted on the door of his bedroom. Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice glanced around secretly, and when no one was looking he crumpled the promotion talisman he had just begged for from a wandering sorcerer into a ball inside his sleeve. Vomiting blood internally, that damn street swindler had cheated him out of 100 taels. System, for example, drawing talismans with alkali water and then spraying turmeric juice on them to make them look like blood writing. Or writing with alum, which reveals itself when exposed to water, claiming it's a divine oracle. Zhang Tingjing also couldn't help but feel his face burning hot. He had recently received such a divine oracle with great respect. He even knelt alone in his study and bowed 3 times. Fraudsters definitely have some tricks to make a living right. There are also some common tricks like retrieving money from an oil pot, ghost fires startling the soul, an immortal child appearing in dreams. All very common tricks indeed. The ministers were stunned. So all of this was fake. They would never believe fortune tellers again. It was much more reliable to trust young Master Sheng. Sheng Zhao continued to ask, making a bold guess. Then what? Did you Xiaoxiao believe him, but then got cheated out of a lot of money by Xian Jinzi, and after realizing it tried to sneak into the Daoist house to steal the money back, got caught, and broke his arm while trying to escape by climbing over the wall? Perfectly logical. Flawless. The ministers wanted to give a thumbs right then and there. System, oh my. No. Xian Jinzi told you Xiaoxiao that he was about to die, and this was heaven's punishment. Only by borrowing life could he be saved. Borrowing life. Can life even be borrowed? Borrowed from whom? Not only Sheng Zhao, but the entire court was full of questions. System Xian Jinzi said that if Xiaoxiao wanted to escape heaven's punishment and live a long life, he must find a living person whose 8 characters matched his own and perform a heavenly sacrifice to borrow life. Each ritual required 100 taels of gold, supposedly for offering to heaven and earth, balancing yin and yang. Yu Xiaoxiao believed it completely. Since last year he had been secretly searching for suitable civilians. Victims were lured or kidnapped to a villa outside the city and buried alive under Xian Jinzi's ritual altar. As soon as these words fell, the breath of all the officials in the hall seemed to stop. They even doubted their own ears. Was he burying alive common people to extend his own life? Is this something a human being in the mortal world could do? The eyes of all the officials turned, filled with anger. The civil officials were indignant. This man held a high position in the Ministry of Rights. The way of the sage had raised such a monster. Have they read their sage books into their stomachs? The military officers were even more furious, clenching their teeth in hatred. We are fighting on the border, enduring hardship, while this dog is eating people in the capital. The Jing'an Emperor's chest heaved violently, his killing intent barely contained. Under the very eyes of the emperor, he dared to do such a thing. Sheng Zhao's eyes were about to pop out. Borrowing life from heaven. Using live humans. Her face turned dark, anger surging in her eyes, her whole face tightened. Does he have no brains? Believing everything the fraudster says. Why doesn't he go eat shit? A minister as high as him is as stupid as a pig. System indeed. Calling him a pig is an insult to pigs. Pigs are useful all over the body. He's full of maggots. A minister as high as him is as stupid as a pig. System indeed. Calling him a pig is an insult to pigs. Pigs are useful all over the body. He's full of maggots. Sheng Zhao was stunned for a moment. Gigi, you've learned to swear? The minister's not surprising near ink. Sheng Zhao suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Didn't those missing people report anything? Does the Shuntian prefecture not care? Do the neighborhood registers not manage this kind of thing? At that moment the prefect of Shuntian Xin was sweating profusely. He kept his head down, daring not to look at the emperor's gaze. But he could clearly feel the temperature around him dropping lower and lower. But lately hadn't there been any reports of missing persons? System, you see, Yu Xiaoxiao's cleverness lies in the 3 no principles he follows when choosing victims. 3 no principles. What does that mean? Does he even have principles when hurting people? First, he doesn't choose people with roots. He specifically targets migrant workers without Beijing household registration. Second, he doesn't choose respectable families. He mainly targets people from all walks of life. Third, he doesn't commit crimes in clusters. He performs a life borrowing once every 1 or 2 months. Everyone. For example, those who work as laborers at the coal docks, temporary workers loading and unloading goods at night. Most of them have no relatives, and if they disappear, no one reports it. Hey, they just disappear without a trace. For example, artists in entertainment quarters or low-class courtesans that madams are eager to get rid of, and some traveling merchants coming to the capital to sell goods. If they disappear, people assume they've gone elsewhere. Alright, there are also servants in wealthy households. Since servant runaway cases are common, they are usually handled as property disputes, not as missing persons. Anyway, Yu Xiaoxiao was quite careful. Since last year, more than 10 people have been buried alive for the heavenly sacrifice, and so far no one has discovered it. More than 10 people. Everyone was shocked, their faces turning pale. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Sheng Zhao's anger was interrupted, looking curiously at the ministers. What's wrong with them? Hissing like eating spicy strips. The ministers. What are spicy strips? System, they must have been disgusted by Yu Xiaoxiao's green tea talk just now. Thinking about what Yu Xiaoxiao had just said, Sheng Zhao's teeth clenched in anger. She laughed coldly. Gigi, do you know what I like doing most in my life? Before the system could answer, she continued on her own. Tearing apart green tea. Especially male green tea. Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered. Lord Sheng was about to take personal action again. The system's voice also carried a hint of excitement. Host, what do you plan to do? Sheng Zhao narrowed her eyes. That charlatan has some skills. Even if we expose them now, and the Emperor sends men to arrest him, there's a high chance he'll escape. Yu Wenxiu deserves to die, but that man is even more unforgivable. She immediately stepped forward, cupping her hands. Your Majesty, I Imperial Censor Sheng Zhao, impeach Vice Minister of Rights Yu Wenxiu for defying heaven by borrowing life and slaughtering living beings. After Yu Wenxiu finished his lengthy speech, he awaited the Emperor's praise for his diligence, never expecting such a swift turn. Hearing her accusation, his heart trembled. Could she know about that matter? No, impossible. It was done with utmost secrecy. How could a mere female official know of it? The ministers maintained their composure, but inwardly they seethed with indignation, all hoping that Lord Sheng would expose that scoundrel's deeds. Those who hadn't heard Sheng Zhao's thoughts were startled. You? Nonsense. Yu Wenxiu immediately retorted. Sheng Zhao walked forward for quite a while, but one had to admit the distance from the last row to the front was rather far. She approached Yu Wenxiu, her lowered voice, yet audible, to all the court officials. Lord Yu, have you been unable to sleep lately? When you close your eyes at night, do you hear the scratching sounds coming from underground? The dozen or so souls you buried alive in your eastern city villa are coming to claim their due. Yu Wenxiu's board suddenly clattered to the ground, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Sheng Zhao looked up at Emperor Jing'an. Your Majesty, Lord Yu heeded the words of a wandering Taoist offering lives as a sacrifice to heaven. He set up a blood altar in the eastern city villa using the birth charts of the living as conduits to perform the forbidden art of fate reversal. The number of those buried alive exceeds a dozen. I implore your Majesty to investigate. Emperor Jing'an had been suppressing his anger, afraid the girl would notice. Now he no longer needed to hold back. His face was a mask of fury. Vice Minister Yu, what say you? Your Majesty, I am truly and utterly wronged. Everyone, truly and utterly wronged. After committing such heinous acts, you have the audacity to say that. Yu Wenxiu's eyes reddened as he looked up, his finger trembling as he pointed at Sheng Zhao. His expression was one of utmost grievance. Lord Sheng, do you know the penalty for framing a third-rank official? Do you have a shred of evidence for this villa and Taoist you speak of? He was not flustered. He had already arranged with Master Zuanzinzi that morning that the Taoist would go to the villa and his residence to destroy the evidence and relocate before he returned from court. To avoid investigation. He then looked at Emperor Jing'an, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. Your Majesty, all my colleagues know that last month I submitted a memorial to increase funds for the common people. If I truly intended to harm the innocent, why would I perform such a benevolent act? Sheng Zhao was infuriated by his act. A man his age, and he can be such a drama queen. Crying. I can't stand it. The system said host his benevolent act is a farce. He embezzled a large sum from it, otherwise how could he afford to set up the altar for that charlatan? Everyone another charge. Lord Yu, you're finished. But it seems we understand what Lord Sheng meant by drama queen. It's that annoying punchable demeanor. That's what a drama queen is. Yu Wenxiu clutched the wound on his left arm, tightly coughing occasionally. I beg your Majesty for clarity. Lord Sheng's slander wounds my heart. Everyone, only you know the sweetness in it. The system said, host, there's a hidden compartment in his study containing a life-borrowing ledger written with birth charts and cinnabar. It can serve as evidence. Hurry. That charlatan has swindled enough silver. He's tricked Yu Wenxiu into moving locations, but he's actually planning to destroy the evidence and flee. Everyone grew anxious. Sheng Zhao's speech quickened. A dozen corpses are buried beneath the eastern city villa, and their birth charts are recorded in Lord Yu's study. Send men to investigate, and the truth will be clear. Emperor Jing'an immediately ordered, summon them. Vice Minister of Justice Li, Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and the Censor-in-Chief of the Censorate, take your men and thoroughly search Lord Yu's residence and the eastern city villa. Detain any suspicious individuals. The officials from the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard stepped forward to receive their orders. Yes. Sheng Zhao's round eyes darted. Gigi, do you want to go see the excitement? To witness that despicable Taoist firsthand? The system's voice was filled with joy. Yes. But the Emperor won't send you on this, will he? It's such a big matter with the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate all involved. I want to go, but it'll be difficult. Sheng Zhao's face showed complete nonchalance, her expression full of anticipation for the drama. No problem. I have a trump card for self-preservation. Besides, the Vice Minister of Justice is going. I've just been granted the authority to adjudicate criminal cases in the Ministry of Justice, and I can assist with major cases. This case involves over a dozen lives. How is that not a major case? Why can't I go? Emperor Jing'an. He should have given her that authority later. A hasty decision. Sheng Zhao immediately petitioned, her face full of eagerness. Your Majesty, since I exposed this matter, I am naturally well versed in it. Allow me to accompany them. I guarantee we will be twice as effective and will surely capture that Taoist. Emperor Jing'an had a headache. This girl truly loved to be where the action was. But that Taoist was skilled. Even with her reflective shield, he was not at ease. She was the auspicious official of his great Jing, and Sheng Huaisu had not yet returned. If he found out that his youngest daughter was sent on such a dangerous mission while he was away from the capital, he would surely be furious upon his return. While Emperor Jing'an hesitated, Sheng Zhao deliberately took out the awarded inspection token to play with. She wiped it with her sleeve, then breathed on it. She squinted one eye to examine the details, then pulled a nearby minister to admire it. Emperor Jing'an. Fine, he had shot himself in the foot. Let her go. Granted. But you must ensure your own safety. Just lead the way and do not engage with any villains. Sheng Zhao nodded vigorously. Commander of the embroidered uniform guard Su Fan, you are tasked with protecting Lord Sheng's safety. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable. Su Fan immediately accepted the order. Yes, your servant obeys. He dared not let anything happen to Lord Sheng. The emperor treated her like a precious treasure. And with all these fierce ministers in court, if anything happened to Lord Sheng, he might as well present his own head. A group of people accompanied by a bouncing Sheng Zhao left the palace. They left behind a group of restless ministers, and even Emperor Jing'an was itching with curiosity. Perhaps. He immediately made a decision. Court is dismissed. Emperor Jing'an rose from his dragon throne and hurried out impatiently. Once outside the hall, he spoke in a low voice to eunuch Yao. Quick, prepare my plain clothes. The ground before the palace gate was still damp with the night's dew. Su Fan, the commissioner of the embroidered uniform guard, stood at the fore in his dark Xian-colored flying fish robe. Behind him, over a dozen cavalrymen of the guard waited with their horses in hand. Sheng Zhao was nearly ecstatic at this pleasing sight. Wow! A sudden exclamation shattered the solemn atmosphere. The cavalrymen dared not move, only pricking their ears to listen. Gigi, look! Aren't the embroidered uniform guards incredibly handsome? This is the legendary flying fish robe and the embroidered spring blade. My goodness, just look at them standing there radiating such imposing presence. Sheng Zhao even ran over to stand in the middle of the formation, imitating their posture, puffing out her chest, as she gazed at Commissioner Su Fan. Su Fan could not bear to look. System, Gigi agrees. They are truly handsome. They possess both the heroic spirit of warriors and the noble bearing of scholars. This black and red attire. I dare not imagine how dashing they would look drawing their blades. Su Fan's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. No more praise. He knew these rascals too well. Do any more, and their heads would swell. Sheng Zhao stared at them unabashedly without any of the usual maidenly reserve. She drew closer to look. She rose on her tiptoes to see. She spun around to observe. Good heavens, in the TV dramas I watched before, the embroidered uniform guard reported directly to the emperor, the imperial secret agents leaping over roofs and walls, handling cases with cold efficiency, possessing explosive combat power, and even wearing uniforms. How could one resist such temptation? She looked up at the tallest cavalryman. This stance, this waistline, the arc of this cape fluttering. The young cavalryman at the edge blushed visibly, his ears turning red. Little Lord Sheng really did speak such inconvenient truths. But what was a TV drama? He had never heard of it. Wow. This elder brother's blade is polished so brightly. It reflects light. The named cavalryman instantly stiffened his back. Though he maintained a cool expression on the surface, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt twice. Polishing the blade 3 times last night was indeed the right choice. From now on he would polish it 3 times every day, no 5. The corners of his mouth could not help twitching upward, then forced down, giving him a spasmodic look. Oh, it's a pity about the facial paralysis. Sheng Zhao waved her hand and moved on to observe the next one. The elder brother could not smile anymore. Little Lord Sheng's affection was like the wind, swift to arrive and swift to depart. Subtle restlessness began stirring in the ranks. Someone secretly adjusted their stance, another unconsciously touched their headpiece. The cavalryman in the last row even began quietly sucking in his gut. Ahem. Su Fan cleared his throat softly, his gaze sweeping over them, trying to maintain discipline. These attention seekers, could they not embarrass the embroidered uniform guard? The next second Sheng Zhao exclaimed, good heavens. Even the commissioner's cough is so imposing. The commissioner nearly choked on his own saliva. At that moment, Li Jiao, the vice minister of justice and censor-in-chief Peng of the censorate, rushed out, sweating profusely, utterly disheveled. Minister Li bent over with his hand on his waist, panted heavily, his face flushed crimson as he spoke to Su Fan. Calm. Commissioner Su, the coroners and officers from the Ministry of Justice have been dispatched from the Yamen and will arrive shortly. Sheng Zhao was already looking at Minister Li's disheveled appearance with some disdain. She immediately raised her hand to stop him, her expression serious. Minister Li, please do as you see fit. This official and Commissioner Su will proceed ahead. Minister Li. What had he missed? Sheng Zhao grinned at the embroidered uniform guard. Gentlemen, I cannot ride a horse. Who will take me? Minister Li's mouth fell open at this lightning-fast change of attitude. Why did the latecomer get the advantage? In an instant, the previously solemn embroidered uniform guard formation erupted like a stone thrown into a lake. The tall one who had just been praised stepped forward. I would be honored to hold the reins for little Lord Sheng. Another, unwilling to be outdone, pressed forward. Little Lord Sheng, my horse is the gentlest. Get lost, your horse kicked 3 prisoners yesterday. Little Lord Sheng, do not believe him. My horsemanship is the best. The previously mentioned cavalryman was shoved aside. Sheng Zhao beamed, watching the handsome men crowding before her. Heaven, this is simply heaven. Minister Li's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Had he only arrived a moment late? Did little Lord Sheng possess some bewitching magic? All of you stand down. Su Fan parted the crowd with a cold expression. I will escort little Lord Sheng myself. Before Sheng Zhao could react, Su Fan lifted her onto the horse with a single arm. Minister Peng, we will proceed ahead to the villa to intercept that charlatan. You investigate the U residence. Minister Li's heart ached. He too wished to investigate the villa with little Lord Sheng. Then Su Fan turned at twice his usual speed, his cape snapping in a perfect arc. The embroidered uniform guard cavalryman. It was Sheng Zhao's first time riding a horse, and she was utterly fascinated. Previously, she had always traveled by carriage and later by ox cart. Life was getting better and better. Now she could even ride a horse with a handsome man. The future was promising. The sound of hooves rang out as the entire embroidered uniform guard formation shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The horse ran at breakneck speed, the fierce wind rushing toward them. Su Fan's dark cape billowed loudly behind him. 12 cavalrymen followed in a wild goose formation, an imposing sight on the streets. Ha ha ha! Sheng Zhao's wild laughter was scattered by the wind, yet her excitement was unmistakable. Make way! The embroidered uniform guard is on official business. Commoners along the road hastily scrambled aside, yet could not help stopping to gawk. It was the embroidered uniform guard. And there was a little girl. System host. That charlatan is about to return to the villa. Take the small path on the left to cut him off. Commissioner Su left. We take the shortcut. Hearing the system's words, Sheng Zhao immediately pointed at the fork ahead and shouted. Su Fan flicked the reins, and the entire mounted formation immediately changed direction. Sheng Zhao could not help asking inwardly, didn't he tell you when he would destroy the evidence early this morning? Why hasn't the evidence been destroyed? And he's not there either. Where did he go? Stepmom. He originally wanted to come early to destroy the evidence, but on the way he smelled braised pork elbow and couldn't resist joining the queue. Halfway through he realized he didn't have enough money, so he went back to get some. When he returned, the vendor said it was sold out. He sat in front of the stall and wailed until finally someone took pity and sold him their braised pork elbow at double the price. Sheng Zhao. All for that. A charlatan with a taste for braised pork elbow. Stop, this is the place. Before them stood an inconspicuous villa without even a plaque, overgrown with weeds at the entrance. Su Fan ordered some cavalrymen to hide in the undergrowth and guard the back door while he led the remaining men and Sheng Zhao to charge straight through the front. With a loud crash, Su Fan kicked the door open, revealing a courtyard filled with scattered paper money swirling in the wind, white spirit notes spiraling through the air. Commissioner Su, that charlatan should be back soon. Let's hide and wait for him like a cat watching a mouse. Sheng Zhao grinned mischievously, closing the door and restoring it to its original state. Entering the courtyard, the scene brought everyone to a sudden halt. There indeed stood a ritual altar. On the arched table lay a rotting pig's head, its mouth agape, tusks still holding a half-buried yellow talisman rustling in the wind. A peachwood sword lay slanted in the incense burner, its blade etched with dense, intricate symbols. The sword's tassel was tied with several strands of hair. Several copper basins sat on the ground, each filled with thick, black-red liquid. The stench of decay hit the nostrils instantly, with a few finger bones submerged at the bottom of the basins. This death stick. How twisted could one be? Damn it. How many lives have you ruined? Dead people still need these things to be suppressed. You're a living king of death. Sheng Zhao nearly lost her composure, covering her mouth and nose as she stood aside. Su Fan's face showed no better condition. His expression turned cold as he commanded, dig. The Jin Iwei soldiers retrieved iron shovels nearby and began digging around the altar. With a few scoops of foul odor seeped through the soil. Several young, strong Jin Iwei soldiers gagged and vomited on the spot. Soon after, the shovel struck a hard object with a sharp clink. After brushing away the loose soil, a section of a bleached leg bone was revealed. As the entire corpse was exposed, it was clear to be a young female skeleton. The skull bore a yellow talisman with her birth date and time written in cinnabar red. The paper had turned black as if soaked in blood and then dried in the shade. The Jin Iwei soldiers grew increasingly alarmed with every dig. The system promptly reminded host, under the eastern wall corner beneath the tree in the west courtyard and behind that well, there are bodies beneath all of them. Sheng Zhao immediately pointed out the locations for the Jin Iwei to dig. Under the eastern wall corner lay 3 small skeletons, their wrists and ankles bound by iron chains, their skulls shattered, clearly crushed to death while alive. Everyone's teeth clenched in rage. 5 bodies were unearthed beneath the tree in the west courtyard, each with a copper nail driven into the skull cap. By the well in the rear courtyard, 7 or 8 adult male corpses were found. A young Jin Iwei soldier turned pale, his hand gripping the sword, trembling uncontrollably, and he vomited without restraint. As he spat, he cursed, beast. This is nothing but beasts. Sheng Zhao's expression was equally grim. This scoundrel is utterly depraved. For the sake of money, he killed so many innocent people. She was furious. That Yu Xiuxiu is also a rotten bastard. Actually believed in that life-for-life exchange. Trading so many lives for that scoundrel's life. Host, he's coming back. He'll be here any moment. All the Jin Iwei could hear the strange inner voice of Master Sheng, and they knew the voice spoke nothing but absolute truth. They immediately prepared for battle, not daring to relax even slightly. They were determined to bring this demon to justice themselves. Outside the gate, Xian Jinzi hummed a tune, carrying a paper-wrapped pork knuckle in his left hand and a half-pot of pear blossom wine in his right, swaying leisurely toward the guest house. The pork knuckle glistened with oil, its fragrance wafting through the paper, making him drool. He planned to feast upon arriving at the residence, and then burn everything to ashes. Then he could leave immediately, no more seeing that pig's head. That fool actually believed he could extend his life. Liang Ji Li Ji Langed. The sky is wide, the earth is wide today, the Taoist priest adds to his meal. Pork knuckle glistening like oil, even gods would crave it. He was just opening the door of the guest house, humming as he stepped inside. Meat in the left hand, wine in the right. Free and easy, I'm the king. Pinched his fingers to calculate wealth coming. Trick a few more foolish officials. Fool. Foolish official. Xianzhenzi stumbled, his final words cracking in pitch. At the entrance, a dozen Jin Yiwei soldiers in Feiyu uniforms turned in unison to stare at him. In the courtyard, a little girl of about 10 years old stood beside the freshly unearthed bones, holding a small shovel and gesturing playfully. The air froze instantly. It was Sheng Zhao who broke the stalemate. She waved the small shovel at him with a cheerful hi. Off. Xianzhenzi screamed in terror, the pork knuckle flying from his hand. Sheng Zhao shouted, Master Su, quickly catch that pork knuckle. She wanted to see how delicious it could be to make him delay his escape. Su Fan. Sometimes I truly couldn't understand this little Master Sheng. Though his face was covered in dark lines, he coldly caught the pork knuckle. Only then did Sheng Zhao relax, jumping up and pointing at Xianzhenzi. Catch him. He's the scoundrel who caused the deaths of over a dozen people. Xianzhenzi's small eyes widened in shock, the wine bottle clattering to the floor. Watching the pear blossom wine spill across the ground, his heart ached with every drop. He reacted swiftly, shaking his sleeve to scatter a red powder toward everyone. Behold my soul-numbing mist. The powder filled the air, and the Jin Yiwei nearest it inhaled deeply without warning. They began sneezing uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming. This was chili powder. What kind of madness is this? Seizing the moment, Xianzhenzi tried to escape, but the two Jin Yiwei guards at the door blocked him tightly. Though blinded, this beast tries to run. Only over their dead bodies. Su Fan immediately shielded himself from the chili powder, shouting, Hold your breath. Form up. He drew his long sword and slashed toward Xianzhenzi. Though Xianzhenzi had been deceiving for years, he still possessed some skill and survival techniques, and he dodged instantly. With a shake of his robe, several hidden weapons shot from his sleeves, aimed straight at the crowd. Su Fan stood in front of Sheng Zhao in the first instant, his embroidered spring knife moving swiftly to block the weapons. When one move failed, another followed. Xianzhenzi hastily untied the belt of his robe. Everyone, what was he about to do? Could he be trying to scare them naked? No. Master Sheng would get a pinprick. Everyone immediately stood in front of Sheng Zhao, drawing their swords and advancing together. Xianzhenzi tore open his robe, revealing a lining densely covered with small mirrors. The blade flashes reflected toward the Jin Yiwei soldiers, blinding their eyes. My eyes. This sorcerer wears a kaleidoscope. Amid the chaos, Xianzhenzi flung an iron claw rope which coiled around the eaves of the front courtyard, like a living snake attempting to escape. The Jin Yiwei immediately pursued with lightness techniques. Just as he was about to escape, Sheng Zhao shouted loudly, Xianzhenzi, look at me. Sheng Zhao hurled a system clearance magnetic belt. It claimed this device could suck away any small items from the sorcerer, iron or copper alike. She wanted to test it. Zhit. The copper coins, compasses, heart-protecting mirrors, and other items inside Xianzhenzi's robe all flew toward the magnetic belt Sheng Zhao had thrown, even the iron-tipped rope. Xianzhenzi gripped the rope, hesitant to let go. If he released it, he'd surely fall to his death. If he didn't, was he walking into a trap? In the next instant, the copper buckle on Xianzhenzi's waistband betrayed him, flying toward Sheng Zhao. His outer pants immediately slipped down, revealing bright red peony-patterned underwear in full view before everyone. A man wearing red underwear flew straight toward her. Damn it. Clearance items are never good quality. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened, her expression devoid of any triumph in subduing the enemy. Only terror at the man's underwear remained. Sheng Zhao watched as the flashy red undergarment flew towards her, drawing closer and closer until she could clearly make out the 4 characters embroidered on the charlatan's trousers. May wealth flow abundantly. You pervert. May wealth flow abundantly indeed. What kind of person embroiders words on their undergarments? Startled, she hastily retreated, then sidestepped to narrowly avoid it. Xianzhenzi crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, his face hitting the dirt, first the peony on his undergarment, plunging straight into the mud. The Imperial guards fell into a collective silence for 3 seconds. A peony in the mud, the charlatans a turtle in the flood. Sheng Zhao laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Xianzhenzi lay prostrate on the ground, mortified to the point of death. How could this little girl be so uncanny? Could she be some kind of half-immortal like him? Then it's simple. If he didn't know better, who else would understand that those so-called half-immortals were all just frauds? Mere sleight of hand. He gritted his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. He pulled a dagger from his boot and thrust it fiercely towards Sheng Zhao's heart. Die. Good thing he had the foresight to hide a dagger in his boot, or else he would have been drained by that weird thing just now. Seeing this, the Imperial guards rushed towards Sheng Zhao without a second thought. But Sheng Zhao just stood there, a cold smile on her face, letting the dagger fly towards her. When the dagger's tip was just an inch from Sheng Zhao's robe, a line of blood suddenly spurted from Xianzhenzi's own chest. His white undergarment tore open with a rip, revealing a wound that perfectly matched the dagger's shape. The Imperial Guards' hearts, which had just leaped into their throats, finally settled back down. The constant up and down was quite thrilling. They were all utterly astonished by the scene before them. Could this really happen? Little Lord Sheng was truly divine. With a collective whoosh, over a dozen embroidered spring sabers were sheathed simultaneously, and all the Imperial Guards stepped back in perfect unison. To deal with this demonic priest, one Little Lord Sheng was more than enough. Xianzhenzi was already dazed, and for a moment the pain hadn't even registered yet. He looked down at his suddenly blooming chest, dipped a finger in the blood, and put it in his mouth to taste. Is this really my blood? Everyone was speechless. Is this lunatic missing a few screws? Sheng Zhao poked at his wound with a small trowel. Freshly made. Just as she was bending down to pick up the fallen dagger, the system's panicked voice rang out. Hosty has athlete's foot. Don't touch that dagger. Sheng Zhao's hand froze midair. Her little face scrunched up in disgust. She immediately pulled her hand back, frantically wiped her fingers on her skirt, and jumped back 2 steps, utterly revolted. Covering her nose and mouth, she stared at the dagger on the ground, as if it were a latrine pit, then slowly raised her head to look at him. Trembling, she asked Xianzhenzi. You don't usually use it to pick your toes, do you? You definitely have, right? Xianzhenzi retorted without a shred of shame. Bullshit. This humble priest only uses it to trim his calluses occasionally. Get lost. A sharp pain shot through his chest, causing cold sweat to bead on Xianzhenzi's forehead. You used a hidden weapon. He staggered back 3 steps, his face twisted in fury. He still hadn't realized the attack had been rebounded on him, thinking instead that this damned girl had pulled another trick. With such a large wound on his chest, he must have been hit by her hidden weapon. What a venomous girl, using such underhanded tactics. Sheng Zhao blinked at him innocently. The Imperial Guards were struggling to contain their laughter. Working on a case with Little Lord Sheng was just too entertaining. Su Fan, standing nearby, had his face stiff from holding back his laughter. He spoke to Xianzhenzi in an encouraging tone. Priest, did your hand slip? Why don't you try again? Aim more carefully this time. The Imperial Guards looked at their commander with a newfound respect. The boss is the best. What a savage. Xianzhenzi's face darkened. He grabbed his footcare dagger, changed his angle, and stabbed fiercely. He winced in agony. What did you do? Sheng Zhao spread her hands, looking utterly helpless. Are you blind? I haven't moved an inch from here. Seeing that this demonic priest couldn't harm Little Lord Sheng, the Imperial Guards weren't worried anymore. After all, he couldn't escape, especially while wounded. They started to jeer as if teasing a dog. Priest, your aim is terrible. Xianzhenzi was genuinely enraged now. How dare they say he lacks skill? Fine. Since close combat was useless, he'd use projectiles. He pulled off one boot, swung his foot, and launched 3 darts from his ankle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sheng Zhao remained standing in place, even letting out a yawn, complaining inwardly. This charlatan has a really weird taste, hiding his weapons in his boots and socks. The system said, host, I know why. Because he thinks that when a normal person sees him suddenly sit down to take off his shoes and socks in the middle of a fight, they'll be momentarily stunned and confused, giving him the chance to launch a surprise attack. Everyone was speechless. What a novel strategy. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 darts embedded themselves in Xianzhenzi's own thigh, making him hop around in pain and howl like a wounded animal. My leg. You must have used some kind of illusion. This time Xianzhenzi was truly enraged. He grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at Sheng Zhao, growing increasingly furious. I don't believe this. Bang. His head was split open instantly, his mind spinning. At that moment he finally realized that any attack against this girl was reflected back onto himself. You witch. Sheng Zhao laughed with undisguised glee, snorting twice. Calling her a witch when he, the charlatan who had harmed countless people, was the true demonic priest. Seeing that Sheng Zhao had her fun, Su Fan shot a glance at the surrounding Imperial Guards. Take him. The Imperial Guards instantly dropped their playful demeanor and switched back to professional mode. The foremost guard darted forward in a single stride. Xianzhenzi tried to struggle and pull off his other shoe and sock, but the guard dislocated his arm with a sharp crack, causing him to gasp in pain. Another guard deftly produced a rope and bound him. Xianzhenzi was now in tears. Why didn't you arrest me sooner? Did you have to wait until I stabbed myself 800 times? Are you walking me like a dog here? A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. One guard almost laughed out loud. We just wanted you to have your fun. More importantly, Little Lord Sheng had her fun. In the end, the battered, hole-ridden Xianzhenzi was carried out and laid horizontally over a horse, still cursing all the way. I'll report you to the authorities. Sue you for entrapment. Meanwhile, Vice Minister Li Jiao of the Ministry of Justice and Censor-in-Chief Peng of the Censorate led a raid on Yu Wenqiu's mansion. Lord Li wore a stern expression, but though his body was at the Yu residence, his heart was at the other villa. He really wanted to follow Little Lord Sheng to the villa for the gossip. He suddenly felt a deep hatred for this Yu Wenqiu. Why did he have to hide the evidence in his mansion? Why couldn't he have hidden it all in the villa? Then he could have gone too. If he wasn't mistaken, he thought he saw some disguised colleagues on the road. More than one even. Damn Yu Wenqiu. Search. Leave no stone unturned. As Lord Li burst into the study with 6 constables from the Ministry of Justice, Lord Peng was also directing 4 officers from the Censorate to ransack the place. Bookshelves, vases, and couches. All were turned upside down, yet they still failed to find that hidden compartment. Lord Peng's brows knitted tighter and tighter. Where exactly is that hidden compartment Lord Sheng mentioned? How can we have searched everywhere and still not found it? Where else could it be? Could there be some mechanism? Suddenly a young constable banged into the bookshelf with a thud, grimacing in pain. The next second the bookshelf let out a creak, and everyone turned to look. The bookshelf actually shifted slightly, revealing a crack before their eyes. Lord Li was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. This mechanism. You have to hit it with your head. Lord Peng looked at his colleague and helplessly pressed his forehead. Does Lord Li usually bow his head when entering a room? Or does he think Yu Wenxiu would bang into the bookshelf every time he came to the study to open the hidden compartment? Do these Ministry of Justice people, having solved too many tricky cases, no longer think normally? What kind of mindset is this? Everyone pushed the bookshelf aside together, and sure enough the hidden compartment was revealed, revealing a space large enough for 2 people. The 2 stepped inside only to find a single iron box. Lord Li eagerly opened it, revealing a neatly stacked pile of yellow paper covered with birth dates, and 8 characters with a wax-sealed envelope pressed on top. Lord Li and Lord Peng exchanged a glance, both seeing a glint of excitement in each other's eyes. Packaged so well, so carefully, it must be solid evidence. The 2 carefully slit open the envelope together, afraid of damaging the paper inside. They unfolded it, and saw a certificate of sworn brotherhood between Xian Jinzi and Yu Wenxiu. Solid as a rock. Indeed solid as a rock. At a crossroads outside the city, a group of people dressed as wealthy merchants were anxiously pacing around the junction. The leading master had already opened his map for the 3rd time. In his agitation, he slapped the forehead of the servant beside him. Wait, the old servant. Old Yao, this map of yours must be wrong. I told you to take the western road. How did we end up back at this godforsaken place? Old Yao rubbed his forehead aggrievedly. Your maj. Master, it was you who said there was a shortcut and insisted. Shut up. Old Yao obediently shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Not having gotten the scoop put him in a bad mood. Understandable. Emperor Jingyan tugged at his beard in agitation, pacing around in a fluster. If they couldn't find the place soon, that charlatan would have been interrogated already. What a huge piece of gossip they would miss. He wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Just as he spoke, dust rose in the distance, and Su Fan, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, was seen riding ahead with Sheng Zhao. Behind them followed the riders of the embroidered uniform guard, with a Taoist monk in bright red undergarments tied sideways across a horse, muttering something unintelligible. Emperor Jingyan was dumbfounded. Judging by the spoils, this must be some explosive gossip. Aya! He stamped his feet in anxiety, slapped his thigh frantically, and even his fake beard was skewed to one side. Quick, quick, quick. Hand me that. That. Eunuch Yao understood instantly and fumbled to hand over the prepared props. Emperor Jingyan picked up a basket of pears, cleared his throat, and forced himself to hawk his throat, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Pears for sale. Fresh. Eunuch Yao watched from the side, anxious. Oh, your majesty, loosen up. Now's not the time to put on the airs of an emperor. If he weren't a eunuch afraid that speaking would reveal his identity, he would definitely have done it himself. Before he had shouted twice, Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing emerged from the grass on the roadside, dressed like a hard-working old farmer with a straw basket on his back and brambles clinging to his trousers. Hey, old man, give me 2 pears. I'm dying of thirst. Your maj. Master, what are you doing here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Tingjing suddenly recognized the familiar face behind the pear stall and froze as if struck by lightning. Emperor Jingyan slowly raised his head behind the pear stall, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Old man. 2 pears. Just as Emperor Jingyan was about to lose his temper, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure squatting by the roadside, not far away. The person was crouching, staring at the hoofbeats ahead, with his robe tucked up at his waist, holding a few sheets of toilet paper in a pretentious manner. He squinted. Could that be? Could it be his secretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Gu Yaoxing? What was he doing? Pretending to relieve himself in the wild. At that moment a whiff of ink drifted over, and from behind a tree came a sudden clatter. Minister of Revenue Lord, he emerged with 2 crooked white eyebrows stuck on his face, frantically holding up a brand new divination banner. The banner cloth was clearly a piece of rag hastily torn from somewhere. The 4 big characters, Iron Mouth Straight Judgment, hadn't even been finished, and the last character, Judgment, was only half written. They exchanged glances, all speechless. The hoofbeats grew closer, almost upon them. The old man, disguised as a pear seller, Emperor Jingyan, suddenly straightened his back, but pretended to wipe his sweat, covering half his face. Pears for sale. Fresh pears. Zhang Tingjing, the old farmer squatting in the grass, rolled up his sleeves and wiped his sweat, gathering some pigweed to take home. Gu Yaoxing, who was pretending to relieve himself, stood up while pulling up his pants. This wild manure has great fertility. At the same time, Lord he, holding the divination banner, quickly shook his bell. Fortune-telling and physiognomy. If inaccurate, no charge. Their voices rang out simultaneously. Su Fan, who had always taken orders directly from Emperor Jingyan, could certainly recognize who that pear-selling old man was. He twitched the corner of his mouth at the familiar figure. Sheng Zhao called out in confusion from horseback. Commander Su, how come so many trades have suddenly appeared in this wilderness? Su Fan cracked his whip and sped past with a straight face, speaking seriously. You may not know, Lord Sheng, that recently the prefect of the capital has promoted a policy of 4 livelihoods for the people's convenience, specially permitting vendors to set up stalls in the suburbs. He freed one hand to point at the fork ahead. This is the border between 2 cities, historically a gathering place for all kinds of trades. I see. Sheng Zhao nodded, then suddenly asked, and that old gentleman just now? He was referring to Lord Gu, the one pretending to relieve himself. Really couldn't understand why he had to do it on their path. Made him rack his brains to make up excuses. Oh. Su Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. That's a night soil collector from the nearby imperial estate, specially tasked with collecting manure for the estate. He collects his own. Quite hard work. System. Never mind, it decided not to say anything. In the side hall of Jinshan Palace, Sheng Zhao and the commander of the Jinui Su Fan stood to the right of the imperial desk. Li Jiao, the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Peng, a censor from the censorate, stood on either side. On the desk lay a pile of evidence, as Su Fan coldly reported to Emperor Jing'an. Your Majesty, after investigation by the Jinui Xuanzhenzi, had been harming 16 common people since last March under the guise of the heavenly sacrifice to borrow longevity ritual. Every time he performed a ritual, he collected 100 taels of gold from Yu Shouxiu, the vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. He unfolded the blood letter and the evidence, laying them all before the group. This is the blood letter hidden by the last victim, Zhang, sure inside her soul. It details how she was trapped in a cellar for 7 days with 3 bowls of blood drawn from her daily by Yu Shouxiu and Xuanzhenzi. The vivid red blood letter caught everyone's eye. Emperor Jing'an frowned tightly. Li stepped forward and slowly unfurled the official autopsy report from the Lingling Bureau. Your Majesty, according to the 3-day examination by the Ministry of Justice's coroner, 16 bodies were unearthed from the courtyard. Their appearances were horrifying. Firstly, each body had burns on the top of its head with scorched flesh exposing bones. Secondly, upon examination of the internal organs, 7 hearts were missing and 3 livers were gone. The victims had suffered cruel torture before being buried alive. Emperor Jing'an's face turned ashen, his fingers clenched until they turned white. Hung continued, my men thoroughly searched the courtyard and found ritual vessels in the cellar. The cauldrons were filled with large quantities of human blood. Yesterday the 2 confessed that drawing heart blood required the victim to be conscious. Enough. Emperor Jing'an slammed the table so hard it overturned the teacups. I am unaware that there are such scoundrels among my officials within the imperial city. Do you think I am dead? Hung was startled by the shout, and the hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to approach the emperor in his rage. They all signaled Sheng Zhao, it's your turn, young Master Sheng. We've all reported. Hurry up and speak, don't appear as if you have nothing to do. Sheng Zhao closed her eyes as if she saw nothing, silently muttering to herself. Gigi, the emperor is so angry. Should I continue reporting? Will he take it out on me? Host, why don't you wait a little longer until he calms down? He slammed the table a moment ago, he might hit someone next. Sheng Zhao shrank back. Then I won't say anything. Let them speak. Let them get beaten. Emperor Jing'an, who dares to hit you? Hitting you is hitting me, isn't it? He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the people before him. Do you have any other evidence? Please present it all at once. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao immediately stepped forward, holding up a ledger with both hands, her expression serious. Your Majesty, I have carefully examined the Ministry of Rights accounts with Li. Yu Shouxiu has embezzled a total of 10300 taels of public funds over the years under various pretexts. Emperor Jing'an's expression grew darker. What a vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. Embezzling the funds of the Great Jing to kill the people of the Great Jing. And using such cruel methods to torture them. Blood surged upward in anger as Emperor Jing'an rubbed his temples. With a wave of his hand, he issued an edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor hereby decrees Yu Shouxiu, vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, conspired with the sorcerer Xuanzhenzi to harm the people under the guise of the life-extending ritual. He embezzled public funds. The evidence is irrefutable. In accordance with the laws of the Great Jing, the following judgment is passed. Yu Shouxiu is sentenced to immediate execution. His property is to be confiscated, his residence confiscated by the state, and his 3 clans exiled. The sorcerer Xuanzhenzi is to be executed by 1,000 cuts with his head displayed publicly. A nationwide order is hereby issued to prohibit all borrowing longevity or heavenly sacrifice rituals. Those who use sorcery to deceive the people will be charged with the crime of mutilating the living for sorcery. Those who fail to report such acts will be punished by association. Steels will be erected in each prefecture and county to inform the people. For the victims, if their families can be found, each household will receive 50 taels of silver in compensation and be exempted from taxes for 3 years. If no family is found, they will be given a dignified burial. This concludes the decree. With the matter resolved, Sheng Zhao felt much better. As she arrived at the entrance of her residence, the eunuch Yao stopped her in his carriage. Young Miss Sheng. Yao smiled cheerfully. Oh, Master Yao, why have you come? Sheng Zhao turned to look back. Yao cleared his throat. Sheng Zhao sensor received the decree. Sheng Zhao knelt immediately, though her doubts remained obvious. What is the emperor up to again? He just left the palace. Why didn't he say it earlier and come all the way to my home? System host, this is good news. You can look forward to it. Good news. Yao wore a helpless expression, gathered his wide sleeves, and slowly unfurled the decree to read. Sheng Zhao, censor of loyal and upright character with keen insight, was the first to accuse you, Xiuxiu, vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, and the sorcerer Xuanzhen of harming the people. Your exposure of treachery and rectification of the court's discipline is commendable. As a reward, you are granted 300 taels of gold and a fine steed from the western regions. Additionally, the emperor has personally inscribed a golden plaque reading Tiger, daughter of the military family. Haha, this is truly good news. 300 taels of gold and a golden plaque. It's all gold. Sheng Zhao changed her expression quickly and respectfully said, I accept the decree. Long live the emperor, long live, long live, long live. Yao handed the decree to Sheng Zhao with both hands, looking at this young girl with great fondness, unable to resist speaking a few more words. Young Miss Sheng, congratulations. Sheng Zhao's smile was so wide it wouldn't close. Thank you for the trouble, Master Yao. However, she was troubled in her heart. Gigi, should I give Master Yao some silver as a team money at this time? How much is appropriate? After all, he is the emperor's personal chief eunuch. He probably doesn't need this silver. Yao's lips twitched imperceptibly. This young Miss Sheng was about to have the word reluctant written all over her face. However, he didn't actually want any team money. She had earned this through her merits, and she was a young girl. How could he shamelessly ask for team money? Even if he gave it to him, he shouldn't take it. System host, don't think Master Yao as the chief eunuch has it easy. Upon hearing this, Yao's entire back stiffened. Thinking of how he accompanied the emperor to court every day, eating so many scandals from the ministers, was it his turn today? I wish I had rushed away sooner after delivering this decree. Why did I have to add this unnecessary pleasantries? This cursed tongue. Sheng Zhao was puzzled. Not having it easy. Master Yao is the emperor's close attendant, the head of the inner palace, the emperor's confidant. Everyone treats him with respect. How could he have it easy? System. When the emperor reviews memoranda daily, Master Yao must accompany him throughout. For example, grinding ink, changing lamps, organizing the order of memoranda, and delivering supplementary documents. You know how industrious our emperor is. He often forgets to eat or sleep. Sometimes he works all day without even a bite of food, so Master Yao has to go hungry along with him. Once while accompanying the emperor in reviewing memoranda, he didn't even get a sip of water. Starving until his chest and back pressed together, he couldn't endure it anymore. He used the excuse of going to the toilet. Guess what happened? Yao's internal organs felt as if they were being squeezed. He was unable to stop the system from continuing to speak. It wouldn't be that incident, would it? Sheng Zhao pondered for a moment before guessing. Could it be that eunuch Yao hid in the latrine to eat something? The system replied, host. You're too clever. Sheng Zhao looked at eunuch Yao before her gaze hesitant and tinged with suspicion. So, what was he eating in the latrine? Eunuch Yao, catching Sheng Zhao's probing gaze, felt as if he might explode. What was he eating? What else could it be? Of course he was eating what was edible. It couldn't possibly be that, could it? The system said of course he was eating a flatbread. What did you think, host? He was so hungry that he hid in the corner of the latrine, wolfing down a secretly stashed flatbread. But just after 2 bites, he heard footsteps outside. As the emperor's personal chief eunuch, what would it look like if someone caught him eating in the latrine? So terrified, he hurriedly stuffed the remaining flatbread into his sleeve. When he turned around, he ran straight into Xiao Anzi, the young eunuch who had come looking for him. Xiao Anzi saw the greasy shine on eunuch Yao's lips, saw him frantically shoving something into his sleeve, and then looked down at the crumbs on the floor. Oh my heavens, he was so full of unspoken words. He thought eunuch Yao was secretly eating filth in the latrine. This story spread throughout the eunuch's quarters in the palace. After much discussion, everyone concluded that some old castrated men develop peculiar habits due to their condition. Sheng Zhao dared not show it on her face, but inside she was convulsing with laughter. Ha! Poor eunuch Yao. Not only does he have to go hungry, but when he sneaks a bite of flatbread, he gets accused of eating filth, and now people say he has strange habits. Ha! Eunuch Yao's reputation was utterly ruined. He felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He closed his eyes in despair. No wonder last month Xiao Anzi had complained to his face that the recent meals were not flavorful enough, looking at him as if expecting praise and agreement. He had thought it strange. When did Xiao Anzi develop such a heavy palate? Complaining about perfectly good food, and what was that look begging for approval supposed to mean? It turns out he thought eunuch Yao had a heavy palate. He suddenly remembered a few days ago when his little apprentice had brought him a jar of stinky tofu, saying it was a gift for his master. He had been puzzled at the time. Were the young eunuchs so hard up for bribes now, bringing such a stinking thing as a gift? He felt a pang of sympathy, took the jar, and even gave the little apprentice a good sum of silver. So the apprentice thought he actually liked this stuff, didn't he? By giving him silver, hadn't he just confirmed that he truly loved eating it? Loved it so much he would pay a fortune for it. And yesterday when he merely glanced at the slop bucket outside the imperial kitchen, several people immediately stood in front of it acting most unusually. What did they think? He wouldn't even spare the slop. This morning Xiao Shunzi had tactfully asked if he wanted to move his residence to the innermost room of the west courtyard for his convenience in accessing something warm at any time. He had found it strange at the time and didn't understand what he meant. What did convenient for accessing something warm at any time mean? He was in a hurry to accompany His Majesty to court, so he ignored him. Now thinking about it carefully, the room next to the innermost room of the west courtyard is the west courtyard latrine. And today the imperial household department suddenly assigned 2 men to guard the latrine door. Curious, he asked why the latrine needed guarding. They stammered that it was to prevent thieves. Huh, prevent thieves. Prevent thieves. Eunuch Yao was so angry he laughed. A sweet coppery taste rose in his throat, but he forced it back down. Sheng Zhao and the system were too engrossed in the gossip to notice Eunuch Yao's distress. The system continued to add details. This story has spread all over the palace. Everyone tacitly understands it now. There are even some limericks about it. What limericks? The system immediately began to sing. Eunuch Yao with a greedy tongue in the latrine, his breakfast was flung. Left hand holds stinky tofu, so grand, right hand a bowl of slop from the land. The imperial feast he finds so bland, straight to the kitchen slop a helping hand. The chefs stomp their feet and cry, "Chief, don't drink that sour swill, oh my." The royal physician feels his pulse, pinches his nose, and cries out in convulse. Your stomach is a curious sight. Is it filled with food or something not right? Eunuch Yao felt the world spin, a deafening roar in his ears. The next second, everything went black and he fainted dead away. Oh dear. Eunuch Yao, what's wrong? Quick, someone come. Sheng Zhao called for help while fear crept into her heart. Squeak, this is bad. I haven't paid for the tea and I've angered Eunuch Yao to death. After a flurry of activity outside the general's mansion, Eunuch Yao regained consciousness, but he adamantly refused to stay at Sheng Manor any longer. Staggering, he struggled onto the carriage. He kept muttering under his breath. Back to the palace, I want to go back to the palace. After seeing Eunuch Yao off, Sheng Zhao told the doorman to quickly carry the golden plaque inside. Yes, put it here, right here. Sheng Zhao directed the placement of the golden plaque. She had only one requirement: it must be conspicuous. It had to be placed right above the main hall. When her father returned and saw it, he would surely praise her to the skies. Haha, Sheng Zhao had made good again. From now on, whenever her father scolded her, she would run to the main hall, point at this golden plaque, and make him think twice. If her third brother made fun of her again, she would make him look up and read the words on it 10 times, covering him with shame. This was inscribed by the emperor himself. Sheng Zhao delightedly counted the gold the Jing'an emperor had bestowed, planning to go out to Drunken Moon Pavilion for a big feast. Just then the system suddenly called out, "Host, want to hear some explosive gossip?" Sheng Zhao perked up immediately. Yes, tell me. The system said the younger brother of the Su family in South Lane used fixing the roof for his sister-in-law Madame Lu as an excuse, but the two of them ended up painting a spring palace on the attic. Painting a spring palace? Sheng Zhao didn't understand. What's painting a spring palace? The system hemmed and hawed, unsure how to explain it to her. Oh, it's that kind of a manual for dual-person martial arts, with very few clothes. What? So thrilling. Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, and she forgot all about the gold. The Su family in South Lane. Now, the system said the elder brother of the Su family had gone hunting in the mountains and wasn't due back until tomorrow morning. But he's returned suddenly now, and if nothing goes wrong, he'll catch them in the act. Hearing this, Sheng Zhao didn't hesitate for a second. She tore off her cumbersome official robe, revealing the dress she had put on underneath earlier specifically for convenient gossiping. Picking up her skirt, she ran out, grabbing only a handful of loose silver. Quick, saddle me a horse, Sheng Zhao shouted as she ran. Uncle Jiang, watching the flustered young miss, said with difficulty, "Miss, the general has ordered that you may only ride an ox cart. I'll prepare the ox for you." Sheng Zhao waved her hand and rushed out of the mansion without looking back. An ox? That won't do. Forget it. An ox cart is so slow, by the time it crawls there the fun would be over. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of time? An inch of time is an inch of gossip. Gossip waits for no one. There was no time to worry about that. She quickly slipped on her swift running shoes and vanished with a swoosh. On the street, an old man selling candied hawthorns had just raised his straw target when a sudden gust of wind hit him in the face, almost knocking his candied hawthorns out of his hands. The old man rubbed his eyes. How strange, where did that wind come from on a clear day? Two children were squatting by the roadside playing cricket fighting. One of them started crying loudly. "My ever-victorious general has turned belly up. Wah, you cheated." The other raised a fist and retorted loudly. "Bullshit. If I were going to cheat, I wouldn't use a tornado to do it." At a roadside tea stall, a storyteller was in the middle of his tale. "I heard that Eunuch Yao has a peculiar habit." "Hey, who splashed my tea?" A nearby tea drinker held up an empty oil paper wrapper, scratching his head as he looked around. "Where's the flatbread I just bought? How did this silver get here?" At the end of West Lane, Sheng Zhao finally stopped. She munched on the flatbread she had swiped while looking for the Su family home. Squeak, is this the house? System updating. Please wait patiently, host. Oh, Sheng Zhao was puzzled. Why did it have to update right now? Such explosive gossip, it would be a shame for Squeak to miss it. She shook her head, deciding she would just have to watch carefully herself and narrate it to Squeak later. Sheng Zhao looked around. The Lu family home was an ordinary small courtyard with low earthen walls and thin, translucent window paper. She could hear voices from inside. But because the courtyard was at the end of the lane, few people came this way. A coquettish female voice came from inside. "You paint, but keep your hands to yourself." Another voice was a young man's, trembling slightly. "Don't move, sister-in-law. You've made the posture all crooked." Sheng Zhao lay against the wall, her ear pressed tightly to it. Her eyes widened slightly, and a sly smile involuntarily curled at the corner of her mouth. "No, I have to find a way to see for myself." She looked around and spotted a few pickle jars piled in the corner. She chuckled, then stealthily moved them over and stacked them up before shakily stepping onto them. She hadn't been standing for 2 seconds before she lost her footing and the ceramic jars shattered on the ground. Sheng Zhao fell hard on her bottom, complaining in a low voice. My butt. As she winced and rubbed her sore bottom, a rustling sound suddenly came from the house. A slightly panicked voice called out. Who's there? Oh no, this is bad. She'd been discovered. Sheng Zhao scrambled and crawled into a pile of hay stacked against the wall, the dry straw immediately enveloping her. This haystack was good as she probably wouldn't be found. She held her breath, about to part a small gap to peek outside. But she suddenly felt a gaze on her back. She whipped her head around her nose, almost bumping into another person's chin. She focused her eyes. A boy of about 14 was crouching deep in the haystack. A few straws clung to his plain white brocade robe, but it did nothing to diminish his innate air of nobility. The young man's clear, cold eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting someone to suddenly squeeze in. Without a second thought, Sheng Zhao clamped her hand over his mouth and hissed a vicious threat. If you make a sound, I'll make sure the whole capital knows you were spying on a widow bathing. The young man. Sheng Zhao crouched in the grass, clamping her hand over the boy's mouth, terrified he might make a sound. Her heart pounded wildly, and she was trembling with nervousness. If her father found out she had been peeping over the wall again, he would certainly teach her a harsh lesson. Last time she lost her carriage for the same offense. This time, she could not afford to lose her beloved ox. Moreover, if this got out, where would she, as 7th-rank high official, hide her face? More importantly, if this sister-in-law and brother-in-law knew someone was watching, they would surely stop. And then how could she enjoy the gossip? Gossip above all else. The boy with his mouth covered was clearly startled. He frowned slightly, but did not struggle or push her away. He too was apparently afraid of alarming the people in the yard. He merely cast a cold glance at the girl before him, a look filled with scrutiny and warning. But Sheng Zhao was oblivious as she did not notice the displeasure on the boy's face. His warning was clearly wasted on her. At that moment, she was entirely focused, frowning as she peered through the gaps in the straw, holding her breath and not daring to move. Then Su Erling cautiously pushed open the door, holding an oil lamp. He squinted as he surveyed the pitch-black yard outside, but only the night wind swept a few leaves across his feet. Strange, there's no one, he muttered, and seeing the shards of the pickle jar under the wall, he ground them under his heel. How did this broken jar shatter by itself? He scratched his head, then suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. It must be old man Zhang's tabby cat from next door again. That thieving cat stole 2 salted fish from the house last month. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao almost burst out laughing. Right after, a young woman wrapped in a coat followed him out. She straightened her disheveled clothes and cautiously observed the surroundings. Sheng Zhao watched secretly. This must be sister-in-law Lu. Lu lightly slapped Su Erling's backside, which made his heart itch, and the flush on his face was visible even in the dim light. Nonsense, that cat is so fat it can barely walk. Forget stealing jars, it can hardly jump onto the com. She suddenly lowered her voice, leaning close to Su Erling's ear, and said, could it be that you still owe the blacksmith Lu for the wine from last time? The warm breath on his neck made him feel as if his soul was being stolen away. He stammered, I paid it off long ago. The boy in the haystack suddenly flicked his finger, sending a small pebble through the straw to hit the chicken coop next door. This immediately caused a commotion of clucking. One old hen even flapped its wings and rushed out of the fence. The Su siblings-in-law, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. See, it was just the livestock next door causing trouble, Su Erling said, pointing at the chaotic neighboring yard. Don't worry. The next second, his gaze snapped back from the chicken coop, lingering on Lu's voluptuous waist. He swallowed unconsciously and said, come on, let's go back to painting. The eagerly awaiting mandarin ducks still need a few more strokes. He eagerly grabbed Lu's wrist, his voice hoarse, and then shut the door with a creak. Once the area outside the wall was completely silent, and the flirtatious laughter from inside the house resumed, Sheng Zhao finally let go. She then nervously leaned out, followed by the boy, who brushed the straw off his clothes. Sheng Zhao looked him up and down. You're here for the gossip too? The boy simply nodded expressionlessly. Sheng Zhao understood. No wonder he had found such a secret piece of gossip. So he was a kindred spirit. She gave him an odd look, but why was he so aloof? He wouldn't say a word. He was truly a man of few words. But since Ji wasn't around, she had been finding it boring to gossip alone. Having a gossip partner made her quite happy. Sheng Zhao took half a step closer, lowered her voice, and pointed mysteriously towards the inner courtyard. Let me tell you, that brother-in-law is so ridiculous. While his elder brother is away, he said he was fixing the roof, but instead he's painting his sister-in-law. She suddenly stopped, making an indescribable gesture. You know, the kind of painting, with very few clothes. The boy. His gaze was utterly calm, but the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. This was the first time he had met such a gossipy little girl. Sheng Zhao was still gesticulating wildly. Hey, did you see it? The boy shook his head. Now it was Sheng Zhao's turn to be puzzled. She sighed inwardly. Ah, so he's a little mute. It's such a pity he can't talk, being so good-looking. If I'd known he was a mute, I wouldn't have covered his mouth. Ah, what's that saying? It's like covering a mute's mouth, a superfluous action. The boy stared at her in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. This girl hadn't even opened her mouth, so how could he have heard a voice? Was that just now? Her inner thoughts. How could he hear her inner thoughts? No, wait. What is a saying? Does she mean a saying style? And what kind of weird saying style is that? Could she have made it up herself? At that moment Sheng Zhao was planning to climb the wall. Looking at the boy who was taller than her eyes darted, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. She pointed at the wall. How about this, you squat down, and let me step on you to climb up and see. I promise I'm very light. The boy. His expression instantly became complicated. Was she serious? Was this girl lacking in common sense? Why was he here listening to a little girl talk about this kind of thing? The air froze for 3 seconds. Suddenly the boy grabbed the back of her collar, lifting her up like a chick. He lightly tapped his feet, carrying her silently up into the tree outside the yard. Startled by the sudden movement, Sheng Zhao hugged the tree trunk tightly. Wow. You can fly, eh? Qing gonged. The boy sat calmly on a branch, took out a handkerchief from his sleeve, and slowly wiped the fingers that had just grabbed her collar. Sheng Zhao. What a little mute with a cleanliness obsession. I have to say he's really putting on airs. The boy paused in his wiping motion, and silently put the handkerchief away. Sheng Zhao came to her senses. Wait a minute. If you could bring me up into the tree, why didn't you just? The boy suddenly cut her off, then pointed to the attic vent, a draft opening left for moisture prevention in ordinary homes. From their vantage point in the tree, they could clearly see the silhouettes of the two people moving against the window paper. Sister-in-law Lu was posing as a drunken beauty, her back to the window, looking incredibly seductive. Su Erlang's hand was trembling so much he could barely hold his brush. Sheng Zhao stared wide-eyed without blinking, but she couldn't make out what was being painted through the window. What is that? A sparrow? A crow? The young man's face darkened with exasperation. Why was this little girl chattering away like this? Anyone with eyes could see they were mandarin ducks. Su Erlang drew from behind to the front, his eyes clearly unable to look away, his brush even falling to the ground. He could not wait a single moment longer. He lunged forward to tear at Lu Shi's clothes. At that very moment, Su Dalong, carrying the wild boar he had just hunted, pushed open the courtyard gate with soft footsteps. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. Holy crap, he really came back. Wouldn't that mean he could catch them in the act? Su Dalong wiped the mud from his shoes clean on the threshold before entering the yard. He was truly happy today, exceptionally lucky, having happened upon a wild boar that had fallen to an arrow. It seemed Erlang was right. That mountain was indeed teeming with game. Thinking he would come back early to prepare some meat for his wife and give her a surprise. As he entered the yard, he didn't see his wife and guessed she might have already gone to sleep. He pushed open the bedroom door only to find the room empty as well. Huh, where was she? He looked around and then raised his head only to see candlelight flickering in the attic. Two figures pressed closely together were silhouetted against the paper window. If he held his breath and listened carefully, there were some unsavory sounds. Su Dalong's smile froze instantly. He did not want to think about it, yet he was forced to. He put down the wild boar, picked up the wood-chopping axe from the corner, and crept up the wooden ladder. Sheng Zhao was incredibly excited, pinching the arm of the young man beside her. They're about to collide. They're about to collide. The young man silently pulled his arm away, not uttering a word. On the attic, the breathing of the two people was ragged as they exchanged words that would make one blush. With every step Su Dalong took, his expression grew darker by a degree. The wooden ladder gave a creak. The two people in the attic instantly froze. Is that your elder brother back? Lu Shi lowered her voice. Su Erlang's cold sweat was about to drip. No, it can't be right. He said he'd be back at dawn. I specifically told him there was plenty of game on that distant mountain. Su Dalong's face was so dark it looked ready to bleed. So he had been deliberately sent away so they could conduct their illicit affair at home. The two were still speculating when a shadow slowly appeared under the crack of the attic door. The next second, Su Dalong kicked open the attic door. The sight before him nearly made him faint. Both of them were stripped of their clothes, and Lu Shi's body was covered in indescribable black ink paintings. Su Dalong stared at the two before him, his fingers turning white as he gripped the axe. Veins bulged on his forehead. At this moment, he was like an avenging god of death. You adulterous pair! I risk my life outside, and you indulge in pleasure here. Su Dalong was originally a burly hunter, and his appearance frightened the two out of their wits. Lu Shi shrieked, Husband, don't get agitated. Let me explain. It's not what you think. Su Erlang had never seen his elder brother so angry, and his legs went weak. Brother. Listen to me, this is truly art. Su Dalong squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. I'll show you what art really is today. The flames of rage burned fiercely in his eyes as he swung the axe. Whoosh! The two saw the grave danger and instantly erupted with astonishing will to survive. Lu Shi grabbed a stool to shield herself and yelled, Erlang, run. The axe collided with the stool, sending wood splinters flying. Sheng Zhao's eyes were wide open, her breath held for 3 full seconds. This gossip was completely on par with a melodramatic soap opera. Could it be that Lu Shi and Su Erlang were truly in love? This was some juicy gossip. Su Erlang fumbled for the chamber pot. Brother, calm down. Don't chop it, this is our family's heirloom. How will we explain to our ancestors if it's broken? Su Dalong was stunned for a moment. When did his family ever have an heirloom? How could he not know? The next second, the aged liquid from the chamber pot splashed all over Su Dalong's head like scattered flowers. He was about to explode with rage. Is this piss, eh? The two shady characters squatting in the tree were utterly dumbfounded, deeply shocked. Whoa. Physical attack plus psychological contamination. That's too dirty. The young man nodded in vigorous agreement, like a chicken pecking rice. Then Lu Shi took the opportunity to take off her embroidered shoe and hurl it at the oil lamp, plunging the room into sudden darkness. Sheng Zhao was just regretting not being able to see clearly when she saw Su Erlang grab Lu Shi and leap out the window. Fortunately, the attic wasn't high. They crashed directly onto the drying rack and rolled into the vegetable patch wrapped in a bedsheet. Good heavens. They actually managed to roll onto a bedsheet again. Were they just rolling around anywhere? Sheng Zhao and the young man exchanged a rare glance, both seeing a hint of, "We made the right choice coming today," in the other's eyes. Su Dalong immediately ran down the stairs, but he was still too slow. The two wrapped in the bedsheet fled out the courtyard gate. By the time Su Dalong chased after them, they had already vanished. He was going mad with fury. He had worked so hard hunting outside, rushing back overnight to give his family a surprise, only to be treated like this. Not only was he cuckolded, but he was also drenched in aged urine. Su Dalong's head dripped with yellow liquid strands of hair stuck to his forehead, emitting an indescribable odor. His face went from flushed red to livid purple, his temples throbbing violently. His nostrils flared wide, puffing out heavy, ragged breaths. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "I am going to kill someone." He walked towards the tree in front of the yard, carrying the urine-dripping axe, his face as black as charcoal. He wiped his face, roughly shook his wet hair, and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "Today I have to chop something down." As he finished speaking, a stream of liquid mixed with aged urine was flung straight upwards. "Help!" Sheng Zhao was panicked, barely having time to raise her sleeve to cover her face. Luckily, the rebound shield blocked it. Su Dalong's face was already covered in liquid, so he didn't pay much attention to the rebound. But the young man's expression changed drastically. His originally cool, jade-like face turned deathly pale in an instant. His slender fingers gripped the branch tightly. It seemed he was suppressing a powerful urge to vomit. Seeing him like this, Sheng Zhao knew it was bad. This was severe misophobia. The young man lifted his sleeve and wiped his face forcefully 3 times, finding the cuff also contaminated. He immediately took off his outer robe and threw it down from the tree right on his Su Dalong's head. Sheng Zhao was bewildered. The mute with misophobia suddenly took off his robe. Did he even consider her a young girl? Before she could think further, the young man grabbed Sheng Zhao by the back of her collar again, lightly touched the tip of his foot, and leaped into the air with her. The two landed steadily at the corner of the alley. Sheng Zhao patted her chest, panting. "That scared me to death." Was Su Dalong flinging urine or resentment? "Can you please not grab me by the collar next time?" A night breeze swept by. The young man suddenly frowned and lowered his head to smell his own hand. His gaze instantly became vacant, his body swayed. Thud. He fell straight to the ground. Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao was utterly bewildered. How could someone standing moments ago be lying flat on the ground? Hey, don't faint on me. If you pass out, who's going to take care of you? There's a flower-snatching villain in the capital targeting young men lately. Be careful. Hey, wake up. Open your eyes. Seeing no response, she realized he wasn't pretending. She immediately squatted down and slapped his face hard, only to find his complexion pale and his breathing faint. He looked as if his soul had been driven away by the stench. Sheng Zhao truly gave up. What kind of situation was this? Having a sense of cleanliness was one thing, but to faint from it. Should she help or not? Well, he had flown her on his back twice earlier and saved her life. She couldn't just leave this young boy here. Who knew if someone with peculiar tastes might abduct him in the dead of night? Plus, he was mute and couldn't even cry out for help. Sheng Zhao's head spun. His attire didn't seem that of an ordinary family. Which household did he belong to? Hadn't she heard of any mute children in the capital? Forget it, better take him back to the Sheng residence first. She could send him home once he woke up. The young boy lay motionless on the ground, unaware of his surroundings. Sheng Zhao gripped the back of his robe with both hands and dragged him a few steps, panting. She found him as heavy as a lead ball. Undeterred, she changed her grip, lifting one of his legs and dragging him backward. Unfortunately, she yanked off one of his shoes, and his right heel struck the ground hard. "I can't do this anymore." She shook her hand, clutching her side as she panted. How could she possibly drag him? Suddenly, she remembered the scene at the palace banquet where the fourth prince had clung to her leg, and she had sprinted away swiftly in her running shoes. An idea flashed through her mind. That's it. Running shoes. If I wear them, dragging him won't be a problem. She quickly changed into her shoes, grabbed the back of his robe, and took a deep breath. With a whoosh, she vanished from the spot. Not tired at all, I'm a genius. A faint breeze seemed to drift through the dark night. The night watchman walking on the street had his mouth agape, frequently glancing back, wondering if his eyes were deceiving him. Had he just seen a girl dragging a white-robed corpse on the ground? The corpse's buttocks were scraping sparks off the road. He rubbed his eyes. Has the king of hell decided to ride little girls tonight instead? As soon as they arrived at the gate of the Sheng residence, Sheng Zhao abruptly released her grip, and the boy rolled down the steps in front of the gate with a rumble. Sheng Zhao glanced down at the person on the ground, her eyes wide, a cold breath escaping her lips. His white undergarment was shredded on the back, hanging like tattered cloth, revealing faint red scratches. The trouser legs had 2 asymmetric holes at the knees, and his boots were completely gone. One had been torn off by Sheng Zhao earlier, the other had vanished completely. Even the stockings had a hole with the big toe awkwardly poking out. His entire body was covered in mud and water. Sheng Zhao, feeling guilty, rubbed her nose. It's over. I dragged him too hard. Who knew he was so fragile? He has a sense of cleanliness. If he wakes up in this state, he might just die of anger. The last person she had fainted was Master Yao. Uncle Jiang had opened the gate to look outside countless times. This young lady had gone to watch the drama, and hadn't returned by midnight, causing him great worry. If she didn't return soon, he would have to send someone to search. Just as he was about to, Uncle Jiang, holding a lantern, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Why did the young lady bring a man lying at the gate? His clothes were disheveled, the outer robe wasn't even on, and the undergarment had holes. To onlookers, what was the difference from a naked man? Could it be that the young lady found him handsome, knocked him out, and forcibly took him? She hadn't even had time to put on her shoes. This. What a disgrace." Uncle John's bamboo-framed silk lamp slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, the lampshade collapsing in one corner. Seeing it almost touch the young boy's hair, Sheng Zhao acted swiftly, kicking it far away with her foot. The boy was already in such a pitiful state, if he woke up to find his hair burned, he would surely fight back with her. Sheng Zhao was about to drag the unconscious boy into the mansion when Uncle Jiang quickly stopped her. Miss, please stop dragging. Let the servants carry him inside." If she continued dragging, he would be completely naked. Sheng Zhao nodded. "Fine, you go call someone right away." Uncle Jiang immediately made arrangements. Sheng who had been waiting in the courtyard for the young lady's return, also rushed out at the sound. Seeing Sheng Zhao safely back home, she sighed in relief, only to turn and see the messy boy on the ground. She trembled as she pointed at the boy on the ground, asking, "Miss, whose young master is this? Why is he injured like this?" Sheng Zhao yawned and walked inside. She waved behind her, found him on the road. "Have him settled in the guest house and call the family doctor to examine him." Then she recalled something and added with a serious expression, "By the way, find some servants to change his clothes. Absolutely make sure he is changed before he wakes up." After the family doctor examined him closely, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. He just fainted, probably due to some fright." The doctor muttered curiously, "But these scratches are strange, as if they were caused by being dragged forcefully." Sheng Zhao guiltily glanced at the boy's torn pant leg. "Is it serious?" The doctor stroked his beard. "Not serious at all. Just minor abrasions. Clean the wounds with boiled and cooled water, and apply some wound-healing ointment for a few days." Sheng Zhao felt relieved. "Oh, that's good." Once everything was arranged, she returned to her room, yawned, and waved half asleep at Sheng. "When he wakes up, give him paper and pen so he can write down his home address. Send someone to take him home. Hey, this clean freak mute boy is really troublesome." No sooner had she finished speaking than she collapsed into sleep. Not long after, Sheng Zhao was half asleep when she was suddenly pulled awake. Miss, it's time to attend court." The third young master had gone to the academy and was not in residence. So the unpleasant task of waking the young lady for court fell on Shinger's shoulders. Fortunately, the young lady allowed her to nap after the court session. Sheng Zhao, with dark circles under her eyes, washed up, changed into her official robes, and dozed off again in the ox cart, yawning as she entered the palace gate. "Good morning, young Master Sheng. What happened? Were you out stealing last night?" A senior official greeted her enthusiastically, and Sheng Zhao responded with half-closed eyes. Wasn't she essentially stealing? It seems watching the drama had a price to pay. Suddenly the system voice sounded, "Host, I'm here." Sheng Zhao stirred slightly awake upon hearing a familiar voice. "Gigi, is your update over? What did you add this time?" "System, this update mainly added new functions and many more items in the marketplace. The host will surely need this." Sheng Zhao did not bother to check further. She was already eager to share the sensational news she had witnessed the day before with the system. "Gigi, you missed out last night. That scandal was explosive. Tell me what happened in the end." Master Su was about to chop at them with his axe when Lady Lu stepped in front of him, allowing Master Su air to escape. Furious, Master Su swung his axe wildly, and I nearly got caught in the crossfire. By the way, I also met a gossip partner that day. He was hiding outside the courtyard like me, and he even knew how to glide on air. The court officials of both civil and military departments all froze in surprise. So yesterday, Lady Sheng went again to scoop up gossip. "Minister," he glared at Minister Zhang. "Wasn't it agreed that we would take turns guarding the Sheng residence?" "Wait, wasn't it Zhang Tingjing's turn yesterday to guard the gate of the Sheng residence? Why is there no news? Could it be that this old rogue went on his own without telling anyone?" Minister He's eyes were filled with distrust and suspicion. Zhang Tingjing turned away from him without a word. He didn't know either. Yesterday he had sent his trusted man to hide near the Sheng residence, but he didn't expect Yao Gonggong, a eunuch by the emperor's side, had also gone there. According to the report from his trusted man, Yao Gonggong suddenly collapsed in front of the Sheng residence gate, and then a bunch of people rushed out. What a mess. The man was afraid of being discovered, so he moved a bit farther away. But when he looked back again, Lady Sheng had already vanished on her windfire wheels. Those were windfire wheels. How could ordinary people possibly catch up? The man couldn't find her, so he waited outside the Sheng residence for her to come back, but night fell, and she still hadn't returned. So he came back empty-handed. Furious, he made the man run 10 laps around the Zhang residence as punishment, to train his speed. The more Zhang Tingjing thought about it, the angrier he got. He glared at each of his colleagues in turn. How dare they blame him? Didn't Lady Sheng mention yesterday that there was a gossip partner who knew how to glide on air? So many people, none of them useful, and some unknown partner beat them to it. Don't let me find out who it is. Emperor Jingyan had already taken his throne on the dragon chair, his eyes casually sweeping over the back row where Sheng Zhao sat. Why does this girl look so half asleep every day? He was already pondering whether his decree requiring daily morning court sessions was too frequent. Should he change it? So sleepy. Anyone want to have an affair? The sudden voice echoed throughout the entire hall. All the civil and military officials instantly fell silent. Minister Zheng Liu of the Ministry of War dropped his memorial with a clatter, his eyes bulging out of his head. What? Affair? Is Lady Sheng mad? How bold? She's actually looking for someone to have an affair with. How old is this girl? Could she even say such a thing? Zhang Tingjing's mouth hung open, his mind in turmoil. What kind of gossip did that girl eat last night? What colossal event had he missed? Emperor Jingyan's lips twitched as he tried to suppress a laugh. Looking at Prince Xiao, who had just returned to the capital, he saw him with a haggard face and a jaw dropped in shock, constantly glancing left and right. Who is speaking? How dare someone in the imperial court look for an affair? That was just now a female voice. Could it be the Lady Sheng that His Imperial Majesty mentioned yesterday? His Imperial Majesty only said this person was peculiar and advised him not to be too surprised when meeting him, but he hadn't taken it seriously. But this was too peculiar. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he never expected she would seek an affair in court. What propriety is this? System host, why do you want to have an affair? Prince Xiao, who is this again? After so many years away from the capital, has the court become this chaotic? Can they even talk about such indecent things freely? Why don't these officials impeach her? Why doesn't the emperor step in to stop it? Just let her carry on like this. Sheng Zhao stretched lazily and said, find someone to take my place in court quietly. I'll remember this favor. System. Everyone. Oh, so that's what she meant by affair. They had been unnecessarily frightened. Emperor Jingyan let out a sigh of relief. With this girl around, every day was heart-pounding and exciting. He raised his hand slowly and said, Ministers, if you have any matters to report, please proceed. At that moment, Prince Xiao suddenly stepped forward from the ranks of officials, stumbling toward the imperial steps, and knelt heavily. The sudden move confused all the ministers. Prince Xiao clasped his hands, his voice choked with tears and hoarse. Your Majesty, my eldest son left the manor yesterday and has not returned yet. Despite searching everywhere, we could not find him. Through various inquiries, someone saw a suspicious person dragging another figure, clothes tattered, as if under restraint. I am filled with worry and fear that my eldest son has been kidnapped by a villain. I hereby request your Majesty to order the 5-city military command and the embroidered guard to investigate this matter. My eldest son has always been frail since childhood and suffers from a speech impediment. Should anything happen to him? Thinking of this, Prince Xiao's throat tightened, but he forced himself to regain composure. I beg your Majesty's heavenly grace to swiftly rescue my son from this peril. He bowed his head heavily. Sheng Zhao, this script feels strangely familiar. The civil and military officials exchanged glances. Prince Xiao's eldest son had gone missing. Or had he been kidnapped by villains? Who would dare be so bold? Prince Xiao was the emperor's only younger brother, residing in his own fiefdom of Shoujo, and had never returned to the capital without an official summons. And Prince Xiao's eldest son was his only heir. Due to some accident when he was young, he developed a speech impediment. The Empress Dowager doted on this grandson so much that she would tear up whenever she spoke of the child. The Empress Dowager, thinking of Prince Xiao's eldest son far away in Shoujo and worrying about him, had recently personally asked the emperor to invite Prince Xiao and his family back to live in the capital. Their residence had been prepared in advance. They must have arrived in the capital less than a day ago. Prince Xiao's eldest son went missing, kidnapped by villains, and dragged on the ground. This is absolutely brutal torture. Everyone present was horrified. Such audacity would likely cost the perpetrator their head. Emperor Jingyan slammed his dragon desk with such force that his face turned dark and menacing. How bold! The civil and military officials exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Minister Zheng Liu of the Ministry of War stepped forward, first his face turning pale, and then red. The capital is a secure place. How dare anyone kidnap the eldest son? This villain must be punished, or the law of the nation will not allow it. Knowing that Prince Xiao's eldest son was very young, everyone sighed. Such a fine child, having just returned to the capital, had been subjected to such inhumane cruelty. How could it be tolerated? Zhang Tingjing also looked furious. Your Majesty, this villain should be punished by execution of his entire family. Su Fan, the commander of the embroidered guard, looked resolute. Your Majesty, if there are indeed villains causing trouble, I request permission to lead the Imperial Guard to search the city, digging up to 3 feet deep, if necessary, to find the eldest son. Minister Li Zhiyou of the Ministry of Justice was also indignant. Your Majesty, I request permission to thoroughly investigate this case. I ask for authorization to review the records of people entering and leaving the city gates last night and to check the night patrol logs. All residents and night watchmen on the streets involved must be questioned by the Ministry of Justice. All residences near the route where the eldest son went missing, whether official or civilian, shall be searched. The eldest son is a member of the royal family. I will enforce the law impartially and give your Majesty an answer within 3 days. Sheng Zhao's eyes trembled, and her yawn gradually froze, forced to hold it back entirely, as if struck by lightning. She finally turned into a dazed expression, as if her life was over. Gigi, I think I'm in big trouble. Cold sweat beaded on Sheng Zhao's brow. She shrank back, tucking herself behind Lord Gu in front of her, trying to minimize her presence. What had Prince Xiao just said? Last night a suspicious figure was seen dragging someone whose clothes were ragged, as if under coercion. And what had Minister Zhang said? Should this villain be executed with his entire clan? Oh no, oh no. Could the clean freak mute I dragged home last night really be the prince's heir? The system froze for a few seconds upon hearing this. Host Chirpy was away yesterday. Did you pull off something big? Everyone. The air in the great hall suddenly congealed. All the civil and military officials stood frozen in place holding their breath. The ministers who had just been indignantly demanding the culprit be found now seemed struck by acupressure. The color drained from their faces in an instant. Zheng Lu, who had been the first to volunteer to investigate, was now numb. He staggered in shock, his official hat's wing slapping Zhang Tingjing's face with a sharp crack. Zhang Tingjing was also stunned, utterly disregarding the slap. What? Had he heard correctly? Last night the young Lord Sheng had not only gone to eat melon alone, but had also dragged someone back to the mansion. And that person happened to be mute. Could this really be the Prince Xiao's heir whom Prince Xiao had just wept for? Was the young Lord Sheng growing more unhinged by the day, going out to gather gossip and bringing the melon home? What a smooth hand at stealing melons. Zhang Tingjing regretted even more that he hadn't gone yesterday. So the one who had beaten him to it was Prince Xiao's heir. Everyone turned to look at Prince Xiao. He was dabbing his tears, but his hand froze mid-air, tears still clinging to his cheeks. After hearing that voice, a look of 3 parts doubt and 2 parts confusion slowly crept onto his face. Had someone just said they dragged something home? Clean freak. Mute. His face turned ashen in an instant. Well, the culprit was right here. He spun around, glaring at the figure, and bellowed, "You." The words caught in his throat. He couldn't seem to draw a breath. Every gasp was a struggle. He could only press his chest hard. Only when he abandoned that thought did he return to normal. The sensation just now, as if he would expire in the next second, left him trembling with fear. He glanced in astonishment at Emperor Jingyan on the dragon throne. The emperor, confirming that Prince Xiao could also hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts, gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, a gesture signaling him not to reveal anything. Only then did Prince Xiao understand why his imperial brother had specifically warned him yesterday. But still, she was the villain who had abducted his son. If anything happened to his son, no matter who she was, he would rescue the child. Sheng Zhao met Prince Xiao's furious glare, her heart pounding with unease. Chirpy, why does Prince Xiao keep staring at me? Could he know it was me? The system possibly. He said last night there were witnesses. They might know your build and features. Prince Xiao is suspicious of you. Sheng Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. It's really not my fault. Last night, I went to spy on the Su family's brother-in-law and his sister-in-law's lusty affair. I hid in the haystack outside their courtyard. How was I to know the heir was there too? I didn't know him. I thought we were both there for the gossip. Share the melon, right? He even used Qinggong to take me up a tree. Who knew that Su Dalong would get splashed with urine and then wipe it off and fling it toward the tree? That kid has a clean freak. He got some old urine on him and fainted on the spot. Late at night, could I really leave him there to be chopped up by Su Dalong? That guy had a huge axe in his hand. Chopping a person would be like chopping firewood. So I had to take him back, right? He was so heavy I couldn't carry him, so I just dragged him along the ground. I even called the mansion's physician to treat him. Just a few superficial wounds. As she spoke, Sheng Zhao grew more convinced she was right and more emboldened. What was she afraid of? What was she guilty about? She had even done a good deed. I don't think it's my fault. In fact, I think His Majesty and Prince Xiao should reward me when they find out. After all, I saved the heir's life. Everyone. Emperor Jingyan. Prince Xiao. Prince Xiao knew his own child well. If Feng'er had hidden in a haystack in front of someone's courtyard to watch the excitement, it was entirely possible. That child had loved gossip and curiosity since he was little. He was the kind of brat who would tear up roof tiles to eavesdrop on the servants' chatter. He had trained hard in martial arts from childhood, just so he could leap over walls and glide across rooftops without hindrance, all for the sake of melon eating. If he had fainted yesterday because urine splashed on him, that was exactly his nature. The child's obsession with cleanliness was hair-raising. He had a cousin in Xiaozhou, and they were childhood playmates. Once when his cousin accidentally used his teacup, the child smiled on the surface, but then had the cup buried in the backyard, and even erected a solemn memorial tablet inscribed with beloved cup's tomb. Prince Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be that this young female official had rescued the heir? The ministers exchanged glances. They had all stepped forward, demanding a thorough investigation and sworn to exterminate the culprit's 9 clans. How were they going to salvage this? Would the young Lord Sheng hold a grudge and expose their secrets? Especially Zheng Lu, Zhang Tingjing, Su Fan, and Li Zhiyou. They were trembling like leaves. How were they to know that the villain was the young Lord Sheng? Zhang Tingjing, true to his reputation as a sly old fox, swept his hands in a bow to Emperor Jingyan. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is suspicious. Perhaps the heir got lost on his own. Then he frantically signaled Zheng Lu. Lord Zheng Lu caught on immediately. I second the motion. The heir is skilled in martial arts. He might have left willingly. I suggest we deliberate further. Prince Xiao glared angrily. Nonsense. Feng'er clearly. Li Zhiyou from the Ministry of Justice, seeing everyone jump, and quickly followed suit. Opportunity was fleeting. He closed his eyes, slapped his thigh hard, and exclaimed, I remember now. Yesterday, I met the patrol office people. They said they saw the Prince Xiao's heir wandering in the city, saying he was in. Lord Li suddenly froze. Su Fan, the commander of the Jinhui, had a flash of inspiration and whispered, "Oh, was the heir perhaps observing the people's condition?" The ministers chimed in unison, "Yes, yes, yes. Observing the people's condition." Prince Xiao, he was shaking with rage. Were they all having seizures? He couldn't understand the situation at all. Sheng Zhao grew more confused. The court fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, terrified that the young Lord Sheng might have some thought. Sheng Zhao carefully recalled the events of the previous night. Could they be right? Perhaps the young prince had just arrived in the capital and wished to familiarize himself with the local customs, so he ventured out alone. As it turned out, he was unfamiliar with the capital's streets and alleys, and being a mute who couldn't ask for directions, he simply wandered and got lost. And thus he ended up at the Su family's residence in the South Alley. Who would have thought that family harbored such juicy gossip? Unable to resist, he hid and eavesdropped. Sheng Zhao had figured it out. She had completely pieced it together. Everything was now crystal clear. No wonder. I was wondering why that little mute was there. Since that's the case, I genuinely saved the young prince's life. Surely I can claim credit now, right? System: absolutely. The Prince of Xiao has only this one child. You saved him from Su Dalan's axe, and even settled him in your residence. If the Prince of Xiao's family knew the truth, they'd be overflowing with gratitude. The assembled officials. They had only intended to give little Lord Sheng a graceful way out, never expecting she would actually conceive the idea of claiming merit. They had laid the ground too generously. While everyone was still pondering how to salvage the situation, Sheng Zhao was already brimming with confidence, ready to step forward. When Jing'an Emperor saw Sheng Zhao proudly step out, even his eyelids began to twitch. This bunch of fools had overacted. They had coaxed the child into a state of utter disorientation. All the civil and military officials held their breath. It was over, utterly over. She was truly about to claim credit. No one could stop her. Sheng Zhao respectfully cupped her hands, her small face flushed with excitement. "Your Majesty, your subject has something to report." The ministers. The Prince of Xiao, could she really be about to? "Indeed, last night I did rescue a young gentleman." The entire court collectively gasped. That young gentleman was attacked by ruffians, his clothes in disarray, and he lay unconscious by the roadside. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, even gesticulating with her hands. "Taking pity on him, I I escorted him back to the Sheng residence first. Gigi, as long as I don't tell, they won't know. I dragged the young prince by his clothes for 3 whole streets, right? System host, rest assured, no one will ever know. Even if they investigate, they'll just think you rescued the young prince from the clutches of that dragging maniac." Sheng Zhao felt relieved. That's good then." The Prince of Xiao's face cycled from pale to green to red. His finger trembled as he pointed at her. You. Jing'an Emperor held his forehead and turned his head away, unable to bear watching any longer. Though it wasn't entirely his fault, the Prince of Xiao had just returned to the capital and was not yet familiar with the situation. Sheng Zhao wasn't finished yet. Her face was full of expectation for praise and reward. "I also specifically had someone change him into clean clothes. Although they might have gotten a bit scuffed when he was brought back, the mansion's physician said it was nothing serious. Gigi, after court, I need to hurry back to the mansion first and dispose of those clothes that were dragged into tatters. It won't do if they find them." System: right. The host is so thoughtful. Go back and burn those tattered strips of cloth. The Prince of Xiao felt dizzy, a roaring sound filling his mind. This dragging maniac. She had actually dragged Fonger for 3 whole streets. The clothes were completely shredded. The Prince of Xiao suddenly erupted. "That is my son." Jing'an Emperor sensed trouble and shot a glance at the ministers. In an instant, Zheng Lu, who was closest, lunged like a hungry tiger and clamped his hand over the prince's mouth. "Your Highness, please think twice." Little Lord Sheng acted out of righteousness. Li Jiao immediately chimed in. Indeed. She deserves commendation. Your Highness, your son has encountered a benefactor." He had intended to wrap his arms around the prince's waist, but received a sharp elbow to the bridge of his nose. Ow! 2 streams of nose blood gushed forth. The ministers couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes in unison. Zhang Tingjing retreated 2 steps. He was too old to withstand such an elbow from the Prince of Xiao. He'd better not get involved. Sheng Zhao watched them, utterly bewildered. What are they doing? System: no idea. It looks like the Prince of Xiao is so grateful you saved his son that he's weeping with joy. See how he's too emotional to speak. Those ministers are helping him calm down. Sheng Zhao pondered for a moment, then nodded. I see. The way he was charging, I thought he was going to hit me. System: impossible. The host is the Great Jing's premier female official. You even hold the direct remonstrance seal. Who would dare strike you in court? That was clearly him being too moved. Some men just express their feelings more intensely. Look, his face is all red from the effort. The Prince of Xiao. He was trembling with rage. Whose wretched child was this? Jing'an Emperor rubbed his temples. Little Lord Sheng accompanied the Prince of Xiao back to his residence to retrieve the young prince. Seeing Sheng Zhao about to speak, he quickly added, "Your salary will be increased by 3 months. That should suffice. Just get this girl out of here quickly, or the Prince of Xiao would truly be infuriated to death in the court." When Sheng Zhao led the Prince of Xiao bustling into the guest courtyard, the Prince of Xiao's heir, Xia Feng, was feigning sleep with his eyes closed. He was still replaying yesterday's events. After smelling that unforgettable stench of urine, he had lost consciousness. How did he end up here? The young miss is back. That voice belonged to the little maid who had been muttering to herself in the room earlier. How is he? Has he woken up yet? This voice belonged to the young girl who had been crouching in the tree with him yesterday. Reporting to the young miss, he's been watched over constantly, but he hasn't woken yet. Why hasn't he woken up? Have you been taking proper care of him? That voice was his irascible father's. Hearing the approaching footsteps outside the door, Xie Fang's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he immediately adjusted his breathing to feign deep sleep. Sheng Zhao and the Prince of Shao tiptoed in. She leaned over the bed, her eyes darting around as she observed. Your Highness, look. The young prince is sleeping so soundly. It must be that our mansion makes him feel at home. The Prince of Shao ignored her all-my-doing expression. Staring at the faintly twitching corner of his son's mouth, he responded impassively, Looking at this young girl before him, his head throbbed with a sharp pulsing pain. Another child as troublesome as his own good-for-nothing son. Hey, this Prince of Shao has no sense of propriety. I went through all that trouble to drag his son back, and he doesn't even offer a word of thanks. The Prince of Shao stared straight ahead, turning a deaf ear. Sheng Zhao looked at Xie Fang and shook her head slightly. Gigi, why do you think the young Prince of Shao suddenly became mute? Such a pity with a face this handsome. System host, this is a colossal piece of gossip. The Prince of Shao's family had been residing in their fief in Shaozhou. Many years ago, on a dark and stormy night, their residence was attacked. The enemy sent 18 assassins to kill the 6-year-old heir. The leader was utterly treacherous. They started a fire in the front courtyard to create chaos, while a kitchen maid acting as a spy laced the iced melon which the young prince ate daily with 100 days silence. Sheng Zhao was puzzled. 100 days silence. System, yes. You could think of it as a type of mute potion. It originated from the witch doctors of the Lanxi kingdom and was used to punish those who talked too much. The most brilliant part was that the poison was colorless and odorless. After the young prince saw all the assassins killed, he went to the kitchen to have some iced melon to calm his nerves. He ate 3 pieces and even praised how sweet it was. Sheng Zhao. Hearing her mention the past, Prince Shao clenched his fists. Even though so many years had passed, recalling those villains from that day still made him gnash his teeth with hatred. Although those people had long been dismembered by him, and His Majesty had ordered a thorough investigation that even uncovered the mastermind, the child Feng had become mute just like that. Over the years they had traveled far and wide seeking renowned physicians, but to no avail. Every time he thought of this, he and the Princess of Shao were filled with guilt and unease, blaming themselves for their negligence in failing to protect the child. Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's words, the tips of the heir's ears visibly reddened, and his eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. How could she know even this? The Prince Shao's mansion had always publicly claimed that the heir's muteness was due to poisoning by an enemy, but they had never mentioned such details as eating 3 pieces of melon. Doesn't he care about face? The system added. By the time it was discovered, it was too late. Prince Shao and the princess were so furious that they killed the cook on the spot. But the heir became mute like that. The Empress Dowager, who had always doted on this grandson, fainted several times from grief upon learning of it. This time, it was also the Empress Dowager who begged the emperor to allow the Prince Shao's family to return to the capital to reside. Sheng Zhao looked at the sleeping heir on the bed, feeling a mix of pity and speechlessness. So he became a little mute just because he greedily ate 3 pieces of melon. The system, Host, if you interpret it that way, it's not wrong actually. Sheng Zhao recalled the scene last night of the heir squatting outside to gossip. The heir was so engrossed when he was eating melon. So now he doesn't eat melon, but instead eats other people's gossip. The system, anyway, it's all melon. What's the difference? Xie Fang, lying on the bed, could no longer bear it. He suddenly opened his eyes, threw off the blanket, rose, straightened his clothes with a dark face, pulled on his boots, and was about to rush out. Can't listen anymore. He wanted to leave this place of sorrow. Stop. Prince Shao saw him leaving in a hurry, grabbed the back of his son's collar, and pulled him back. Young Master Sheng saved you, and you don't even say thank you. Although the saving method was unsightly, he was still saved, wasn't he? The people of Prince Shao's mansion were not unreasonable. He had been a bit impulsive in the court at that time, but which father wouldn't be furious upon hearing that his son had been dragged 3 streets with his clothes torn to shreds? Now seeing his own son lying safely here, still pretending to sleep, he understood that the young girl had ordered careful care. Xie Fang turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief, pointing at his own throat, and then at Sheng Zhao. Say thank you. Are you serious? Aren't I mute? But what did his father just say? Young Master Sheng, this little girl actually has an official position. He turned to look carefully, and indeed, she was wearing official robes. Prince Shao understood his meaning, put on a stern face, rude, then turned to Sheng Zhao with a smile. Young Master Sheng, please forgive him. My son is shy, right? Sheng Zhao cut in, waving her hand casually. I understand. Xie Fang. Who's shy? What does she understand? Prince Shao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took off an exquisite accessory box from his waist. Inside, to his surprise, there was a small wolf hairbrush with a sealed cap, a thumb-sized green jade ink box containing silk cotton soaked in ink, and several folded gold-flecked paper sheets. It was essentially a portable writing kit. He pulled his son over, pointed to the paper, and brush. Come, write the characters, Xie. Thanks. Xie Fang trembled with anger at his father. But after thinking carefully, he was grateful to her in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the brush and wrote a flamboyant character, Xia. Sheng Zhao leaned in to look at the still wet ink, nodded with a smile. Not bad, the heir's handwriting is really beautiful. Having expressed thanks, the heir pointed at the door and then at himself, making a gesture of, I'm leaving. Wait. Prince Xiao pulled him back again. She praised your handwriting, why not write it? You're welcome. Xia Fong. Might as well have taken more deafness medicine. Sheng Zhao found his reaction hilarious. Gigi, this Prince Xiao is quite meticulous, even carrying such a portable writing tool. When going out, it's really exquisite. The system, no way. Who asked him to have a mute son? Paper and brush are definitely essential. The Prince Xiao's mansion has plenty of everything, but most of all paper and brush. Anywhere the heir might go, even the latrine, the first thing within reach must be paper and brush. The personal guards can leave their swords at home, but paper and brush must be carried. The Prince Xiao's mansion had no other requirements for servants, but they must be able to recognize some characters. Those completely illiterate could only do rough work. These rules were all for the heir's convenience. Sheng Zhao clicked her tongue. Wow, Prince Xiao and the princess really put a lot of thought into this, so considerate. Prince Xiao listened to this and secretly felt proud. They had gone to great lengths for this child. This little girl's personality was quite likable, much more interesting than that brat who couldn't squeeze out a word even with 3 sticks. He would have to go home and discuss with his wife what gifts to prepare. After the two thanked Sheng Zhao again, Prince Xiao took his troublesome son back to the Prince Xiao's mansion. Sheng Zhao saw off the father and son, then went back to her room to catch up on sleep, instructing Xing not to let anyone disturb her. I'm so sleepy. I stayed up so late last night and got up early for court today. I'll never eat melon at night again. Xing or Miss had better remember her own words. She slept straight until noon. Just waking up, rubbing her eyes, as she came out, she saw boxes all over the yard lined up in a row. Sheng Zhao instantly became fully awake at the sight of all those boxes. Wow, where did all this come from? The guard, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Young Master Sheng, the prince said, to thank you for saving the heir. This is just a modest gift, not worthy of your kindness. Uncle Jiang promptly handed over the gift list. Sheng Zhao gave it a rough glance, and her eyes lit up. Not to mention the jewelry, incense burners, precious vases, and white glazed tea sets, which were all present and prepared according to the mansion standards. Just the 500 taels of gold alone made Sheng Zhao smile so wide she couldn't close her mouth. This Prince Xiao truly lives up to his title, so generous. This is much more generous than the emperor, can you believe it? The emperor only rewarded me with 3 months' salary today. I am a lowly 7th rank official. My monthly salary is only a few taels of silver. That's just single digits. 3 months' salary is so stingy. The people nearby quickly lowered their heads, not daring to show any reaction. Especially the guard from Prince Xiao's mansion, who was secretly astonished. Not only could he hear young Master Sheng's thoughts, but he also heard her complaining inwardly about the emperor's stingy reward. And even called the emperor stingy. Can't hear. At this moment, Sheng Zhao's gaze was drawn to a horse nearby. Its coat was a blue-white color, its back a smooth and flowing line, and its hooves touched the ground with such lightness that the sound was like a spring breeze brushing across a river's surface. This is... A guard, seeing this, immediately began to introduce it to her. Young Master Sheng, this is a prized steed from the Prince Xiao's estate's horse paddock. His Highness brought it back to the capital from Xiao Prefecture. Because its coat is like a clear river spread out like silk, and when it gallops it is like a bolt of cloth streaking across the sky, it is called River Silk. The young Prince Xiao specifically ordered this horse as a reward for young Master Sheng's life-saving grace. I love this. Thank your young master for me. Sheng Zhao looked at the blue-white horse and grew more fond of it with each passing moment. She had been worried that her father wouldn't let her use a horse. Having received a large pile of gifts, Sheng Zhao was feeling absolutely delighted. Gigi, we absolutely have to go to Drunken Moon Tower today for a big feast. System, great. Gigi wants to order food too, and you have to eat it and show me. While changing into her ordinary clothes, Sheng Zhao chatted with the system. No problem at all. Order whatever you want to see me eat, we have plenty of silver now. I haven't really had a good taste of the food at Drunken Moon Tower. Last time I went, Shui Jianwei ruined it all. Yesterday I planned to go, but we changed plans to go to the Su residence to watch the drama. No matter what, I'm going today. Humming a little tune, Sheng Zhao walked out of the residence, her mind full of Drunken Moon Tower's charcoal roasted goose. Last time she suspected Shui Jianwei had flicked a booger into it, so she didn't dare take a single bite. I'm going to eat my fill today, she thought happily. And I'll pack a serving of goose oil pastries to have as a midnight snack. But just as she stepped out of the residence gate, young Master Sheng, please wait. A hurried shout made her stop. Looking up, she saw it was Li Jiao, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Minister Li, along with a troop of official guards, stood in perfect order at her family's gate, each with a grave expression. Sheng Zhao was startled by the sight. Minister Li, what's the matter? Has the Sheng family committed some crime to warrant such a grand display? Li Jiao with a serious face blocked Sheng Zhao. Young Master Sheng, something terrible has happened. Something terrible? What could be so terrible that it required so many officials to come to the Sheng residence to make an arrest? For a moment, countless possibilities raced through Sheng Zhao's mind. Oh my God, could it be that my father was captured and then turned by the Qiao family? Or did my third brother harass a teacher at the academy? System, that probably isn't it right? The Ministry of Justice officials looked at each other in bewilderment. Had they just heard young Master Sheng's inner thoughts? No wonder she had been exceptionally appointed as a female official and given the authority to assist the Ministry of Justice in investigations. Young Master Sheng truly was one of a kind. Li Zhio's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Then he straightened his expression, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "Young Master Sheng, a urgent dispatch from Linjiang Prefecture reports that within 5 days 3 children of officials have been murdered. His Majesty has decreed that you proceed to Linjiang Prefecture immediately to assist in the investigation." He handed the imperial edict to Sheng Zhao with both hands. Sheng Zhao opened it and read, "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees we have heard that in Linjiang Prefecture 3 sons have recently been lost in succession, all children of officials. The villain is rampant and the impact is vile. We hereby order the investigating censor Sheng Zhao to proceed immediately to Linjiang Prefecture to cooperate with the Ministry of Justice in thoroughly investigating this case. Local troops and officials are to follow your orders, and no passes or ferries along the way are to obstruct you. A period of 10 days is set to uncover the truth. Respect this." Sheng Zhao closed the edict, her brows deeply furrowed. Before she could think it over, the system's voice rang out. "Host, this is not simple. Someone is trying to harm you." Minister Li's heart skipped a beat. Was young Master Sheng in danger on this trip to Linjiang Prefecture? Who would be so bold as to harm young Master Sheng? If something happened to her during this investigation, he and these officials would have to return to the capital to present their heads to His Majesty. Hearing this, Sheng Zhao became somewhat curious. "Oh, harm me? Who wants to harm me?" System host, do you remember from the original book that Guan Yu had a brother she grew up with, depending on each other? Sheng Zhao tilted her head, carefully recalling the mindless novel she had read back then. Could it be that intelligence organization's leader? What was his name? Oh right, Zhou Dong. What was that organization called? The system reminded her promptly. The Hall of Knowledge. They claim there is nothing in the world that the Hall of Knowledge doesn't know. But if you ask them what color socks the Emperor wore yesterday, they'll fall silent. Everyone present was speechless. Was there someone who made a habit of inquiring about the Emperor's socks? Did His Majesty know about this? At the system's mention, Sheng Zhao remembered. I recall in the original book his and the female lead's parents were framed by some official from Linjiang Prefecture over some matter, weren't they? This led to the two of them being displaced. Guan Yu was kidnapped and sold into servitude, eventually ending up in the Sheng residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Dong in his search for his sister drifted through the martial world and founded the Hall of Knowledge. So is he killing the children of Linjiang officials now for revenge? But why does he want to harm me? I haven't offended him. System, you haven't offended him. Haven't you placed his sister under house arrest? Sheng Zhao was speechless. Oh, this couldn't really be blamed on her, could it? If she hadn't kept her confined, she was afraid Guan Yu would follow the plot. Although the crown prince was dead now, there was no guarantee that her female lead aura wouldn't lead her to some fortuitous encounter. What if she turned the tables? She couldn't kill her either. Guan Yu had shown her face at the palace banquet, and it had been verified that she had only a passing acquaintance with the crown prince's faction with no deeper connection. If she died inexplicably, there would surely be troublemakers ready to jump out. Everyone present was inwardly amazed. Young Master Sheng was truly divine. She hadn't even looked at the case files, yet she had already identified a suspect. And she had even unearthed a long-buried case from years ago. System So Zhou Dong stirred up this incident for 2 reasons. First, to avenge his parents for the wrongs of that year, and second, the Hall of Knowledge discovered his sister is in the Sheng residence. Knowing you have the authority to assist the Ministry of Justice, they likely planned for you to be sent to Linjiang Prefecture, as well, intending to take your life there and make it look like a 4th victim. And thirdly, once you leave the capital, the general's residence will have no master present. He will take that opportunity to rescue Guan Yu. It's a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. So ruthless. Her eyes darted, and a smile suddenly crept onto her face. Haha, he wants to kill me and rescue Guan Yu, does he? She had a rebound shield on her. What did she have to fear? She grinned slyly. Minister Li, please wait a moment. I need to prepare some clothes and travel money, and also fetch an important piece of evidence. Minister Li cupped his hands. Young Master Sheng, as you wish. After a moment, she walked out together with Uncle Jiang. On Uncle Jiang's shoulder was a wildly wriggling sack on which 4 large crooked characters were scrawled. Crucial clue. Minister Li stared dumbfounded. This is a... Was there a living person inside? A key witness. Sheng Zhao patted the sack from which came muffled sounds of protest. Since Linjiang Prefecture is so dangerous, how could I leave such an important piece of evidence behind in the capital? It's much safer to keep it by my side. Want to rescue her? I won't let you have your way. How long will it take for us to travel from the capital to Linjiang Prefecture, Lord Li? Li Zhio made a mental calculation. We will be taking official carriages this time, using relay and war horses. Their speed and endurance surpass those of civilian horses. We will switch mounts at relay stations along the way. Even accounting for overnight rests, we should reach Linjiang Prefecture in at most 2 days. 2 days? Sheng Zhao silently asked the system in her mind. Squeak, wouldn't taking a carriage waste time? What if Zhou Dong kills someone else in the meantime? System host, rest assured. Zhou Dong's goal this time is revenge, to kill you and rescue Guan Yu. The descendants of the 3 officials involved in that incident are already dead. He won't kill anyone else for now. Because the next one he wants to kill is you. The sooner you go, the sooner he can kill you. Sheng Zhao looked up at the sky in exasperation. Knowing someone wanted her dead, she was still rushing over eagerly. No one else would do that. Well, then there was no hurry. The emperor had given her 10 days anyway. With Gigi and Know-It-All by her side, solving the case would be a piece of cake. Let Zhou Dong stew in his own impatience. Lord Li, let's take the carriage then. I can't ride a horse anyway. Li Jiao, who had overheard the system's words, naturally had no objection and nodded. Very well. But he couldn't help muttering inwardly. Although she claims she can't ride a horse, last time I saw her riding with Commander Su of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, she was laughing more joyfully than anyone. This time the imperial decree to leave the capital and investigate the case included Li Jiao, the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, overseeing the case review, and Sheng Zhao, the investigating censor, assisting in handling the matter. Additionally, there was a director from the Ministry of Justice assisting with investigations and drafting documents, a secretary coordinating affairs, 2 constable squad leaders, 6 yamen runners, 1 coroner, and 2 grooms responsible for tending the horses and handling luggage. Sheng Zhao looked at the row of people before her. Even this was what Lord Li called a lean team, to avoid redundancy. To avoid being too conspicuous, everyone had changed into plain clothes. MMPH. MMPH. A sack of important clues was tossed onto the carriage accompanied by a muffled grunt. Feeling uneasy, Sheng Zhao rejected the separate carriage Lord Li had prepared for her and chose to ride with Guan Yu. She had to keep a close watch on Guan Yu herself. Meanwhile, Lord Li was in a frantic hurry. Since he couldn't very well sit in the same carriage as Lady Sheng, he was desperate to catch the latest gossip firsthand. If he stayed too far away, he wouldn't be able to hear a thing. This time none of those old fogies at court were around to snatch his spot, so he had to seize the opportunity. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water gets the moonlight first. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly leaped forward, clutching his neck and starting to groan. Ouch! Ouch! Sheng Zhao looked at him. Lord Li, what's wrong? To be honest, Lady Sheng, I slept wrong last night and got a stiff neck. The bumpy ride is making it ache terribly. He held his neck with one hand, a pained expression on his face, tilting his head to the side. Everyone, wasn't he perfectly fine just a moment ago? Can a stiff neck strike at any moment? Sheng Zhao's face showed hesitation, her eyes filled with distrust. Then you. Suddenly revitalized, Lord Li snatched the reins from the coachman's hands and made an exaggerated neck-rolling motion. With an air of righteousness he declared, so I've decided to drive the carriage. The movement will be good for my neck. The group from the Ministry of Justice was utterly stunned, especially the coachman, who had just been displaced, standing there dumbfounded. Lord Li was a vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, a rank 3 official. Lady Sheng was only a rank 7 official, wasn't she? Could she really have Lord Li driving the carriage for her? Lord Li snorted lightly at the wide-eyed crowd. What did they know? Gossip must not be missed. They still didn't understand the secret now, but by the time they figured it out, this spot would be hard to snatch. So he naturally had to strike first. Sheng Zhao eyed him with half-belief. Stiff neck. Loosening up. Isn't there another carriage? She pointed to the carriage specially prepared for Lord Li by the Ministry of Justice. Ouch! No sooner had she spoken than the coachman of the rear carriage jumped down. He muttered to himself, strange, my neck's been feeling off all day. He twisted his neck stiffly. Could it be a stiff neck? What am I to do? Guess I'll have to drive more to feel better. Everyone. Gigi, I feel like Lord Li is acting really strange. Isn't this behavior highly unusual? What exactly is he up to? Does he really have a stiff neck? The smile on Lord Li's face froze. Oh no, had he aroused Lady Sheng's suspicion? If so, he would be guilty of a great crime, and the emperor and the entire court would never forgive him. System host, it probably isn't a stiff neck. Sheng Zhao glared at Lord Li. So it really wasn't a stiff neck. She had no idea what he was playing at. The system continued, but he did twist his neck. Huh, he really twisted it. Lord Li's suspended heart fell back into place, and his breathing became smooth again. System, yes, host. Lord Li acquired a new mynah bird yesterday. He said it was clever and could mimic human speech. He was overjoyed and insisted on teaching the mynah to recite poetry, planning to show it off at future banquets with his colleagues. How elegant that would be, and it would also make him look like a skilled teacher. But the mynah learned everything except poetry. Lord Li tried quoting classics and even resorted to threats, but the bird ignored him. At his wits' end, Lord Li even used a gentleness he had never shown his own wife, speaking in a honeyed voice to coax it. The system cleared its throat, shifted its tone, and mimicked in a high-pitched voice. My precious darling, be a good bird, and listen to me. Just recite one line, and I'll reward you with something nice. You wouldn't make me kneel and beg you, would you? Oh, my little sweetheart, just recite one line. The voice the system mimicked was utterly ridiculous. Sheng Zhao held back with all her might to keep from laughing out loud. But inwardly, she was nearly convulsing with laughter. Ha ha ha. So Lord Li, who seems so stern on the surface, is willing to do anything in private. The Ministry of Justice staff nearby weren't faring much better. They had managed to hold it in, but upon hearing Sheng Zhao's laughter, they nearly broke down. The coachman stood to the side, head down, pretending to adjust the harness, his shoulders trembling slightly. Fearing discovery, he quickly turned around. A few young yamen runners at the back pretended to inspect weapons, jostling each other and exchanging winks. They silently mouthed to their companions, my little sweetheart. Lord Li's face turned beet red. So it was finally his turn. The system wasn't finished yet, and continued its tale. Just then Lord Li's wife's personal maid passed by the study. Hearing Lord Li inside constantly saying things like, "My precious darling, be good and listen, personally teach, and try once more." The maid was utterly shocked. She thought Lord Li had hidden someone in the study and rushed off to inform her mistress. The maidservant told Lady Li that the Lord had hidden a most extraordinary little vixen in his study, and that he was calling her his heart and soul, intending to personally teach her certain skills, and he had even coaxed her into practicing for a long time. Upon hearing this, Lady Li was so enraged that smoke billowed from her 7 orifices. She grabbed a weapon, summoned several stout servant women, and stormed straight to the study. Lady Li was seething with fury. As she reached the door, she overheard Lord Li pleading for her to open her mouth. How could she tolerate such a thing? She kicked the door panel flying with one blow, startling Lord Li so badly his soul nearly fled his body. In his haste to turn around, he twisted his neck. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Zhao was nearly in hysterics from laughter. To avoid being discovered, she nimbly turned and dove into the carriage. The next moment the carriage echoed with the sound of her wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What kind of absurdity was this? The overbearing vice minister training a bird online. Ha 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 ha. If he had put half the effort into coaxing his wife that he did into coaxing that bird, she wouldn't have grabbed a weapon and charged in. Ha 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 ha. The entire Ministry of Justice was struggling to suppress their laughter, their faces contorted. Director Chi of the ministry stared intently at the documents in his hands, finally raising them to shield his face when he could hold it in no longer. Captain Yu was holding it in so tightly that the saber he was polishing slipped and landed on his foot, causing him to wince in pain. It perfectly masked the sound of his nearly escaping laughter. Someone truly let out a laugh. Lord Li immediately glared in that direction. The official who had laughed was crouching by a horse. Seeing Lord Li's glare, he pointed at the horse and said, "It was the horse snorting." "Snort your head off?" Lord Li couldn't take it anymore. He issued a command, "Depart immediately." The procession galloped down the official road, kicking up clouds of dust. Lord Li finally got his wish to drive the carriage for Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao looked at the case file she had obtained from the Ministry of Justice, her brow deeply furrowed. Squeak squeak. The 3 deceased were the son of Lai Yu, the assistant magistrate of Linjiang Prefecture, the daughter of Jiao Li, the judicial commissioner, and the son of Chun Tong, the deputy salt transport commissioner. If Zhou Dong's parents were killed by these 3 officials, why retaliate against their children instead of the officials themselves? Lord Li also pricked up his ears, afraid of missing a single word. This carriage ride was truly not in vain at all. It was worth the social death he had just endured. System host, this matter is neither simple nor complicated. Sheng Zhao glanced at the sack by her feet. The person inside had gone still. She wondered if the sack was breathable enough to prevent suffocation. She nudged it with her foot. The person inside immediately began to whimper again. Then, make a long story short. System 10 years ago, Linjiang Prefecture had a local raw silk merchant named Gao. He secretly formed a profit-sharing conspiracy with Lai Yu, Jiao Li, and Chun Tong to smuggle raw silk. Although these 3 had not yet attained their current positions, they were already capable of pulling strings in their respective domains. The 3 officials cooperated to bribe their way through canal checkpoints, arrange for official boats to transport the smuggled goods, and use their positions to suppress inspections. The Gao family in turn provided their cloth shops as cover. However, their good fortune was short-lived. The imperial court suddenly dispatched an imperial envoy to thoroughly investigate the smuggling case in Linjiang Prefecture. To save themselves, the 3 conspired to pin all the blame on the Gao family. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. No wonder. They killed members of those 3 families. So there was this connection. It's a classic case of killing the donkey after it's done grinding. Lord Li listened intently. So this case was connected to the smuggling case from 10 years ago. System indeed. The 3 cooperated seamlessly. Chun Tong forged account books overnight, recording all the smuggling activities under the Gao family's name. Lai Yu instructed the boatmen to give false testimony, insisting the Gao family had coerced them into cooperating. And Jiao Li was even more ruthless. He not only forged a confession for the Gao family, but also fabricated a charge that the Gao family plotted to assassinate the imperial envoy. You can probably guess what happened next, host. In the courtroom, Gao's father, upon seeing the confession he had supposedly written himself, vomited blood on the spot and fainted. Gao's mother liquidated their assets to bribe officials for leniency, but all their former allies shut their doors to her. In the end, Gao's father was sentenced to death by slow slicing. Gao's mother, in despair, drowned herself during her exile. The 2 Gao children, now known as Zhou Dong and Guan Yue, went into hiding. Sheng Zhao nodded in understanding. So Zhou Dong killed their children to make them experience the pain of losing a loved one. Why didn't he just kill the 3 of them directly? Lord Li outside the carriage nodded vigorously. Wouldn't killing them directly cause them more pain? Zhou Dong, having navigated the underworld for years, wasn't a fool. Killing imperial officials would inevitably trigger a full-scale investigation by the 6 ministries, and he would likely be unable to escape. Killing their children, however, would mostly be classified as a vendetta, and local authorities would suppress the case. His primary goal was to make his enemies suffer the agony of losing their heirs. But he didn't anticipate that the emperor would send the Ministry of Justice and Yu to investigate this time. However, his organization is quite skilled at gathering intelligence. They knew about the imperial edict as soon as it was issued, even faster than Yu did. So killing Yu was just an incidental part of this plan. Even if you hadn't gone to Linjiang, he would have found another way to retaliate against you and rescue his sister Guanyu. Sheng Zhao huffed angrily. Incidental. Her life was just incidental. Did he have any regard for her at all? Sheng Zhao opened the carriage curtain and looked back. A small merchant caravan of 3 or 4 people was following at a distance. Squeak squeak. Those people behind us, are they the assassins Zhou Dong sent to kill me? System excellent deduction host. Absolutely correct. Those are top-tier assassins Zhou Dong hired at a great price. Much more expensive than the ones he hired to kill those 3. Sheng Zhao. It sounded rather pleased about it. Lord Li also turned his head to look back. Indeed, there was a cart and horses. He shot a meaningful glance at the captain riding beside him. The captain understood immediately and nodded with a grave expression. He led a few constables to subtly slow their horses' pace. The horses snorted and came to a halt. Sheng Zhao stretched lazily inside the carriage. Guan Yue inside the sack thumped against the carriage floor with a dong and kept up a constant stream of whimpers. Guan Yu was nearly driven mad, inexplicably stuffed into a sack, and then hauled onto a carriage. Her mouth was gagged, and no one paid her any attention. She didn't recognize the other voices, but she could certainly pick out that little wretch Sheng Zhao's voice. Once she got out, she would personally butcher that wretch. She was destined to be the crown princess. But that useless crown prince, why hadn't he managed to rescue her yet? It forced her to count the days on her fingers. She dreamed of carving Sheng Zhao into 1,000 pieces. Young Master Sheng, how about a cup of tea before we continue? Lord Li wiped his sweat. Seeing Sheng Zhao poke her head out, he pointed towards a tea stall ahead. Everyone dismounted, and Sheng Zhao jumped down as well. The tea stall owner was a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles, while his wife busily wiped the tables. Seeing that the group was not poorly dressed, and fearing they might look down on their humble stall, she immediately put on a flattering smile and greeted them. What would you like to drink, honored guests? As soon as Sheng Zhao sat down, the system's voice rang out. Host, this couple has some juicy gossip. Want to hear it? The tea stall owner and his wife, having heard a voice without seeing anyone speak, exchanged a frightened glance. Then they carefully considered the meaning of the words they had just heard. Gossip. On them. Boss, what tea and snacks do you have? I've been traveling all day, and I'm parched. Bring us something to quench our thirst. Upon hearing there was gossip, Lord Li subtly moved closer to Sheng Zhao's table, casually nudging the steward beside him, half a foot away. The steward, unwilling to be outdone, squeezed his bench back 3 inches sideways. The proprietress snapped back to reality and responded cheerfully. You've all worked hard, honored guests. We have ready-made flower teas, plum blossom and apricot blossom, both sun-dried this year, very fragrant. We also have herbal teas like mugwort and dandelion, foraged by ourselves, not expensive. There's warm honey water too to soothe your throats. Lord Li waved his hand grandly. Bring some flower and herbal teas for everyone to try. I see you have shepherd's purse pancakes on your stall, 2 for each of us to tide us over. The proprietress beamed. Right away. The couple quickly began preparing. Sheng Zhao couldn't wait any longer. Gigi, tell me, what's the gossip? System host, can you guess how old the boss and his wife are? Sheng Zhao turned to look at the busy couple. Their backs stiffened, but they pretended not to hear and continued serving tea. Doing business on the official road meant encountering all sorts of people daily. They had faced many who smashed things, hurled insults, or started fights. They were just ordinary folk, so they endured what they could. Besides, the girl was merely guessing their age with no ill intent. Naturally, they acted as if they heard nothing. Sheng Zhao glanced over. I'd say they're around 40. The criminal ministry officials also observed discreetly and silently agreed. Their judgment matched young Master Sheng's. But the system said, host, you're wrong. They're not even 30. Sheng Zhao's expression froze for half a second, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She looked at them again. That couldn't be right, could it? What? Not even 30? Then why do they look? The others were curious too. Having worked in the criminal ministry, they had seen countless faces. How could they be so wrong? System, they're actually pitiful souls. 5 years ago, they were a young, loving couple. They had a child, but less than half a month after the birth, when the wife fetched water from the backyard, the baby vanished. Sheng Zhao pressed, did they report it to the authorities? A newborn missing. Everyone was stunned. System, of course they did. The officials searched for miles, but eventually closed the case, concluding a kidnapper had taken the child. Over the years, the couple sold everything to search for their son, their hair turning white overnight. Naturally, they look much older than their peers. The boss and his wife exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. This girl's inner thoughts even knew this. They had only just met. It was miraculous. Sheng Zhao sighed deeply upon hearing this. The couple always greeted guests with smiles, yet they bore such a heavy burden. Gigi, can you find out where the child is now? The boss and his wife were carefully approaching with tea. Hearing this, they were so startled that the tea bowls crashed to the ground with a smack, shards flying, nearly striking Lord Li. The boss stood there at a loss. I'm so sorry, honored guest. Truly sorry. I'll bring you another bowl. He bowed repeatedly in apology. Lord Li quickly stood and stopped him. It's fine. The boss asked excitedly just now that, he was too agitated, having heard that voice called Gigi might know where his child was. He wanted to ask for details, but the words caught in his throat. It felt as if something was strangling his throat. He looked at Lord Li in terror. Lord Li patted his arm and subtly shook his head, signaling him not to ask. The boss dared not speak further. Had he encountered legendary immortals today? Lord Li continued what he had left unsaid. Just put that bowl of tea on our tab. Only then could the boss breathe again. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he hurried to prepare fresh tea. System host that child. Before it could finish, a middle-aged man who looked like a nouveau riche strode over and plopped down at an empty table. He slammed his palm on the table, making it bang loudly. Where's this month's money? What's the delay? Have you forgotten how you begged me for help? I've done enough for you. People should know gratitude, shouldn't they? Don't be an ungrateful wolf. The boss stepped in front of his wife, untied the money pouch from his waist, and handed it over with an apologetic smile. Brother, business has been slow this month. There's not much. The middle-aged man took the pouch and weighed it in his hand. Suddenly, he shoved the boss to the ground, scattering copper coins everywhere. Are you trying to fool me, eh? The proprietress quickly helped her husband up and explained with a forced smile, Brother, we're not fooling you. It's rained so much this month there haven't been many customers. The man pointed at Sheng Zhao's group and shouted loudly. Isn't this place packed? Do you think I'm blind? Have you been hiding silver? He started to reach out. The criminal ministry officials couldn't sit still. Their professional instincts kicked in. Lordly slammed the table and stood up. Stop. The man glanced at him sideways. What? Want a medal? He pulled a yellowed contract from his bosom and shook it open. Take a good look. It's in black and white. They owe me. Lordly took the contract with a grim face, and Sheng Zhao joined the others to read its contents. Loan of 20 taels, monthly interest of 3%, 70% of tea stall profits, to Zhang Shan. If not repaid within a year, the ancestral house deed serves as collateral. Everyone was filled with rage. Wasn't this a predatory clause? He lent them 20 taels with 3% monthly interest, and he still takes 70% of the stall's profits. With this split, how could the couple possibly save 20 taels in a year? Come years, and would they have to hand over their ancestral home? Zhang Shan snorted coldly. See clearly. They personally signed this. Huh. Even if you take it to the authorities, I'm not afraid. Sheng Zhao frowned deeply. A look of disgust crossed her face as she regarded the man. Gigi, who is this guy? Is there even protection money being collected here? How brazen. System host, huge gossip. The boss couple's child wasn't taken by a kidnapper at all. It was someone they knew. The culprit was their neighbor, this very Zhang Shan. What? The entire Ministry of Justice froze in place, some with wide eyes, others clenching their jaws in shock. Had he actually taken the merchant's child? They had searched for 5 whole years only to discover the culprit was living next door. Not only had he stolen their child, but he dared to stand before them with such arrogance. How utterly disgusting. A flicker of anger passed through everyone's eyes. Upon hearing these words, the tea shop owner's wife seemed struck by lightning, standing motionless, her pale lips trembling slightly. It was him. The merchant's slumped back suddenly straightened as a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. If it truly was Zhang Shan, could this finally lead them to their child? Sheng Zhao grew anxious. Gigi, tell me quickly. This wretch not only stole the child, but forced them into such a contract, and still dares to beat them with a clear conscience. I'm so furious. The system replied, the owner of this tea stall is surnamed Zhou, and his family has been neighbors with the Zhang household for many years. 5 years ago, Zhang Shan and his wife accidentally learned that a wealthy merchant's legitimate wife was unable to bear children. Fearing the concubine would seize the family assets, they concocted a scheme involving a fake pregnancy. But as time passed, the secret was becoming harder to maintain, so they secretly spent a fortune to obtain a newborn male infant to secure their position. Seeing that the Zhou family's newborn was indeed a boy, they seized the opportunity when no one was looking and stole the child. Enraged, Sheng Zhao asked, how much did he sell him for? The system responded, 5,000 taels. For the Zhang family, this was like striking it rich overnight. But for the Zhou family, it was a devastating blow to their entire household. Even more ironically, Zhang Shan and his wife continued to pretend to be overly enthusiastic about helping the Zhou family search for their child, spreading rumors everywhere, which made the Zhou family harbor deep gratitude toward them. The Zhou couple had exhausted all their savings searching for their child, yet Zhang Shan feigned concern and offered to lend them money as capital for reopening the tea stall, all while secretly deceiving the illiterate couple into stamping their fingerprints on an unfair contract. Already feeling indebted to Zhang Shan, they never suspected anything. But as soon as they stamped their fingerprints, Zhang Shan turned against them, revealing his true nature, and began tormenting them nearly every single day at the tea stall. Sheng Zhao thought about the child and asked, how is the stolen child faring in the wealthy merchant's family? The Zhou couple held their breath, listening intently, unwilling to miss a single word. The system sighed. After all, the merchant's wife knew the child was not hers. How could she possibly feel any affection? When the child was 18 months old, she herself became pregnant through various treatments and had her own biological child. With a real heir, the purchased child became useless. At the age of 2.5, the child died in what was deliberately staged as an accident. Sheng Zhao's anger was about to overflow. Damn it. I'm so furious. Was this wretch raised in a cesspool? Even his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach had been seasoned with filth. Selling another man's child for silver, then turning around to cheat the child's parents. Wasn't he determined to drain them completely before stopping? Upon hearing the full account, everyone present was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes burning with fury. Had it not been for the need to conceal the young Master Sheng's identity, they would have arrested him right there on the spot. The sudden truth made the Zhou couple's heads ring, feeling the world spinning around them, their legs giving way as they nearly collapsed to the ground. The couple had no reason to doubt the little girl's account, for every detail she spoke was truthful. This person was indeed their neighbor who had enthusiastically helped them search for the child after the disappearance, and had even offered to lend money to reopen the tea stall. And he truly had deceived them into stamping their fingerprints on the contract. Speaking in a voice meant only for the two of them, do not speak a word. I am an official of the Ministry of Justice in the current court. This matter is under my jurisdiction. I will ensure justice is done for you. He even dared to use this blood-soaked wealth to trick them into signing such a harsh clause, leaving them with nothing, not even their ancestral home. The truth struck them like a blunt force, causing them to collapse to the ground. The Zhou owner pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Shunyu. Li Daren trembled with fear lest they reveal the truth, and quickly crouched down to restrain him. Speaking in a voice meant only for the two of them, do not speak a word. I am an official of the Ministry of Justice in the current court. This matter is under my jurisdiction. I will ensure justice is done for you. The couple immediately closed their mouths, staring in shock at the group before them. Were these people from the imperial court? Could it be that little girl? As they looked at Sheng Zhao, their minds were tossed by turbulent waves. Li Daren was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. On one hand, he had to prevent the Zhou couple from revealing the young master's thoughts. On the other, he needed to find a pretext to arrest Zhang Shun lawfully. As long as he could take him back for interrogation and fabricate the process, he would surely secure a conviction. Zhang Shun, unaware of Sheng Zhao's thoughts, only saw the Zhou couple suddenly sitting on the ground, assuming they were refusing to pay money. He raised his foot to kick them. Two of Li Daren's attendants immediately stepped in front of him, blocking Zhang Shun, and shouted sternly, in broad daylight, if you dare to harm someone, don't blame me for being unkind. Zhang Shun was displeased at being restrained, first letting out a cold laugh, then staring at the two men before him with a ferocious expression. To forbid violence. What right do you have to interfere with me? Debts must be repaid. It's only natural. Even the government can't stop it, so why should you lowlifes dare to interfere? You're threatening me. I'd like to see how you dare to threaten me. Come on, come on. Zhang Shun stepped forward cautiously. The attendants dared not act rashly, as they were still on their way to Linjiang Prefecture and could not afford to complicate matters. With no suitable grounds to arrest him, they helplessly looked at Li Daren, waiting for his decision. Li Daren gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and raised his hand to give the order. But Sheng Zhao did not care about concealing her identity. If she saw something unjust, she would not let it go. Without hesitation, her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she commanded sharply, bring him here. Arrest this man for me. Me, eh? Zhang Shun nearly burst out laughing. What kind of official are you, little girl? This is laughable. Haha, little girl, if you want to play house, go home to play it. I don't have time to entertain you. Even as Zhang Shun was still laughing, the two attendants acted immediately upon Sheng Zhao's command, pinning his arms on either side. Another attendant ran over from the carriage with an iron chain, swiftly wrapping it around Zhang Shun's neck. His face turned pale, struggling and shouting, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me? What right do you have to arrest me? Zhang Shun continued to rant as Sheng Zhao stepped forward, holding an inspection order that gleamed with golden light, directly thrusting it before his eyes. What is this? An inspection order? Zhang Shun, pinned down firmly by two Yamen runners, refused to believe it. He shouted at the top of his lungs, an imperial investigator. I've never even heard of it. You little girl, you dare to impersonate an imperial official. Zhou's parents stared incredulously at the figure before them. They had just learned that the adult was from the court, but had no idea this young girl was also an official. Zhang Shun refused to give up. Veins bulging on his forehead, he roared hoarsely, everyone. Look, this little girl flaunts a broken token and calls it an official seal. Forging an official seal, what crime is that? And you just watch. What did this man just say? A little girl forging an official seal. Impersonating an imperial official. This was no trivial matter. Whose child was so bold? At his shouts, a few passers-by on the road and a merchant caravan stopped to watch. After all, curiosity was human nature. But it was indeed the first time they had seen a little girl impersonating an imperial official. People passing by gathered in twos and threes around the tea stall, and upon seeing the scene, they were somewhat bewildered. Two big men were pinning down a middle-aged man. A couple sat slumped on the ground, and a little girl was holding up a token. A peddler carrying a shoulder pole examined the official seal closely. An imperial investigator. Hissed, the token looks well made, but the girl is too young. Zhang Shun immediately chimed in, exactly. If you're going to pretend, at least find someone believable. A yellow-haired girl. Who are you trying to fool? The peddler nodded and pointed at the steward. This elder brother has an honest face. If he held the token, I'd find it somewhat credible. He looks like he's weathered storms, the very image of a high official. But this little girl. The steward. No, don't say any more. Brother, please stop. Lord Li and Lord Sheng are both here. How could it ever fall to me? Don't set me up. Sheng Zhao. So she didn't look like an official. Sheng Zhao straightened her chest, wiped the amused expression off her face, and tried to appear more serious. An old steward from the merchant stroked his beard as he watched. On my way to the capital, I heard from an old friend that the court recently appointed a female official, something like an imperial censor. This imperial investigator. Could it be? Sheng Zhao raised her little head. That's right. That's her. She was the first female official of the Great Jing. A scholar who looked to be in his 30s or 40s frowned and shook his head, his eyes full of disapproval. Absurd. Absurd. How can a woman hold the law and enforce it? This is definitely a forgery. Let's just seize this rebellious, impersonating wench and hand her over to the authorities. The officials of the Ministry of Justice stared at him in astonishment. They now understood why this man at 30 or 40 had still not passed the imperial examinations. He truly had his head buried in the classics, oblivious to the world. Didn't people nowadays write essays with practical application in mind? He didn't even know that the great Jing had already abolished the old rule barring women from holding office specifically for Lord Sheng. Why even bother taking the exams? A quick inquiry in the capital would reveal that Lord Sheng was the hottest topic of discussion. If he later found out the token was real, would he keel over on the spot? Zhang Shun saw someone handing him a ladder, and he was determined to climb. It was as if a pillow had been handed to him just as he was dozing off. He immediately followed the scholar's words. Yes, yes. Everyone sees her. Let's take her to the authorities. Maybe we'll even get a reward. Seeing the crowd hesitate, he continued to incite. She dares to impersonate an imperial official. That's a grave crime. We're acting on behalf of heaven. Look, she's been cornered and can't even speak. Clearly her guilty conscience is showing. There are so many of us, why fear a yellow-haired girl? Sheng Zhao, I was just amazed by your ability to turn things around. Let's see what other flowers he can conjure. The Zhou couple helped each other up from the ground, defending Sheng Zhao. No, that's not it. This young lady is a good person. The young peddler, though skeptical, didn't want to get involved, and quietly stepped back half a pace. The old steward of the caravan, recalling his friend's words in the capital, certainly wouldn't interfere. Only the middle-aged scholar was deep in thought. The imperial examinations tested not only essays, but also moral character. If he exposed an unlawful act, wouldn't he be building a reputation for being upright and outspoken? He might even receive commendation from the authorities and earn the title of village worthy. If he spent a little money to spread the word to the educational commissioner, with luck, he might even gain some favorable impression. Then passing the exams would be within reach. As if he had made up his mind, he raised his hand and stepped forward to grab Sheng Zhao's arm. Seeing the scholar actually dare to lay hands, Lord Li's face darkened and fury swelled in his eyes. How dare he touch Lord Sheng? Insolent! He roared, pulling Sheng Zhao behind him and shielding her. Just as Lord Li was considering whether to produce the Ministry of Justice document to reveal his identity, Sheng Zhao pushed him aside and put away her Imperial Investigator token. Glancing at Zhang Shun, she said expressionlessly, I am the Imperial Censor personally appointed by His Majesty with the authority to assist in major cases of the Ministry of Justice. Today's arrest is based on a secret report 5 years ago. Zhang Shun secretly sold the tea stall owner, Zhou's son, pocketing 5,000 taels of silver. He then tricked them into signing a loan agreement intending to seize the Zhou family's ancestral home. With each word she spoke, Zhang Shun's face turned paler. How did she know about the secret sale of Zhou's son? And the contract? She even knew his name. He hadn't told them his name, had he? Could it be? No. Impossible. That Zhou must have spouted nonsense. The evidence from that year was long gone, and even the brat was dead. They must be guessing. He wasn't afraid. Slander. Where's your evidence? Sheng Zhao smiled faintly at his words. Evidence? Why would I need evidence when I handle cases? His Majesty personally granted me the Imperial Investigator's mandate. For any case involving abuse or harm to the people, I can detain the suspect first and file the paperwork later. Do I still need evidence to arrest you? She looked at Zhang Shun and spoke each word deliberately. Zhang Shun's body stiffened, a chill spreading down his back as if drenched in cold water. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Seeing her confident demeanor, could she really be the Imperial Censor? Had the court discovered his crime of selling Zhou's son? The court had even sent someone to investigate him. This thought sent cold sweat pouring from his body, and his hands, clamped in the yamen runner's grip, trembled uncontrollably. Yet he still forced himself to retort, You say you are, but who knows if you're a fake? Sheng Zhao looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are to demand that I prove myself? When you're in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, you can verify it yourself. As her words fell, Zhang Shun shook violently, his face ashen with terror. She wasn't bluffing. She meant every word. At this moment, Captain Yi, having shaken off several followers, was galloping over with 2 constables. The sight before them left them utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Had they missed some enormous drama in the brief time they were delayed? Captain Yi cast a plaintive gaze at Lord Li, silently praying that the latter would assign someone else next time. They had no desire to be parted from little Lord Sheng, this walking treasure trove of gossip. Lord Li ignored Captain Yi's look and beckoned. Captain Yi, perfect timing. Take your men and escort this man to the Fengzhou prefectural office immediately. He drew a bronze token of the Ministry of Justice from his chest and tossed it. Captain Yi caught it midair. Your subordinate accepts the order. Captain Yi felt his fate was most cruel. But there was no helping it, such was the lot of a workhorse. The other 2 constables frantically signaled Captain Yi with their eyes. Don't pick us, don't pick us. Take 2 others. Seeing Captain Yi's sly grin, his gaze already fixed on them, their hearts sank. The chief clerk, ever perceptive, had already picked up his brush to draft the document. Yet he was uncertain how to pen certain details, fearing that writing too explicitly might arouse little Lord Sheng's suspicions. How was he to fabricate? No, to compose it. It was truly exasperating. Sheng Zhao snatched the brush from the clerk's hand. Let me write it. I received the secret report, so I know it best. The clerk looked at her, as if she were a savior, and hastily invited Sheng Zhao to sit. As he watched little Lord Sheng's crooked scrawling characters, the clerk's mouth twitched. It turned out Sheng Zhao was not particularly versed in the Great Jing legal code either. After writing only a few characters, she looked at the clerk with embarrassment. This. How should this be adjudicated? The clerk sighed helplessly. Little Lord Sheng, just speak, and I will supplement the details. Sheng Zhao stood up again, pulling the clerk to sit. Excellent, excellent. The document was completed. Lord Li handed it to Captain Yi, instructing him. This is the Ministry of Justice warrant with the case details listed. His eyes darkened, his words cold as ice. Tell the prefect of Fengzhou this case must be reported to the ministry within 3 days. If he dares to bend the law for personal gain, I will personally audit his accounts on my way back to the capital. Yes. Captain Yi clasped his fists in acknowledgement. He unfolded the document and read the text aloud. Case Zhang Shun involved in the crimes of trafficking innocent persons, fraudulent contract establishment, and murder. By law, trafficking innocent persons resulting in death, beheading, causing the death of a purchased innocent child, same punishment. Fraudulent contract establishment, 80 strokes of the heavy bamboo, deceiving the illiterate, penalty increased by 1 degree. Now the key criminal Zhang Shun is being escorted to the office. Request arrest the buyer Madame Zhang of the Hong Mansion and detain her separately from Zhang Shun pending trial. Order the coroner to examine the children's bones in the Hong family ancestral tomb. Seal the account books and documents of both families. Recover the illicit silver of 5,000 taels. The prisoner shall not be released on bail. Submit the preliminary confession and evidence to the Ministry of Justice within 3 days. Vice Minister of Justice Li Jiao. Below it an official seal was stamped. Captain Yi, upon reading the document's contents, was shocked repeatedly. He dared not be the least bit negligent. Zhang Shun's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, muttering the same words over and over. It's over. All over. The middle-aged scholar from earlier was ashen-faced, staring at Sheng Zhao in utter astonishment. So she really was a female official, and he had just been about to turn her over to the authorities. Wouldn't that mean slapping his own face? If he offended the high officials, then his path to the imperial examinations would be ruined. His heart was a mix of shock and fear. Fortunately, he had not revealed his name just now, and they did not recognize him. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, the scholar quickly slipped away. The peddler and the old steward of the merchant caravan were also utterly stunned, their eyes fixed straight on the young girl. Such a young female official. Judging by her demeanor, just now her future prospects were surely boundless. The two men studied Sheng Zhao's face intently, as if wanting to etch it into their memories. Witnessing the young female official with their own eyes today made this trip truly worthwhile. The peddler felt immensely grateful that he had suffered from diarrhea when leaving home that day, delaying him by a quarter of an hour. Otherwise he would have missed this excitement. The group did not linger long and continued on their journey. Upon hearing the contents of the document, the Zhou couple's tears streamed down. They knelt directly before Sheng Zhao and kowtowed. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Thank you for seeking justice for our son. We humble folk have nothing to repay you with. They knew in their hearts that without this young girl they might never have known the truth in this lifetime. Nor would they have been able to bring this beast in human guise to justice. Sheng Zhao was stunned by this sudden display of gratitude, recoiling 2 steps in surprise, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. She quickly stepped forward to help them up. Get up, please don't do this. It wasn't my doing, it was the secret report, the secret report. Oh dear, hadn't she said it was a secret report? Even if they wanted to thank someone, it should be the person who wrote it. Squeak, squeak, what am I to do now? Am I going to lose years off my life? Unable to pull them up, she looked at Lord Li for help. Lord Li, please help me get them up. This won't do. Lord Li pretended not to hear. He glanced around furtively and pulled Captain Yi aside to whisper. Remember, if the Fengzhou prefectural office asks how we knew about this, say it was from an informant. Captain Yi stole a glance at little Lord Sheng. I understand. Lord Li's expression turned serious. How was the team behind dealt with? Rest assured, my lord. Their luck was truly terrible. We chased them on horseback into the woods. Before we could even draw our blades, they fell into a trap someone had dug. We subdued them in no time, tied them all up, and had the patrolling soldiers take them back for interrogation. Lord Li nodded. That was indeed quite unlucky. Captain Yi looked at Lord Li, cautiously rubbed his hands, and negotiated. My lord, we brothers just arrived, and haven't even had tea yet. We're both thirsty and hungry. How about sending someone else? He wanted to stay and enjoy the drama with little Lord Sheng. Lord Li turned and walked away. I'll pack you some flatbreads to take with you. Eat them on your horses. Captain Yi. The group finally sat down for tea, while only Captain Yi and the 2 constables, bitterly stuffing 2 flatbreads into their packs, escorted Zhang Shun away on horseback. This tea is good. Sweet. Sheng Zhao downed a large bowl in one go, praising it endlessly. She also ate 2 shepherd's purse flatbreads with the tea. Lord Li smiled at her behavior. This child was truly ravenous. He had thought this young lady from the general's mansion would disdain such coarse tea and simple flatbreads, but she wasn't picky at all, munching on the shepherd's purse flatbreads with great relish. Squeak, squeak, I just made an excuse about receiving a secret letter to explain how I knew. Do you think Lord Li and the others believed it? Well, they suspect the truth of the matter. Lord Li's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped. Little Lord Sheng, please don't overthink this. We don't doubt it at all. System, rest assured, host. As an imperial censor, your position is far more significant than you realize. You possess the authority to submit memorials directly to the emperor without prior approval from your superiors. This is the so-called right to impeach based on hearsay. Even without concrete evidence, a case can be initiated based solely on rumors. Moreover, if the accusations prove unfounded upon investigation, the censor will not be held accountable, unless of course the charges were deliberately fabricated. In that case, accountability must still be pursued. Furthermore, during the last palace banquet, the Dowager Empress bestowed upon you the direct remonstrance edict. If someone truly harbors a grievance and writes you a secret letter, is that not entirely understandable? If a secret letter were sent to the Ministry of Justice, they would have to follow procedures for trial and judgment, a tedious process. But with you can directly apprehend the culprit. I believe Lordly can certainly grasp this reasoning. Therefore he will undoubtedly have no doubts about your explanation. Sheng Zhao nodded. So this position of mine is not one just anyone can hold. It requires someone of exceptional talent and moral integrity to occupy it. If a treacherous villain were to take the post, wouldn't everything be ruined? Of course. Throughout the ages, imperial censors have always been chosen from those who are upright, incorruptible, and unafraid of the powerful. A sudden surge of confidence welled up within Sheng Zhao. So the emperor truly appreciates my worth. He met me just once in my second sister's palace and immediately recognized my integrity and fearlessness before the mighty. He broke protocol and appointed me on the spot. Tisk, no wonder so many are envious. It's all because I'm too outstanding. The others? Well, as long as young Master Sheng doesn't harbor any suspicions. Still, what Gigi said was true. Although the Ministry of Justice wielded greater authority and his position as vice minister was higher, apprehending suspects was indeed not as straightforward as it was for young Master Sheng. After all, the imperial censor was known as one who patrols on behalf of the Son of Heaven. His Majesty was also astute in judging people. Such a crucial post would not be casually entrusted to someone who might act recklessly. Although young Master Sheng was young, somewhat impulsive, and fond of gossip, the court officials could all see that she was a good child capable of distinguishing right from wrong. Seeing that everyone had rested sufficiently, Lordly called for the landlady to settle the bill. No. My lord, you have already helped us greatly by seeking justice. We absolutely cannot accept this silver. The landlady waved her hands repeatedly. Nonsense. Lordly deliberately put on a stern face. As an imperial official, if I eat and drink at the people's expense without paying, how would I be any different from those corrupt officials? The landlady's face was full of distress. But suddenly several rhythmic thuds came from the direction of the carriage. The sound seemed to be someone kicking the carriage boards from inside. Lordly glanced at the yamen runners who were having tea, and two of them immediately rose to check the carriage. They lifted the carriage curtain. There Guan Yu's head had emerged from the opening of a hemp sack, her hair disheveled. Bound tightly by ropes and unable to move, she was banging her forehead against the carriage board. Seeing someone approach, she raised her head and glared fiercely at the men before her, her eyes bloodshot, as if she might pounce and devour them at any moment. Damn, has she gone mad with rabies? The sight startled the yamen runners, who took 2 steps back. Hearing their shouts, Sheng Zhao finally remembered that Guan Yu was still in the sack. Gigi, shouldn't I give her some water? I can't let her die of thirst on the road. This person is still of great use to us. Stepmom. If she dies, we'll lose a major bargaining chip. Why not give her some of that bitter tea you just drank? Gigi, though it's bitter, that tea is a medicinal brew for clearing heat. It's the most expensive one. She's getting off easy. Sheng Zhao ordered another cup of tea, carried the bowl over, and ignored Guan Yu's murderous glare. They want a drink. MMPH. Sheng Zhao yanked the rag out of her mouth, but pulled too hastily, drawing out a sticky thread of sugar. EW. How disgusting. When did you hide candy? She shook her hand in disgust, nearly flinging the tea bowl away. Guan Yu glared at her through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. How dare this wretch ask when she had hidden the candy? Ever since returning from the palace banquet, she had been confined to the general's mansion, forbidden from contacting anyone. Fortunately, she had a pouch of candy given by the crown prince on her. Whenever she grew too bored, she would eat one. Today she had just placed a candy in her mouth when she was stuffed into a sack, thrown onto a carriage, and had a filthy rag shoved into her mouth. The candy in her mouth could neither be spat out nor swallowed, so she had to wait for it to melt naturally. And now this woman had the audacity to complain about the sugar thread. Sheng Zhao extended the tea bowl. Have some water. There won't be any more once we set off. Guan Yu squinted her eyes and puffed out her cheeks. Puffed. A gob of spit landed precisely into the tea bowl. She raised her chin and smirked triumphantly. Taste this young lady's specially brewed nectar. The air fell silent. The three stood frozen in shock. Sheng Zhao. The 2 yamen runners. Was she insane? Staring at the unknown foam floating in the bowl for 2 seconds, Sheng Zhao shook her head at her. Look at you. Such fine tea, and I didn't even ask you to pay for it, yet you waste it like this. Guan Yu's gaze was provocative. If you don't want to waste it, then drink it. What's the matter? Afraid to drink. Unable to tolerate her any longer, Sheng Zhao picked up the rag from the ground, stuffed it back into her mouth, and tightly fastened the sack opening. She turned and instructed the yamen runner, go get a water pouch and fill it up. It was a 2-day journey if she refused to believe Guan Yu could endure without food or drink. Wasting the tea was bad enough, but she had also defiled the bowl, utterly lacking in civic virtue. Everything would be added to her tab. The yamen runner quickly fetched an empty water pouch and carefully poured the tea with its floating foam into it, afraid that a single shaky hand would spill it on himself. Was this woman really not ill? He quietly sidled over to Lord Li, his face solemn. My lord, I suspect the witness has contracted rabies. I worry for young Master Sheng's safety sharing a carriage with her. Lord Li nodded. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate. The yamen runner's face lit up. Perhaps I could take over driving the carriage for young Master Sheng to ensure her safety at all times. Lord Li shot him a glance. So this fellow was angling for that, was he? What did he think he wasn't capable of protecting young Master Sheng's safety himself? Without a second word, Lord Li slapped the payment silver onto the table and rushed to seize the reins, trying to steal his prime gossip seat. Not a chance. After bidding farewell to the Zhou couple, the group continued their journey. The carriage sped along the official road. Sheng Zhao lifted the curtain to look at Lord Li, who was driving for her, and asked the system curiously, is Lord Li's neck still not healed? I saw him drink the most tea, just now gulping it down with his head tilted back, so I thought he was much better. Upon hearing this, Lord Li immediately feigned discomfort and rotated his neck. Oh, it's indeed not healed yet. Before Lord Li could breathe a sigh of relief, the system's voice made him anxious again. System host, do you want to hear some gossip about Lord Li's daughter? Lord Li was so nervous that his back stiffened. He had already been stripped of his secrets, but now they were going to dig into his daughter. Young Lord Sheng, can't you pick someone else to gossip about? But what gossip could there be about his own daughter? It's fine to listen. If his daughter was being mistreated in her husband's home, he would know sooner. Giddy up. Turning his head, he saw another constable, Captain Wei, leading the remaining 4 officers, 5 horses suddenly accelerating. They brushed past the edge of his carriage. Lord Li, skirting the edge for gossip. Whoa. The other 2 carriages drifted simultaneously, leaving chaotic wheel marks on the road. The carriage carrying Director Qi of the Ministry of Justice and the coroner executed a sharp fishtail. Director Qi poked his head out the window and winked at him. If there's gossip, I'll be back on call. Lord Li, get lost. Upon hearing there was gossip, Sheng Zhao nodded repeatedly, quick as a chick pecking rice. Eat, eat, eat. Wait, let me get some melon seeds. She quickly pulled an exquisite pouch from her bag and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. To prevent her mouth from getting dry from cracking seeds, she also prepared a flask of cold tea. Of course, not the one belonging to Guan Yu. Alright, I'm ready. Go ahead. System Lord Li's daughter is named Li Shumai. Last year she married Ji Chun, the legitimate son of the left chancellor. Both of them were literary youths fond of composing poetry and matching couplets. They were attracted by each other's talent, thus achieving this marriage. Truly enviable. Sheng Zhao had never heard anyone mention Lord Li's daughter before. She was actually married to the left chancellor's legitimate son. Lord Li, eavesdropping, nodded secretly. Gigi was right. Before his daughter was married, she was praised by everyone in the capital as a talented woman, and she herself greatly admired those with learning. She first met that G boy at a poetry gathering. They exchanged verses back and forth. That was how they fell for each other. The system continued, but after Miss Li married into the family, she learned that Ji Chun had a secret hobby. Sheng Zhao got excited at this and quickly asked, a secret hobby? What is it? He doesn't beat his wife, does he? Lord Li's heart was in his throat. Could that fellow really have a tendency for domestic violence? He didn't look like it. He seemed decent enough. But appearances can be deceiving. Lord Li still vividly remembered the time young Lord Sheng's uncle abused his wife and children. Lord Li's face darkened. If Ji Chun really beat his daughter, whether he was the prime minister's son or not, he would go and demand justice for his daughter. Even if it went to the emperor, he wouldn't be afraid. System, it's not that. The couple is still harmonious. It's a special hobby. He likes role-playing. Lord Li heard it wasn't about beating his wife, so he freed one hand to pat his chest. Thank goodness it's not that. But what is role-playing? Director Qi, who knew the most, caught the key phrase. Role-playing. He whispered urgently to the driver. Closer, get closer. I can't hear clearly. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened at this, forgetting to eat the melon seeds in her hand. Role-playing. That perverted. Is it the kind of role-play I'm thinking? System host, no. It's poetry interpretation. What did you think? Huh. Nothing. That's exactly what I thought. Lord Li, which one is it? System, a few days ago Ji Chun's hemorrhoids flared up. He got some medicine from the imperial physician but couldn't reach it himself and didn't want the maids or servants to see, so he had his wife apply it. Sheng Zhao seized the key point. Hemorrhoids. Not the kind like Lord Som's, right? Lord Li's heart could barely take it. No way. His son-in-law isn't a man. System, oh no. It's from studying too hard since childhood, sitting too long. Just normal hemorrhoids. Where did your mind go, host? Lord Li exhaled another breath of relief. This Gigi, can't she stop making me gasp? Sheng Zhao awkwardly took out her water flask and drank. Oh, good, it's not that. System, it turned out that when Li Shumai was applying medicine to his buttocks, he suddenly felt inspired to compose poetry and thought a line fit perfectly at that moment. Sheng Zhao didn't understand. Applying hemorrhoid medicine, and it matches a poem. Which line? System, gathering chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Uffed. She sprayed the water straight out, choked, coughed, yet still clutched her stomach and laughed uncontrollably. The sprayed tea landed right on Guan Yu's sack. Guan Yu, is it raining? Ha, plucking chrysanthemums. Ha, plucking chrysanthemums. Ji Chun, you literary youth, even with a hemorrhoid attack you can come up with such a pun. With such literary talent, it's a waste not to write plays. Ha. Lord Li, who had been sitting upright while driving and listening to gossip, suddenly heard the line, "Gathering chrysanthemums under the eastern fence." His old face turned crimson, and his hand holding the reins jerked violently. In an instant, the entire convoy seemed to have been tickled by a silent laughter acupoint. In order to secure the best gossip listening position, the horses and carriages secretly competed. The driver said awkwardly to the official inside, "Lord, we can't get any closer. Any closer, and we'll be kissing the rear of the constable brothers ahead." System, it's not over yet. Ji Chun insisted on having his wife Li Shumai roleplay this line with him. He acted as gathering chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, and the wife acted as leisurely seeing the southern mountain. He was acting with his bare buttocks sticking out when his father, the left chancellor Ji Qishir, happened to pass by and heard them reciting poetry. He was so pleased. He thought the children were so refined, he wanted to join in. He pushed open the door. I can only say that time seemed to freeze at that moment. He saw his son lying on the soft couch by the window, bare white buttocks wiggling and reciting poetry. That image directly assaulted his brain. Host, can you imagine the impact of that scene on the left chancellor? Everyone, we felt it. They all felt it. System, the left chancellor's smile vanished instantly. His son could only stammer an explanation that this was a bedroom amusement. Sheng Zhao couldn't stop laughing. To keep the outsiders from hearing, she held back until tears almost came out. She only dared to laugh wildly in her heart. Ha ha, what a bedroom amusement. Ji Chun is so embarrassed to death. How will he face his father now? System, indeed. During that period, whenever they met, it was so awkward. Then in the following days, they entered a back-to-back mode. Oh, back-to-back mode. What does that mean, right? Because whenever the father and son saw each other, they couldn't help recalling that embarrassing scene, so they kept their backs to each other while eating and walking. It even caused their pet dog to learn to walk backwards. Ha ha. Sheng Zhao laughed until she could barely catch her breath. She could already picture the absurd scene of the two eccentric fathers eating back-to-back, even sitting on their chairs backward just to enjoy a meal. Suddenly remembering something else, she paused before asking herself, I haven't seen the Prime Minister these days. Has he taken leave out of embarrassment? System, not exactly. After this incident, the Prime Minister can no longer look at chrysanthemums without recalling his son's pale, exposed buttocks. He even ordered his servants to remove the hanging scroll, Ink Splendor Longevity Scroll, from his study into storage, an imperial painting depicting 100 blooming chrysanthemums, which he had once cherished deeply. And those chrysanthemum teas, he couldn't bear to see them. To forget all of it, he requested permission from the emperor to travel south to encourage farming and sericulture. By now, he'd probably been gone over half a month. Sheng Zhao, ha. Ji Chun picks chrysanthemums his, but stays cool. The Prime Minister flees to Jiangnan overnight. Ha ha ha, no wonder I hadn't seen him. When he returns, I'll definitely drink chrysanthemum tea right in front of him. Make him relive that moment. Uffed. Inside the carriage, the chief tried hard to suppress laughter while patting his thigh, silently giving little Master Sheng a thumbs up. Ji Chun picks chrysanthemums his, but stays cool. The Prime Minister flees to Jiangnan overnight. Little Master Sheng is truly brilliant. Inside, Lord Li mentally screamed, disgraceful child. I gave you my daughter, not for you to write poems about hemorrhoids. Hearing about her son-in-law's antics, she felt both amused yet unsure whether to laugh. She was even considering bringing her daughter back home for a few days. Such a well-behaved daughter. Don't let that rascal corrupt her. Yet secretly, she hoped little Master Sheng would deliberately offer chrysanthemum tea to the Prime Minister, making him flush crimson with anger. Lord Song watched as his carriage got pushed to the side. He was frantic. All he'd heard were fragments like buttocks and Prime Minister, nothing complete. Could the Prime Minister be imitating his son, reciting poetry, naked beneath his robes? No way. He couldn't miss such juicy gossip. He patted the coachman's shoulder. Move closer there. Squeeze them out. Exactly. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll keep you safe. I'll treat you to melon seeds. Don't be so timid. The coachman obeyed, subtly shifting the carriage 1 foot to the left. The patrol captain glanced back. This was unacceptable. He rode straight ahead, cutting between the two carriages. The chief peeked out through the curtain, realizing disaster struck immediately. Half emerging, he grabbed the reins. Follow up. Follow up. Don't let them get ahead. As the chief tugged, the carriages drew too close. One wheel struck a large stone blocking the road. The carriage jolted violently, nearly throwing him off. Lord Li noticed the commotion. You're pushing around each other unlike me. I'm riding alongside little Master Sheng, inseparable. Lord Li enjoyed watching chaos unfold, ready to mock the chief. But suddenly his reins slipped, crashing loudly against the adjacent carriage's shaft. Both horses reared up, startled. In the next moment, the carriage tipped sideways into a roadside ditch, its front legs collapsing beneath it. Total catastrophe. Oh no. Sheng Zhao was happily munching on gossip when her smile froze. Suddenly, everything spun wildly around her. What? She rolled onto the carriage cushion and tumbled headfirst into the muddy pit, dazed and bewildered. Sitting up blankly, she asked, what happened? Were we attacked by assassins? System, host, looks like two carriages collided. A sack inside the carriage flew out, slamming against a nearby tree trunk. Yaya's face twisted in pain, but her mouth was gagged. She couldn't scream, only cursing Sheng Zhao furiously in her mind. The chief's carriage also overturned. He scrambled out, trembling at the sight of little Master Sheng covered in mud, heart pounding. It's over. The coachman looked terrified. Sir, are you alright? The chief adjusted his disheveled clothes, forcing calmness. It's nothing. Just some minor weathering. Sheng Zhao stared at herself soaked in mud, with dripping hemlines, furious, pointing at Lord Li and the coachman. How dare you drive so recklessly? How could anyone flip on such a wide road? The chief reacted swiftly, sternly confronting Lord Li. Exactly. How do you even drive, Lord Li? Your horsemanship needs serious improvement. Lord Li gaped in shock, speechless. You. He'd driven perfectly. They insisted on squeezing in to listen to gossip, causing the crash anyway. 30 years riding horses, never scolded by a civilian, who couldn't even wield a whip. How had he missed how skilled the ministry's chief was at shifting blame? Sheng Zhao shook off her wet sleeves, splattering mud onto Lord Li's face, lengthening his expression severely. Lord Li, your skills truly need practice. Next time hire someone else to drive. Squeak, squeak. Really, Lord Li? He can't even drive yet insists taking control. Does he misunderstand his own horsemanship? When the horse panicked earlier, he nearly choked it to death. Was his neck hurting so he thought the horse needed a neck massage? Sheng Zhao muttered angrily in her mind. Lord Li couldn't admit they'd crashed trying to eavesdrop, and ended up getting mud-splattered himself. Lord Li suffered in silence, quietly retrieving reins from another carriage. The system noticed Sheng Zhao's displeasure. Host, your resentment is flying off your head. Sheng Zhao retorted irritably, can it fly out? I'm covered head to toe in mud. How wouldn't I resent it? If Lord Li touches those reins again, I'll document every embarrassing moment, from diapers to official robes. Book title decided, Secrets of the Li Mansion. Free distribution throughout the capital. Hire storytellers to recite daily at market stalls, making Lord Li's tale the ultimate bedtime reading for everyone using the latrine. The system cheered enthusiastically. Awesome. Host, you're amazing. Squeak supports it. Squeak will provide every detail of Lord Li's life, from infancy onward. We'll make this book a blockbuster. Lord Li's eyes bulged, so wide he nearly fainted.